As the sun sank in the west, the light grew steadily dimmer, and even the outline of the distant stone wall blurred into shadow. Cooking smoke curled lazily upward, hired hands hefted their tools, and peddlers began packing away their wares. Shadows slowly devoured the street. Amid the flow of people, only one man leaned against the wall, utterly out of place. His attire was meticulously refined, a deep blue velvet coat trimmed with silver embroidery, a white linen shirt beneath cut to fit his frame, clearly tailored to measure. Even the sword at his waist was lavishly ornamented and worth a small fortune. Yet on closer inspection, the front of his coat was stained with dark brown blotches. The silver threads on his left shoulder were torn, and both cuffs and hem were creased and rumpled. Thinking back on everything that had happened in the past 3 months, Renato's mind was a tangled mess. One moment he had been at home on Earth eating hotpot and singing, and in the very next he had been inexplicably dragged into this other world. To his misfortune, the body he had taken over had belonged to a cultist, and not just him, but his entire family were devout believers, corrupt roots and all. Worse still, he had arrived at the very moment of the cult's sacrificial ritual with himself as the intended offering. In the end, a group of so-called righteous adventurers had burst in and disrupted the rite, allowing him to flee in the ensuing chaos. Even so, the blood-drenched sacrifice had stripped away part of his memories. He could not even recall his own original name and could only borrow the body's name for now. On top of that, with the body's impeccably pure cultist background, no one was willing to listen to Renato's slow explanations. They only wanted to trade his head in for a bounty. To stay alive, he had no choice but to gather his valuables and flee south. All along the road, in order to evade pursuit, he sorted through the body's memories while selling off everything he owned piece by piece. Touching the black circular mark over his heart, the sign of the evil god Dakul, Renato let out a helpless sigh in his mind. He had passed through several kingdoms and dozens of cities, great and small, before finally reaching this southern free city known as Fried City. Here at last he should be safe, shouldn't he? Besides, Renato was out of funds to keep running. Apart from the clothes on his back and the sword at his waist, he had sold everything he could. He now had only 5 silver coins left in hand. Calculating his daily expenses, he weighed his current situation. Counting lodging, this money will last at most another 4 weeks. I have to find a way to earn something quickly, or I really won't have anything to eat. After a day of searching for work along the street, Renato leaned against the wall and stared blankly up at the sky. So it seems working as a hired hand is a dead end. Without a foreman's recommendation and without belonging to any guild, no one is willing to hire me. Renato's thoughts drifted back to how he had been driven away by a noble's servants the day before. Working as a scribe for nobles won't do either. I inherited the body's knowledge and skills and can write an elegant hand, but my origins are unclear, and with these tattered clothes, I can't even get through their doors. Besides, my identity cannot bear any scrutiny. Any priest of any deity, the moment they see this mark on me, will probably. Could it be that there is only one path left to me? The next morning at dawn, after carefully tidying his clothes and changing his appearance as much as he could, Renato cautiously made his way to the doors of the Adventurers Guild. There were few people entering or leaving the doorway, all road-worn. Men and women alike mostly wore leather or chain armor and carried all manner of weapons. Following the flow of people, Renato passed between the marble pillars flanking the entrance and officially stepped into the hall. Sunlight poured in through the tall, cross-vaulted dome overhead. Rows of task boards stood across the hall where clusters of adventurers shouted coarsely at one another, seemingly quarreling over commissions. Renato swept his gaze around. The layout of the hall was simple enough. A counter stood directly opposite the doors with several people waiting in line. After watching for a while, he noticed that the middle counter was almost empty. Recalling the backstory he had fabricated yesterday, Renato walked toward the front desk. But before he could speak, an impatient female voice rang out. New registrations go to the counter on the right to pay the fee, then come back here to fill out the form. Task handovers and bounty collection go to the window on the left. For complaints and suggestions, exit and turn right to the city hall. After paying 2 silver coins and waiting in line a second time, Renato pinched the iron badge in his hand and asked in puzzlement, "That's it? I'm an adventurer now." The female receptionist behind the counter did not even lift her head. She simply pointed toward the task boards plastered with commissions. "Check the task boards yourself. All the requirements are written there. Once you've picked a task, come back here to register it." All right, next. There was no need for a guarantor, no complicated questioning. Only a payment of 2 silver coins, a name scrawled on parchment, and some basic information such as race. The elaborate speech Renato had rehearsed countless times was rendered entirely useless. Yet no matter how simple the process, he had successfully become an adventurer and could now accept guild tasks. With only 3 silver coins left in his purse, Renato gripped the hilt of the sword at his waist. No matter what, he had to earn some money today. Adventurers drifted between the task boards as Renato's gaze skimmed over the parchments pinned there, seeking a magical relic from the kingdom of Niter, such as scrolls, enchanted weapons, etc. Higher rewards available, depending on quality. Renato did not bother reading further. The task required adventurers of at least rank 2, and he was not eligible. Hunt a basilisk lizard and bring back its eyes, at least one intact. From his memories, basilisk lizards were classic magical creatures whose gaze could petrify their prey. It was clearly not something he should be considering right now. Collect 30 stalks of silvercup grass, freshness sufficient to be verified by identification. Silvercup grass. What on earth was that? Sifting through one task after another, wandering in circles, Renato eventually reached a shabby task board in the corner of the hall and found the commission that pleased him. Hunt goblins in the southern forest outside the city, any number. Bring back the right ear, 5 copper coins per goblin. For any questions, consult the village chief of Mila's village south of the city. Recalling the goblin's feeble appearance, Renato nodded in satisfaction. The pay is low, but it has the advantage of being safe. Besides, starting one's adventuring career by hunting goblins is clearly the classic storyline for a transmigrator. After spending another 2 silver coins on a pair of leather gloves and bracers, having his sword thoroughly maintained, and buying some basic adventuring supplies, Renato headed to Mila's village south of the city. Because the village chief was out working in the fields, Renato did not see him and was instead met by the village swineherd. Facing the young man before him, caked in mud, reeking of pig filth and constantly spitting on the ground, Renato forced down his discomfort and rephrased his question. So you're saying the last time the village saw goblins was in a gully south of the logging camp? Can you be more specific? Like how many there were and what kinds of weapons they were carrying? How many? The youth scratched his filthy hair as though trying to think. A whole bunch, yeah. They're all the same damn green things. Who can tell them apart? The youth spat again, impatient. Wooden clubs, rusty chunks of iron, all screaming and howling. Last week, they even stole old John's chickens, left feathers all over the place. After a short exchange, Renato's brows knitted tightly together. Clearly, he could not expect any more useful information from the villagers. No matter, he would simply begin his search in the gully south of the logging camp. There are some minor issues, but at least it's a good start. I do know roughly where to look at any rate. Renato encouraged himself inwardly. All beginnings are difficult. I'll try to finish the commission before noon, and then go soak in a public bath back in the city as a reward. Under the blazing sun, after searching the gully for an entire morning, Renato slumped weakly against a rock. He shook his empty water flask and could not help cursing aloud. What the hell is this? South. A gully. There are a dozen gullies around here. How is that any different from saying nothing at all? That bastard must have been messing with me. Just wait till I get back and settle accounts with him. There were barely any proper paths in the woods. Underfoot were only loose stones and a tangle of intersecting roots. Renato was spattered with mud from head to toe, his clothes covered in scratches. After walking for so long, he had not seen a single goblin. He had not even seen a rabbit. Calm down, Renato. You have to calm down. This is nothing. It's only goblin hunting. How could this be worse than becoming a cultist and being hunted by harpists for 3 months? You survived being hunted. This much is nothing for you. Renato drew a breath and pushed himself to his feet again. You're a modern, well-educated earthling. How can you stoop to the level of these crude medieval villagers? And they have no real reason to lie to you. Think, Renato, think again. Use your knowledge. The problem must be my search method. That's right. Because I'm unfamiliar with the terrain, my route planning was flawed from the start. I should have begun from the western slope. By dusk, Renato was trudging back toward Mila's village, leaning on his longsword with each uneven step. Good. Very good. Dare to toy with me, do they? Goblins, gullies. Utter nonsense. They must have lied just to laugh at the out-of-towner. The more Renato thought about it, the more convinced he became. Green skin, screeching cries. It was all made up just to make fun of him. That was why the swineherd had been unable to say how many there were. As for the commission, Renato no longer wanted to think about goblins or adventuring. All he wanted was to find that dull-faced swineherd, smash every yellow tooth in his mouth, and vent all his pent-up mud and fury squarely on that fool's head. Just as Renato was viciously imagining how to beat the villager senseless, a breeze stirred, and he suddenly sniffed the air, a faint stench, a mixture of rotting refuse and animal musk. A moment later, sharp, grating cackles sounded from up ahead. At the village entrance, a group of small green creatures came rushing out, heading straight toward Renato. There were about 7 or 8 goblins, scrawny, barely reaching an adult human's waist. They shrieked loudly, jostling and shoving one another, clutching crude weapons such as wooden clubs and bone cudgels. The goblins seemed to notice Renato in the distance. A moment ago they had been huddled together, now they scattered like ants doused with boiling water, the group instantly thrown into disarray. All movement stopped abruptly. The nearest goblin was so startled it flung the dead chicken in its hand away, while another scrambled behind a companion, pushing a smaller, thinner goblin forward in panic. But when they saw there was only Renato alone, and that he was a panting, bedraggled young human, their fear was quickly replaced by a blustering savagery. The goblins that had scattered suddenly clustered together again and charged him in a rush. One of them even stooped to snatch up a stone, shrieking as it hurled it at Renato. When the stone landed at his feet, Renato gained a fresh appreciation for just how feeble a goblin's arm strength truly was. Facing the onrushing little green figures, Renato instinctively shifted his weight forward, sword tip angled downward, adopting the sword stance embedded in his memories. Realizing what he was doing, his taut muscles loosened slightly, and Renato laughed silently at himself. This isn't some formal duel. They're only harmless goblins after all. The ornate longsword slid through the chest of the foremost goblin without the slightest resistance. Renato shifted his weight, stepping back with his right foot. As he withdrew the blade, he smoothly brought the sword up from a low guard to a high one. The second goblin seemed not to realize that its companion charging in front had just died before it. Brandishing its wooden club and shrieking at the top of its lungs, it rushed forward. Renato could even see the exaggerated expression on its scabbard and green face. In the next heartbeat, his sword swept in a horizontal arc. The goblins behind abruptly halted and fell silent, for they had just seen a green head go flying. As the sun rose again, a new day began. Physically and mentally exhausted Renato dragged his heavy body back to the Adventurers Guild. Thinking back on yesterday's events, Renato swore he would never again aim for the neck. After he had severed the second goblin's head, blood had sprayed all over his face. By the time he came back to his senses, the space before him was empty. The goblins had already fled. Because of the time, once he had finished cleaning up, Renato had no way to return to the city before dark and was forced to spend the night in the village. Counting the cost of food for the trip back and forth, he had spent another 12 copper coins. Heaven have mercy. He had earned only 10 copper coins for the entire commission. The thought made his heart sink even further. He could already picture himself soon sleeping on the streets and going hungry. Renato could not help sighing again. Whatever the case, he would at least collect the 10 copper coins first. Watching the expressionless receptionist untie the cloth bag, one hand writing on the paper while the other surreptitiously flicked through the goblin ears inside, Renato felt that the 2 silver coins he had paid to register as an adventurer had been completely wasted. Mr. Renato, here are 10 copper coins. Please count them carefully now. After task completion, if there are any issues, please refer to. As the receptionist droned on in her flat professional tone, the scene before Renato's eyes gradually blurred. A book appeared out of thin air, slowly opening within his field of vision. Renato, however, had no time to look at the contents inside, for the 5 square characters on the cover, so utterly different from this world's script, instantly seized his thoughts. It was not that they were especially clear, nor that they were particularly large on the cover, but because this was the script he had used for over 20 years, the writing he knew by heart, yet had not seen once in the past 3 months. Adventurer's Guide. That morning, Renato lay dazing on his bed, recalling his first completed adventure 3 months earlier. With a mere thought, a book unfolded before his eyes. Adventurer's Guide. Quest. Hunt goblins in the southern forest outside the city, any number. Required to bring back the right ear. Reward 5 copper coins for each. Quest description. A bloody sacrificial ritual, a cruel faith in an evil god, schemes of family glory and wealth. All of that has slipped far away from you. It is the end of your former identity and the beginning of a brand new life. Now become an adventurer. Start again from slaying goblins and rebuild yourself step by step. Submitted goblin right ears 2. Gained 10 experience points. After letting his gaze sweep across the first quest he had ever taken, Renato turned to the next chapter. Character. Renato de Fernando. Race human. Class warrior, level 3, 15,500 Acquire gods, favored level 130s. Hit points 4,545. Strength 14. Constitution 12. Dexterity 14. Perception 15. Intelligence 11. Resolve 15. Feats: heavy armor proficiency, martial weapons proficiency, swordsmanship, specialization, dark vision. Skills: religion 6, history 4, linguistics 4, group tactics 3, writing 2. Renato closed his eyes, and the Adventurer's Guide vanished accordingly. After nearly 3 months of exploration, Renato believed he had already mastered how to use this mysterious book. By completing commission quests, he would earn experience points, and thus raise his class levels. Through more than 2 months of effort, his warrior class had risen to level 3, granting him an increase of 2 points in strength and 1 in dexterity. Though the change did not feel dramatic, he was undeniably stronger. Renato, however, preferred to attribute this to the training he had undergone over those 2 months. As for that other, clearly abnormal class, Renato had experimented with it as well. Yet even after investing 30 experience points, there was still no change. He could only set it aside for the time being. After all, adventure commissions were hard to complete, and every point of experience he earned was precious. As for where this sudden Adventurer's Guide had come from, and what kind of scheme it might conceal, having been thrown into another world with nothing to his name, Renato no longer cared. He simply drew on the survival habits of his student days. Enjoy the moment first, as for the future, he would worry about it when it came. All the more so, because this book was the only thing he had found that was in any way connected to Earth. For that reason alone, no matter what, he would never give up using this guide. Thinking of the few dozen copper coins left in his purse, Renato had no choice but to cut off his aimless daydreaming, forcing himself to wriggle out from under the warm blankets. The tattered blue velvet coat he used to wear had long since been replaced by a leather cuirass made from cowhide. To save money, Renato had deliberately bought only a chest piece, lightweight, and for the same price, offering the greatest possible area of protection. He matched it with a pair of iron pauldrons taken as spoils from an adventure, a yellowed quilted gambeson, and the leather gloves and bracers he had bought himself. As an adventurer, Renato felt he now looked the part. Once he had finished gearing up and buckled his sword at his waist, Renato pushed open the door and drew in a deep breath of the faintly chill air. Brika town, the southernmost town under Fulita City. Though called a town, Renato preferred to think of it as an adventurer's encampment. Makeshift wooden shacks were crammed together at random, and around them sprawled clusters of hovels that in Renato's eyes barely deserved to be called houses. Most were nothing more than a few planks and scraps of tattered cloth nailed together. The air was thick with a stench that mixed excrement and rotting animal entrails. Having lived here for over 2 months, Renato found to his own surprise that he had already begun to grow accustomed to it. The reason he had come here was simple: competition in Fulita City was too fierce, the rewards too meager, and the prices too high. Life there left him constantly in the red, so he had moved to this well-known adventurer's haven nearby. As usual, Renato headed to the town square where the Adventurers Guild normally announced its quests. Unlike in the city, there was no quest board here to choose from. Only a bald man standing on the platform known to everyone as One-Eyed Holly shouting at the top of his lungs, while people below yelled their names to sign up. Once enough people were gathered for a team, they would depart at once. Though the bald man's voice was extremely loud, there were simply too many people scrambling for work below from a distance. It was impossible to hear clearly. Renato had to push his way through the clamorous crowd, ignoring the curses, straining to make out what One-Eyed Holly was actually saying. Whether we succeed or not, as long as you come back, each person gets 1 silver crown. Listen up. 1 silver crown each, no matter if it succeeds or not. I'm in. Before One-Eyed Holly could even finish, an adventurer had already raised his hand impatiently. Pick me, old Holly, I've drunk with you before. Bullshit. When has One-Eye ever drunk with the likes of you? The squabbling quickly turned into a brawl, but no one found it strange. Everyone merely waited for One-Eyed Holly to continue. This time our destination is the Phantom Forest. You all know that place, right? At the mention of the Phantom Forest, the crowd below fell markedly quieter, and several people shrank back and slipped away. The Phantom Forest was also the foundation upon which Bryca Town had been built. Legend had it that the ancient Niter Kingdom once stood there until the entire realm sank beneath the earth. The reasons were the subject of endless speculation, but rampant runaway magic had never ceased to haunt the land. Illusions and labyrinthine arrays permeated every corner. Renato, however, felt no real concern. Thanks to the long pioneering efforts of countless adventurers, most magical traps had already been disarmed, and a number of relatively safe routes had been mapped out. He himself had completed many commissions within the forest. It was nowhere near as terrifying as the rumors claimed. One-Eyed Holly seemed quite satisfied with the subdued mood. He cleared his throat and went on. The giant spiders in the Phantom Forest seemed different from those elsewhere. I can't tell what's special, but there's a mage who wants them. As he spoke, Holly even exaggerated a wink, which combined with his blind eye made for a rather comical expression. Yet no one laughed once they heard that the target was giant spiders. Nearly half the crowd began to consider backing out. After all, giant spiders never appeared alone. They wanted to hire people for this kind of pay to go looking for an entire spider colony. Mages are far more generous than those noble lords. Not only did he pay in full, he even told us the location. It's in Mute Valley. There's a huge spider nest there. No matter how loudly One-Eyed Holly shouted or how much he raised the price afterward, more and more people continued to drift away. Just as Renato was about to get up and leave as well to see if there was other work to be had, his adventurer's guide sprang open before him. Quest: hunt giant spiders in the Phantom Forest, Mute Valley, any number. 5 silver coins for each. If you can bring back spider eggs, each will earn a reward of 20 silver coins. Quest description: a shadowed spider nest, its webs wrapped not only around corpses, but around countless hidden treasures. Under the mage's cover of spells, fight for silver coins. This is not only a matter of survival, it concerns the very honor of humanoid kind. Quest reward: 1000 experience points. So old Holly was skimming off the top again, and quite a lot this time, Renato thought as he eyed the reward of 20 silver coins. But the adventurer's guide had never been wrong. Whatever reward it stated was exactly what would be paid. The high remuneration made Renato waver. 20 silver coins. Spent frugally, that would be enough for him to live in the city through the entire winter. If he could bring back 2, that would be 40 silver coins. Renato could not help thinking, I could have meat at every meal and even visit the bathhouse from time to time. Most important of all was the reward of 1000 experience points. In these 3 months, Renato had taken on more than a dozen quests of all sizes, yet none had ever granted more than 100 experience points. With so much experience, he might very well gain 2 levels in one stroke. On top of that, the quest description hinted that a mage would be providing spell support. After much deliberation, Renato decided to take a big risk this time. Isn't that what an adventurer does? Risk life and limb for money. After nearly an hour of waiting, there were only 3 people signed up, Renato included. Just as One-Eyed Holly was still bellowing himself hoarse, a man in a deep blue robe traced with silver patterns stepped forward. One-Eye fell silent at once, waiting for the man to speak. His voice was somewhat hoarse and not loud, yet Renato felt as if it sounded right beside his ear. The giant spiders in Mute Valley. 5 silver crowns each. You keep the materials from the spiders. As for their eggs, 20 silver crowns apiece. The eggs and their materials are mine. The mage's brief words proved more effective than an hour of the bald man shouting. In less than 5 minutes, a 10-man party had been assembled. This team, consisting of 10 adventurers and 1 mage, had no name. The adventurers helped each other, sharing both trials and tribulations, a tale often sung by bards, at least in the town of Bryca. After all, it was a business that risked their heads, who would willingly hand over their life to another. Thus, in the Phantom Forest, teammates were essentially synonymous with cannon fodder and scapegoats. However, Renato was quite satisfied with this group of companions. Everyone was decked out in proper armor and wielding metal weapons, a far cry from those madmen who dared to venture forth with mere wooden hammers and sticks. Moreover, there were many seasoned veterans among them. Renato recognized Little Finger, Chow Deserter Marcus, and Big Guy Bag, with the rest of the faces also appearing familiar, not a single newcomer in sight. Under the mage's command, the team formed a semicircular formation, protecting the mage in the center. After all, he was the financier. From the side, Littlefinger Xiao leaned over and initiated a conversation with Renato. Why is the young master personally out here adventuring? Young master was Renato's nickname in Brika Town, and it was not hard to guess considering his appearance and manner of speaking were worlds apart from theirs. Perhaps this nickname was intended to mock his meager living conditions. If he were a true noble reduced to such a state, it might strike a painful chord. However, Renato was just a person born in the digital age of Earth. Thus, he did not find the nickname offensive, but that did not stop him from responding, "Be careful, Xiao. Watch out that someone doesn't cut off your other little finger." After the usual pleasantries, Littlefinger Xiao returned to the main topic. What's the deal with that guy? He nodded towards the mage in the center of the team. Is he really a mage? I didn't see his mage emblem. Recalling the knowledge in his mind, Renato replied, don't act like you know everything. Besides mages from the Mage Association, no one wears mage emblems. Littlefinger Xiao seemed to ponder, and after a few jests exchanged between them, the two returned to the team. Mages were always aloof. Even in Renato's memories from when he was still a noble, he had encountered mages only a handful of times, and his knowledge about them was even more scarce. If it weren't for the descriptions in the Adventurer's Guide, he wouldn't dare to confirm whether the person was a mage, as there were far too many professions that possessed similar magical abilities. Renato was somewhat familiar with Littlefinger, and although their relationship wasn't particularly close, it was decent enough on the surface, so he didn't mind giving a hint to prevent Xiao from doing something foolish later. In the Phantom Forest, occasionally adventurers and robbers were synonymous. As the team delved deeper, the dappled light filtering through the leaves gradually disappeared, replaced by an increasingly dense grayish mist. Renato knew that this signified their departure from the safe zone of the Phantom Forest, marking their official entry into this woodland. According to the Adventurers Guild, this mist originated from a maze set up by the mages of the Niter Kingdom, and the guild's mages claimed that all harmful spells within had been dispelled. Looking at the thickening mist, Renato could only trust the guild's words, hoping that this mist belonged to non-lethal spells within the maze, which was why the guild's mages had not dispelled it. The team rested on a large boulder by the roadside, and the previously silent mage finally spoke up about the route plan. We need to traverse the misty path by noon tomorrow, coming from the southeast along the shores of Mirror Lake to reach the entrance of Mute Valley. The route was standard, neither taking shortcuts nor going the long way around, so no one voiced any objections. Compared to the familiar Phantom Forest, Renato focused his observations on the mage before him. Surprisingly youthful in appearance, this mage's voice belied his age, but Renato knew that mages had various ways to extend their lifespans, and youthfulness was not a reliable standard. A beautifully detailed map was spread out worth at least 10 silver coins, Renato assessed secretly. The mage confirmed the route on the map for everyone. Renato noticed 2 rings on his fingers, one embedded with a deep blue crystal that radiated magical light. Renato was unsure what spells were enchanted within, but thinking of the price of magical accessories it provided him with a sense of confidence akin to a basic courage spell, making him feel more secure about this adventure. It seemed that the mage's words broke the silence within the team. During the brief rest, the adventurers began to chatter more. Did you hear? A dragon was discovered in the misty path. Listening to that familiar northern accent, Renato knew it was Big Guy Bag. A dragon. In the misty path. Did you spill your brains out on a whore's belly yesterday? Laughter erupted among the crowd, but Bag remained unfazed by the ridicule, seriously explaining, absolutely true. Yesterday someone was attacked by a giant dragon in the misty path. The few who escaped all said the same thing. Littlefinger Xiao scoffed, then refuted, did you hear that from some Sally or Harry? I know what happened yesterday. It was just a few newly arrived farmers. It's likely that even a lizard could be mistaken for a dragon. Hearing the laughter erupt again, the conversation quickly shifted to which prostitute Bag had been with yesterday, and Renato couldn't help but lament for the unfortunate farmers who had ventured out, as if it wasn't people dying, but livestock with no one caring. Such was life in Brika Town. Every day, countless individuals ventured into the Phantom Forest to meet their demise, including the impoverished from the slums, landless farmers, and debtors. They often had no combat skills, poor physical fitness, and knew nothing of the monsters they encountered. Some didn't even possess weapons, armed only with sharpened branches. After all, their money was likely spent on the 2 silver coin registration fee. These individuals often did not survive their first mission, not even due to monsters, and most deaths were due to getting lost, wandering into forbidden areas, driven mad by various illusions and mazes, ultimately starving to death in a corner. Then those who were lucky enough to survive their first venture would learn the rules of the Phantom Forest through the School of Hard Knocks, and only after surviving 3 missions would they be accepted by Brika Town, becoming true adventurers. Renato did not join the adventurers' idle chatter. Instead, he habitually opened his satchel to check his tools, ensuring they would function in case of an emergency. Bandages, coagulant powder, cotton for stopping bleeding, antidotes, compass, rope, lantern. To be on the safe side, Renato also packed 5 lead-headed throwing darts and an oak shield. Unless absolutely necessary, he would just throw darts from the back. Completing the mission didn't require him to rush in and snatch spider eggs. He could just mix around and gain experience. Renato thought to himself, who knew what lay within the spider's lair. If things went awry, it was better to prioritize his own safety. His life was worth far more than silver coins. As night fell, the thick fog gradually dissipated and moonlight poured down. After nearly a day's trek, the adventurers had left the misty path behind. The journey was smooth without any battles or unexpected incidents, only a few wolves observed from afar in the forest before retreating. Despite having visited many times, Renato was always awestruck by the scenery of the Mirror Lake. The lake, true to its name, was as smooth as glass, appearing less like a body of water and more like a mirror. In the darkness, the lake's surface seemed to transform into a second starry sky, perfectly reflecting the stars above, creating an illusion for Renato that the heavens had flipped. The mage chose to set up camp on a hillside away from the lake, claiming it was to guard against potential threats from the water, much to everyone's dissatisfaction. The adventurers had camped by Mirror Lake many times, and there had never been a threat, not even a fish in the water. However, he was the mage and the financier of this mission, so no one dared to voice their opposition, only muttering a few curses under their breath while fetching water from the lake to vent their frustrations. With winter approaching, the nights in the Phantom Forest were much colder than the days. Thus, everyone gathered some dry twigs and started a campfire, at least to make sleeping a bit more comfortable. Unlike the tales spun by bards, there was no grand feast or heartwarming fireside chats at the camp. Perhaps adventuring parties in other regions had cozy tents and delicious meat soups. But the adventurers from Brika Town had none of those luxuries. They had no space to carry such luxuries. Every inch of space on their bodies and every ounce of strength was devoted to carrying spoils and fighting monsters. Like everyone else, Renato pulled out his rations from his backpack, a piece of dry, hard black bread that was as solid as a stone. It tastes like wall dust, and its texture is like cement, was Renato's objective assessment of this food. No matter how many times he ate it, he still couldn't get used to the unique texture of the black bread. It was so tough that even a knife couldn't cut through it. If he kept eating this, he would eventually lose all his teeth. He needed to earn some money quickly, otherwise winter would be hard to endure. The mage set up camp away from the fire, scattering some unknown powder while pressing his hands against the ground, murmuring incantations. No one knew what the mage was doing, nor did anyone want to ask. It was common sense among adventurers to keep their distance from a casting mage friend or foe. After all, mages often had peculiar personalities, and their spells could yield bizarre effects. If we were to speak of the misfortunes in this world, 1/10 would be caused by mortals, while 9/10 would be the result of the gods' conflicts. Among that 1/10 caused by mortals, 99% stemmed from the mage's insatiable curiosity and their terrible magic. Everyone huddled as far away from the mage as possible, trying to distance themselves from him. After a long day of travel and needing to remain vigilant, no one had the energy or mood for conversation. Once they completed their routine equipment maintenance, Renato leaned against a rock, gripping the hilt of his sword, closed his eyes, and took a short nap. Stretching his stiff joints, Renato felt as if ice had seeped into his bones. The stones pressed painfully into his back, and his linen shirt clung to his body, wrinkled and uncomfortable. Throughout the night, he was awakened by various sounds at least a dozen times, but thankfully he did not encounter any monsters. However, the short sleep did little to alleviate his fatigue. In fact, it made him feel even more exhausted. The adventurers were all listless except for the mage, who somehow produced a finely crafted tent. Renato suspected he must have some form of spatial storage item. Fortunately, they didn't have to travel far today. Following the Mirror Lake and crossing a ridge, they arrived at the Mute Valley in less than 3 hours before the sun rose high. Two mountain ranges converged here, forming a massive rift. The shadows of the mountains cast a dim light over the valley entrance, making the surroundings eerily quiet, with the accompanying sounds of insects and birds completely absent. At this moment, however, Renato had no interest in admiring the scenery. After scouting the terrain outside the spider's nest, 10 adventurers sat together discussing how to deal with the giant spider inside the nest without damaging the spoils. I say we gather some wood, start a big fire, and burn those big bugs inside. How big of a fire would that be? Shut up, big guy. We're not here to chop wood. The freckled female adventurer paused for a moment. And what about the spider eggs the mage wants? The mission didn't say they had to be cooked. So what do you propose? Burning them definitely won't work. The female adventurer stroked her chin. Let's use the old method and just charge in. Forget it. You go in yourself. I think you're even more foolish than the big guy. Listen to me. Listen to me. Zhao shouted loudly. Charging in directly won't work. It's dark inside and full of webs. We can't fight the spider in the cave. So we need to lure them out and fight outside. Littlefinger, no need for your nonsense. The problem is how to lure them out and who will do it. The speaker was Marcus the Coward, a strong man clad in chainmail with a military sickle resting on his shoulder. We could draw lots. A short, stout man with a machete stood up, interrupting directly. Draw your lot. Littlefinger, who doesn't know you love to cheat? What? Even after losing a finger, you still won't be honest? Renato did not join their discussion, but instead looked at the mage standing aside, deliberately ignored by everyone. He was the employer, and according to the rules, he didn't need to participate in the upcoming actions. Yet Renato knew that the presence of spell support could often determine the outcome of a battle. Moreover, with the hints from the adventurer's guide, Renato decided to speak with this mysterious mage. After pondering his words, Renato took the initiative to ask, "What do you think of this operation?" The mage did not turn around. He continued observing the distant spider's nest and replied flatly, "I only record your achievements and will distribute rewards based on the results. I paid for this, and it's not the employer's duty to participate in the action. But we lack preparation, and if we rashly attempt this, the mission may fail and waste your time." However, if you provide your spell support, I believe this mission can be completed quickly and smoothly. The mage stroked his ring, seemingly ignoring Renato's words. After a moment, he finally spoke. I will not participate in this operation. Every spell of mine has its cost. I commissioned you. There's no reason for the employer to participate. However, for the sake of efficiency, I can help you lure the giant spider out before the operation. Beyond that, I will not provide any additional spell support. With the mage's promise, the adventurer meeting immediately disbanded, and everyone prepared to confront the giant spider outside the nest. The spider's nest is located within a natural cave in the valley where the dry vines hanging at the entrance are covered in a thick layer of viscous gray dust, actually a net formed by countless spider silk threads. The dead branches and shrubs outside the cave have been thoroughly cleared by adventurers with piles of bonfires surrounding the area serving as an open space for battling the giant spiders, while sharpened wooden stakes are planted on both sides of the cave entrance to prevent these beasts from escaping in other directions. If they had a few more hours, the adventurers could have completed their defenses twice over, but the mage did not wish to waste any more time. Renato and 6 other adventurers are scattered throughout the open area, each with several sharpened sticks planted at their feet. As the main force against the spiders, 3 others armed with long pole weapons guard the sides of the cave entrance to prevent any spiders from crossing the barricade. With the crossbow already drawn, Renato raised a shield holding a harpoon in his right hand ready for battle, while the mage began casting spells from behind. The mage conjured a metal box from thin air and placed it on the ground, confirming to Renato that he definitely possessed a spatial artifact. Next, the mage pulled a handful of clay from his pocket and sprinkled it over the metal box, while simultaneously forming hand seals and reciting incantations. In an instant, the metal box levitated, expanding until it transformed into a towering clay statue taller than the big guy. As the loud thud resonated, no one dared to test the weight of this magical statue. The adventurers quickly scattered instinctively, avoiding the area. Heavy footsteps passed by Renato. Looking at the statue before him, he unconsciously imagined himself in its place. What would I do if faced with such an enemy? Although its speed was not great, it seemed unlikely that my longsword and harpoons would have much effect on it. Unless Marcus had a long pole weapon like a military hook sickle, I would have to run, first waiting for the spell effect to wear off. While Renato was pondering, the clay statue had already charged into the cave, causing the ground to tremble momentarily. A chilling sound of crashing echoed, but Renato could no longer contemplate the clay statue, as a wave of giant spiders surged out from the cave entrance like a tide, angrily rushing towards all living beings. At the cave entrance, spears and sickles struck the massive spider's body, shattering its hard chitinous shell and spilling a pool of disgusting green insect entrails. A giant spider lunged towards Renato, lifting its calf-sized body, displaying a pair of robust forelimbs, with its fangs clashing and grinding together, mixed with green venom, producing a spine-chilling clicking sound. Renato had already thrown all 5 of his harpoons at this giant spider in a frenzy, but the damage seemed less than ideal, and the monstrous creature even had the leisure to show off to him. It seems I have to return to my old profession after all. Renato drew his longsword, stepping forward to initiate the attack. The longsword swept horizontally, its edge striking the spider's forelimb. This blow should have severed the spider's limb, but at that moment it produced a sound of metal clashing. Renato was astonished, but muscle memory took over as his body instinctively reacted. He bent down just in time to narrowly evade the giant spider's grasp, while shifting sideways to maneuver behind it. The soft underbelly lacked the hardness of the forelimbs, and the longsword easily pierced through the carapace, churning its contents into a mush. Green chunks and white liquid spilled everywhere as the giant spider writhed frantically on the ground, struggling in vain. Without glancing back at the half-dead giant spider, a new opponent emerged before Renato. A battered giant spider suddenly lunged at Renato, and under the illumination of the flames, he could even see the metallic sheen on its 2 sharp forelimbs. With no way to retreat, Renato raised his shield. The 2 forelimbs pierced through the oak shield like javelins, once again catching him off guard. Fortunately, the spider's forelimbs did not strike his arms. Renato promptly discarded the ruined shield, gripping his sword with both hands, channeling all his strength to deliver a heavy blow to the spider's head. The 8 red compound eyes shattered along with the spider's head, and the massive creature immediately became a twitching corpse. This shell could fetch a good price. It's a waste to lose it, he thought. Hurry, help my brother. Next to a giant spider's corpse, little finger was entangled in white sticky webs. He tried to break free with his short sword, but not only did he fail to cut through the webs, he became even more ensnared. The giant spider beside Bag seemed to find the ensnared small figure easier to deal with than the large one wielding a giant axe, so it turned and charged at Joe. Amidst Littlefinger's trembling screams, Renato casually picked up a sharpened stick from the ground. The giant spider's speed was not fast, giving him time to aim. Estimating the lead, he threw it at the creature in front of Joe. The crooked stick lacked the strength to carry much power, and its wooden tip proved ineffective against the hard chitinous shell, leaving only a shallow white mark. But the unexpected attack momentarily bewildered the low-intelligence giant spider, which wildly attacked the surrounding air, only to be swiftly severed in the rear by Bag's axe. As Bag pulled the webbing off Joe, he mockingly said, "Littlefinger, your scream just now sounded like a woman's, and now your body shakes like one too. Go to hell. I almost died just now." It's all your fault, you big guy. You let the spider come at me. Hearing Joe's faint voice, Renato seriously suspected he had already wet his pants from fear only hidden beneath the webbing. The battle outside the cave ended in an instant. The once boastful crawlers were all down, their foul blood and entrails splattered across the open ground. However, the adventurers did not emerge unscathed. Contrary to expectations, it was not those on the open ground fighting the giant spiders who fell first, but the adventurers guarding the cave entrance. The adventurers underestimated the climbing abilities of these giant spiders and overestimated the defensive capabilities of the wooden stakes. One spider leaped down from a stake, its forelimbs piercing through the fragile leather, breaking open the young man's chest. That man was beyond saving, Renato assessed internally. The group moved the youth to a slightly flat rock. His chest heaved violently, blood gushing out in torrents, staining the ground beneath. Renato did not remember his name and had barely spoken to him, only Marcus squatting beside him, holding the bloodied hand of the youth, listening intently to his last words. The youth's lips moved, but he could not produce a single clear syllable, muttering something in his dying moments. Soon he lost consciousness, his limbs twitching, and Marcus gripped his hand tighter, quietly praying to some deity. He was dead, quietly lying on the ground, forever remaining in the illusionary forest. There was no funeral, no gravestone, not even a grave. The others divided the deceased's possessions among themselves, a few copper coins, an old spear, and a set of tattered leather armor. Renato took a dagger, as his own was too dull, the edge chipped in several places, unable even to cut through bread. Like a wolf. Looking at the stripped youth, Renato could not help but think of the wolf pack in the misty path. To survive, one must not waste a single bit, even if it means consuming the corpses of comrades. The battle outside the cave had just ended and silence swiftly descended within. Renato knew this was no good omen. It meant the clay golem had been slain inside, and yet a creature capable of killing it still lurked in the darkness. Perhaps it isn't so dire, he consoled himself with forced optimism. Maybe they destroyed each other. Yet regardless of Renato's speculations, they had no choice now. They must enter the spider warren. Old rules apply. First and first claim to the spider eggs. No matter how many there are, the silver is split evenly among the first group. Marcus spat a crimson-tinged wad onto the damp stone. I'm going in first. Who else? I'm with you, Bag replied without hesitation. For reasons Renato could never quite place, he always suspected beastkin blood ran in Bag's veins. Inwardly, Renato calculated over a dozen giant spiders lay dead outside, and the golem's assault had already claimed lives within. Few monsters should remain inside the warren. 20 silver coins gleamed just beyond reach, so close, so vital. He would not abandon them now. Count me in. 5 figures, torches flickering, advanced cautiously into the cavern. Bag glanced back, voice hushed. Littlefinger, you needn't force yourself. You can still turn back. Littlefinger, who had trembled violently moments before, had nonetheless joined the vanguard. Renato didn't know whether debt had driven him, but his own thoughts aligned with Bag's. He couldn't afford anyone faltering at the critical moment. A stocky, middle-aged man clutching a cleaver sneered, "Cowards should crawl home before they soil our path." Silence. Marcus led from the front. His voice was low, but absolute. The entire party fell still. Renato had never worked alongside Marcus before, yet the so-called deserter's composure had profoundly reshaped his impression. Perhaps the rumors were false. The resolute man before him bore no trace of one who would flee in battle. Damp air thickened with a pungent coppery stench. Grayish-white webs draped from walls and ceiling like spectral veils, obscuring their vision. A brittle crunch echoed beneath his boot. Renato crouched, lifting his torch to inspect. A desiccated animal skeleton, perhaps a deer, tightly enshrouded in hardened, glistening silk. As they pressed deeper, such silk-wrapped cocoons multiplied along the walls, some distinctly humanoid, faintly pulsing, yet no one suggested rescuing those within. Renato knew the truth after capture. Giant spiders injected prey with a dual-purpose toxin, paralyzing nerves into unconsciousness while simultaneously liquefying flesh from within. Those still breathing were not alive. They were corpses not yet dead. An unnatural stillness blanketed the warren. Though shallow, the cavern soon opened into its final chamber. An immense web filled the rear half of the cavern, its strands as thick as fingers festooned with mangled remnants of countless victims. At its center, dense clusters of egg sacs rose like grotesque hillocks, each nearly waist-high, their surfaces subtly undulating as if something stirred within. The clay golem lay toppled beside the web, its skull, shattered arms, severed chest fissured with deep cracks, one wound gaped across its shoulder, revealing gleaming metallic innards. Around it sprawled the ruins of dozens of giant spiders, crushed as though run through a hydraulic press, viscera and limb fragments splattered across stone and silk alike. Renato couldn't count them. Their remains were too thoroughly pulverized. Just as Renato hesitated where to step, the stocky man barreled toward the web's heart, counting the eggs aloud in exultant disbelief. 1, 2, 3. Ha ha ha, fortune's ours. 8 eggs, 160 silver crowns. A shadow detached itself from the ceiling. 8 crimson compound eyes glowed with malevolent light. Even in the cavern's dim gloom, Renato sensed the threat instantly, muscles coiling tight. But the predator did not target him. There was no time to shout a warning. A monstrous spider, larger than a bull, plummeted from above. Its forelimbs, razor-edged and scythe-like, cleaved effortlessly through the adventurer below. Like the golem before it, the man's arms sheared off in sprays of crimson. Then crushing mandibles slammed down, shattering his skull, sealing his fate. Death struck too swiftly for struggle. Only a single choked cry escaped his lips. Amid the horror, only Renato and Marcus, standing at the fore, reacted first. With a guttural roar, Marcus hurled himself at the beast. His military hook scythe pierced the chitinous joint with surgical precision, severing tendons, then leveraged the spider's own weight to snap one leg outright, toppling its balance. Renato grasped the veteran's intent instantly. He darted forward, circling wide to strike from the flank as the creature staggered. This cavern is their domain. The spiders ride silk and shadow across the walls. We cannot let it reclaim the ceiling. In Renato's gaze, the beast was not merely colossal. Each limb shimmered with an unnatural metallic luster. His sword's length denied safe reach to vulnerable joints, so he aimed instead for the soft, unarmored abdomen. A simple tactic, even beasts would see through it. To thwart Renato's flanking, the spider twisted violently, ignoring the side's wounds, and slashed downward with both forelimbs like twin scimitars. The vertical strike held no variation. No novice swordsman would commit so recklessly. Yet raw, overwhelming power transmuted folly into lethality. Blade met chitin in a shower of sparks. Renato felt as though he were parrying a falling guillotine. The impact jolted him backward, forcing 3 staggering steps. Bag wasted no time. His massive axe swung in a full arc, thick arms straining, driving the blade deep into the spider's viscera-laden belly. The soft abdomen burst like a watermelon spilling ichor. Renato did not know if spiders felt pain, but he knew with certainty that this one now felt fear. Even after Bag and Marcus shattered 2 more legs, the spider clawed frantically upward along its silk, inching toward escape, beyond their reach. FWSH. With Marcus and the big man blocking his line of sight, Joe's crossbow had remained idle. Until now. At last he loosed a bolt that pierced the spider's crimson eye with uncanny precision. The beast shrieked, plummeting belly up, limbs thrashing in futile spasms. It would have no second chance. Blades rained down, hacking, cleaving, reducing its body to ruin. The 4 stood watch a while longer, confirming no further spiders remained. Then together carried the egg sacs out of the cavern. The sacs proved far tougher than Renato expected. Their thick fibrous shells layered in resilient silk rendered them impervious to accidental drops. Yet their weight was formidable, evoking memories of hauling water barrels during his student days. Excellent. Intact exterior, all physiological metrics nominal. Vital biological activity confirmed. Perfect experimental specimens. The mage stroked the sacs reverently as though caressing a beloved partner. Satisfied, he extended his right hand. Light warped and the eggs vanished. This time Renato watched closely. The eggs dissolved from the mage's fingertips outward. That black ring, undoubtedly a spatial storage artifact. Quest: hunt giant spiders in the Phantom Forest's Mute Valley. No limit on numbers. Reward 5 silver per spider. Additional reward 20 silver per spider egg retrieved. Completed 2 spiders slain, 2 eggs delivered. Awarded 1000 experience points. As the adventurer's compendium materialized before him, Renato focused his will, and without hesitation invested all 1000 experience points into leveling his warrior class. Warrior level 3, 15,500. Warrior level 4, 515, 1000. A resonant orchestral fanfare swelled as the compendium's pages turned, revealing 4 distinct options. Renato blinked in surprise. Previous level-ups had never offered choices. Choose your archetype. 1. Combat Master, a scholar of martial arts devoted to the refinement and application of battlefield techniques. Masters integrate combat theory with history, aesthetics, and philosophy, embodying both scholarly depth and martial excellence. 2. Champion Warrior, a relentless seeker of victory, forging indomitable physical prowess to overcome peril and claim honor. Whether in the arena or on blood-soaked fields, the champion fights solely for the laurel of triumph. 3. Arcane Knight locked. 4. Psionic Samurai locked. New options cryptically described. Left Renato momentarily lost in thought. Arcane Knight and Psionic Samurai. Names alone betrayed their arcane nature. Had either been available, he'd have chosen one without hesitation. But locked away, he had no recourse but to weigh the others. He must choose between Combat Master and Champion Warrior. Ultimately, Renato selected Champion Warrior. The description promised profound martial skill, certainly admirable. But Renato needed tangible strength now. The champion's emphasis on physical fortitude offered the most immediate life-saving enhancement to his survival. With the archetype shift complete, a new talent unlocked. His first since attaining Warrior level 1 and gaining Dark Vision. Talent acquired: Spirit-forged body, harnessing unyielding will to transcend the flesh's limits. Resolve grants additional endurance. At 15, Resolve gain fatigue resistance. At 18, gain bonus constitution, saving throws. At 20, gain immunity to all energy types: acid, cold, fire, lightning, necrotic, poison, psychic, radiant, and thunder. Character profile: Renato de Fernando, race human, class champion, warrior level 4, 515, 1000. Dackers, chosen level 130. Hit points: 51, strength 14, constitution 13, dexterity 14, perception 15, intelligence 11, resolve 15. Talents: heavy armor proficiency, martial weapon proficiency, swordsmanship mastery, dark vision, spirit forged body. Skills: religious studies rank 6, historical lore rank 4 linguistics rank 4, tactical formation rank 3, horsemanship rank 2. Level up, granted 1 constitution. A warm current flooded his limbs and core, luxurious, soothing like the expert hands of a bathhouse attendant. Just as Renato savored the sensation, a sharp kick struck his calf, jolting him upright. "No daydreaming, young master," Joe whispered. "Time to collect our pay." The magnitude of their haul had utterly absorbed Renato in the archetypal choice, causing him instinctively to forget he still stood within the perilous phantom forest. A sobering lesson. This time only a kick. Next time, perhaps a knife in the ribs. Shaken, Renato steadied his breath and turned toward the approaching mage. A gleaming metal golem stood motionless beside him, summoned, Renato surmised while he read the compendium. The mage asked no questions, evidently certain of Renato's success, and simply handed him 5 gold coins. No miscalculation, no deduction. The coins gleamed, stamped with the sigil of a wizard's tower, the currency of Spacia, the southern city-state founded by mages. Stable in value, rich in gold content, unlike the volatile silver crowns. Even in the north, Renato had often used them. Once all had received their due, the party turned to looting the battlefield. Spider venom sacks and chitinous carapaces fetched high prices, and the warren still held untapped treasures awaiting discovery. As Renato pondered how best to extract a forelimb intact, the mage, apparently in high spirits, approached and said, "You've noticed it too, haven't you? The anomaly of these spiders." Without waiting for Renato's reply, he continued, "Giant spiders are mundane beasts, not magical creatures. Their colonies rarely exceed 10 individuals. Yet this brood defies precedent. Greater size, unprecedented social hierarchy, and most astonishingly, they have evolved innate spell-like abilities. My research confirms this isn't due to hybridization with other magical beings, but rather stems from an unknown origin. Their hardened forelimbs aren't physically reinforced, they're magically empowered. Those limbs themselves are arcane organs." Renato, uncertain of the mage's purpose, ventured his interpretation, similar to weapon enchantment, hence their unnatural resilience. Highly imprecise, but acceptable given you're no scholar. Watching adventurers shuttle spider entrails back and forth, the mage suddenly seemed to lose interest in conversation. He frowned. "How much longer will you linger here?" "We'll depart tomorrow," Renato estimated, gauging the cavern's dimensions. 9 people, or rather 8, should clear it before sunset. No later than noon tomorrow. He resolved to leave ample margin for error. The adventurers of Burika town continued to scavenge for loot, with no one caring about the employer's thoughts after the payment was settled. Adventurers do not offer after-sale service. Thus the mage, left alone with his golem, Renato only hoped he understood the rules of the illusionary forest. Gazing at the severed limbs of the giant spider that still twitched slightly, Renato sheathed his small knife. "I am not very familiar with the anatomy of the giant spider. I broke the venom sac twice, resulting in a loss of 1 silver coin. It seems that to make money, I need to learn more. Now that I have some money, I'll buy a guide to monsters from the guild when I return." Renato killed 2 giant spiders, but only the shell of the first one was relatively intact, allowing it to be sold in town. After extracting the tendons from the joints, Renato halted his work. With 4 spider forelegs, a piece of shell, and a sack full of insect tendons, Renato calculated in his mind, in addition to those dealt with by the golem in the cave, if we split them evenly, I can get 3 forelegs. Unfortunately, the golem had destroyed everything too thoroughly, leaving no complete shell or venom sac. He tied up the 7 forelegs with ropes, secured the sack full of tendons, and then joined the others in scavenging the spider's lair. Avoiding areas already searched by those who arrived earlier, Renato bent down, sifting through the remnants clearly belonging to small animals, focusing solely on humanoid cocoons. As he pried open the layers of remarkably resilient gray webs with the tip of his sword, the first thing that caught his eye was a decayed piece of leather armor and a humanoid skeleton. After rummaging for a long time, Renato found nothing of value, only a rusted short sword that was nearly fused with the finger bones. Having found nothing, this was the norm for adventuring. Renato turned to another cocoon, continuing his search, hoping for a better outcome. At night, in the clearing outside the cave, the adventurers of Burika town began their celebration. The sharp stakes and wooden sticks used to combat the giant spider during the day now served as fuel, while the giant spider's hind legs that could not be taken were directly tossed into the fire, and the shattered pieces of shell became containers for soup. Adventurers would extract every bit of value from their spoils. Striking the spider legs with stones, the heated shell shattered, revealing pale grayish flesh. Initially, Renato refused. He could hardly imagine what kind of person would attempt to eat such a foul-smelling insect oozing green juice. However, after taking a bite, he quickly set aside these useless prejudices. "It's really delicious." The spider leg's meat was excessively firm. He had to tear it to take a bite. With simple roasting and no seasoning, the rich sweetness burst forth on his tongue with distinct fibers and remarkable elasticity. Chewing it, he could even feel the thick muscle fibers. It had a satisfying chew. Marcus extracted the fatty liver of the giant spider and placed it in the shell to stew. Renato did not believe that giant spiders had livers, nor did he consider that grayish-white organ to be a liver, but he admitted that it actually tasted quite good. Despite the unappetizing appearance of the gray-green broth, and its off-putting smell reminiscent of boiled rotten fish, Renato still felt a long-lost sense of satisfaction upon drinking it. The copious amount of fat masked the fishy taste. Perhaps it was because he had not consumed fat for so long that he unexpectedly found this soup quite fragrant. So how is it? Tastes good, right? Marcus blew on the soup in his hands. When I first tried this, I was even more resistant than you. Renato took another bite of the roasted spider leg and curiously inquired, where did you learn this? Most people wouldn't think of eating this. Back then I was younger than you, just a kid. A sheep was lost from a nearby village, and my uncle, a soldier, suspected it was a group of goblins. He said he would take me to practice. Marcus chuckled a couple of times, gazing into the distance as if reminiscing, but there were no goblins, it was a group of giant spiders. I was so scared that my legs went weak. Luckily my uncle reacted quickly and pulled me deep into the forest. Those giant creatures went mad, chasing us relentlessly. We had to circle in the forest to evade them, hiding for several days. Later my uncle found an opportunity to take out a lone one, but we couldn't start a fire, so we had to eat it raw. He forced that gray-green thing into my mouth, while I adamantly refused to touch it. I still remember him shouting while he stuffed it in, you can't starve, even if it's shit you have to swallow it. Marcus added some wood to the fire, and Renato, intrigued by the story, asked what happened next. How did you escape? Marcus, who had just been smiling, suddenly seemed a bit disheartened. After a moment of silence, he responded softly, later, my uncle led me in a wide circle, nearly losing all our gear, and finally we escaped. When we returned to the village, he said he was going to report to the Lord in the city, and from then on I never saw him again. Only when I grew older did I realize that the armor my uncle discarded to escape in the forest was not his own, but rather borrowed from the Lord. He sold our little house in the village to pay off debts, but it still wasn't enough. He had to go to the city to earn money to repay the debts. Then he disappeared, probably dead. In the morning, Renato tied the shell and spider legs to his back, carrying a bag of tendons oozing blood in his left hand and a long sword in his right, following behind Marcus. They found nothing valuable in the spider's lair. Most of the deceased's weapons and armor were rusted beyond use. The only notable find was a dozen copper coins wrapped in deep green rust. Renato hoped they could still be used. The remaining 8 adventurers were distinctly divided into 2 teams, progressing along the banks of the mirror lake, one in front of the other. Xiao, Beige, Marcus, and Renato walked behind, deliberately keeping their distance from the front team. Since the mage left, the atmosphere had been somewhat off. When scarred-faced Masha spoke up, both sides nearly resorted to violence. We fought together, killed the spider together, everyone put in effort, so logically this gold coin should be evenly split, right? What do you think, big guy? With a face full of freckles, Masha played with a dagger in her hand, flanked by 3 adventurers surrounding Beige, who was roasting by the fire. Trying to rob my money. Beige gripped his giant axe tightly, refusing to back down. You can try, bitch. Renato drew his longsword, forcing back the bald man behind Beige. This time he could not remain uninvolved. He and Beige had both received payment for the spider eggs. If he allowed the other party to extort Beige, he would likely be the next victim. The bald adventurer was quite surprised by Renato's intervention, retreating to avoid the sword's edge, while threatening, this is none of your business, don't seek death. You broke the rules first. Marcus approached with his combat sickle. We agreed beforehand, whoever enters first gets the money. Masha raised the crossbow on her back, shouting sharply, no one can take my money alone. My crossbow doesn't have eyes. My crossbow, however, is quite perceptive. Watch your face, darling. Xiao moved around the hillside, raising his hand crossbow. I advise you to calm down, Masha. That night, both sides spent the night in mutual vigilance, ultimately not engaging in real combat. But Renato understood in his heart that the real conflict had yet to erupt. This was merely a test, a prelude. The real adventurers of Burika Town would never let such an opportunity slip by. No matter how fast they moved forward, Renato and his companions remained tightly behind. They could not afford to give their opponents time to set an ambush. The illusory forest was rife with places to hide, and everyone present understood this principle. Thus the 4 of them tacitly quickened their pace. The light gradually dimmed, and a grayish mist replaced the sky. Visibility was poor on the misty path, filled with numerous forks, making it easy to lose track of their target. Xiao pulled out his hand crossbow and said coldly, why don't we strike first and take them out? Bag clenched his giant axe tightly, panting. I've wanted to chop that bitch for a long time, let's just do it. Marcus turned to Renato, his gaze seemingly seeking his opinion. After 3 months of fleeing and adventuring to survive, Renato had no choice but to kill many people. Some were irredeemable villains, and others were well-meaning, yet ignorant, good people. He bore little psychological burden regarding this. Seeing Renato nod in agreement, Marcus lowered his voice significantly, prepare to act. However, as the 4 quietly approached the location of their opponents, the group, led by scarred-faced Marcia, had already discarded their heavy spoils and stood ready. Clearly both sides shared the same intention, eager to determine the victor here. Without any unnecessary words, Bag was the first to charge, swinging his giant axe in an attempt to smash the shield before him. But the opponent was not a wooden target. The seasoned fighter deftly angled the shield to absorb most of the force and immediately countered with a sword thrust. Marcus protected Bag's flank, guarding against a bald adventurer wielding a spiked mace trying to ambush Bag from his unprotected side. Due to poor shooting conditions, Xiao shot an arrow and then discarded his crossbow, drawing his sword to join the fray. Renato, positioned on the far right of the team, stood atop a small hill. This was the highest point in the vicinity, also the ideal shooting position. The sound of blades brushing against clothing echoed and footsteps grew closer. Renato knew he had guessed correctly. Looking at Marcia's freckled face, he gave her no time to react and ruthlessly drew his sword. But the opponent was also experienced. In her surprise, she instinctively raised her crossbow, deflecting this deadly strike. Renato's long sword was impeded, failing to hit her throat, instead slicing across her face, leaving a bloody mark. Marcia dropped her damaged crossbow and rolled down the slope in a disheveled manner, creating distance. She drew the short sword from her waist, standing her ground, her eyes fixed intently on Renato. Amateur in swordsmanship, Renato evaluated inwardly. Attacking short with a long weapon, why not try to close the distance instead of pulling away? He stepped forward, delivering a simple, straightforward thrust from above. While Marcia retreated, she attempted to block with her short sword. Renato did not grant her a second chance. He twisted his wrist, changing the blade's direction, and before she could react, he severed half of Marcia's hand. The short sword fell to the ground, and Marcia, clutching her bleeding stump, screamed in agony. As Renato approached step by step, her legs gave way, and she collapsed to the ground. "Don't come near. Don't kill me, please. I can give you money. Yes, I have a lot of money in Fried City, I can." The sharp tip of the sword sliced effortlessly through flesh, piercing her throat, cutting off her trachea and esophagus, thus ending her unfinished plea. Adventurers coming to Eureka Town are all broke. In your next life, you should come up with a more decent reason to beg for mercy before you die. Watching the corpse twitch, slightly blood staining the nearby bushes, Renato nodded in satisfaction. No damage to the leather armor, good, it should fetch a decent price. Looking down at the battle scene below, it seemed he was not needed. The fight was nearing its end. Only the swordsman with a shield surrounded by 3 others was struggling to hold on. Soon his lower leg was caught by a hook, and he was pulled down to the ground. The giant axe then executed a clean strike, severing his head. Seeing Marcus look up at him, Renato smiled and waved. They began to drag the corpses together and started dividing the spoils. From Marcia's money pouch, Renato found 6 silver coins and 40 copper coins, as well as a silver ring from the severed hand. Aside from these easily transportable valuables, there was also a small-sized leather breastplate, a pair of worn-out boots, a set of bracers, and a solidly made short sword. "Where's the crossbow?" from Scarred Face. "He'll trade with you. The crossbow's arm is broken. Do you still want it?" "Let me see." Xiao took the damaged crossbow in both hands. What a pity, this was a good crossbow, but the crucial part is broken. To fix it, it might cost quite a bit. "Quit the nonsense, little finger. What will you trade?" Renato tried to wear the newly acquired bracers, but unfortunately the straps were too short and couldn't be fastened. Xiao produced a short bow. "How about this short bow? The wood is from hickory, it's quite sturdy. Trade for something else. I don't use a bow much, and it doesn't sell for much either." "What about this chainmail vest? I tell you, I lost a lot." Renato glanced at it and immediately recognized its quality. This is low-quality armor produced in Eureka Town, made of pig iron, too soft, and the iron rings vary in size, sparse, like a tattered fishing net. Most importantly, it was not made as a single piece, but linked together with straps from the shoulders. A new one is only worth 5 silver coins. This one is covered in rust with several rings unhooked. As it is stolen goods, probably no one would buy it for even 1 silver coin. "Little finger, if you don't want to trade, just say so. There's no need to waste time." After some haggling, Renato successfully traded for a one-handed mace from Xiao. Marcus leaned against a large tree, sharpening his black bread with a dagger. Seeing the two finish their dealings, he spoke up. "Let's pick up and throw away some things. The road ahead won't be easy. Don't forget the rules of the illusory forest." Indeed, the rules of the illusory forest, Renato thought in the mist. There are various beasts and magical creatures, and they are quite intelligent, generally not attacking large groups of adventurers. This is why the adventurers' teams in Eureka Town often wait until they are 10 strong before setting out. At this moment, the misty trail was like a shy girl deliberately hiding from the eager adventurers, quietly observing from a distance. But if the adventurers' packs are full exhausted and suffer heavy casualties, the misty path begins to reveal its enthusiastic side. The 4 of them tossed all the spider tendons and shells into the woods to lighten their load. Renato only took 6 intact spider legs securely tied along with the leather armor and other spoils on his back. This way it not only lightened their weight and avoided encumbrance, but also allowed him to drop items at any time. The other 3 did the same reluctantly, letting go of their hard-earned possessions. In the illusory forest, it is the master. As adventurers, you must obey its rules. The 4 did not rest, pushing through the night, hoping to return to Eureka Town as soon as possible. Unlike their arrival, they were now filled with coins, yet their bodies and minds were exhausted, not wanting any further complications. But during the adventure, the future is always unpredictable. The more one tries to avoid something, the more likely it is to encounter it. Listening to the howls of wolves rising and falling, Renato understood that a battle was inevitable. In the darkness, the gray-white mist seemed to thicken further, limiting their already dim vision. Bag tightly gripped his giant axe, mumbling incantations in a language that Renato had never heard before, perhaps in prayer. Marcus continued to pray softly, and with his extensive religious knowledge, Renato recognized that he was invoking Shantia, the deity who presides over nourishment and growth. Dropping their spoils, the 4 grouped together, each guarding a direction, while simultaneously covering each other's backs. The wolf pack did not delay, and after a brief assessment, they launched their attack. On the misty path, the roles of hunter and prey often exchanged. If one could not quickly defeat their opponent, they might attract even more powerful predators. Listening to the increasingly close howls of wolves, Renato kept an eye on the movements around him, while also watching the gray wolf gradually appear before him. Its gray-brown fur enveloped its skeletal outline with a sunken belly and clearly visible ribs. It seemed these wolves were not in good condition. Oh, was it because winter was approaching? Renato's mind wandered. As if sensing his indifference, the gray wolf before him bared its teeth and growled, trying to attract his attention. Meanwhile, another gray wolf crouched low, slowly closing in from the side. A clever beast, it waited until it was close enough to reveal its fangs before lunging at him. 2 days of adventure-long journeys, continuous battles combined with taut nerves and lack of rest, indeed, left Renato feeling weary. Yet he sensed that he still had strength left. He was far from reaching his limits. Faced with such an obvious feint, he swiftly thrust out his long sword. Seeing the sword aimed at him, the gray wolf unexpectedly opened its mouth, seemingly attempting to shatter the sword's tip with its sharp fangs. Ultimately, a beast is just a beast. Of flesh cannot triumph over steel. The exquisitely decorated steel longsword pierced into the wolf's snout, tearing apart half of its face, prompting a wailing cry from the gray wolf as it shook its head and retreated. With no time to follow up, Renato sidestepped to evade another wolf's attack, simultaneously swinging his sword back to slice open its belly, spilling out twitching, slippery innards. The retreat and advance of the wolf pack were equally decisive. After leaving a few corpses behind with a long howl, the surrounding wolves retreated like a receding tide. The wolf pelts, once processed, should have a good market in town, but the group had no time to deal with the wolf corpses. Resuming their journey with the spoils they had just dropped, the four set off again. However, perhaps it was the fresh scent of wolf blood on bag or the stench from the giant spider's limbs, but new hunters were silently closing in. Renato believed he was mentally prepared, but when a beast larger than a small elephant emerged from the shadows, he couldn't help but gasp in shock. Like some kind of unnatural magical creature, the body, resembling a giant bear, was topped with a colossal owl head magnified dozens of times. Its body was covered in astonishingly dense coal-gray feathers, and a pair of enormous golden eyes fixed on the four, exuding pure murderous intent. As a crossbow bolt embedded itself in the thick feathers of the owl bear, the next moment a deafening shriek echoed through the misty path. It charged forward. With powerful hind legs pushing off the ground, the massive body erupted with terrifying speed that belied its size, instantly covering dozens of feet. Targeted by the beast, Renato remained calm. He skillfully dodged the deadly lunge. While evading, he thrust his long sword into the owl bear's side. The blade pierced through fur and flesh caught between its ribs. A whooshing sound came. Renato had no time to extract the stuck sword as he quickly ducked again to avoid the owl bear's razor-like claws. The military hook sickle stabbed like a spear, leaving several wounds of various sizes on the chest of the giant beast. The giant axe also sent feathers flying from its back. However, compared to the owl bear's enormous size, these attacks seemed utterly insignificant. Marcus narrowly avoided the deadly peck of the beak. Listening to the horrifying crack sound, Renato would bet that it could definitely crush a horse's spine. Bag positioned at the back failed to notice the beast turning and was sent flying. The giant axe, like Renato's long sword, remained lodged in the owl bear's body. It felt as if he were tossed aside by a bull. A thought flashed through Renato's mind. At that moment, he had no time to check on Bag's condition. Facing the rampaging owl bear, Marcus was like a leaf caught in the wind, in constant danger. Unbinding the spiked mace at his waist, Renato charged forward. Staring into those fearsome golden eyes, he swung the mace, bringing the head down hard onto the owl bear's massive arm. Then Renato felt the ground beneath him suddenly vanish, and all he could hear was the whistling wind as his vision began to swirl wildly. A sharp pain seized him, and in an instant he felt as though he were drowning, unable to breathe. The pain rendered his muscles numb, nearly incapacitating his thoughts. He even experienced an illusion, feeling that time had become unbearably long. As the pain subsided, consciousness gradually returned to his body. Renato picked up the spiked mace beside him, moving his painful joints as he strained to stand and survey the current situation. The dull ache in his body was still fading. Renato knew this did not mean his injuries had healed, but rather that adrenaline was surging, temporarily suppressing his pain. On the battlefield, Bag had returned to the fight, at some point single-handedly wielding a shield to fend off the owlbear's attacks. The sturdy ironwood shield was riddled with dents and cracks, and a horrifying wound bleeded profusely from his chest. Marcus darted around, using the hook sickle to restrain the monster. His expression remained resolute, yet his arms trembled from fatigue, as Renato knew he could not hold out much longer. I can't delay any longer. I must end this battle, or else. Despite the thoughts racing through his mind, Renato charged forward at full speed, closing in on the almost mad owlbear. The owlbear struck with its claws, piercing through the thin iron sheet with a dull creaking sound, sending a flurry of wood chips flying. Despite such a heavy blow, the shield remained loyal to its duty, maintaining its integrity, but the impact still knocked Bag, who held the shield back. The owlbear shook off Marcus' hook sickle, but at the cost of a chunk of flesh being torn off attached to bloodstained feathers. It extended its neck, aiming to bite down on Renato, who was charging toward it. A bolt flying from afar struck its cheek, causing it to halt momentarily. With the speed carried by his charge, Renato gripped the mace tightly, pouring all his strength into the blow as he turned and twisted his body. The spiked head of the mace traced a brief arc accurately smashing against the owl bear's massive beak. The yellow-black keratin beak cracked inch by inch, exploding into a large chunk of curved debris. With blood dripping, the owl bear howled in pain, its massive head snapping violently to the side from the heavy blow. It staggered back a few steps, shaking its pained head, seemingly trying to regain its composure, but soon after it began to spit out foamy saliva. Foam seeped from the cracks in its beak, coating its lower jaw and chest feathers. The massive body began to sway uncontrollably, and its limbs gradually stiffened. It's poisoned. It's poisoned. A distant voice shouted excitedly, "Young master, kill it. Don't just stand there. Act fast." Renato ignored Joe's nonsensical chatter. He had read about such ferocious beasts in books, and the more desperate they became, the more crazed they were. The nearly insane owl bear suddenly calmed down, pacing slowly to the side, while tilting its head, scrutinizing Renato. In those golden eyes, Renato could discern no emotion, nor could he feel any intent to kill or madness. The pushed-back bag rushed back to the battlefield. The owl bear roared at him, and he did not back down, angrily cursing back in the northern dialect. Marcus also readied his military hook sickle, preparing for the next assault. The enormous owl bear vanished into the mist of the woods just as it had arrived. Despite its numerous wounds and seemingly imminent demise in the darkness of night, no one was willing to gamble their lives. I did it. Fortunately, I had the presence of mind to poison the arrowheads with the giant spider's venom. Unlike the shouting and running Joe, Bag, who had just been fiercely courageous, was now swaying and nearly collapsing to the ground. Luckily, Marcus was there to support him, helping him sit down slowly. Bag's left arm was bent unnaturally, with splinters having pierced through his cotton armor. It seemed the shield had not completely blocked the owl bear's attack. The most serious injury was the wound on his chest. The hardened cowhide was as fragile as burlap under the owl bear's claws, leaving a massive gash on Bag's chest, blood gushing forth and staining him crimson. Marcus struggled to remove Bag's shattered leather armor and used clean water to wash the wound somewhat. Renato dumped the coagulation powder from his bag onto Bag's chest and pressed it with coagulation cotton, while Marcus tightly bound the wound with bandages. Marcus then found 2 branches and fashioned a makeshift splint with the remaining bandages to stabilize Bag's left arm. "What are you guys doing? We need to move quickly, otherwise. We can't waste any more time here. The big guy has lost so much blood, he's doomed." "Hey, young master, don't mind that deserter lunatic. We need to hurry." Joe tried to gesture to Renato with urgency. "Or, how about we bring up the rules of Brika Town?" Renato raised his spiked hammer and coldly glared at Joe, calmly saying, "I advise you to think carefully before acting, Joe. Right now, Brika Town's rules are of no importance here. Or do you want me to personally explain to you what the rules of Brika Town are?" As he watched Renato step closer, Joe took 2 steps back, bewilderment filling his eyes. "This is absurd. Are you mad? Are you all mad? He is already a dead man. If we delay any longer, we will all die here." Bag, who had remained silent since falling, now spoke up, his voice no longer strong, but weak. "Littlefinger is right. You all should go. I can't last this time. I'm not a coward. I am not afraid of death. Dying in battle is the fate of the northern warriors. My ancestors will guide my soul." "Don't say that, kid. You are still alive. Your soul is right here, and the gods will not take it away." Marcus struggled to support Bag, the weight and fatigue nearly immobilizing the old soldier. Renato supported Bag's other arm, sharing the weight as the 2 of them helped him move slowly along the path. "Don't worry, Bag. If any monsters come after us, we will definitely leave you behind. But for now, just hold on, or at least get me to dawn." Listening to Renato's words, Bag managed a weak smile, gritting his teeth to stay awake as he moved forward with their assistance. Sunlight pierced through the thick fog, and the darkness that lingered in the woods dissipated. Along the way, they encountered no more monsters. Renato speculated that perhaps the scent of the owl bear clinging to them had frightened off other creatures. The owl bear that had attacked them did not pursue any further, which left Renato quite puzzled. He had seen descriptions of owl bears in more than one book. They were said to possess low intelligence and lack the ability to judge the situation. Once they fixated on prey, they would relentlessly pursue it in their territory, even if it sometimes led to their own demise. However, it was indeed heavily injured and had taken Renato's fine steel longsword. Decoratively crafted and perfectly balanced, it suited him well. Because of the hurried departure and the need to assist Bag, Renato was unable to take most of the spoils. But he had no regrets. After all, he did not belong to this world. Imralarial, the name given to this world by the ancient elven gods in legend. Humans simplified the complex pronunciations of the elven language, simply referring to it as Iriel. To survive, Renato could be as cunning and ruthless as the adventurers of Brika Town, even if in his view they acted like uncivilized beasts. Yet some things could not be changed. Even though Renato had been forced to alter many aspects of himself deep inside, he still involuntarily clung to certain principles and bottom lines. Perhaps in the eyes of others it was utterly trivial, merely a form of self-comfort and self-deception. Nonetheless, at least it proved that he was still a man of earth, not one of these ignorant and backward Iriel people. Upon reaching Brika Town, Marcus and Joe brought the unconscious Bag to a small temple dedicated to the mother of Water Atis. To Renato, the priest of the Tranquil Ones seemed the most out of place in this small town. They cared for the injured, performed divine arts, sought no faith, and asked for no reward. As for whether the priests of Adis were as noble as the rumors suggested, Renato could not personally experience that. Due to his identity as a cultist, he had always kept his distance from various priests, treating sacred places like temples with great reverence. Pressing the Dakul mark on his chest, he could not help but sigh. After all, there are indeed gods in Iriel. I do not wish to be struck by divine arts. According to the records of many religious texts, the followers of Dakul were considered more evil than the devils of the 9 hells. Renato moved his stiff limbs, finding no fractures that should only be bruises from the fall. On his character panel, his health had only dropped a few points, theoretically recoverable with a good night's sleep. However, just to be safe, I should buy a healing potion at the guild to avoid lingering injuries. Moreover, he needed to purchase a new weapon. The absence of the longsword at his waist made Renato feel uncomfortable. The Adventurers Guild here also had a magic shop, but due to the expensive prices, few adventurers frequented it. Most of the time, it served merely as a magic item appraisal center for the guild in Brika Town. The shop was located in a 2-story wooden house, not very large, with a sign above the door inscribed in common tongue, Cauldron and Jokes. The manager of the store was a sorcerer named Oliver. However, Renato found it difficult to associate the middle-aged man with a bushy beard before him with a spellcaster. Oliver, puffing on a pipe, looked up at Renato. The appraisal fee is 25 copper coins. If you appraise more than 5 items, you get a 20 discount. He tapped the nearby wooden board. If you want to sell first, check the item list next door. No bargaining. I came here to buy magic items. Renato flicked a gold coin into the air, catching it deftly and stowing it away. Seeing the flying gold coin in his hand, Oliver immediately stood up, tidied his hair, and put on a warm smile. You've come to the right place. May I ask what kind of magic items you need? I recommend this newly arrived magic ring. It allows you to breathe freely underwater like a fish. It's currently 30 off, just 35 gold coins. I want a sword, preferably made of metal and enchanted. The healing potion could be bought later. Gazing at the shelves filled with goods, Renato decided to first explore some magical items, satisfying his curiosity since he wasn't actually planning to buy anything. A dark silver longsword, slightly curved at the blade, resembling a scimitar with a natural pattern that looked like a tear near the hilt. Renato attempted to swing it, but found the longsword stuck in the weapon rack, unable to be pulled out. Sorry, we do not offer magic item trial services. Oh, only I can demonstrate it for you. Oliver wielded the oddly shaped longsword. The entire sword seemed unusually light, giving Renato the illusion that he was swinging air. This is a longsword produced by elven craftsman named Moon Touch. It is not only forged entirely from mithril, but also imbued with elven magic. After being drawn, it emits moonlight in the dark. An exquisite piece of art. Renato touched the blade, but the price of 50 gold coins forced him to voice insincere words. It feels too light. It lacks a sense of power when swung. And what use is it to glow at night? Does it make for a better target? Then take a look at this one. It will definitely meet your requirements. Crafted from mithril, hand-forged by a runesmith. The blade is inscribed with unique dwarven runes, making the originally hard blade even tougher. Renato looked at the orc slayer, which was thick and sturdy with a simplistic pattern etched with dense runes bearing a distinct dwarven style. The material of the hilt was peculiar. Oliver also did not know what it was, but it felt smooth and comfortable in hand. This longsword left Renato even more satisfied. He couldn't find any flaws. He could only respond honestly. 100 gold coins is too expensive, and it doesn't have any real spells. It lacks cost-effectiveness. Our shop currently only has these 2 magical longswords in storage. Would you mind waiting? I can contact the guild, and in a while they will send a list. It should take about 2 days for the goods to arrive. What about this sword? Renato pointed to a corner of the shelf where a rather ancient-looking broadsword was displayed. This sword is not a magical longsword, but the issue lies elsewhere. It has some historical issues. Oliver hesitated, his tone seeming somewhat conflicted. The sword is about 1.5 meters long, a 2-handed sword, solidly constructed, narrow at the front and wide at the back with a reasonable balance, making it a traditionally good sword. Stop teasing me, just tell me what the problem with this sword is. This sword is theoretically a half-finished product. It comes from a young blacksmith in Fried City. Oliver knocked the ashes from his pipe. This reckless young man dared to try forging a weapon using mithril orichalcum and steel simultaneously. Disregarding the blacksmith master's objections, he stole materials from the blacksmith guild, resulting in the creation of this sword. Then why not just reforge it? A 2-handed sword is inconvenient to swing indoors, so Renato could only gesture with his hands. Besides, I can't feel that this sword is any lighter than a steel sword. Did it not contain much mithril? The blacksmith masters tried repeatedly. The forge's temperature indeed could not melt this longsword. Perhaps some unknown change occurred due to the mixing of the 3 metals. Oliver sighed, and this is precisely the problem. Simultaneously merging orichalcum and mithril causes them to lose their inherent properties. Because the weight of orichalcum and steel hinders the lightness of mithril weapons, and due to the texture of mithril and steel, the hardness of orichalcum weapons cannot be mentioned, and because orichalcum and mithril are added, the cheapness of steel weapons no longer exists. Moreover, its materials belong to the guild's common property, leading to ownership disputes, so no one was willing to spend money on further enchanting it, ultimately having to be stored for sale at the Adventurers Guild. I don't even know how long it has been here. When I came 4 years ago, this sword was already placed in this corner. Then how much does this sword cost? As long as it's cheap, it shouldn't be hard to sell, right? Oliver rubbed his hands together helplessly, saying, its price is of course very cheap, but it contains orichalcum and mithril. To compensate for the loss of raw materials, the blacksmith guild requires a minimum price of 10 gold coins. 3 gold coins. This sword is worth that much, Renato said expressionlessly as he haggled. It only has a bit of orichalcum and mithril. Most of it is steel, and the materials aren't worth much. Impossible. Look at the hardness of this sword. Look at its blue reflection. The orichalcum content can't be low. Even for daily use, its sharpness far exceeds that of ordinary blades. But I can give you a discount. How about 20 off? 4 gold coins. That is the absolute limit for this metal. I'm interested in its metallic properties and don't need it as a sword. If it weren't for your claim that the forge's high temperature cannot melt it, I wouldn't spend this extra money. You make things difficult for me. After all, I'm just working for the guild, and the pricing is determined by them. My autonomy here is limited. 6 gold coins. Consider it a loss to make a friend. 5 gold coins. If not, then forget it. I really can't offer that price. Please don't make a joke out of me. Just listen to me. Renato turned to leave without any hesitation. Just as he stepped out of the door of Cauldron and Jokes, he heard Oliver's gritted voice. 5 gold coins. Not a single coin less. Damn, how can this kid's willpower be so strong? After Renato left, Oliver filled out the price list that needed to be submitted to the guild. The suggestion spell didn't work on him at all. It must be that I'm not in good form today. At the end of the price list, Oliver smoothly signed his name. But it's not bad. At least it sold. Earning 1 gold coin is still money. Renato wielded the newly acquired longsword with great affection. It was both his tool for survival and one of his few hobbies at this moment. The blade bore no extravagant decorations, adhering instead to the traditional design of a human two-handed sword, with everything serving the purpose of pure combat efficacy. Renato appreciated the practical aesthetics of human combat. Gazing at the pale blue sheen on the blade under the sunlight, Renato decided to name it Lady Silence. This name was not born from any malicious whim. As a longsword that had long been neglected in a corner, he found it quite fitting. Despite Oliver's low opinion of it, Renato believed this sword to be nearly perfect. It's harder than mithril and steel weapons, more resilient and lightweight than gold and steel, and cheaper than both. Apart from lacking enchantments, it's simply the perfect weapon. Such a fine sword, yet it has gathered dust in a corner for so long because of the short-sightedness of these Irelians. Adjusting the strap, Renato slung his Lady Silence across his back and took out a vial of healing potion. This was a gift. Renato recalled Oliver's expression as if he had eaten a fly and couldn't help but chuckle. Swallowing the transparent brown liquid, it tasted like spicy alcohol, leaving a bitter aftertaste on his tongue. The taste was indeed terrible, but he hoped the effects would not disappoint. Brika Town was as noisy as ever, and the return of the four did not stir up any waves. The one-eyed Holly was still shouting in the square announcing quests. Several complete deer hides and the stinking entrails hung on wooden racks by the roadside. The awful smell did not affect Renato's appetite as he approached a familiar tavern. The Last Drink was the tavern Renato frequented the most, and it was here that he usually gathered information. The tavern was sparsely populated, and he chose a seat at random before calling the owner to order. "Have you made some money, young master? What will you have?" The owner named Gain ran this small shop alone. Despite his beard turning white, he remained robust, rivaling any young man. "What's available now? Just so you know, I only eat hot food. Don't try to pass off leftovers on me." Renato ordered a serving of stewed meat, 2 boiled eggs, and a piece of white bread. He did not order any alcohol as Renato found it hard to consider the slightly sour murky liquid as a drink. When he first arrived, he had filled his water skin with light beer, leaving him puzzled as to why the townsfolk did not drink water. The only utensil was a soup spoon with the white bread serving in place of a bowl. Renato ladled the meat soup into the bread. The broth was warm, infused with the aroma of fat. Several unknown vegetables had also been stewed to a soft consistency, releasing a natural sweetness, while the salted chunks of cured meat added a unique flavor to the soup. "I did not waste the 10 copper coins I spent," Renato thought to himself, feeling quite satisfied. Although he had splurged all 5 gold coins he had just earned, Renato still planned to treat himself. He might not be able to visit the bathhouse in town, but enjoying a good meal was certainly within reach. Despite the simple seasoning, just a sprinkle of salt, it had Renato's appetite stirring. He never expected to find such a level of satisfaction in such simple food. As he ate, he couldn't help but reflect on his previous eating habits: fast food, heavy seasoning, and copious spices. In comparison, this simple, yet warm meal moved him somewhat. Renato fished out the chunks of turnip that had sunk to the bottom of the soup, eating them along with the bread. After dining to his heart's content, Renato decided to visit the nearby vendor to sell off the excess items he had on him. After paying 60 copper coins for rent at the front desk, Renato returned to his room at the inn. It was time for his daily accounting. He emptied the coins from his pouch, counting them one by one. The short sword sold for 1 silver and 15 copper. The silver ring was too light and poorly crafted, only fetching 1 silver, and that shabby dagger sold for 32 copper. Adding in Martha's donation, Renato now had a total of 10 silver coins and 97 copper coins on hand. "This amount of money is hardly enough to survive the winter in the city," Renato calculated, "and I also need to buy a book on monster knowledge. The memories from my noble upbringing offer limited adventure knowledge, and the knowledge of the original self is becoming insufficient. I need to keep earning money not just to survive. A sudden thought crossed his mind as the Adventurer's Guide popped up and Renato checked his panel. Character Renato de Fernando. Race human. Class champion warrior level 4, 515, 1000. Docker divine. Favored level 130. Health 5151. Strength 14. Constitution 13. Dexterity 14. Perception 15. Intelligence 11. Determination 15. Specialties proficient in heavy armor, proficient in military weapons, swordsmanship, specialization, dark vision, mental control. Skills religion knowledge level 6, history knowledge level 4, a linguistics level 4, a group tactics level 3, writing level 2. Reflecting on the two specialties he had acquired, Renato couldn't help but feel excited. Dark vision allows me to see up to 120 feet in darkness as if it were daylight. Even in completely pitch black caves, I can still make out the silhouette of a giant spider on the ceiling. Mental control goes without saying. After 3 days of arduous travel and numerous near-death experiences, I still had the energy to haggle and sell items at the magic shop after returning. Although the original self had witnessed many spells and divine arts in memory, when the extraordinary power truly descended upon him, Renato still felt immensely invigorated. In his excitement, he began planning for the future. I must continue in this line of adventuring not only to earn money to eat, but also for the experience needed for future upgrades. Moreover, it seems the experience points are correlated with the difficulty of the quests themselves. Renato compared this task with past ones. The tasks I previously took on at the guild were mostly exploratory or collection tasks, which posed little risk. The main threats came from unknown monsters and traps along the way. I need to pay more attention to these high-experience tasks. The experience required for leveling up is increasingly demanding. Dozens of points are merely a drop in the bucket, far from sufficient for leveling up. I need tasks that offer more experience. If all else fails, I'll look for private jobs similar to this one. Private jobs refer to tasks not released through the Adventurers Guild with payment made directly by the employer. The advantage is that there is no guild cut, allowing both parties to earn more. The downside is the lack of any guarantees, relying solely on mutual trust. In most private jobs, underpayment and miscalculation of rewards are considered fortunate outcomes. If an introducer is involved, private jobs tend to be somewhat more reliable. Renato secretly resolved to seek out Littlefinger and the One-Eyed Man tomorrow. It was time for him to start taking private jobs. In the morning at the table of the last cup, Renato encountered the drunken Xiaoji. After being pushed awake, Xiao looked at Renato in confusion, as if trying to recognize who he was, then covered his head and gasped, "Get me a glass of water, young master, my head feels like it's going to split open. We only have light beer. Stop talking nonsense, my throat is on fire." After gulping it down, Xiao let out a satisfied sigh, then suddenly remembered something and hurriedly patted his waist pocket, followed by an angry shout, "You drank my liquor, and now you want to steal my money, you bunch of bastards and beggars. I don't care about a few copper coins, keep them to buy coffins for your ancestors." After finishing his curse, Xiao turned to Renato with a smile, his earlier anger completely gone. He pulled Renato closer and said mysteriously, "I have a big business deal here, do you want to get involved?" Avoiding the sour smell emanating from Xiaoji's mouth, Renato frowned and replied, "Don't play games with me, just say what you mean." "Hey brother, have a little patience, I'm here to help you get rich." Renato sat down, pulling out a chair beside him, and said, "So what scheme do you have for making money? Let me make this clear, I won't steal anything for you." Waving his hand dismissively, Xiao replied, "Why would I need you? You can't even pick a lock. Even if I wanted to steal, I could find a 10-year-old kid on the street who's better than you. I'm talking about a real big business deal. I know a lot of people in the city, many of whom are wealthy and influential." "Are you talking about the big shot Benjamin who cut off your little finger?" Renato swallowed the words back. "The Wolf Gang, the largest and most ruthless gang in the city. Benjamin is the underground emperor of Fried City now." Renato nodded, indicating he was aware, while internally scoffing he had never heard of an emperor living underground. "The Wolf Gang has plenty of people and money, several blocks belong to them. They probably collect no less than 100 gold coins just in protection fees every month. Benjamin himself is quite astute. He invested early, and now the racetrack in the north of the city is his. To make a name for himself, next month he's going to hold a horse race at the racetrack with a prize of 20 gold coins for the winner. But that's not the key point. What's the use of how fast the horses run? The crucial part is the odds." He leaned in closer, lowering his voice. "Benjamin is holding the race to sell horses. How could he let anyone else win? So it must be the horses from his racetrack that will win. And I have a brother whose sibling works at the racetrack, which means I have insider information. So after all, that your brilliant scheme is to bet on the horses. Listen, this is not gambling. This is a rare opportunity. For people like us who live on the edge, this is the chance to turn our fortunes around. Considering our friendship, I thought to help you out. When we win money next month, we'll have enough to never worry about money again, maybe even enough for you to buy a title and become a true noble." "All right, I get your brilliant scheme now." Renato interrupted Xiao directly. Did he think he was an idiot to believe that? Renato was too lazy to continue the idle chatter and got straight to the point. "Xiaoji, I heard you used to work as a guide. Well, what about now? Is there still a way?" After leaving the last cup, compared to the stench of vomit in the tavern, Renato actually found the air in Burika town to be quite refreshing. Xiaoji promised to introduce him to someone in the city, but Renato didn't have high hopes. People like Xiaoji were all talk, and no action, completely unreliable. Moreover, the so-called guides were basically a group of rookie adventurers wanting to make a living in the illusionary forest, but scared of dying they pooled money to hire a local from Burika town to help them complete a task. Newbie adventurers usually don't have much money, so the pay for hiring a guide is naturally low, hardly a lucrative side job, but the safety and efficiency are appealing. After all, according to Xiaoji, a group of rookie adventurers who didn't listen to orders got themselves killed in the illusionary forest. What a reasonable explanation. In the square, Renato found one-eyed Holly, who seemed to have finished assigning tasks, sitting on the platform in a daze. Seeing Renato approach, Holly's eyes lit up, and he waved him over. There's still a job, Renato, are you interested? Holly is one of the few people in Burika town who calls him by his real name. Before, he even tried to recruit him as a sword instructor for an old noblewoman in the city, but Renato declined as he didn't want to be mixed up with an old lady practicing swordplay. What kind of job? For the guild. Yes, for the guild. Go investigate the old ruins and report back 1 silver coin. Looking at the pop-it-up task with only 50 experience points as a reward, Renato shook his head. I won't take any jobs for the next couple of days. I made a decent amount from the last task, so I'll take a break for 2 days. Looking at the sword on his back, Holly asked, looks like you made quite a bit. Wizards are indeed generous. I heard the masked face hasn't returned. She's dead. Renato replied with certainty. She was torn apart by a hawk bear. This was the agreed-upon story among the 4 on their way back. What a shame, Holly said with a tone of regret. Although that woman didn't have much ability, she had a knack for painting grand dreams for those poor souls, bringing in quite a few people from the city each month. Alas, now everyone complains about the low pay. No one is willing to work as a guide anymore. It'll be better in winter. If the poor in Fried City don't want to freeze to death, they have to find work. In winter, where else would it be easier to find work than in Burika town? Renato actually didn't care about Holly's performance. He just wanted to ask if there were any side jobs. Holly, if there are any lucrative jobs like before. I know you're definitely thinking of that. Hurry up and leave. Don't block others from taking jobs. After being dismissed by Holly, Renato understood that the attitude was because he hadn't paid, but he never intended to give any money. Old Holly was known in town as a stingy miser who often collected money without doing any work. Renato would never be the fool who pays. With both routes blocked, Renato could only temporarily put aside the plan to take side jobs and take things one step at a time. Although Renato planned to rest for 2 days, Burika town was truly lacking in entertainment. Aside from the poor liquor in taverns and the prostitutes in shanties, there was hardly any other leisure for adventurers. Renato stretched his shoulders and decided to first head to the pond outside the town to engage in his unique form of entertainment, swordplay. Now that he had the Lady of Silence, how could he not get to know her intimately? With that thought, he became eager, unable to wait to wield the two-handed sword that had cost him 5 gold coins. It was time to upgrade to a two-handed sword. The swordsmanship style I learned from my original self was meant for a two-handed sword. The previous one was somewhat mismatched, but now it finally feels comfortable. Renato's collaboration with the Lady of Silence was gradually reaching a new level. Although she appeared ordinary, her resilience and sharpness far surpassed that of his previous sword. After calmly reviewing various stances and techniques a few times, Renato steadied his breath and returned the sword to his back. Due to the limitations of his surroundings, there were no sword practice targets nor anyone to spar with him. Continuing to practice alone would merely empty his mind and waste time. Just as Renato was about to leave, a woman walked towards him from the edge of the forest and called out to him. She was a female half-elf with fine wrinkles around her eyes. Although her looks had faded, one could still glimpse her youthful beauty from her facial features. Dressed in soft leather armor of gray-brown and azure colors adorned with polished pebbles, the wooden holy emblem on her chest was carved with the image of a waterfall cascading into a pool, revealing her identity as a priestess of Idas. You are Renato, aren't you? I hope I haven't called the wrong name. This is the name I heard from back. Directly leaving would seem suspicious, so Renato could only steel himself to converse with the priestess before him. I am Renato, if you mean young master. After all, there are too many with the same name in Burika town. There could easily be 5 Chiao, so adventurers often use nicknames to address each other. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the priestess Alma Shochuan, who serves the Tranquil One. Her gaze was clear and her tone gentle. I have heard of your deeds. You selflessly helped your injured companions escape danger. Such noble actions are something I have not witnessed in this chaotic forest for a long time. It was mainly Marcus' credit. I just lent a hand. Moreover, Bag is my comrade. We merely help each other, not out of nobility. Renato wished to extricate himself from the conversation quickly, so he changed the topic. I have a commission to attend to, so I must take my leave. You need not be so humble. Good deeds deserve recognition. Although I lack extra coins, I can grant you the blessing of the Mother of Water. The older priestess bent down by the pond and filled a glass bottle with pond water. Renato did not see her casting any spells or performing any rituals. She neither chanted incantations nor loudly called for miracles, yet the pond water in the glass bottle became pure and transparent, emanating a spiritual light. Looking at the glass bottle presented to him, Renato was somewhat stunned, yet he did not take it immediately. Instead, he asked, what effect does this bottle of holy water have? What do I need to pay? Seeing the young adventurer's wary demeanor, Alma only smiled. This is the blessing of the Mother of Water. The sacred water can heal illnesses, cure madness, and soothe the dead. You need not worry about the cost. Your good deeds have already paid the price in advance. So its effects are similar to healing potions. Can it heal injuries? Upon hearing Renato's words, Alma answered with a hint of helplessness. Her sacred water can comfort all things. However you may understand it, this way this bottle of divine water can heal severe injuries, bringing one back from the brink of death. He bore the mark of Dakul, and the religious knowledge in his mind reminded him that it was best not to accept gifts from other deities casually. After hesitating for a moment, Renato's curiosity ultimately prevailed. Although he did not intend to drink this bottle of unknown liquid, he still placed Eda's holy water into his satchel. May the tranquility of the forest reside in your heart. The tension of his first close encounter with divine miracles quickly faded. In the afternoon, Renato arrived at the Adventurers Guild in Brika Town, a 3-story clock tower, the most luxurious building in the entire town, with a large bronze bell hanging from its top. The first floor served as the office area for the guild, and also as the management office for the whole town. This place did not belong to any noble. All affairs were uniformly managed by the guild. Various trivial matters, such as severe adventurer brawls, land use permits, and task material registrations, needed to be resolved here. However, Renato did not come here today to bicker with the guild staff. He ascended the stairs to reach his destination. The second floor served as both a library and a reading room with magical triggers on the bookshelves to prevent indiscriminate browsing. Renato paid a borrowing fee of 1 silver coin at the counter by the door, allowing him to freely read all the books on the first shelf today. Guides to Magical Creatures of the Central and Southern Regions, 13th edition. Looking at the lengthy title on the book cover, Renato preferred to call it The Guide to Monsters. The book was not thick, with fewer than 100 pages, which was why he was confident he could finish it in one afternoon. Although it was called The Guide to Monsters, apart from the 27 typical magical creatures and their variants listed in the table of contents, the appendix also detailed 25 common monsters found in the region. Kobolds, burrowing reptilian humanoids, possess physical strength and vitality comparable to goblins, but unlike goblins, their talent for digging and setting traps compensates for their physical deficiencies. Various ecosystems and living habits opened Renato's eyes, and the vivid illustrations of monsters in the book gave him a direct impression of these unfamiliar creatures. The existing knowledge combined with numerous illustrations significantly shortened his reading time. In less than 2 hours, Renato finished this Guide to Monsters. The library only closes in the evening, and there is still plenty of reading time left, though leaving now would be a bit of a waste. Thinking this, Renato returned the Guide to Monsters to its place and began to search for books he wanted to read. Among the shelves, Chronicles of the Lost Kingdom, The Genealogy and Evolution of the Falanian Nobility. This floor is filled with useless books. Making a judgment in his mind, he quickly turned his gaze to the next shelf, Legends of Swords and Staves, Diary of a Noble Girl, The Spoiled Wife of a Scaled Being, My Affairs with a Dragon. What kind of bizarre literary works are these? Who would spend money to read this stuff? After a few minutes of mental struggle, Renato reluctantly put down the book he had just pulled out, but his eyes caught sight of a book that piqued his interest, The Voice of Dragons, an Introduction to Draconic and Linguistic Guide. Not bad. It was a linguistics book, and mastering another language would never hurt. He not only understood the common tongue, but also mastered Elvish, Dwarvish, and Deep Speech. Although his Elvish was not very fluent, he could only recognize Dwarvish, and Deep Speech was forbidden and could not be used casually. Yet Renato had great confidence in his linguistic talent. Learning Draconic is not merely about memorizing vocabulary and grammar. It is the key to understanding an ancient, proud, and powerful way of thinking. Each syllable carries thousands of years of history, the pride of strength, and the essence of elements. Attempting to simply translate Draconic with a mortal mind is a desecration of this magnificent language. May you speak with reverence and caution. Renato looked at the author on the cover of the book, Alavasta Tongue, who must be a dragonborn or real dragon, and no wonder the preface of the book had such a strong dragon flavor. No longer paying heed to the nonsensical words in the book, Renato opened the table of contents and began to memorize the basic vocabulary and grammar of Draconic according to his own learning habits. In the evening, Renato returned to his small room at the inn. He leaned the long sword against the bedside, lit the oil lamp on the table, and began to recall the Draconic vocabulary he had learned that afternoon while writing on paper. The examples in The Voice of Dragons are often complex Draconic poetry, leaving one bewildered and utterly unsuitable for beginners in Draconic. Renato rubbed his temples. It seemed that after graduating from university, he had to start learning a foreign language again. Renato's free time did not last long, as his purse did not allow him to indulge in prolonged study. He had never found reading to be so enjoyable as he did now, a myriad of bizarre stories and experiences, extraordinary powers and knowledge. After 3 days of relaxed and joyful reading, the rapidly dwindling coins in Renato's pocket forced him to pause his vacation. Before embarking on an adventure, Renato, as usual, spent his money to purchase better equipment to enhance his chances of survival. He sold his cowhide chest armor and added 5 silver coins, donning the petrified lizard scale chest armor he now wore. The belly hide of the petrified lizard, after being tanned and hardened, is more resilient and form-fitting than cowhide. The hardened scales on the lizard's back were stitched onto the leather with sinew layered from top to bottom. Although the scales were far from the hardness of steel, they were lighter, made less noise, and offered greater resistance to magic. Wearing his new gear, Renato arrived at the square in Brika town. As usual, he listened to the one-eyed Holly shouting at the stand. Renato scrutinized the adventurer's guide. There were still no worthwhile quests available, but with no other options, he had to choose the one with the highest experience. Quest: explore the ruins of the Phantom Forest and report any anomalies, while collecting 30 calm flowers with a reward of 1 silver coin. Quest description: ancient stone walls are covered in ivy and the whispers of history echo in the silence. However, recent strange noises have disrupted the balance here. As a meticulous adventurer, your eyes should not only search for the faintly fragrant blue flowers, but also remain vigilant for any unknown entities lurking in the shadows. Quest reward: 100 experience points. Although the reward is low, the old ruins can be accessed by traversing a short stretch of misty path, essentially considered the outskirts of the Phantom Forest, making it close and low risk. As for the quest description, Renato had long since grown accustomed to it. When he first ventured into the old ruins, he was still apprehensive, but after a few more quests, he understood that unless the quest description explicitly stated an event would occur, it was best to pretend he hadn't seen it. After all, who knows, he might just find himself back on Earth tomorrow. With so many low-probability events, how could he possibly encounter one? Turning off the fork in the road, the adventuring team left the misty path. The 10 agreed to meet at the giant rock at noon, then dispersed to gather their flowers. The old ruins were once the fringe of a mysterious ancient kingdom. In a catastrophic subsidence for reasons unknown, this area remained above ground. Renato walked along the shattered stone path, which ended at a bottomless cliff. He did not proceed further, but instead searched through various collapsed ruins for his target, a small bell-shaped flower with pale blue blossoms. The coneflower is a plant that grows abundantly in the old ruins, known for its soothing properties and ability to dispel fear, and is one of the materials for many potions. A complete specimen can sell for 3 copper coins. Turning over the collapsed stones, he slowly dug through the soil to extract the root system of the coneflower intact. Placing the materials into his backpack, Renato straightened up and looked around. The ruins were overgrown with weeds, and even large trees had sprouted inside the crumbling stone structures, appearing vibrant against the backdrop of decay. Many novice adventurers visiting for the first time would excitedly dive into these still intact buildings, fantasizing about discovering treasures in the abandoned ruins, just like in adventure stories. Regardless of the potential dangers of these semi-collapsed houses, Renato viewed such behavior as a pure waste of time. Surface ruins from 1,000 years ago, time will destroy everything. Even if there were valuable items that wouldn't corrode, they would have long been scavenged by previous adventurers. From beginning to end, Renato's only goal was to collect calm flowers, not only to complete the quest, but more importantly, to earn extra money. At 3 copper coins, each 100 flowers would yield 3 silver coins. The temperature dropped, and there weren't many calm flowers left to collect, but this did not extinguish Renato's enthusiasm for making money. Hearing the rustling of branches and leaves, Renato immediately gripped his Lady of Silence, alerting himself to his surroundings. There were no other adventurers nearby. He feared he was being watched by some beast. Renato understood the reason. After all, he was alone in this area to maximize his efficiency. From a distance, he heard sharp chattering cries, and as he looked at the small green-skinned creatures rushing toward him, he relaxed. What a relief, it's just some harmless goblins. After slaying the 3rd goblin, the annoying little monsters scattered. Renato was too lazy to chase them. The area was filled with ruins. They were small and fast, offering no reward. This was precisely why he dared to collect calm flowers alone. This ruin provided an excellent mutual cover, making it difficult for large creatures to move, and without trees to obscure visibility, they were easily spotted. As for small beasts like goblins and snake chickens, Renato had confidence in handling them alone. When the sun rose to its zenith in the sky, all the adventurers gathered at the crossroads. Everyone munched on their rations while Renato counted today's harvest: 57 calm flowers, 6 goblin incisors, plus a bunch of other herbs. Not bad. It seems this area hasn't been frequented lately. The growth of the calm flowers is impressive. While Renato was reaping a bountiful harvest, the others in the adventuring group had very little, especially the 4 newbies dressed in rags armed with long spears. They had yet to complete their task and were unwilling to leave just yet. As the 10 weighed their decisions, Renato knew it was time for him to speak up. Listen, you should know me, the young master of Brika town. When it comes to working in the Phantom Forest, I doubt anyone here is more efficient than I am. The misty path is full of ferocious beasts and man-eating monsters. They often lurk in the fog, watching us, preying on the isolated. Thus, the fewer the companions, the greater the danger. If you delay until evening, the fading light will make you blind. Only when the monster's claws pierce your throat will you be able to see your opponent clearly. A malnourished newbie adventurer with crooked yellow teeth and a gaunt frame questioned him. You finished your task and are eager to return for your reward, but we haven't completed ours yet. You could simply sell the calm flowers you have and still earn money. Why insist on completing the quest? Renato initially thought persuading these individuals to leave would be easy, as his words were straightforward, the reasoning simple and life-related. However, he overestimated the comprehension abilities of these newbies. They seemed intent on misinterpreting Renato's intentions as wanting to rush back for the money, completely oblivious to the other points. Renato was too lazy to argue with these illiterates. He had originally hoped to practice being a free guide. But life is dramatic and unpredictable. Since the newbies wanted to learn the rules of the Phantom Forest firsthand, Renato felt no obligation to stop them. He took the other 5 and set off on the way back. On the misty path, despite being not far from Town, Renato felt a faint unease. This tension did not stem from the group of novice adventurers beside him. Though they indeed looked frightened, gripping their weapons tightly, even beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. The strange feeling originated from the misty path itself. The surrounding environment seemed off. Today's misty path was different from usual. Renato could not pinpoint what was different, but it made him feel as if something was lurking behind him. When he noticed that the novice holding the spear had vanished, the unease in Renato peaked, and he immediately reorganized the formation. Everyone gather around me. Looking at the bewildered eyes beside him, Renato helplessly added, we're under attack. Back to back, hurry. The adventurer's gear was a mix, most wielded axes and short spears, with only 2 wearing leather armor, while the rest were clad in tattered cotton and linen. After a brief moment of chaos, the group barely formed a circular formation. Renato squinted, scanning the surroundings. Soon a giant spider entirely bright blue appeared in the mist. Its body glimmered with a faint glow as it licked its deep blue forelegs, with its chelicerae savoring the blood that lingered on them. Another spider appeared at the rear and side of the group. The 3 giant spiders encircled the adventurers. This elegantly poised creature was not in a hurry to attack. Instead, it leisurely cleaned its forelegs, as if preparing utensils before a meal. Renato recognized the creature before him as a phase spider. They were exceedingly dangerous, possessing the magical ability to traverse the ethereal plane, freely capable of retreating back to the ethereal realm or phase shifting to launch an attack from the material plane. Renato recalled the note in the guide to monsters written for adventurers. Its abilities resembled short-range teleportation. Suddenly, the 3 phase spiders vanished, causing the group to erupt in chaos. But Renato could not afford to think of them. A deep blue foreleg appeared from thin air beside him and lunged at him. He spun the sword, bringing the Lady of Silence behind him to block the phase spider's strike, while using the momentum to twist his body and swing the sword fiercely. Before the phase spider could retreat into the ethereal realm, the Lady of Silence had already severed its head. Half of the spider's corpse remained in the material plane, oozing milky blood. Renato looked around. The group of novice adventurers had long since vanished. 2 phase spiders could not have killed 4 people in an instant. Seeing the scattered footprints on the ground, Renato could not help but shake his head. Running around in the Phantom Forest was no different from seeking death. The unease in his heart faded. It must be that the 2 phase spiders went after the others. But he could not be entirely sure. Renato picked up the remaining half of the spider's corpse, perked up his ears, and hurriedly made his way towards the exit of the misty path. Upon exiting the cauldron and jokes once again, Renato never expected that he would become a frequent visitor to this magical shop. A week ago, he believed that such a luxurious place had nothing to do with his spending. Half a phase spider was the most valuable trophy he had acquired since becoming an adventurer. Oliver did not have that much cash on hand, and Renato had no idea where his money had gone, but this earned him a crucial magical item worth 10 gold coins. Feeling the inconspicuous little pouch at his waist, Renato was satisfied. He had finally realized his dream of possessing a spatial item. The dimensional pouch appeared small, with an opening only 1 foot wide and less than half a foot deep, yet it could hold up to 500 pounds of items, not exceeding 64 cubic feet in volume. Though the pouch itself was fragile and prone to damage, and retrieving items required manual effort, Renato still felt that this pouch was incredible and worth it. At the guild management office in the town center, Renato submitted the tranquil flower required for this task, and after a brief inquiry, the task was marked as complete. 100 experience points were not enough for a level up, so Renato did not rush to use them, instead storing them for later. In a corner of the tavern, the last sip, Renato encountered the deserter Marcus. Marcus ordered a roasted potato, a pot of stew seasoned with parsley and black pepper, and a mug of murky ale. The table was large enough for 2 to dine together. Renato greeted him, placing down his roasted sausage and white bread, and sat across from Marcus. How is Bag? Is he doing better? He's fine. Once he healed, he was bouncing around again. Marcus said, struggling to chew a piece of overcooked meat. The priest told him to rest for a week and calm his mind, but he went straight to the brothel the next day. No wonder he hadn't seen Bag lately. Renato was somewhat speechless and changed the topic. Marcus, do you have any leads on side jobs? Preferably in Town. Out of money. I haven't taken on side jobs willingly. It's all from the one-needs assignments. I don't really know any routes. You could ask Littlefinger. He should know. I've already asked him. Littlefinger has never been reliable. Renato shrugged. He doesn't speak a word of truth. Marcus nodded in agreement, and after a moment of contemplation said, if you're willing to head north, you could work as a caravan guard. Though the pay is less, it's safer. There aren't many monsters on the road, mostly just thugs looking to mooch off food and drink. They won't actually try to kill you. He seemed to have opened up, continuing, there are quite a few caravans from Fright City. Winter is approaching. In a couple of months, when the mud freezes solid, that will be a good time for running trade. But there will also be more people coming out to beg for a meal, so caravans will definitely need hands. If you're good with a sword and can write, they would surely want you. The regular trade route goes from the north gate of Fright City, turning east to Atwood Manor, and then heading north. If you set out from the west gate and go west, you might as well not do it. It's likely a black caravan. Don't expect to earn much. If you get into Flania and encounter the noble patrols, you might lose your head. Renato was not considering becoming a caravan guard. He disliked wasting time dealing with merchants, and living and eating together meant constant inspections. His identity could not withstand scrutiny. Although there was no entertainment, and he often lived on the edge of life and death with no security in life, Renato felt that his current days were not that bad. Perhaps his nerves had become tougher through repeated battles. He shook his head, suppressing the urge to spend, and set a goal for himself. No more reckless spending. This month, I must save up 30 silver crowns, and then I'll head into town to spend the winter. A comfortable big bed, delicious food, a safe environment, and occasionally a hot bath with a massage from the serving girls. That's the life one should lead. Renato became an adventurer not merely to survive in Blyca town. The weather grew increasingly cold, and the recent light rain had slightly dampened people's enthusiasm for adventuring in Blyca town. Ever since Renato set a goal of saving 30 silver coins, the Lady of Wealth seemed to have turned her back on him. In a week, Renato accepted 4 tasks, 1 investigation, and 3 collections, yielding little reward and minimal experience. As the temperature dropped, he had to put on an additional cotton coat over his scale armor. His leather gloves had a hole, forcing him to spend money on a new pair. After deducting daily expenses, Renato now had only 7 silver coins and over 40 copper coins in hand. This was still with the help of a dimensional bag that allowed him to carry a large amount of materials. It rained yesterday, and Renato did not take on any tasks. He didn't want to seek trouble for himself. Today, with the weather clear, Renato packed up his gear and slung the silent lady over his shoulder. Just as he was about to push open the door, a knock sounded. Who could it be at this hour? Renato grasped the hilt of his sword, gently slid the bolt open, then stepped back 2 paces, saying, "The door isn't locked. Come in by yourself." The wooden door creaked open, revealing a short man in a hooded cloak. "Are you Mr. Renato?" "I was sent by Mr. Joe Laurent. He said you were the best guide in the Phantom Forest." Well, it wasn't really a short man, it was just that her figure was flat, and Renato hadn't noticed. "Is the Joe you mentioned the one who had a little finger chopped off his left hand?" Mr. Laurent said that was from a battle with a fierce beast in his youth. Renato scrutinized the girl before him. Her hood and robe were made of linen, clean and neat, with 2 patches at the hem. The robe had 3 small pockets sewn into the lining, bulging with contents. "Forget what the little finger said. Do tell me, are you a spellcaster?" "Of course." The girl, who had been somewhat reserved, straightened her back immediately, as if particularly sensitive to this question, and answered eagerly. "I am a formal mage from Spatia." The girl had short black hair and a youthful appearance, exactly as Renato had imagined, not very old. But that didn't stop him from shattering her illusions. "Really? Which school of magic do you belong to? What level of spells can you cast?" Based on my past memories and recent studies, Renato believed he had a basic understanding of the mage profession. The girl was suddenly at a loss for words, seeming to turn into a stammerer. After stuttering for a moment, she finally replied, I haven't chosen a school yet. And the spell book is a mage's privacy, but I indeed come from Spatia. Wait, I came to find you as a guide. Why am I being asked all this?" "A wild mage, no, a wild mage apprentice," Renato judged inwardly. "I just want to see if you have the strength to enter the Phantom Forest." "What is your name?" Renato casually asked. "Polly. Good Polly. Before coming to Blyca town, did you register as an adventurer and pay the fee?" "Of course." Polly cautiously took out an iron badge from her pocket. "This is my adventurer badge." Then she asked, slightly anxious, "Mr. Renato, may I ask how much you usually charge as a guide?" Facing Polly's nervous gaze, Renato was rather indifferent, as he had no intention of being a guide for this newcomer. New adventurers are typically poor. The so-called guides rely on volume, needing to take at least 7 or 8 newcomers at a time, otherwise it's not worth the risk. The only reason he was willing to chat was that he had time to spare. Secondly, he was somewhat interested in the mage profession. Now it was time to send her away. A pure newcomer like her wouldn't survive in the Phantom Forest, even if she was a mage apprentice. Reflecting, Renato tossed the question back. "What do you think is a fair price?" The girl frowned, as if making a significant decision. Her palms clenched tightly, then relaxed, and she handed Renato a silver coin. "I can only offer this much at most." Polly's voice trembled slightly. "I hope you can accept this price." Looking at the warm silver coin in his hand, Renato was momentarily taken aback. Not because of the amount, though 1 silver coin indeed exceeded his expectations, but that wasn't the reason for his surprise. Task as a guide: lead the mage apprentice Polly to complete a task in the Phantom Forest, ensuring her survival. In completing 1 task, reward 1 silver coin. Task description: the mage apprentice Polly, driven by a desire to change her fate, embarked on an adventure. Perhaps in the future she would become a grand mage, or perhaps today she would die in the corners of the Phantom Forest. Guide the lost. At the very least, do not let her adventure end before it even begins. Task: reward 1,000 experience points. A task that only pays 1 silver coin can actually reward 1,000 experience points. After the initial surprise, Renato calmed down, pondering the connection. The experience reward was related to the task's difficulty, indicating that this task should be quite challenging. Completing a collection task was not difficult for him, implying that the challenge lay in keeping Polly alive. With his thoughts racing, the 1,000 experience reward led Renato to decide to take on this commission. Polly anxiously watched Renato, who was lost in thought, biting her lip. Was the money too little? Did that mean she had to add more? But she only had 10 copper coins left in her pocket. Giving that away would mean no money for food. While Polly was restless, Renato flicked the silver coin with his thumb, nearly hitting the girl's face. She hurriedly caught it with her hands. Quick reaction, fools die the fastest in the Phantom Forest. Listen well, Polly, this is your first lesson in Town. Never pay the fee in advance. Polly returned the silver coin to her pocket, staring blankly as Renato walked out the door, slightly confused. Mr. Renato, have you agreed to be my guide? For the second lesson, if you don't understand the situation, just stick close to me. Now follow me. I will take you to buy some adventure tools. You weren't planning to go adventuring empty-handed, were you? As she rolled up the bandages, Polly sheepishly replied, I heard it's not far, and I can cast spells, so I didn't prepare these. Renato took out the spiked mace he hadn't had a chance to sell, and handed it to Polly solemnly, saying, Polly, you only have one life. If you die, no matter how much money you have, it will all be meaningless. Your ambitions, your loves, and hates will all vanish without a trace, forgotten by all. So you must be fully prepared before adventuring to cope with all possible unfortunate situations. Here, take this spiked mace for now. Make sure you always have a weapon in hand. At critical moments, it can save your life. Polly received the spiked mace and quietly countered, but I need to cast spells. Spells require full concentration. Polly told Renato about her spellbook. Perhaps she withheld some information, but at this stage, as a mage apprentice, Renato believed swinging the mace was more reliable than chanting spells. Whether it's burning hand or magic missile, you need to chant and gesture in dangerous moments. Who will give you time? I also know a few cantrips, Polly murmured, and I will cast spells from a distance. I won't let monsters get close. Have you seen the map of the Phantom Forest? Renato did not continue to argue about the spells. He had once gone through this phase and understood how stubborn young people at this age could be. No, I haven't bought a map here. Truly, the young and naive were fearless. With no understanding at all, they dared to venture into the Phantom Forest. Renato had done several days of research before coming to Town, having completed 2 simple tasks on the outskirts before daring to step into the Phantom Forest. The map of the Phantom Forest doesn't need to be bought. If you just want a general idea, you can go to the guild's headquarters. There is a schematic on the first floor. Not just to look at the map. The submission of materials after task completion, identity verification, and reward disbursement are all basically done in the first floor office. And remember, don't cast magic in town, you will be fined. Even if you need to cast spells, don't let people see. The same goes for fighting others. If they haven't drawn their weapon, you should try not to draw yours. Once blood is drawn, the town's guard may send someone, and it could get very troublesome. In the misty path, Renato and Polly hung at the end of the line. The dense white fog enveloped the dark forest, and Renato could sense Polly's tension. Although her face was stern, her hand kept instinctively reaching for the spell material pouch at her chest. However, her performance now was quite satisfactory to Renato. He had seen many newcomers boast about their skills in Town, but once they entered the misty path, their bodies would tremble uncontrollably as they gripped their weapons like lifelines. Have you learned about the monsters of the illusory forest? No. I've only heard a bit from others. Renato initially wanted to ease Polly's mood with small talk, but it seemed to have little effect. Recently, monster activity in the illusory forest had increased, and even the early part of the misty path could easily encounter wild beasts. Sometimes slight tremors accompanied the deep night. Although they were subtle, most people could hardly notice them, but for Renato's keen perception, they were particularly distinct. Could the monster's activity be related to these tremors? Renato had no way to verify, and could only hope that it was merely due to seasonal changes or ordinary geological activity. This time they were quite fortunate and successfully arrived at the old ruins area. The crumbling ruins of an ancient city left Polly in awe. According to the Adventurers Guild, this is the relic of the ancient Niter Kingdom, but it is not the royal city, rather the outer urban area. Before Polly could ask, Renato took the initiative to explain, as he had experienced the same confusion during his first visit. But I remember the map only marked old ruins area without indicating the royal city. It is said that the royal city part sank underground. The reasons vary. Some say it was the king's blasphemous actions that brought divine punishment, while other records attribute it to a large-scale magical disaster, and some literary works suggest that ancient titans sleeping beneath the earth caused the city's disappearance with their stirring. Let's end the small talk here. I'll teach you how to identify the tranquil flower. Behind a half-collapsed stone wall, Renato found a tranquil flower, guiding Polly to observe the bell-shaped flower with pale blue petals closely. Do you remember? Then go find it, and remember to dig it out with the root intact, then show it to me. After mistakenly pulling a few weeds, Polly gradually grasped the trick. While Polly focused on gathering flowers like a carefree girl, Renato stood on a gravel slope, surveying the surroundings. He still had some tranquil flowers collected earlier in his dimensional bag, so he wasn't worried about his gathering task. This time was akin to accepting 2 tasks. Upon completion, he could gain 1075 experience points. Coupled with the 410 experience points stored from the previous 5 tasks that totaled 1485 experience points. Amidst the excitement, the 1000-point task experience also made him vigilant, as Renato remained alert to his surroundings and Polly's position. As winter approached, the number of tranquil flowers decreased, making the gathering task not easy for a novice like Polly. Near noon, as she finally finished gathering. Having successfully completed her first task, her robe was covered in grass clippings, but she paid no heed. Holding a bulging backpack, she ran to Renato excitedly and exclaimed, "Renato, I've completed the task. Look, She couldn't wait to untie the strings and show the tranquil flowers inside the bag, a full 30. The last two were in that ruined stone tower growing beneath the cracks. While I felt like something was watching me back, then it gave me chills. Renato, can you check them for me again? I'm afraid I miscounted. He couldn't be bothered to count, he had plenty of stock in his dimensional bag, and if she fell short, he could always assist Polly. They were not the fastest group. From a distance, several adventurers could be seen gathered at the entrance of the Misty Path eating. Just as the two were also preparing to head to the gathering place, an unexpected change occurred in the distance. A spear pinned an adventurer to the ground like a nail, followed by the roar of beasts as a group of beastmen charged out from the abandoned buildings, launching a surprise attack on the adventurers. Their muscles bulged unnaturally, their bodies covered in bristles as hard as steel needles caked in hardened mud, with a massive wild boar head perched atop their necks, their snouts protruding and tusks jutting out. Rather than calling them beastmen, Renato felt they were a group of upright wild boars. The adventurer who survived beneath the spear raised his shield to defend after a brief panic, but Renato could see that unless someone aided them, their defeat was merely a matter of time. A wild boar man relying on brute strength charged into the shield, heedlessly, easily tearing through the defense and knocking his opponent to the ground. Support was needed immediately. Renato quickly assessed the situation and decided to approach from the right flank while instructing Polly to hide. He didn't expect much from the girl, though as long as she didn't create trouble, he didn't want to be injured by his own ally spells. A wild boar man spotted Renato charging in and hurled a spear, but he ducked just in time. The failed attack seemed to enrage the beast, which did not retreat or call for its companions, but instead swung a rusted machete and rushed straight at Renato. As the distance between them closed rapidly, the boar man leaned back, raising his machete, his arm muscles grotesquely bulging. This uncoordinated attack missed again. Renato's sword tip slashed through the boar man's chest, dark red, filthy blood spattering out. Beastmen are products of curses. Everything about them carries poison, a type of poison that can transform normal people into beastmen. Although the infection rate is low, Renato did not want to take risks. He abandoned the opportunity for a lethal blow, maintaining distance with the tip of his sword against the boar man. As the wounds on the boar man increased, he became even more frenzied. At that moment, two more boar men charged in from the side, causing Renato's heart to sink. He could not afford to be surrounded. He must quickly resolve the boar man in front of him. Resolute, Renato immediately charged forward, facing his opponent. Before the boar man's machete could fall, the sword hilt slammed into its foul-smelling snout. Teeth shattered, and the enraged boar man staggered from the blow to its face, allowing Renato to take advantage and slash its throat. 3 magic missiles darted through the air, heading towards the other 2 boar men. The sharp darts formed by the magical force pierced their flesh, and the boar men shrieked as they reached for the magic that had long since vanished from their bloodied flesh. Paul's magical support bought Renato some maneuvering space. He was far more agile than these direct and clumsy boar men. He navigated through the ruins, continuously causing them to bleed with his lead-tipped darts. 2 more boar men charged in. Despite their injuries, Renato's mood grew heavier. It seemed they were left with just the 2 of them. Renato thought to himself. He threw his last dart, taking down a heavily injured boar man. This was Renato's first encounter with beastmen. He had never heard of a beastman tribe existing in the illusory forest. These monsters felt no pain and were solely fixated on slaughter, more frenzy than starving beasts. Renato raised Lady Silence, blocking the boar man's strike with the sword body against the heavy wooden club. The enraged boar man struck with incredible force, sending shocks through Renato's hand. He flipped his wrist, severing the opponent's forearm, making the boar man pay for its reckless attack. A blue-white, icy beam shot forth, accurately striking the boar man preparing to throw a spear in the distance. The cold magic instantly froze its movements. Thick, white frost immediately formed on its bristles. The continuous magical attacks seemed to slightly awaken the beast's reason. The 2 boar men began attempting to bypass Renato, charging towards the distant mage. Renato killed the one-armed boar man before him, turning from defense to offense. Without hesitation, he hefted his 2-handed sword and charged at the nearest one. The 5-meter-long sword, propelled by his entire Bodis momentum, executed a straightforward thrust without any fancy moves. Covered in blood, the boar man turned around, not retreating an inch, and roared as it swung its weapon. But before it could reach Renato, the sword tip had already bitten into its thick waist, easily tearing through its tough hide and embedding deep within. Renato withdrew the long sword, filthy blood and shattered entrails gushing from the massive wound as the boar man collapsed. The last exceptionally tall boar man stood before Renato, its chest covered in white frost, its eyes not bloodshot red, but eerily calm as it stared at him. It tossed its spear to the ground, drew a rusted long sword, lowered its center of gravity, and pointed the sword tip directly at Renato. In response, Renato rested his long sword on his shoulder, also adopting a stance. After a brief test, the boar man thrust out a sword. Renato took a half-step back, easily dodging the thrust. A feigned stab indicated that it was still probing his defense. However, the boar man's chaotic steps had already revealed its swordsmanship level to Renato. He was not prepared to prolong the encounter. Renato flicked the sword off his shoulder, swinging down violently from above, striking the opponent's weak sword blade with his strong sword body while extending his arm straight with the sword tip aimed at its throat. Sword duels are like this, of victory and defeat often lie in the blink of an eye. Renato stood before the fallen boar man, unable to read any expression from that ugly pig face. Blood gushed from its mouth as if whispering something. Watching the gradually dissipating pupils, Renato shook his head and turned to greet the approaching Polly. After calming the agitated Polly, the two began to clean up the battlefield. Don't touch the blood of these beast men, unless you want to become a pighead yourself. Blocking Polly's reckless looting actions, Renato sighed. He had never thought he would need to teach a girl how to loot a corpse. Listen carefully, Polly. The first step in looting is to confirm that it is truly sleeping soundly, he said as he cut the throat of a twitching pigman. Polly stood behind him, awkwardly fiddling with the hem of her clothes. Start with the obvious loot like pouches and bags, Renato said, frowning as he discarded several unknown pieces of dried meat. Of course there's not much to loot from these pigmen, just demonstrating the process for you. Renato shifted to another teaching subject, an adventurer with a crushed head. Seeing the red and white substance flowing from the skull, Polly took 2 steps back, unable to suppress her gagging. Come closer, don't let that bit of mercy in your stomach delay the task. In Brika Town in the illusionary forest, you will eventually have to get used to these things. Polly nodded, covering her mouth to hold back her nausea as she watched Renato skillfully inspect the corpse. His fingers quickly slid across the torso, pulling out dozens of copper coins from the pouch and pockets, tossing them into the dimensional bag. Next, check the weapons. He weighed a spear. The shaft is shattered, heavy, and worthless. But this dagger is still usable. Renato tossed it to Polly. Keep it for self-defense. Polly fumbled to catch the dagger. Renato pried open the damaged leather armor, feeling around inside the corpse. The truly valuable things are often hidden here. He pulled out a silver crown from the inner pocket of a linen shirt. Good luck, he whistled, standing up and using the tip of his shoe to flip the corpse onto its back. Finally, check places where jewelry might be worn: fingers, neck, ears, nose. While he didn't have any, Renato turned to Polly, pointing to another corpse. Now go try on that unfortunate fellow next to you. He'll watch you. After a brief looting session, and at Renato's urging, the two stepped back onto the misty path. In stark contrast to their previous steps, Polly walked briskly, excitement barely concealed on her face, while Renato became increasingly vigilant, gripping his lady's silence tightly. Renato, how much can this dagger sell for? I guess it's worth at least 1 silver crown. And with so many calming flowers, this leather armor I'm wearing is a bit loose. Polly continued. Hey. She lowered her voice slightly, but her tone was still filled with glee. With so much money, I could eat well for several months. No, I still have to deduct for lodging. If only I could have my own house. Renato did not respond, but stopped in his tracks. His breathing quickened, a strong sense of unease rising within him. Polly accidentally bumped into his back, her bag, filled with calming flowers, falling to the ground. Before she could complain, the scene in front of her made her freeze in place. A large golden vertical pupil loomed in the middle of the road. Renato felt a surge of absurdity. He could even read a hint of mockery from that eye. With a flap of its massive wings, a shadow descended from the sky. Renato immediately pushed the frozen Polly aside and rolled into the woods to his right. The claws raised a cloud of dust. It did not pursue further, but tilted its head, staring at Renato, as if waiting for his next move. The dragon of the misty path. Looking at this creature towering over a warhorse measuring over 5 meters in length, Renato suddenly recalled the rumors he had once dismissed as a joke. Suppressing the chaotic thoughts born from panic, he sprinted toward the depths of the woods, trying to use the trees to hinder the dragon's advance. His mind raced, desperately recalling everything he had learned about dragons. He must not die in the jaws of this giant reptile. Its scales were dark green with a thick neck and a long dragon kiss. It did not match the appearance of a green dragon. It lacked the characteristic curved jaw of a green dragon, nor did it have the crown of spines extending to its back. The color of its scales was also different. Green dragon scales transition from deep to light with age, and only juvenile green dragons could have dark green scales. Not a true dragon. He recalled a dragon-related joke from The Voice of Dragons where the author described this similar-looking, yet mute, low-intelligence relative. This was a 4-legged subdragon referred to as a dragon goat in ancient texts. In poetry, the mounts of dragon knights often referred to them. A thunderous dragon roar behind him interrupted Renato's train of thought. The sparse trees could not obstruct its charge, as the dragon's wings swept several small trees, snapped like twigs, and it charged toward Renato. The dragon's claws tore through the nearby trees, and Renato realized, is it toying with its prey, enjoying my flight? Taking a deep breath, Renato did not retreat, but advanced, swinging Lady Silence with all his might towards the dragon's right claw. The double-handed sword sliced through the dark green scales, drawing forth deep red blood and flesh. The dragon let out a painful roar. Its thick tail swung, but was blocked by the nearby tree. Watching the trembling trunk, Renato felt immensely relieved that he had just rolled away from that strike. The beak-like dragon had lunged at him, nearly biting his arm. Renato had to keep rolling and crawling, praying he could dodge the next attack. Suddenly, a conical flame erupted from the dragon's tail and quickly spread across its body. It was Paula's burning hand. The dragon roared in pain, but compared to its massive form, the flames before it were far from fatal. It lashed its giant tail, sending the girl chanting the spell flying. Lacking fuel, the flames quickly extinguished. But taking this opportunity, Renato managed to create some distance. He stood before the dragon, locking eyes with it, and shouted in his still clumsy dragon tongue, "You False dragon. Four-legged subdragon. A tiny creature dared to speak boldly before it, instantly enraging the dragon. It smashed through trees, its massive wings flapping, roaring as it charged at Renato. Like a truck coming straight at him, Renato overcame the instinct to freeze in place and leaped aside with all his strength. Even though he had prepared in advance, he still underestimated the speed of the enraged dragon, who, although he avoided a direct hit, he was swept by the edge of a dragon's wing and slammed hard against a tree trunk. Damn, that was close. Renato leaped back to the ground from under the tree, looking at the spot where the dragon had been moments ago. The dragon had vanished. The area was empty, as if the battle had been nothing but an illusion, but the intertwined claw marks on the ground proved that everything was far from a fantasy. Renato's coat was tattered by the branches and his mouth was cut by teeth, spitting out a mouthful of bloody saliva, murmuring to himself, "The maze of the Niddle Kingdom, even a true dragon cannot break through right, let alone a false dragon that cannot even speak." Afterward, Renato ran back to Polly, who was leaning against a large tree, blood spreading beneath her. Her face was as pale as paper, her tone weak. "Was that a dragon? I scared it off." Now was not the time to explain the maze. Renato tried to comfort her in the simplest terms possible, lifting her linen robe to check Polly's wounds. The leather armor had offered almost no protection. The sharp tail tip had ripped through the cowhide, slicing a long gash in her abdomen. In the torn flesh, Renato could see her white entrails. He stuffed the protruding intestines back in and pressed down forcefully on the wound, but the blood continued to flow uncontrollably. Such an injury could not be staunched with powder or bandages. The little mage apprentice reached out her hand, gripping Renato's tattered front tightly, her knuckles turning white from the effort. "The mission. We had clearly completed it. So many calming flowers. I was still thinking about how to spend the reward. I haven't had the chance to become a mage yet. I haven't had the chance to prove myself to those who look down on me. I haven't. The girl's voice grew weaker. She sobbed softly. "It hurts, Renato. It really hurts. Renato, I don't want to die, please. Save me. I just want to live." Looking into those desperate black pupils, Renato spoke gently. "Don't worry, Polly, you won't die. My mission is not yet complete." Without hesitation, he took out the divine water of Eda's from his dimensional bag, slowly feeding the transparent liquid that radiated spiritual light into the girl's mouth. Having once doubted the efficacy of this vial of divine water, Renato now hoped intensely that it could be as miraculous as the priest's declaration. Indeed, the priest of Eda's was not lying. A miracle truly occurred. Renato could clearly feel in his palm that Polly's abdominal wound was rapidly stopping the bleeding and healing. The girl's pale cheeks began to regain their color. Tears still hung on Polly's eyelashes. Her breaths became steady, and in Renato's embrace, she fell into a deep sleep from exhaustion. In this moment, even as a man from Earth, Renato began to understand why the people of Iriel had such deep faith in the divine. After a brief rest, Renato awoke Polly, for the misty path was not a suitable place for slumber. On the way back, he gathered the scattered items and organized the package of the soothing flower. On the road, he also found several deep green dragon scales, smooth to the touch. Renato stored them in his dimensional bag, intending to examine them further upon his return. After submitting his task, Renato reported to the staff at the guild about the newly emerged beastmen tribe in the old ruins area and the four-legged dragon in the misty path. He was unsure whether the guild would take action, but at least for the next few days he had no intention of stepping into the phantom forest again. Ever since he acquired the dimensional bag, Renato could carry away many spoils that he previously could not. After a thorough search, he brought back 3 pieces of damaged cowhide armor, 6 pairs of leather boots, 4 pairs of leather gloves, and 2 axes. After selling the equipment from his dimensional bag, Renato's savings saw another increase. Combined with the task reward, he now had 27 silver coins. This dangerous experience made Renato start to value the role of potions. He specifically visited the cauldron and jokes, spending 2 silver coins to buy 5 healing potions. On the way, he also inquired about the value of the few dark green dragon scales. "Just these 2 pieces won't sell for much," Oliver said as he tapped off the ash from his cigarette. "At most 5 copper, otherwise if selling shed scales were profitable, dragons would have gotten rich long ago." Since they were not worth much, Renato decided not to sell them, but to keep the dragon scales as a memento. After downing the bitter healing potion, he resolved to go to the last cup for dinner. Glancing at Polly, who had been silently following him, Renato felt a bit helpless. "Polly, you don't have to keep following me. The task is complete, and you've paid your reward. We're even now." Polly's original linen robe had been torn by a dragon's tail, and Renato had replaced it with a deep black cotton robe, which was slightly ill-fitting and swayed as she walked. "But you saved me. That healing potion must have been expensive." At the entrance of the tavern, more people began to gather, and some nosy adventurers started to look over. Renato interrupted her stammering and pulled Polly into the tavern. The light was dim, and Renato knew this was a result of the owner trying to save money, as he always ordered only 1 oil lamp. The tavern was bustling with noise. A large group of adventurers gathered around a table, shouting and laughing, creating a raucous atmosphere. After sitting down in a corner, Renato called to Gain to order food, while looking at Polly across the table. "Polly, today you've gotten a rough understanding of Brika Town and completed your first task. You should also understand how dangerous the Phantom Forest is." He ordered a dish of stewed meat, seasoned with black pepper, a piece of white bread, and a slice of salted cheese. If you truly want to hear my advice, then don't become an adventurer. You are still young, a spellcaster who can read and write. It's not hard to find a stable place to live, and there's no need to do this risky job that could cost you your life. Only adventurers can earn enough money. Ooh, I won't give up. Polly shook her head. I can pay Renato. Can I ask you to continue being my guide? The adventurer's guide did not pop up a task prompt, which did not surprise Renato. He had already had others try multiple times, and there must be some unknown detection mechanism that prevented cheating through familiar faces. Polly, you should invest all your money in yourself, whether buying equipment or learning spells. That is the true strength of an adventurer. This was Renato's heartfelt advice. In Brika Town, the only reliable support was oneself. And during this period, I might not be active in the Phantom Forest. The Misty Path is too dangerous. I plan to go into the city to see if there are any suitable tasks available. Polly fell silent, not ordering any food, merely struggling to gnaw on the dark bread she had brought. Renato did not consider himself a person overflowing with sympathy, nor did he know this girl he had just met for a day. However, he had high hopes for this brave yet reckless mage apprentice. She just needed time to grow. Since he was sufficiently well off right now, he thought of it as feeding a cute little creature. He pushed the stewed meat across the table with a smile. I ordered too much, and I can't take the stewed meat with me, so let's eat together, it's on me. Polly did not refuse as she lowered her head and swallowed her meat pieces in small bites. Seeing her cherish the food, and yet appear anxious, Renato could barely stifle a sigh. This was a world filled with miracles, yet it was also a harsh world. After lighting the oil lamp, Renato sat on the edge of the bed, sorting through the items he needed to carry and stuffing them into his dimensional bag. 2 linen shirts, 3 pairs of cotton socks, a pair of old leather boots. The blanket and mat would be needed for sleeping at night, so he would pack them in the morning. He also bought a small canvas tent, an iron pot, 2 pieces of salted meat, a bottle of salt, and half a block of butter from nearby vendors. Counting the refunded portion of the room fee, Renato now had 22 silver coins and over 200 copper coins. He opened the Adventurer's Guide and used all 1485 accumulated experience points to upgrade to Champion Warrior. Champion Warrior level 4, 515, 1000. Champion Warrior level 5, 1000, 3000. Character Renato da Fernando. Race Human. Profession Champion Warrior level 5, 1000, 3000. Dockers Chosen level 130. Health 60-60. Strength 15. Constitution 13. Agility 14. Perception 15. Intelligence 11. Determination 15. Special skills: heavy armor proficiency, military weapon proficiency, swordsmanship mastery, dark vision, mind over body skills, religious knowledge level 6, historical knowledge level 4, linguistics level 4, group tactics level 3, riding level 2. This upgrade increased his strength slightly. Unlike the previous boost to his constitution, Renato did not feel any significant changes. Although he had gone to Fried City to rest, Renato had no intention of sitting idly by. After being an adventurer for over 3 months and completing more than 20 tasks with a 100 completion rate, his adventurer rating had long since qualified for an upgrade. He wanted to see what high experience tasks were available in the guild. Currently, most of Renato's experience and money came from private jobs. This time, he entered the city with the intention of feeling out the situation. Fried City features a typical inner and outer city design, with the city hall, banks, luxurious mansions, and commercial districts located in the inner city. Renato had never been inside before, as the city guards would stop any suspected poor folk. The outer city is the civilian district, home to various religious temples, markets of all sizes, and the Adventurers Guild. Renato had lived here for a while and was somewhat familiar with the area. Among them, there were several blocks notorious for being slums, densely populated, rife with homicides, and filled with various gangs and factions. It was a place that was both poor and filthy, where the local nobles largely ignored. During his escape, Renato's initial impression of Fried City was that of the southern pearl of commerce, a free city without a king, where harsh taxes were not imposed and various religions were tolerated with relatively lenient laws. Now, what left the deepest impression on Renato were the diverse guilds of Fried City. To become a weaver, one must join the Weaving Guild. To become a blacksmith, one must join the Blacksmith Guild. Even to work as a porter, one must join the Labor Guild. Joining a guild requires paying a fee, and one must also give a cut of their earnings to the guild. This blatant extortion shocked the newcomer Renato. Without joining a guild, no one would dare hire you. This is because Fried City's laws state that hiring non-guild members for work is illegal and subject to fines. However, Renato believed that the thicker the industry barriers, the more gray market opportunities existed. He would not be short of private jobs. He just lacked connections and needed someone to recommend him to let employers know of his abilities. Of course, unreliable characters like Littlefinger were not within his consideration. Let's start with the gangs in the slums and see how it goes from there. In the morning, by a small path outside the town of Brika, Renato looked at the approaching Polly with a hint of confusion. She was carrying a bag and panting heavily. Wait. The girl leaned against her knee, gasping for breath, her black cloak splattered with mud, clearly having run all the way. Renato, I've made up my mind. I still want to go on adventures with you. Renato looked at the persistent mage apprentice. Her hands were visibly not as steady as her words. Her knuckles were white, and her palms slightly curled from tension. I thought I made it clear last night, Renato said calmly, knowing that young people at this age were often impulsive. This path is not suitable for you. I know you think him a burden. She bit her lip, but I will prove my worth to you with my magic. You are brave, Polly, much braver than I am. Renato's expression remained unchanged, but in the face of swords and blades, a warrior's heart and a coward's heart are equally fragile. Just take me to the next mission. She stepped forward eagerly, almost colliding with Renato. I can handle magical traps and identify magical items. I will prove my usefulness. The hidden arrows and daggers in the city could cost you your life. I will have mage armor and protection against swords and blades. Renato looked at the mage apprentice anew. It seemed she was not just reckless. Every word she spoke targeted a pain point, clearly prepared to persuade him. Perhaps she was not as useless as she appeared. Renato did not have a deep understanding of mages and was unclear if Polly could truly perform those spells. However, it wouldn't cost him anything to take her to Fried City. The reward for the first mission will be divided 80-20. He decided to lay the harsh terms out first. If you perform, well, we can continue to cooperate and discuss the distribution of rewards later. Polly immediately nodded in agreement, so quickly that Renato somewhat regretted it. Then let's hurry, we must reach the next village before dark, or we will have to spend the night in the wild. Renato looked at the ready-to-go girl with some surprise, grabbing her arm and asking in confusion, how did you get to Brika? Of course, the initial stretch of road is not easy, but once you get on the main road, it's much better. If we move quickly, we could see the city gates by noon tomorrow. Stop, Polly, don't say such frightening things anymore. Renato couldn't help but pinch his forehead. We will wait here for the carriage. On the carriage, Renato pushed the deer hide beside him to make himself more comfortable. Both he and Polly paid 10 copper coins each to ride back to Fried City on this cargo truck. I didn't expect there to be public carriages here. I thought only big cities had them. This is not a public carriage, Polly. This is a cargo truck. The road was bumpy, and the swaying of the carriage was quite torturous for someone as perceptive as Renato. He could only distract himself by talking. Brika has no mills and no bakeries. Apart from meat, all food such as bread and vegetables has to be transported by cart. When the cart comes, it is filled with food, but often returns empty, because Brika does not have that much cargo to transport. Young man, that is not true, the driver interjected loudly. Brika has as much cargo as it needs, it's just that I can't afford that much. Renato was momentarily speechless. It was the first time he had heard someone state, can't afford, so confidently. In any case, the cart cannot return empty. If we hitch a ride, we can earn a little more, why not? Renato changed the subject and inquired about Pola's situation in Fried City. You just came from Fried City, right? Are you familiar with the city? I'm only familiar with the northern district of the city. I stayed there for a while, but later I couldn't find any work to earn a living, so I thought about becoming an adventurer. The carriage swayed heavily, and Polly gave up reading in the carriage, stuffing her small book into her bosom. Renato, are you from Fried City? Of course not, why do you ask? Polly rested her chin on her hand, staring at him. Because of your speech, you sound very much like a noble from the city. Renato chuckled, prompting Polly to frown. What are you laughing at? Am I wrong? Did you once consider a pinky to be a noble, eh? Renato mimicked her tone. I was recommended by Sir Joe Laurent. In response to his teasing, Pola's face turned red. All right, I admit I may not have much experience, but Mr. Joe is indeed a respectable man, and he is very trustworthy. Little finger, respectable and trustworthy. Renato found this hard to believe. A con artist, gambler, and thief. That was his objective evaluation of Joe, but there was no need to reveal this to Polly, especially since they had just met. Many things shouldn't be said too plainly. At dusk, before the city gates closed, the two entered the city through the south gate. Renato had visited several inns in succession, but none satisfied him. With winter approaching, many wealthy people from the countryside were flocking into the city to spend the winter, causing the prices of rooms to rise considerably. The room prices here are too expensive. Polly muttered softly. How about we look for a place to stay in the old alley? Renato did not want to experience the inns of the slums. After much thought, he decided to stay in a secluded inn in the southern part of the city. The sign was quite elegant, written in a string of Elvish next to a picture of a leaping silver deer. Renato recognized its meaning, Silver Deer Inn. There were not many guests in the inn, and most of the staff and patrons were half-elves, and the front desk's attitude was not exactly warm. He was dressed simply and did not act extravagantly, so Renato understood why the waiter was indifferent. Moreover, no one approached him to make small talk, which he found rather comfortable. Compared to other inns, the prices here were not high, only 10 copper coins per night. He initially wanted to stay alone, but at Pola's strong insistence, the two had to share a room. Under the suspicious gaze of the half-elf waiter at the front desk, Renato forced himself to enter the room with Polly. Unlike the elegant decor of the store, the room was small, and the furniture was quite simple. There was a wooden bed covered with a thick wool blanket, a wash basin stand, and by the window was a small table with a nearly empty oil lamp, and in the corner was a bucket for washing. Polly was petite, so even sharing a bed did not feel cramped. Renato had intended to go to the bathhouse alone to relax, but seeing Polly sitting on the edge of the bed nibbling on black bread while gazing at him eagerly, he could only sigh inwardly. She couldn't go to the bathhouse. Forget it, let's discuss business first. I'll wash tomorrow. Polly, we are companions now, right? Can you tell me what spells you can actually cast? Companions. Polly struggled to swallow the black bread. I can cast 5 first-level spells. Seeing Renato's half-smile expression, her cheeks flushed, feeling a bit embarrassed. I wasn't lying yesterday. Oh, I can only prepare 2 first-level spells at a time, so I only mentioned the 2 I had prepared then. Besides Burning Hands and Magic Missile, what are the other 3? Identify, Alarm, and Mage Armor. Renato pondered. These three were all functional spells he had heard of which would be difficult to misfire, so there shouldn't be any problems. He had always been curious about how mages cast spells, and with Polly who was not very old and had no scheming, Renato decided to ask directly, what does it mean to only prepare 2 spells? Do you mean you can only use 2 a day? Is your magical power insufficient? Polly's eyes widened, almost choking on the bread in her mouth at what she thought was a shocking comment. She took a sip of water, exaggeratedly patted her chest, and pretended to be mature. Oh, I forgot you aren't a scholar. It's normal to have such a common misconception. Let Mage Polly briefly educate you about spell knowledge. The entire universe is immersed in an invisible net made of pure magical energy. She coughed twice and straightened her back. This is the magic net, which is also the foundation for casting spells. Magical energy exists everywhere in the world, special metals, unique bloodlines. But no matter how extraordinary they are, their ability to store magic is limited as containers. We mages are different. We draw energy directly from the source of magic. As long as we can still cast spells and communicate with the magic net, our magical power will never run out. Therefore, mages do not run out of magical power when casting spells using the magic net. Renato interrupted Polly's somewhat exaggerated explanation, summarizing in his own words. Then why can you only prepare 2 spells? Hey, don't interrupt randomly. I was just about to explain. Polly shot him an unhappy glance. Casting spells is not as simple as you think. It's not just about reciting a spell and making a gesture. How should I describe it? The spells you learn are like blueprints, and the process of casting spells is like constructing according to the blueprint. No, I need to change to a metaphor you can understand. Polly rubbed her forehead. It's like how your dimensional bag holds many weapons like long swords, daggers, and hammers. My spellbook is similar. And the process of preparing spells is like the process of donning armor and equipping your sword every morning. Just as you can't carry all the weapons at once because that would be too heavy, I also can't prepare all spells because I can't remember that many precise formulas and models. Her tone carried a hint of self-deprecation, and after a pause she continued, because my strength is not enough to carry so many weapons, I can only choose the 2 that are most handy and suitable. I see now, Renato thought, then pressed on. What about cantrips? I saw you cast Frost Ray. What limitations does it have? Why can you cast it at will? Because they are all basic and simple. Just like the darts at your waist, carrying an extra set wouldn't be a burden. Cantrips are similar to darts. Most of them are simple fixed formulas or models that do not require special preparation or precise memory. Forget it, let me show you the charm of magic. I will demonstrate the spells I've memorized today. Renato, feel the surge of magic. Polly stood up and took out a small bell from her pocket. She changed her gestures, murmuring incantations softly while walking around the room, gently shaking the bell in her hand. Renato remained silent, observing closely. There was no magical glow, no exaggerated effects. He felt nothing, only that the bell gradually became transparent with Polly's movements. The ritual lasted about a minute, and only after the bell completely vanished did Polly stop. All right, the alarm spell is set up. Now we don't have to worry about things being stolen. Renato looked around, still unable to see any changes, and asked curiously, what is the specific effect of the alarm spell? Polly said proudly, whether it's a door or a window, as long as someone touches this area, the spell will make a ping alarm sound in my mind. Of course, I can also make it sound like a ringing bell in reality, so everyone around can hear it. It was a very practical spell, and Renato immediately understood its value. Now do you realize the benefits of having a mage companion? Looking at the triumphant little face of Polly, Renato corrected her. It's mage apprentice. In the morning in the Adventurers Guild Hall, Renato completed the procedures for leveling up his adventurer rank. Despite the constant urging of the receptionist, he carefully read through all the terms one by one, and after confirming there were no pitfalls, finally signed his name. Mr. Renato, here is your new badge, and the old badge will be automatically retrieved by the guild. A silver badge was stored into his dimensional bag. The value of the quests completed in Brika Town exceeded his expectations, and with a high completion rate, Renato's adventurer rank was directly elevated to Tier 3. Now he was qualified to accept most of the guild's commissions in the city. Polly followed behind him, unconsciously straightening her back, as if sharing in his glory. As a Tier 3 adventurer, he no longer had to squeeze into the hall to select tasks, but could sit in an independent tea room, leisurely browsing through the commissions, capture the members of the Thieves Guild, either capture or kill them, based on the individual's additional rewards may be offered. The Thieves Guild. Renato had never even heard of it. It sounded troublesome. Investigate the mystery of the disappearing corpses in the northern cemetery and deal with the mastermind behind it. Renato did not wish to get involved with any undead creatures at this time. Moreover, the city was filled with temples and numerous priests. Couldn't they handle this matter? Renato wasn't a fool. There was definitely something fishy about this. Investigate the smuggling chain of the Red Iron Organization. Based on the information provided, a reward of up to 100 gold coins will be given. Investigating smuggling. Renato raised an eyebrow as he flipped through the materials provided by the guild. Red Iron, an underground weapons dealer, operates in the Old Alley and Widow Street in the northern districts, selling a large quantity of weapons and metal tools, seriously impacting the legitimate market. The client is the Blacksmith Guild, and the task only requires providing intelligence. The location is in the slums, and the target is a weapons smuggler. While pondering, Renato glanced at the adventurer's guide. Task: investigate the smuggling chain of the Red Iron organization in the Northern District. Based on the information provided, a reward of 5 copper coins to 15 gold coins will be given. Task description: the filthy alleys are not only the source of chaos, but also the survival place for countless impoverished people. In the shadow of the law, evil is silently growing. Smuggling has seeped into the very veins of the city, with Red Iron engaging in clandestine transactions. As a keen investigator, you must not only track those hidden clues and traces, but also be wary of the blades that may emerge from the darkness at any moment. The task rewards 500 experience points. Indeed, the 100 gold coins were merely a pie in the sky. Renato couldn't help but scoff inwardly. While 500 experience points weren't much, they suggested that the difficulty of the task should be limited. Furthermore, he was only investigating and might not necessarily need to confront anyone. Buying some goods and turning them in could also be a form of investigation. After all, they were smuggled items that could be confiscated. Renato was never rigid. Have you made your choice? Polly asked while munching on a piece of white bread with a pot of floral tea placed on the table. Not one to pass up free food in the tea room, Renato also took a piece and introduced to Polly. He'll take this investigation task to test the waters first. Red Iron, huh? I think I've heard of it before. They sell some tools, but the pots and spoons are priced very high and hardly anyone buys them. Polly reminisced and then said with a hint of resignation, I wanted to buy a pot to save some money by cooking for myself. But then I thought carrying a pot is too heavy and buying vegetables isn't cheap. I might as well nibble on black bread. Let's talk as we walk, Renato said as he stood up and stored the remaining 2 pieces of white bread into his dimensional bag. You've lived near Old Alley. What's the situation like over there? How should I put it? There are many residents. Food is very cheap. Black bread costs 1 copper coin per pound. Other than that, it seems pretty normal. It's just an ordinary neighborhood. Which gang controls Old Alley? Renato felt direct questions were more efficient. Who is the head that oversees this area? Although he hadn't interacted with these gangs while in Fried City, Town had its share of adventurers who had mingled with city gangs, and Renato, having been exposed to it, understood some basic situation. Polly shook her head, her dark eyes revealing confusion. It seemed he couldn't rely on her for this. He would have to find out for himself. Old Alley, as the name suggests, was as narrow as a lane. The street was astonishingly narrow, not even wide enough for a single cart to pass. The wooden-framed houses on both sides jutted out layer upon layer, almost shoulder to shoulder, making it difficult for sunlight to reach the bottom of the street. The stench was unbearable, and Renato covered his mouth and nose. In the distance, a woman opened a window and poured out dirty water and garbage, cursing at the pedestrians who got splashed. The road was congested, yet he did not encounter the troubles he had imagined. No poor person was willing to approach a warrior clad in scale armor carrying a greatsword. The crowd automatically parted in front of Renato. Without him needing to ask, Renato and Polly stood out in the slums, while 3 men followed behind them, showing no intention of concealing their tracks. Renato proactively turned into a secluded alley, and the 3 men followed him in, wearing short swords at their waists and dressed in cotton clothes without armor. After sizing each other up for a moment, Renato took the initiative to speak. What brings you gentlemen to follow us? Before doing anything, you should keep your eyes peeled. Though life is hard enough for everyone, an unnecessary conflict isn't great. The other side did not look at Renato's somewhat threatening tone, but rather nervously stared at Polly behind him. The 3 men stopped at the alley entrance, neither answering nor stepping inside. At first, Renato thought they were trying to block their escape, fearing that the 2 would run away, but upon closer inspection of their timid expressions, he felt otherwise. Whispering among themselves for a moment, the leader of the 3 bald-headed stepped forward and warned, "This is the territory of the Iron Fist Gang. You better be careful with your witch." He added, "Don't use magic recklessly. We know how to deal with witches." After throwing down a harsh warning, the 3 turned to leave. Renato sighed inwardly. He hadn't expected such serious prejudice against spellcasters in this area. 3 big men were actually wary of little Polly, causing his plan to get closer to her to fall flat. Since that was the case, Renato decided not to beat around the bush and said directly, "Gentlemen, I'm not here to cause trouble. I've heard there are weapons for sale here at reasonable prices. Could you point me in the right direction?" Red Iron was not as hidden as he had imagined. Renato found the person he was looking for in a dilapidated wooden house at the end of Old Alley. To be precise, it was a dwarf with flaming red hair styled in a mohawk. The wooden shelves in the house were filled with pots and pans, seemingly the items for sale, while he lay on a wooden recliner reeking of alcohol. Upon seeing Renato enter, Red Iron opened his eyes and mumbled some curses in Dwarvish. Renato couldn't hear clearly, but the meaning was likely not far off. A large iron pot is 5 silver coins. Other items are 1 silver coin. Choose for yourself, and then pay. Very standard common language, but definitely not a price anyone would buy at. Probably not a single item would sell. This must be why he was so fearless. Did you make all of these yourself? The iron pot in front of him was thick and well-crafted, clearly handmade, not a cast iron pot. What else? Could it be made by a human blacksmith from the guild? The dwarf glanced at Polly, who was looking around, narrowed his eyes, and said, "Which don't touch anything, and don't fiddle with your magical trinkets here." Polly awkwardly withdrew her hand, putting a ladle back in its place. "I won't waste your time, and I think you can tell I'm an adventurer." The dwarf nodded. Even without a close inspection, he could recognize the craftsmanship of the sword on Renato's back was exceptional. "I've heard you have equipment for sale. What do you have? What are the prices?" The dwarf did not answer, but instead got up from the recliner muttering to himself, "Those bastards from the Iron Fist gang bring all sorts of people to me. I know what you're here for, give it up. All I have for sale are these pots and pans. How about a discussion?" No need to refuse so bluntly. Renato crossed his arms over his chest. The other's acting skills were not very high, and the rejection seemed overly deliberate. "You don't have to test me either. As adventurers, we only recognize gold coins. I like people who understand the rules." The dwarf in front of him grinned and extended his hand, Cadra red copper. "Renato." He stepped forward to shake the other's hand. Cadra's palm was broad and strong. After a brief contest of strength, both sides released their grip. Renato's palm twinged slightly, but he kept a calm expression. "So can we talk now?" "Not here," Cadra said meaningfully, "and not with me." Under the guidance of Cadra, Renato and his companion arrived at an inconspicuous tavern. The sign bore a simple and easy-to-understand name, Iron Wheat. After whispering a few words to the guard, Cadra beckoned them inside. Passing through the corridor under the watchful eyes of three gang thugs, Renato pushed open a small door in the corner. The walls of the room were adorned with gold-trimmed patterns and marble statues were placed on the floor, but Renato had to admit that the aesthetic was truly vulgar. A burly man sat on the sofa clad in a bright wool coat, with a finely woven chainmail underneath. A long sword leaned against the wall within easy reach. "Cadra, you brought someone again." The man's voice was steady. "How is this one?" "He's an old hand, unlike the pretenders before. His name is Renato, and the witch behind him is his follower." The dwarf turned to Renato and introduced, "This is Malik, the leader of the Iron Fist gang. You can also call him by his nickname, Old Chisel." Malik chuckled helplessly and shook hands with Renato, saying, "What leader, what gang? Don't listen to Cadra's nonsense. I'm just a businessman coincidentally doing some business with my brothers." "While I trust Cadra's judgment," Malik shifted the topic, "forgive my ignorance, but I don't seem to have heard your name in the city." "Stop beating around the bush here." Cadra puffed out his beard. "For the love of Morden, why do humans always have to twist and turn? Can't you just say it directly?" "Kid, Old Chisel wants to test your skills to see if you are up to the task." Malik glared at Cadra, stood up, and said in a deep voice, "Since we've come this far, I'll speak plainly. Renato, I see you're carrying a sword, so let's compare skills with my men. Prove your worth to me." Renato was confident in his swordsmanship, saying, "I intend to do just that." In the backyard of Iron Wheat, an open area was surrounded by a circle of wooden fences next to a small barrel of wine with several ceramic cups on a wooden rack. Renato and Malik each stood at a corner of the enclosure, wearing cotton training armor and moving their limbs. Both wielded standard wooden knightly longswords. This was a type of two-handed sword approximately 1.3 meters long. Despite being made of wood, it was not light, weighing even more than Renato's previous sword. Renato was unaware of Malik's skill level or swordsmanship style, so he decided to probe first, choosing a relatively conservative stance to begin. With his right foot forward and knees slightly bent, he held the sword handle at his waist, pointing the tip towards Malik's face. Malik raised his sword above his head with the handle resting by his right ear, leaning slightly forward. As the distance gradually closed, Renato made a tentative thrust. Malik stepped back half a pace, swinging his sword to deflect Renato's blade. However, Renato maintained control of the distance, quickly retracting his sword to avoid giving Malik a chance to counterattack. After several probing exchanges, Malik changed his sword stance, pointing the tip at Renato. Their blades occasionally clashed as they gauged each other's strength and rhythm. As the force intensified and the distance closed, Renato's instincts kicked in. Years of sword training made him all too familiar with this situation. He knew it was the prelude to Malik's impending attack. Having honed his instinct through numerous life-and-death battles, Renato decided to strike first. He exerted force to deflect Malik's long sword, stepping forward to deliver a straightforward thrust to end the duel. However, instead of retreating, Malik advanced, as well, thrusting upward while twisting his grip to try to deflect Renato's sword tip. Thud! Renato's sword tip struck Malik's helmet, producing a dull thud. Due to their close distance, Malik's counterattack was not fully executed and instead collided with Renato's chest. "That was a beautiful strike. Renato, that's the fourth one you've taken down." Polly hurriedly scrambled over the fence. Where the railing was a bit high for her, she nearly tripped. She helped Renato remove his helmet and handed him a ceramic cup filled with light beer. Renato tilted his head back and drank it all. The liquid was slightly salty, but as it slid down his throat into his stomach, it somewhat relieved his thirst. In just 1 hour, Renato had taken down 3 masters of the Iron Fist gang, all of whom needed to be carried out. In his eyes, only their leader, Malik, could be considered a true swordsman. Renato rubbed his chest where he had been struck. The spot felt as if it had taken a blow from a war hammer, and he couldn't feel the effect of the cotton armor at all. However, Malik was not in much better shape. Renato turned to look and saw Malik collapsed in the center of the open space, clearly knocked out by that heavy strike. A group of subordinates gathered around him frantically, trying to help him up. After a while, Malik slowly regained consciousness. "Are we going again?" Renato donned his helmet again. Fighting a real sword duel was so exhilarating that even if he didn't earn any money this time, he felt it was worth it. "No need. You've already proven your strength." Malik was not like his subordinates, unwilling to accept defeat. He calmly acknowledged his loss. "Let's return to the room, Renato. We have business to discuss." In the private room of Iron Wheat, Malik shook a bottle of wine, gesturing to Renato, "Care for a drink? This is wine from the Austral estate, bubbly and quite pleasant." No thanks, we don't drink. Renato shook his head in refusal, while Polly, who had reached for a cup, felt a bit awkward and quietly withdrew her hand. Mr. Malik, we are adventurers accustomed to task-reward exchanges, so please speak plainly. I appreciate your straightforwardness, Renato, then I'll be direct. Malik poured himself a glass and savored it slowly. I need your help to reroute some goods, changing the destination from the Wolf Gang to the Adventurers Guild. Benjamin has recently overstepped his bounds, which is against the rules. So I plan to give him a reminder to make him understand he should back off. Benjamin, the leader of the Wolf Gang. Involving gang disputes, especially with the city's major gangs, Renato was hesitant to wade into such murky waters. Your task is to intercept a cargo wagon from the north of the city, which carries Benjamin's merchandise. The wagon carries weapons smuggled by the Wolf Gang, arriving every 2 weeks, and the next shipment is in 7 days. Thus, Red Iron was actually a false lead released by Malik. The Wolf Gang was the true smuggler. He aimed to use the Blacksmith Guild to trouble the Wolf Gang. Renato's thoughts raced as he asked, how can I determine the location of the cargo wagon? What if it changes course at the last moment? You don't need to worry about that, Malik chuckled, shaking his wine glass. The route of the cargo wagon is fixed, so you can rest assured. The wagon is covered with a blue tarpaulin, and there are 2 large wooden crates stamped with the wolf claw mark on it. Those are your targets. I don't care about anyone else, but the driver must come out alive. He's mine. After finalizing the details, the conversation turned to the crucial matter. Let's talk about the reward. Renato lightly tapped the table, weighing the pros and cons, killing robbery, and also making enemies with the Wolf Gang. I want to know what price you can offer. How can it be called robbery? You are just a righteous adventurer capturing smuggling gang members for the city and accidentally taking down a few thugs. Malik appeared calm, seemingly confident. Moreover, I will offer a price that you cannot refuse. Quest: intercept a smuggling wagon from the north of the city. Transfer the 2 specific wooden crates on it. Reward 20 gold coins and a magical item. Quest description: the slums are rife with gangs, becoming a haven for smugglers. A cargo wagon covered with a blue tarp will pass through the northern road of the city the day after tomorrow, smuggling a batch of illicit goods. Your task is to intercept it and take the 2 cedar boxes branded with the wolf claw mark to the Adventurers Guild. Quest reward 2,000 experience points. Renato truly could not refuse. Stepping out of Ironweed, he turned into a small alley, and Polly, who had been holding back her words, finally couldn't help it. She leaned closer to Renato and whispered, Renato, won't this job be too dangerous? This time we can accomplish 2 tasks at once, and it's much safer than the Phantom Forest. At least we are in the shadows without the suffocating fog and countless monsters. That's not what I mean. Polly shook her head like a rattle drum. She took a breath and stammered, what I mean is, this is a robbery of a merchant convoy we will have to kill. Considering her age, Renato had anticipated Polly's reaction and had prepared his words. He patiently guided her, saying, they are gangsters, ruthless and vicious. We are combating smuggling, which is reasonable and legal. How can it be called robbery? Moreover, we are not the ones actively killing. If they surrender and hand over the weapon crates, why would we need to resort to violence? Polly seemed to realize that Renato was intentionally guiding her, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Don't treat me like a child. That's not what I mean. What I mean is, why would Malik spend money to hire the 2 of us? As a gang leader, he must have capable hands. Why doesn't he just send someone directly? Poly gang leaders may seem glamorous, but they're just ordinary folks managing a handful of thugs with income that cannot be publicly acknowledged. They have to maintain their territory and run their businesses. It's not as powerful as you think. Recalling their earlier conversation, Renato continued, moreover, Malik seems unwilling to confront the Wolf Gang directly. He wants to use the Blacksmith Guild's hand while he hides in the shadows, which is why he sought us outsiders. It's clever and reasonable. Think about the reward, Polly, 20 gold coins, that's 200 silver coins, 200 copper coins. How much is that? Ambushing the convoy with Polly readying her spells would be a tremendous asset. This mission can't be done without her. With that thought, Renato continued to encourage, the magical item is mine, and we'll split the rest of the money in half. How does that sound? Polly, swayed by the lure of riches, regained her determination. After a moment of silence, she unexpectedly asked Renato, can you lend me 10 silver coins? In the Grand Library of the Inner City, Renato was browsing through a book about dragons, the evolutionary history of reptilian creatures, modern edition. Unlike the illustrated and annotated guide to monsters, this book was filled with a plethora of terms and knowledge that Renato had never encountered before, giving him a headache. Renato was not here to read, he was waiting for someone. Suddenly, a door glowed faintly, and Polly hurriedly walked out. Ignoring Renato's greeting, she pulled out a small notebook from her chest and began to jot down notes at a rapid pace. 10 minutes later, Polly finally sighed in relief and excitedly jumped towards Renato. I got it all down. Renato, I got it all down. I saved 1 silver coin. What do you think? Her bright black eyes sparkled like a kitten waiting for food. Renato suppressed the urge to pet her and smiled as he praised, Polly, you truly are a genius. I never expected anyone could master a new first-tier spell without a teacher, studying just 1 hour a day. Of course I'm a genius. I was born to be a mage, it's just that they are blind to my talents. As she spoke, Polly's excitement began to wane, but she quickly perked up and looked at Renato. Thank you, Renato. Thanks to the 10 silver coins you lent me, I'll pay you back as soon as this task is completed. To better accomplish this task, Polly decided to learn a new spell. However, even a single first-tier spell book with detailed annotations was beyond what Renato and the others could currently afford. They could only spend 1 silver coin each day to borrow it for an hour, allowing Polly to study independently. In fact, this knowledge of spells was not intended for outside adventurers. The exorbitant price was merely a reference. Mages who joined the Mage Association enjoyed significant discounts at the Grand Library and didn't have to spend that much money. Although Renato did not know how difficult it was to learn spells, just seeing the complex formulas and models that Polly was writing down made him feel a sense of awe. He had wanted to borrow a few more silver coins to allow her to study for an extra hour each day, thus increasing their chances of success in the task. But Polly refused. She said that 1 hour a day was the most efficient and there was no need to waste money. Renato had his doubts initially, but was surprised she could learn so quickly. Now he genuinely believed that Polly was a genius. Can you tell me about the specific effects of this spell? The circle trap spell. It's called the trap spell. Polly corrected him. Using rope as the material, it creates a magical trap with a radius of 5 feet on the ground. Ordinary people cannot see it, but once a creature of small size or larger steps into it, the trap will immediately trigger, lifting the intruder into the air. Unless they break free, they will remain suspended until the magic effect ends. What do you think? Isn't the magic useful? This way we won't have to worry about the opponent escaping on horseback. You've been a great help, Polly. What do you want to eat? I'll treat you to dinner tonight. Polly shook her head and refused. Don't spend any money, we just got so much free white bread from the guild, we can't waste it. She pulled the book, The Evolutionary History of Reptilian Creatures Modern Edition, that Renato had put back on the shelf back out, and handed it to him. You borrowed it with your own money, I'll be waiting for you on the nearby steps, make sure to use your time wisely. That night Renato was maintaining his lady silence. He took out a piece of soft leather to wipe away the small stains on the sword's blade, then carefully checked the blade again. After confirming that there were no nicks, he applied a bit of oil to prevent rust. Meanwhile, Polly was diligently preparing spells at the table, strengthening her memory with a pen while softly reciting incantations. The two had already scouted the terrain to the north of the city during the day and had devised an ambush plan. As time passed, the light began to dim and the wick crackled faintly as the oil ran low. Polly closed the book and stretched. Are you ready with the spells? Yes, 2 trap spells and 1 magic missile. You can memorize 3 spells at the same time now. Renato raised an eyebrow. Just make sure nothing goes wrong tomorrow. Hey, I'm trying this for the success of the mission. Polly was somewhat dissatisfied. It's not you who would suffer if the spell backfires. Preparing just 2 trap spells. What if you can't deal with the opponent? Having 1 more spell at least allows me to support you from a distance. I'm just worried about you getting hurt. Renato changed his approach and reassured her. Are you really okay with preparing 3 first-tier spells at the same time? Don't push yourself too hard. I know my limits. I've recalled it several times. The spell model is very clear. Perhaps preparing 2 identical spells would be easier, but I feel fine about it. That's good to hear. Renato stopped worrying. After all, he couldn't cast spells for Polly, thinking too much was pointless. Renato, what do you plan to do once we get this money? The oil lamp had completely extinguished and Polly lay down on the bed softly asking, You're not planning to buy a piece of land and retire, are you? Renato rested his arms behind his head and replied with a smile, Become a farmer. Perhaps others might think so, but I can't handle farm work. I'd probably just eat and drink, enjoy life. But it's kind of boring here, there's not much to do. The unfamiliar world, the ignorance of the future. This sense of confusion had not visited Renato since he graduated from university. He forcibly interrupted these spreading thoughts. It was pointless to think about these things now, only adding to his troubles. Changing the subject, Renato asked, What about you, Polly? I can tell you really want to make money, but not for enjoyment. What do you want to do? I want to become a mage, Polly replied quietly, a real archmage. I don't want to be someone else's apprentice forever begging for scraps under scornful gazes. I want my own mage tower to learn world-destroying spells and show those who look down on me what I'm capable of. In the darkness, Polly's voice grew softer as she spoke. She turned her face away, sneaking a glance at Renato's expression. Do you think I'm particularly arrogant? Or particularly foolish? How could it be? Polly, you are the most talented mage I have ever seen in this world. That's because I've only been your apprentice. Polly pouted. You don't need to comfort me, Renato. I grew up in Spatia and have seen the descendants of those tower masters. They are the real geniuses. I understand the gap. No, I'm not talking about learning spells. Oh, I don't understand magic and haven't studied those formulas and models. But one thing I've seen with my own eyes, Polly, is that you possess courage far beyond ordinary people. Even when alone, even when facing a dragon, you did not flinch, and your spells remained stable. These were Renato's heartfelt words. The young girl before him was the most reckless person he had ever seen. A mere apprentice dared to set fire to a dragon's tail. I believe in you, Polly. You will become an archmage. Listening to Renato's straightforward praise, Polly's cheeks flushed as she buried her face in the blanket. You haven't even seen an archmage, come on. Don't say any more. I'm going to sleep now. After a while, just when Renato thought she had fallen asleep, he heard a voice as soft as a whisper, Good night. In the afternoon, Renato was munching on bread under the shade of a tree while Polly was intently gazing into the distance. What if the carriage doesn't take this road? You've asked that 5 times already, Polly. Be patient. Even if they don't come, we won't suffer any losses. But, Renato wiped his hands clean and checked the javelin he carried. Pay attention, don't let any animals trigger the magical traps again. This is the last time for the trap spell. An hour earlier, a deer accidentally triggered the trap, and Polly had to recast it. Renato tied up the deer and dragged it to the nearby woods, leaving it to its fate. Fortunately, no carriages had passed during this time, otherwise it would have been foolish to fail the mission because of a deer. Renato looked. Following the direction of Paula's finger at the end of the road, a carriage was slowly approaching. 2 pack horses led the way, moving at a leisurely pace. The blue tarp concealed the cargo, confirming to Renato that this was indeed their target. He held back the eager Polly beside him and cautioned, "Don't rush to cast spells, wait for the fish to bite. You go to the back and get ready to support me." As the carriage drew near, Renato tightened his grip on the javelin and calculated the distance in his mind. 50 meters, 40 meters, 30 meters. As the front hooves of a horse just entered the range, a burst of blue spiritual light erupted in the air. An invisible rope suddenly tightened, hoisting the horse upside down. This sudden turn of events startled the other horse. With 2 different forces pulling in opposite directions, the carriage instantly overturned. However, the power of the magic was limited, and due to the horse's violent struggles, the spell trap only held for a moment before completely shattering. The heavy pack horse fell from the air, crashing down on one side of the carriage. Taking advantage of this gap, Renato threw his javelin, accurately striking down the other horse, ensuring the carriage could not escape. 2 guards jumped down from the carriage. They were not affected by the chaos and quickly zeroed in on Renato in the woods. Seeing only one person, a man clad in chainmail, rushed forward, easily dodging Renato's javelin. The other was a half-elf wearing a hood, armed with a short bow. The accuracy of the arrows was impressive, forcing Renato to stop throwing javelins to suppress them. Renato drew Lady Silence from his back to confront the charging guards. The opponent brandished a military machete, letting out a battle cry as he closed in beside Renato. The tip of the sword aimed for his throat, but was deflected by the machete, grazing over his shoulder armor and leaving a scratch. The distance was too close for the two-handed sword to be effective, but Renato could not retreat. Behind him was the mage, and he could not give up his position. He gripped the sword with his left hand, engaging in half-sword techniques to tangle with the opponent, attempting to pierce through the armor with the sharp tip of his blade. 3 magical missiles swept past Renato's side, heading towards the distant archer. The sudden magic stunned the opponent in front of him. Renato seized the opportunity, pushing the sword's hilt and smashing the weighted ball hard against the opponent's face. The metal nose guard on the helmet bent from the impact, absorbing some of the force. This strike had limited effect, only breaking the opponent's nose. Renato did not want to give his opponent a chance to breathe and created some distance, aiming to stab at the exposed throat. But the opponent was equally experienced, bending down to hug Renato and not allowing him space to draw his sword. Just as the two were locked in combat, a blue-white icy beam shot towards the distance, accompanied by Paula's anxious shout. "Another one is charging over. He was too fast. I can't hit him." Renato released his locked long sword and delivered a solid punch to the opponent's face, ending this entanglement. He had no time to care about the long sword locked in the opponent's embrace, grabbing the military machete from the ground and turning to intercept the half-elf flanking from the side. But he was still a step too late. The half-elf was nimble, dodging the freezing ray once more. He swung both daggers directly at the mage in front of him. Just as the curved blade was about to slice into Paula's neck, the blade suddenly halted, as if moving through water, allowing the girl to narrowly duck away. Paula's trick blade barrier bought her a moment of time. The half-elf had no second chance. The sound of air being sliced forced him to turn around. Instinctively, he tilted his head to avoid the fatal strike aimed at his skull, but the military machete designed for cleaving shredded through his leather armor and deeply embedded itself in his left shoulder. The half-elf gritted his teeth, crossing his daggers in an attempt to push Renato back. Losing his preferred longsword, Renato was not adept at using a machete. He had to deal with the half-elf quickly. He couldn't afford to delay. If another guard from the merchant group arrived, he would be surrounded. Resolutely, he allowed the 2 curved blades to slice through the petrified lizard scales. Renato continued to swing, cutting off the half-elf's head under his astonished gaze. Another blue-white beam shot towards the distance. "Put down Renato's sword. You scum." The chain-clad merchant guard tried to escape, but Renato's heavy blows to his face left him dizzy, unable to run in a straight line. Struck by Paula's freezing ray from behind, he collapsed to the ground. "Spare me, oh great mage." "Oh." Ignoring his pleas for mercy, Polly continued to unleash freezing rays on the immobilized man until his screams faded and the corpse turned into an ice sculpture before she finally ceased. Renato remained silent by the side. After confirming that the knife wound on his chest had not penetrated his padded armor, he retracted the healing potion and quietly waited for Polly to vent her anger. Panting heavily, Paula's fingers trembled slightly. Seeing her spell's light dissipate, Renato spoke up. "Check your injuries. If you're unharmed, come help me move the cargo from the carriage." Retrieving Lady Silence, Renato caught a glimpse of the driver unconscious and pinned under the horse. After confirming he would not die immediately, he did not pay him any further attention. After a brief search, the two worked together to lift 2 heavy wooden boxes out of the dismantled carriage. Opening the boxes marked with wolf claw insignias and seeing the weapons inside, Renato's anxiety finally eased. For this operation, he had specifically cleared out his dimensional bag. He intended to take every single weapon from these 2 boxes. Polly picked up a one-handed hammer, its head secured with rivets, and the wooden handle unpolished, still bearing splinters. She looked puzzled and asked, Renato, aren't the quality of these weapons a bit poor? They don't seem valuable. Don't worry about it, just take them all. We'll keep the valuable swords and knives for later. Renato stuffed the one-handed hammer into his dimensional bag. Just hand over the less valuable hammers, axes, and sickles. More than 60 weapons were all collected by Renato. There were also a dozen bundles of fresh vegetables on the carriage, likely for disguise. Renato selected some as they were free. Polly, you go strip the half-elf, and he'll deal with this frozen one. Facing the headless corpse, Polly looked reluctant, but still obeyed the command. Clearly dealing with a frozen corpse was more difficult. Approaching the body, Renato followed his old routine of scavenging for loot. A flat-topped helmet with the nose guard bent by Renato's impact should not affect its overall strength after a simple repair. Renato disliked wearing helmets. Aside from the cost factor, helmets would also diminish hearing and obstruct vision, leading to misjudgments. Rather than relying on protection from helmets, he preferred to avoid injury through agile dodging. The chainmail was frozen in ice, and Renato exerted considerable effort to free the iron rings stuck together and strip them off the corpse. This armor had a large protective area extending down below the hips, and the short sleeves provided additional protection for the upper arms. The workmanship was not too good, with several buckles broken and obvious repair marks on the left side. However, this did not detract from the armor's value. Renato estimated it to be worth at least 20 silver coins. In the backpack and inner pockets, there were 2 silver coins and a dozen copper coins, as well as a bottle of unknown potion, the liquid murky and unclear in efficacy. The military machete was a solid one-handed blade made with sturdy craftsmanship and material. Renato planned to keep it as a backup weapon. The remaining miscellaneous items included a dagger, a pair of splint arm guards, a copper ring, fire-starting tools, and some rations, which Renato also packed up to sort through later. Polly adjusted her belt and hung 2 curved daggers at her waist. She swayed from side to side, showcasing to Renato, "How do I look? Do I look like a swordsman?" The loose robe did not match the curved daggers at all, and Renato replied in exasperation, "Have you finished stripping the leather armor? I made a clean cut on the neck. The chest plate should sell well." The dimensional bag, capable of holding 500 pounds, was stuffed to the brim by Renato. Fortunately, the principle of the dimensional bag was to transfer items to an alternate space. Otherwise, Renato would not be able to carry such a heavy load back to the city. After simply washing the blood off their bodies by the creek, the two returned to the Silver Deer in just before nightfall and the closing of the city gates. Renato did not head directly to Iron Wheat. Instead, he asked Polly to use the evening to prepare spells anew while he tried on the newly acquired chainmail. Although according to the conventions of the Adventurer's Guide, the other party should not breach their contract, Renato would not entrust his life to such uncertainties. To prevent Malik from engaging in underhanded tactics, he decided to wait until the next day when he had fully recovered before heading out. After discussing, Polly decided to prepare the spells Mage Armor, Burning Hands, and Magic Missile. With her assistance, Renato donned the new chainmail. His previous stone-scaled lizard skin armor had been slashed open by dual blades, not only shattering the outer scales, but also cutting through the tanned leather beneath. While it could still be used with some stitching, Renato was always one to wear the best available and would never settle for less. The chainmail was not light, with its weight primarily resting on the shoulders, making Renato, accustomed to leather armor, feel slightly uncomfortable. Polly adjusted the tightness of the straps behind him and asked, "How's the tightness? Is it suitable?" Renato moved his limbs to ensure his movements remained agile, nodding and replying, "It's fine, just help me secure the shoulder guards." "Honestly, I'm not your servant," Polly muttered softly, though her hands did not slow. "Renato, why do you need to wear armor now? Aren't we going in the morning?" Shaking his wrist to confirm that the new bracers wouldn't restrict his movement, Renato explained, "I need to get used to the feeling of the armor in advance. In battle, even the slightest discomfort can be fatal." In Renato's memory, training in armor was a required lesson for nobles. In important situations, young nobles needed to be fully armored, otherwise they might be seen as weak and unworthy of inheriting their lands. Back then, he had a custom-made full suit of plate armor, but regrettably he had been too rushed to take it with him while fleeing. Reflecting on his swordsmanship movements, Renato drew Lady Silence and began to practice in the room. The small room did not offer enough space for him to fully unleash his sword techniques, but feeling his steady breathing and proper movements, Renato felt reassured. It seemed he did not need to worry too much about stamina. The weight of this armor did not significantly impede him. Polly sat by the table, wiping the sweat from her brow. "This is such a hassle, Renato, and you're so weighed down." She pulled out a small mirror she had confiscated from the merchant guards. "Look at yourself, haha, you've practically gained a whole circle." With the cotton armor, long sleeves, and pants as the lining, topped with chainmail, complemented by shoulder guards, a leather neck guard, and a pair of bracers. "It looks quite impressive," Renato said contentedly. "Polly, help me take off the armor. I'm getting ready for bed." "Hey, didn't you just put it on?" "Renato, are you messing with me?" As the oil lamp extinguished, Renato lay in bed contemplating the next day's arrangements. He needed to visit the Adventurers Guild first. He couldn't go straight to Iron Wheat. After all, I am a registered adventurer at the guild, which will always provide some protection in the city. If I were to complete a task and immediately get killed by the gang, who would dare accept guild tasks in the future? In the end, Malik and his crew were just a bunch of mud-legged folks from the slums. They should be too afraid to act against such a colossal entity as the guild. However, directly handing over all the smuggled weapons seemed a bit of a loss. These unidentified weapons would be considered contraband in the city and belonged to the Wolf Gang. Renato had no channels to dispose of them, making it difficult to get rid of. Moreover, there was the Blacksmith Guild, a monopoly organization. The risk of liquidating them in the city was too high, and they took up space if kept. After much consideration, Renato decided not to keep these weapons. He would only retain the well-preserved swords and knives, handing over the rest entirely. He hoped the Blacksmith Guild would be a bit more reasonable and offer more compensation. As for Malik from the Iron Fist Gang, with insufficient information, Renato found it difficult to determine what the other party was planning, opting to take things one step at a time tomorrow. The Iron Wheat Tavern was located in the slums, considered the home turf of the Iron Fist Gang, and he needed to be prepared to face overwhelming odds. From Renato's observations, most of the gang's thugs lacked decent armor. A two-handed sword was quite intimidating in unarmored combat, and he was confident he could take on multiple opponents. Moreover, there was the support of a mage. The spells Polly had prepared this time were adept at mid to close-range combat, and the shanties in the slums were mostly wooden structures. If a fight broke out, Burning Hands would certainly surprise those thugs. However, Malik might also resort to underhanded tactics, such as poisoning food. He needed to remind Polly in the morning not to eat anything indiscriminately at Iron Wheat. Renato, are you asleep? Normally the two would always sleep back to back, but for some reason, perhaps due to the cooling weather, Polly leaned closer to him tonight. Not yet. What's up? Isn't this our 10th day adventuring together? Time flies. Just a week ago, I was still pondering how to save a few copper coins to buy more black bread. In the dark, Renato could see the blackness of Paula's eyes. But now I can lie comfortably in bed thinking about which spell to learn once I have money. Paula's eyes gradually filled with tears, her tone remaining calm. You've saved me once again, Renato. If it weren't for you, I would have probably been executed today. Polly, your spells were crucial too. If it weren't for you. Don't comfort me, Renato. I'm not a child. Polly leaned closer to his face, seemingly wanting to see his expression. You always seem to have it all figured out, as if nothing can defeat you. Even without me, you would surely find another way to accomplish your tasks. It was the same during the Phantom Forest. Renato, if you hadn't saved me, I would have died beneath the dragon's claws. No, perhaps even earlier, I might have already been torn apart by that group of adventurers alongside the pigmen. Listening to her ramblings, Renato's memories were drawn back to the Phantom Forest, back to Brika Town. I still remember how you taught me to identify the calming flower, that light blue bell-shaped flower. You didn't pick any for yourself, yet you kept that entire area for me while standing guard around. Back then, I foolishly thought it was the reward of that 1 silver coin. Later, I realized that 1 silver coin was nothing to you. Your swordsmanship is so strong, and with your rich experience, you could earn big money anywhere. Those pigmen were no match for you. Not even the dragon. You could repel it on your own. You must think I'm foolish, right? Underrating myself and wasting a precious potion. You taught me how to adventure, showed me how to earn money, and even lent me money to learn spells. The deeper the memories went, the more choked Paula's voice became. Renato instinctively embraced the girl. Her body trembled slightly, reminding Renato of the time he first crossed into Iriel. Renato, why are you so good to me? I'm not your family. I'm just a wandering mage apprentice, always holding you back, poor Anne. For the sake of quest experience. Then he should have kicked her out when leaving Brika Town. For monetary rewards. Then he could have found an opportunity to strike. The slums were filled with corpses, and no one would pursue a hapless apprentice. That way, all the money would belong to him alone. Renato himself could not clearly articulate why he helped her. Was it out of pity, wanting to lend a hand? Perhaps it was simply that he had been alone for too long and desired a companion. Her sobs were soft, but Renato could see clearly. Her small face was streaming with tears, yet she bit her lip, holding back from crying out loud. He said nothing, simply holding her tighter. Renato knew that what Polly needed was not consolation. She was a brave girl, but she had endured too much life and death recently, and was a little tired, needing to vent her feelings. In the reception room of the Adventurers Guild, Renato and Polly sat on the sofa, enjoying free white bread and sipping free floral tea. These free food items were limited in quantity and could only be obtained in the morning. Arriving late meant they would be taken by others. However, this time the two were not here for the food. They were waiting for someone. The door swung open, and an old man with gray whiskers walked in. He was not particularly tall, but was sturdy and upright, wearing a deep brown woolen coat and a sleeveless leather robe with a Blacksmith Guild badge hanging from his chest. Following him was a smiling female receptionist from the guild who introduced, "This is Master Wolfram, the inspector of the Blacksmith Guild." "Show me what you have," Wolfram said, ignoring the receptionist, his sharp gaze fixed on Renato. "The guild says you have seized a batch of smuggled weapons, and I need to inspect them." Renato produced 4 long swords, while the other 60 or so weapons he had previously organized were also brought out at this time. As he looked at the weapons spread across the table, Wolfram furrowed his brow slightly. He took out a steel ruler marked with the guild's insignia and a roll of parchment, checking and recording each item meticulously. No one spoke, and the female receptionist stood awkwardly for a while before stepping back. After registering all the weapons, Wolfram looked up and asked, "Where did you acquire these weapons?" "It's a long story." "Then make it short." "On a cart in the northern part of the city." After a brief inquiry, Renato received the payment for this task. Task: investigate the smuggling network of the Red Iron organization in the northern district of the city. The reward for the provided information is 10 gold coins. Task description: the filthy alleys are not only the source of chaos, but also the living space for countless poor people. In the shadows of the law, evil silently thrives. Smuggling has infiltrated the very veins of this city with red iron conducting transactions out of sight. As a keen investigator, you must not only track down those hidden clues and trails, but also be wary of the blades that may emerge from the darkness at any moment. Clues have been submitted, gaining 500 experience points. Master Wolfram was quite generous, requesting the guild to settle the payment on-site in the name of the Blacksmith Guild. He allocated 5 gold coins to Polly, and the 2 still had to go to Iron Wheat to collect a large sum of money. Renato did not want any issues arising from uneven distribution of spoils at this critical moment. Renato, just give me 2 coins, we agreed on that from the start. Polly held 3 gold coins, her hands trembling slightly. Renato shook his head and said, I said we would split the money evenly, and the magical items from Malik are mine. Upon hearing this, Polly immediately withdrew her hand and tucked the gold coins into her pocket. You should have insisted a bit more. This is too rude, Renato silently criticized in his heart. Renato, no matter what magical items the other party offers, don't use them right away and don't be hasty to attune them, Polly advised on the way. Many magical items have side effects, and some are simply traps. We can wait until tomorrow. I'll buy some spellcasting materials and help you identify them. As they pushed open the door of Iron Wheat, the sight that greeted them was Malik in a red coat sitting at the bar drinking. The tavern was empty in the morning, with only a few thugs from the Iron Fist gang sitting in chairs, their eyes fixed on Renato. You finally arrived, my friend. Malik approached Renato, feigning a hug. I thought something had happened to you. Renato returned the gesture perfunctorily and replied with a smile. I can't die yet. Do I still need to get my money and enjoy life? I've been prepared for you, Malik gestured. So shall we discuss inside? No need to bother him in a hurry. Let's talk here. The small room was not suitable for wielding a two-handed sword, so Renato decided to stay in the hall. We already agreed on everything. There's nothing more to discuss, right? The atmosphere instantly froze, with Polly gripping a piece of tanned leather ready to unleash mage armor at any moment. Of course, no problem, my friend. If you're in a hurry, then let's chat here. Malik spoke in a relaxed tone, as if the previous tension was just an illusion. Bariko, go get the money from the room. A strong thug walked into the back and quickly returned with a bag full of silver coins, placing it in front of the two. 200 brand new silver crowns, not a single one less. Count it, Polly. He wanted Polly to count the money slowly from behind. At such times, one must never relax. Renato's muscles were tense, ready to draw his sword at any moment. This is the agreed-upon magical item, Malik said nonchalantly, seemingly unconcerned about Renato's distance, producing a uniquely designed metallic crown. This crown is called the Crown of Intelligence. Embedded with moonstone, it can enhance the wearer's memory and thinking speed, but it may cause a bit of dizziness if worn for too long. Renato took the crown with one hand to examine it. The metal was drawn into threads woven into a triple structure, forming the crown intricately carved with patterns, with a white moonstone mounted in the center, emitting a faint blue glow. You can tell this crown should have come from the hands of elves with exquisite craftsmanship. It can be considered a piece of art. Renato ignored Malik's boast, weighing it in his hand. It wasn't heavy, indicating it had no precious metals added. Moonstone was merely a common spellcasting material, not a precious gem. It did not come with a complete spell. The enchanting effect was solely to enhance memory and thinking speed with side effects, and once worn, one could not wear a helmet, making it rather useless. Renato's overall evaluation of this magical accessory could be summarized in one word: rubbish. However, since it was free, he still put it in his dimensional bag. Renato, that's a total of 200 coins, not a single one less. Polly counted quickly and deftly stuffed the coin pouch into Renato's dimensional bag. You don't need to be so tense, my friend. I'm a man of my word. Malik raised his hands, signaling that he was unarmed. Other gangs might not follow the rules, but we, the Iron Fist gang, value loyalty above all. A gang from the slums that keeps its word and values rules. Renato scoffed in his heart, but on the surface, he still had to feign politeness. This was the first connection he had made since entering the city, and he could not afford to lose it. Whether for accepting private jobs or fencing stolen goods, he currently relied on Malik's connections. My friend, where there is one, there are two. I believe we will have plenty of opportunities to cooperate in the future. I'm at the Iron Wheat Tavern, and you're always welcome to come and have a drink. Facing Malik's outstretched hand, Renato shook it without hesitation. Pleasure working with you. Pleasure working with you. At noon, Renato lay alone on the inn's bed. After distributing the money, Polly immediately returned 10 silver coins to Renato, and then went to the magic shop in the inner city to buy the materials needed for identification. Renato, feeling too lazy to move, let her go by herself. Anyway, having money now, he decided to indulge himself and ordered the most expensive lunch at the Silver Deer Inn. The door is not closed, come in. Hearing a knock, Renato knew his lunch had arrived. The door opened, and the half-elf waitress at the front desk entered with a large platter, showcasing several pieces of golden shiny roasted meat cleverly arranged into the shape of a little pig. Mr. Renato, this is the roasted suckling pig you ordered along with a can of elven beer. Please enjoy your meal. My name is Laylas. If you need any other services, you can come find me at the front desk. The unique beauty of the half-elf was right in his sweet spot, as an earthling, not to mention the added allure of a magical race's fantastical background. Layla spoke in a warm tone, and aside from the tip, Renato believed that it was certainly his eloquence that had left a deep impression on her. He heard that with extra money, there was an additional feeding service where the beautiful half-elf waitress would personally feed him. Although it was somewhat tempting, Renato considered himself not wealthy enough for that, and besides, he wasn't accustomed to being fed. The aroma of the roasted suckling pig made Renato's fingers itch. Ignoring the hot temperature, he grabbed a piece of hind leg meat. The pigskin was crispy and glistening with a golden hue, cracking with a crunch as he bit into it. The firm leg meat released juices with a faint smoky aroma. Renato wolfed down a whole piece of meat, licking his fingers and sighing contentedly. It had been a long time since he had eaten such delicious roast meat. With many unknown spices seasoning it, Renato could not taste even a hint of the pig's gamey flavor. Coupled with the suckling pig's tender meat, it was simply a divine delicacy. Renato picked up the beer. This elven beer was completely different from the beer he had in Burika Town. The amber liquid was clear and free of any impurities. He took a sip. The texture was thicker than that of light beer with a more pronounced sweetness, and aside from the malt flavor, there was a hint of subtle fruit fragrance. This was the most perfect meal Renato had experienced since his transmigration. He finished the entire suckling pig, lay back on the bed, and felt a long-lost sense of satisfaction swell within him. This was real food. He resolved never to eat that kind of garbage black bread again. Opening the Adventurer's Guide, Renato added the 2,500 experience points from the 2 tasks. Champion Warrior Level 5, 10003000. Champion Warrior Level 6, 5005000. With the level up, his constitution increased by 1 point. A familiar warmth filled his entire body. Character Renato de Fernando, race human, class champion warrior, level 6, 5005000. Dockers, divine, chosen, level 130. Health 72, strength 15, constitution 14, agility 14, perception 15, intelligence 11, determination 15, specialties, heavy armor proficiency, military weapon proficiency, swordsmanship expertise, dark vision, mental body control skills, religious knowledge level 6, historical knowledge level 4, linguistics level 4, group tactics level 3, riding level 2. Combined with the feeling of fullness, Renato felt a hint of drowsiness coming on. A short nap would be nice. With this thought, he slipped into a dream. A sudden knock on the door jolted Renato from his slumber. Renato, are you feeling unwell? Why are you sleeping in the middle of the day? Renato scratched his messy hair and turned to let Polly in. I stayed up late last night and felt a bit tired, so I just dozed off for a moment. Have you bought the materials? The spellcasting materials in Fried City are incredibly expensive. There are no wizards at the magic shop, only unscrupulous merchants. Polly pouted, looking at Renato, who was munching on bread. Did you skip lunch? Renato was puzzled as to why he felt so hungry. He had just eaten before taking a nap, and it had been less than 2 hours. He could only respond vaguely. I ate, but I wasn't full, just gnawing on some bread. Polly circled around Renato, puzzled. Why do I feel like you've grown taller? Have you got new boots? Taller. Renato himself felt no difference, but he believed Polly wouldn't make baseless claims. Could it be due to a physical enhancement? However, he couldn't explain this to her with the Adventurer's Guide. Instead, he told a little lie. I just changed to a thicker insole. What materials did you buy? Changing the topic awkwardly, luckily Polly didn't press further. I have gathered all the materials for the identification spell. Polly took out a small pouch of pearls and displayed it. This little pouch cost me 2 silver crowns. It's not like they are South Sea jewels. Even the small pearls from river oysters are so expensive. When can we start the identification? Renato took out the crown of intelligence, genuinely eager to experience what it's like to use a magical item. Wait, put it back first. Polly reached out to stop him, stuffing the crown back into her dimensional bag. I haven't prepared the identification spell today. Don't bring it out now. Oh, it might have a triggering curse on it. So when can we do it? Renato was somewhat puzzled. Can't you prepare the identification spell in an afternoon? We can only do it tomorrow. Polly's expression was slightly awkward as she added, I haven't had the chance to cast the identification spell before, so am not very familiar with the model of this spell. But don't worry, my spellbook has detailed records on how to construct the identification spell. Just give me a moment to study it. Renato sighed internally, realizing he had to learn it on the spot. Polly seemed a bit embarrassed sitting at the table studying the identification spell. Watching her scribble furiously, Renato rubbed his temples. He initially wanted to suggest going out to relax and celebrate, but thinking that she was working hard to identify her items, he swallowed his words. Opening the dimensional bag, Renato began to count his recent gains, looking for items to sell. For captured one-handed swords, in Renato's eyes the quality of the weapons smuggled by the Wolfgang was not high. He guessed that the Wolfgang's clients probably didn't have much money. They were certainly not nobles. However, even if the quality was average, each sword could be sold for 2 silver crowns, and if the market was right, it could even fetch 3 silver crowns. A flat-topped helmet, rough on the outside, had many scratches, no faceplate, just a crooked nose guard. Using riveted craftsmanship instead of integrated metal forging along with the leather headscarf inside, Renato thought it was worth at most 2 silver crowns. A military machete, single-edged with a heavy back and a slight curve, the tip was flattened, increasing its chopping power at the cost of being unable to stab. Rugged but practical in style, even if it was stolen goods it could sell for over 5 silver coins, but Renato did not intend to sell it. He planned to keep it as a backup weapon for emergencies. A copper ring, a dagger with a red cord, and a bottle of unknown potion which he could leave for Polly to identify tomorrow. His coin pouch was filled to the brim, reaching the highest level since Renato's arrival in this world. 5 gold coins, 116 silver coins, and 172 copper coins. Converting it was approximately equivalent to 16 gold coins, or 167 silver crowns. For a commoner, this was a fortune enough to buy dozens of acres of land, build a wooden house, and marry a young village girl. For nobles, this was merely the price of a full suit of plate armor or a luxurious carriage. While not insignificant, it was just a necessary expense. For an adventurer like Renato, this sum was substantial enough for him to live extravagantly in the city for a year, yet it was also quite little, barely enough to buy a practical magical accessory or a uniquely effective magical potion. With this money, according to Renato's original plan, he should just settle down and enjoy a life of indulgence far from the dangers of adventuring, relishing the safety of urban life. Renato looked at his own hands, these ordinary hands. It was these very hands that had slit dozens of throats and hunted countless powerful monsters over the past 6 months. Adventurer's Guide enabled him to gain unique abilities by completing tasks, night vision, like a wolf, physical endurance, far beyond the norm. And Renato could truly feel his body growing stronger as his points increased, greater strength, faster speed, and a more robust physique. Not just changes in his body, he had also witnessed the miracles of the Ida's divine water and the various strange spells cast by Polly. The worldview he had built over 20 years was slowly changing with these experiences. The extraordinary powers that once existed only in fantasy were now within his grasp. How could he abandon that and settle for being an ignorant commoner in the medieval world? As a traveler from another world with the Adventurer's Guide, he should pursue extraordinary power, not out of curiosity nor interest, but from the most primal and pure survival instinct and ambition. In the knowledge of his original self, there were many legends about starbound visitors in Iriel. These figures could traverse different worlds through the astral realm. Although most were divine beings from religious tales, it gave Renato hope of returning to Earth. Returning to Earth would require long-term planning, but growing stronger could start now. Renato had already made up his mind. The adventurer's path must continue and tasks must be completed. Currently, the only way for him to become stronger was through leveling up with the Adventurer's Guide, which was too singular and lacked any spellcasting abilities. He needed to explore other avenues. Renato contemplated that perhaps he should learn how the locals gained power, such as becoming a wizard by learning spells. That's right, he had previously struggled due to the lack of a way to acquire knowledge, which was why he couldn't learn spells. But now Polly was a ready-made textbook, and wizards cast spells through the magical network requiring no innate talent. Why shouldn't he learn some spells? Just like the web novels he had read in his childhood, perhaps in a few years he would become a legendary wizard capable of altering reality and traversing the astral realm. As for whether he could learn spells, Renato was not worried at all. He was full of confidence. After all, he was someone who had undergone higher education on Earth. If these locals could become wizards, how could Renato fall short compared to these people who had never even studied advanced mathematics? At the table, Renato gazed at the magical formulas on the parchment that resembled the script of the heavens, rubbing his throbbing temples. Renato, this is merely the simplest light spell. It took me less than 2 hours to learn it myself. Polly lay bored on the table, resting her chin on her arms. And I was only 10 years old back then. What exactly do you not understand? I've explained it nearly 10 times, and you've spent almost 3 hours on it yourself. It's just a trick. The model is simple, just apply the relevant formulas. All right, Polly, I think I know where the problem lies. Oh, Polly raised an eyebrow and chuckled lightly. Have you finally completed the first step? Now don't rush to cast the spell. First build the model according to the steps in the spellbook and connect with the magic net. Renato shut the spellbook and handed it back to Polly. The problem is I actually want to learn these useless spells. I must have been dazed from sleep yesterday. Hey, how can you say the light spell is useless? It's one of the most practical tricks. Polly widened her eyes and gestured. I can name more than 10 scenarios where this spell is applicable. Then you can just be responsible for casting the light spell in the future. Renato replied dismissively. Let's start identifying the crown of intelligence. Already we've wasted a whole morning. I'm not a street performer. Why would I want to learn tricks? Maybe I really need this crown to boost my intelligence today. Polly snatched the offered crown, fuming. You really should boost your intelligence. You were the one who came to me to learn spells, making me do this and that. I'm a mage, not a pack mule. I taught you for a whole morning without even drinking a sip of water. Complaining verbally, she wasn't slow with her hands. Polly had prepared well the night before and was ready to cast the spell at any moment. She took out a pearl and began chanting the incantation. The pearl transformed into a halo that rested in her palm, slowly touching the crown under her guidance. After a moment, the faint light dissipated and Polly, with her eyes closed, confidently stated, this crown has not been affected by other spells. There are no curses or harmful spells. The item is not fully enchanted, hence it does not require attunement. Its effect is similar to what Malik said, enhancing the wearer's memory and thought speed to a certain extent. As for side effects like dizziness, I did not identify any. It should be an issue with the user themselves rather than caused by this crown. Polly lifted the crown and placed it on Renato's head. Here, give it a try. Don't worry about the size. This crown has an automatic fitting function, but it needs my magical power to activate, so don't move around. In her hands, the crown of intelligence slowly reshaped itself, gradually conforming to Renato's head. Only when it perfectly matched did the crown secure itself, fitting even better than a tailor-made piece. A cool sensation spread from his forehead. It was not a physical coldness, but rather slowly seeped through his scalp, clearing Renato's mind. He felt that the speed of his thinking had accelerated, ideas flowing like light with remarkable smoothness. A rapid enhancement of intelligence often leads one to overestimate their calculation abilities. Polly advised, I once drank the arcane wisdom potion, so I understand this feeling. But it's just an illusion, Renato. I suggest you close your eyes and adapt to this change in perception. Renato closed his eyes, but it was not due to the crown's influence. It was the sudden pop-up of the adventurer's guide before him. Equipment Crown of Intelligence. This silver-plated crown was designed and crafted by moon elves, featuring a magic-engraved moonstone embedded in its center. While wearing this crown, your intelligence score becomes 14 points as granted by the crown. If your intelligence score is already equal to or greater than the value granted by the crown, without wearing it, this item becomes ineffective. Wearing requirements: Perception 14, a Willpower 12. Rarity Uncommon. A new feature of the guide. He was not unfamiliar with having undergone class changes before. Renato wondered why this new feature had suddenly unlocked. Was it due to his upgrade? It shouldn't be. Renato quickly denied it. After upgrading yesterday, he had specifically checked the adventurer's guide, and there were no additional sections. The equipment only displayed this crown of intelligence. Could it be because of it? What makes this crown so special? After pondering, Renato thought of a possibility. This was his first time wearing a magical item, which was why the new feature popped up. Just like the quest that popped up the first time he completed an adventure task. He turned the adventurer's guide to the character page. Character: Renato de Fernando. Race: human. Class: champion warrior, level 6, 500, 5000. Dockers: chosen, level 130. Health: 7272. Strength: 15. Constitution: 14. Dexterity: 14. Perception: 15. Intelligence: 11, 3. Willpower: 15. Specialties: heavy armor proficiency, military weapon proficiency, swordsmanship expertise, dark vision, mental fortitude. Skills: religious knowledge, level 6, historical knowledge, level 4, a linguistics, level 4, a group tactics, level 3, writing, level 2. After reviewing the character panel, he heard Paula's cautious inquiry. Renato: short-term mental confusion is normal. How do you feel now? If you have a headache, let me know. Paula's worried gaze made Renato temporarily set aside his exploration of the new feature. The crown feels great. I feel my thinking speed has improved significantly. After putting on the crown, Polly also helped identify the unknown potion they had captured. It was nothing surprising, just a common health potion, used to prevent common illnesses, worth less than the pearls consumed for casting spells. Sunlight fell on the windowsill, minimizing the shadow of the curtains. It's already noon. Polly, what do you want to eat? Renato took out the menu from yesterday. Honey-glazed beef ribs. How does that sound? No, that's not necessary. Oh, I still have plenty of white bread in my bag. You taught me spells for a whole morning. This meal is on me as a way to celebrate the successful completion of yesterday's task. But I didn't teach you a single trick. Polly shook her head and refused. Renato, you're much smarter than I am. It's that I didn't know how to explain the formulas, and my own level is lacking. A mere apprentice indeed cannot be someone else's spell teacher. Renato opened the door and called out to the front desk attendant. Ignoring her mutterings, the young man, proud of his self-esteem, was understandable to Renato. He reached out and pulled the shy Polly closer, whispering in her ear, then I'll punish you. Because you wasted my whole morning, you'll have to accompany me for a bit and help me clean the meat off the bones. Looking at the hands firmly holding her shoulders, Polly's ears turned slightly red as she quietly replied, I understand, I'll help you in a bit. At the door, the half-elf attendant Layla's watched Polly, who was quietly leaning against Renato, her expression slightly twitching. She certainly wouldn't naively think these two were related as father and daughter or siblings. Ladies, what would you like to order? Today's special at the Silver Deer Inn is the bacon green spear roll, thick-cut bacon wrapped around fresh asparagus spears and roasted. Hearing the half-elf's business tone with a smile that didn't reach her eyes, Renato inwardly cursed. The good impression he had left was likely to vanish entirely. Renato considered himself somewhat self-aware. After a morning of study, he realized that he was indeed not cut out for learning spells. Though a bit frustrated, he quickly adjusted his mindset and decisively abandoned the path of a mage, no longer wasting his time. Polly, however, was full of enthusiasm, scribbling and revising on paper, hoping to resume spell teaching in the afternoon, but Renato politely declined. To escape the torment of formulas, he casually found an excuse and slipped out to the street. Last week, he had accompanied Polly to the Grand Library in the inner city, but hadn't properly explored the bustling city center of Fried. The guards did not stop him, allowing Renato to stride through the gates of the inner city. He wore a silver adventurer's badge on his chest, clad in chainmail and topped with an elegant elven crown. Clearly, in the eyes of the city guards, Renato had distanced himself from the ranks of the poor and had become a true citizen of Fried. The wide streets were paved with blue stones free of debris, indicating that the cobblestones were cleaned daily. Walking along the commercial street, the shops on both sides were filled with an array of goods, yet it was not crowded, clearly a result of careful planning by the city hall. A bard knelt by the roadside reciting awkward verses while seeking affection from a noblewoman in a carriage. The onlooking citizens surrounded them in a crowd. Renato could not grasp the artistic value of these verses. Had he been that noblewoman, he would have only felt embarrassed. After passing 2 taverns, a weapon shop, and 4 general stores, Renato entered a tailor shop named the Slanted Scissors. Pushing open the ornate oak door, a brass bell above the door chimed with a clear ding-dong. Renato's gaze swept over the exquisitely crafted garments on the shelves. A variety of colored fabrics were laid out at the front desk, some flowing like water, while others were crisp and mirror-like. However, he did not see any shop assistants. Just as Renato was puzzled, a voice came from behind the counter. "Welcome. Adventurer, I'm here." A diminutive humanoid, barely reaching Renato's waist, emerged, wiping sweat from his forehead. "Goodness, I really need to get a new front desk. Human carpenters always build things so high." It's a halfling wearing a green velvet vest, standing on a raised wooden box, addressing Renato. "Hello, adventurer. I'm Welby, the owner of the Slanted Scissors. What do you need? Sewing clothes or ordering them?" Welby's voice was surprisingly booming for his size, catching Renato off guard. "My name is Renato, and I would like to order a set of padded armor. How much would that cost?" Renato's padded armor was seized from a foe, and it did not fit his frame very well. While he could barely manage to wear it when he had enough space in leather armor, it had become increasingly ill-fitting since he switched to chainmail. After changing to chainmail, he felt that the old padded armor was becoming even more uncomfortable. The halfling nimbly jumped off the box, brushing the dust off Renato's pant leg. He was unconcerned about the adventurer's dirt and took out a soft tape measure, gesturing towards Renato. At your height, I estimate it will cost about 2 silver crowns and 50 copper coins." Welby led Renato to sit down, handing him a glass of water, and warmly said, "Don't rush to discuss the price. First sit down and have a drink. To be honest, seeing you all geared up reminds me of the days when I used to travel with merchant caravans." Renato interrupted Welby's reminiscing. Halflings could go on endlessly about small talk, and he wasn't there to listen to stories. "How many days will it take to finish? Do you have any samples to show?" "There are no ready-made padded armors. It has to be made from scratch, and it will be ready the day after tomorrow." Welby nimbly circled behind him to measure his shoulder width, then noted it on paper. "These shoulders are quite robust." Putting away his paper and pen, Welby murmured to himself, "The pant legs need to be tapered by 2 inches for easier donning of armor. The elbows show significant wear and will need extra reinforcement." Jumping back to the counter, the halfling took out a small box. "In addition to the basic linen, cotton, and wool fabrics, I also have 3 other styles of fabric. Would you like to know more? Tell me about them." Renato picked up a piece of plain white fabric from the small box, noting its impressive resilience. "This is elven silk, made from the fibers of a large tree plant, combined with the exquisite craftsmanship of the elves, offering great durability while remaining lightweight. However, it is slightly more expensive." The halfling blinked. "To make a full set of padded armor, the material cost would add around 10 silver crowns. And then there's this style." Welby carefully pulled out a roll of white silk from the cabinet. "There are no samples for this. I only have this roll. This is not ordinary silk. It is woven from the silk produced by giant spiders. These spider silks will solidify quickly if not treated, so they can only be obtained fresh from the silk glands at the tails of giant spider corpses." Welby gently stroked the satin. "This is the perfect fabric, both flexible and incredibly lightweight. Look at the weight of this roll. It's practically as light as a feather. But I wouldn't recommend using this material. For a full set of padded armor, you'd need to kill over 100 giant spiders for the silk." He winked. "Let's leave this precious silk for the wealthy noblewomen in the city to make dresses. What about this last one?" Renato touched the gray-black fabric, which had an extremely fine pile on its surface. "What material is this fabric made from?" "You've picked a good material. This is a fabric unique to our fried city." Welby said proudly. "Not only does it use high-quality sheep wool, but it is also blended with a rare moss that grows deep in the phantom forest. Shadow moss. You certainly know your stuff." "Yes, it's shadow moss, which makes the fabric moisture-resistant and not very prone to soaking." Welby flipped the fabric over, showing the side to Renato. "The thickness is moderate, the resilience is strong, and because it contains wool, it is very warm overall. This fabric is perfect for outdoor adventures or long treks. A look at this color, it's practically invisible in the shadows." "And the price?" Renato wasn't a fool. The shopkeeper was clearly promoting this fabric, and he didn't want to be taken advantage of. "The material cost is 5 silver crowns with adjustments for any excess or shortage. Adding in the labor cost for making a set of padded armor, it totals 6 silver and 50 copper. The price was not low, but within Renato's acceptable range. "That's fine, but I want to hear the specific design details. After all, this is essential for an adventurer's livelihood." He wasn't planning to haggle. This was Renato's experience. In places like taverns and tailoring shops, every penny saved would be doubled in the quality of materials or workmanship. Of course, the armor design must be taken seriously. "Come closer and let me explain." Welby pulled out a piece of paper, sketching while explaining to Renato. "I will make double-layer reinforcements at the chest, back, shoulders, elbows, outer thighs, and knees to ensure protection. You're using it as an inner lining, right?" After receiving Renato's confirmation, Welby continued, "In that case, I will process it for lightweight design, reducing the number of layers to ensure mobility, keeping the weight under 8 pounds. I will sprinkle some alum and lemongrass powder in the cotton filling for fire and insect protection. As for the stitching, I recommend using a diamond pattern. This kind of texture can distribute the force evenly. When a blow comes, the force will be absorbed by the entire grid network, making it hard to cut through. All edges will be bound with small pieces of tanned deer hide, making it both durable and preventing the cotton from leaking out, as well as protecting your other gear or skin. Finally, I will apply a special lacquer made from beeswax tongue oil and a small amount of pine resin, the slanted scissors secret recipe. Welby's expression was mysterious, but on a halfling's face it only seemed comical. Gently heating the surface with the lacquer not only makes it waterproof and moisture-resistant, but also slightly hardens the fibers of the padded armor, forming a thin protective layer on the surface. The protective capability can be increased by another 10%, and it will also be easier to clean and maintain. After paying a deposit of 3 silver coins, Renato stepped out of the slanted scissors. The half-elf tailor Welby appeared quite professional, and Renato had faith in his craftsmanship. Since he had decided to continue his adventures, he needed to equip himself properly. A person might die, but he didn't want to face the tragedy of having unspent coins on his hands. However, Renato was not prepared to spend money recklessly. An expensive magical item would offer him little help at this stage and would only drain his wallet. Suppressing the urge to step into a magic shop, Renato forced himself to turn and entered the adjacent armor store. Brotherhood of Warriors, a small semi-open armor shop, had an apprentice visible from afar hammering away at a helmet to refine its edges. Upon entering the shop, the blacksmith apprentices were each busy with their tasks, and no one greeted him. The owner, a man with a headscarf and copperton skin, was focused on working the bellows, speaking gruffly, "Without looking up, look for yourself. If you want something, just ask, but don't touch anything without permission." On the walls hung several sets of shiny half-plate armor adorned with gold trimmings and intricate carvings resembling luxurious garments designed for young nobles just stepping into the world. Various helmets were displayed on shelves: conical helmets, bucket helmets, pot helmets, and flat-topped helmets with nasal guards. "I need a pair of plate armor bracers and plate armor greaves." Renato was too lazy to search for them himself. After all, he was a customer. He wore the crown of intelligence and could no longer wear a helmet, so the bracers and greaves were what needed replacing the most. The strip bracers that could only protect his forearms and the leather greaves were the weakest links in his armor. Although hand armor was also important, he was currently wearing only leather gloves. However, the craftsmanship of gauntlets was complex and expensive. Unless he used a custom-made pair, they would hinder his swordplay, so Renato decided to put that aside for now. The shopkeeper put down his work, sized him up, and said in a monotonous tone, "I have a ready pair of bracers, but you'll have to wait for the greaves at least until 5 days later." The bracers that the shopkeeper brought were a pair of steel bracers that integrated the forearm and upper arm. The forearms were fully protected, connected by rivets and layered ball joints. The elbow and upper arm were designed for partial protection, leaving inner space for ease of wearing and movement. The curved metal plates bore the subtle hammer marks left from forging lacking patterns, but the edges were polished smooth enough not to snag on clothing. With the help of the apprentice, Renato donned the 2 plate armor bracers. The tightened leather straps evenly distributed the weight across his arms, and they felt even lighter than the strip bracers. Several overlapping curved plates at the joints resembled a lobster's tail, ensuring Renato's elbows could move flexibly without leaving gaps. They fit perfectly. Renato moved around a bit and asked how much for these bracers. 20 silver crowns. Just to be clear, I don't bargain here." The shopkeeper crossed his arms. "The guild takes a cut of 2/10. I can't drop even a dime." After some haggling, Renato realized the other party was unyielding. It seemed the price could not be negotiated. "How about this pair of strip bracers and a flat-topped helmet? The guild has rules, so I advise against trying anything funny or you'll face the penalties." Renato chuckled softly and lowered his voice. "I'm not selling. These are just my old gear that I'm looking to trade in for new ones." "How could that violate guild regulations?" Seeing the raised eyebrow of the shopkeeper, Renato knew he had a chance and quickly added him. "Renato, a tier 3 adventurer registered with the guild. Everything I have is legal and compliant. Armor gets damaged easily during adventures and repairs are inevitable. There will be more opportunities for us to do business. How about we become friends?" The shopkeeper took the flat-topped helmet and the strip bracers, examining them closely. After a moment of hesitation, he replied, "Edgar, an armorer. You can also call me Old Ed." Renato hummed a catchy pop song he loved back on Earth while looking for a dinner spot. He was in a great mood. Those 2 old pieces of equipment had surprisingly exchanged for 5 silver coins, far exceeding his expectations. It turned out that the high prices in Fried City had their advantages. The 15 silver coin plate armor bracers, along with the 8 silver coin deposit paid for the cotton armor and plate greaves, had made Renato's expenses for the day far exceed his plans. Even so, he still planned to treat himself, although he had indulged a bit too frequently lately. Renato hadn't eaten in the inner city, yet he had heard from the tailor Welby about a famous half-elf tavern nearby. The Hearth Home, a name that didn't sound much like a tavern. The door frame was quite low, only a few centimeters taller than Renato's head. As he lifted the door curtain, a warm gust of air mixed with the aroma of baked bread and meat soup enveloped him. As dusk approached, the tavern was quite warm compared to the cold air outside. Most importantly, the tavern surprisingly lacked the smell of alcohol and vomit. "Welcome to the Hearth Home. Just one. There's an empty spot in the corner, but the table is a bit low. I hope you don't mind." The half-elf waitress' voice was crisp as she led Renato to a round table. Not only was the table low, but the chairs were as well. Renato felt as if he were sitting on a bench. A large mug of golden beer bubbling with foam was set on the table. The mug was so large that the waitress had to lift it with both hands, clearly prepared for humans. "Try this first, the Golden Wave, our signature drink. It's on the house." The half-elf's bright smile was irresistible. "What would you like to order?" Since it's your first time here, I recommend the mixed chicken soup, which has green beans, peas, sweet corn, red bell peppers, and shredded chicken. The diners around were dressed in colorful attire, mostly half-elves, yet the waitress was particularly warm towards him, a human. The prices of the dishes were also much cheaper than the Silver Deer Inn. Renato ordered a bowl of stewed chicken and a slice of buttered white bread. One large mixed serving, double the bread. For the big customer. It seemed that half-elves had a big voice. The half-elf diners in the tavern actively came over to greet Renato, making him feel a bit embarrassed. After handling things simply, he raised the free beer and drank it down. The liquid was as light as water, the bubbles not too stimulating, with a hint of spiciness. Listening to the noisy chatter, the clinking of cups and plates, and the sizzling sounds from the kitchen, Renato felt as if he had returned to Earth, back to his familiar hometown. It was as if this place was not a world teeming with monsters, but rather a bustling food stall next to a neighborhood. Renato shook his head to dispel those illusions. The beer had a low alcohol content, and he wondered when he had become so sentimental. At a nearby table, a half-elf child was biting a spoon, pointing at the great sword on his back, and asking in a childish voice, "Mom, is that what an adventurer looks like? With such a big sword, can he scare away a dragon?" The child's mother quickly pulled the child's hand down and smiled apologetically at Renato. Scare away a dragon? Renato raised an eyebrow. He hadn't expected this child to be so perceptive. Donning his newly crafted padded armor, Renato walked through the narrow alleys and winding streets. To be fair, the halfling's craftsmanship was truly exceptional, both comfortable to wear and elegant in design. The armor was a subdued gray-black, its surface adorned with a precise diamond-patterned grid stitched in gleaming silver thread, covering his entire frame. Meanwhile, Polly had returned once more to the Grand Library to borrow books. Lately, she had become utterly absorbed in mastering new spells, often spending entire days immersed in study. Renato could only hope her purse would hold out. A commotion erupted ahead. City guards stormed a street vendor's stall, kicking it over with brutal force, ignoring the man's desperate pleas as they seized an entire sack of goods. With a sharp, sickening crunch, one guard's iron-shod boot then pulverized a wooden crate of walnuts beside him. This was the so-called winter tax, a levy that had never existed in Freed City. It was nothing more than a pretext for the watch house to extort coin from the helpless. Yet how could illiterate peasants possibly know? Watching the vendor crumple to the ground sobbing after a single punch, Renato shook his head inwardly. No. Even if they knew, they would have no choice but to pay. He stepped forward and purchased a small sack of nuts from the trembling vendor for 3 copper coins. Renato scooped a handful of almonds into his mouth and chewed slowly. Someone was tailing him. Too closely, too clumsily. Out of the corner of his eye, he glimpsed a gang member scratching his head and shifting nervously behind him. Renato deliberately turned into a secluded alley. In one fluid motion, he drew his long sword and rested it lightly across his shoulder, a gesture that startled the pursuer into a sudden halt. "Wait, I'm from the Iron Fist gang. The boss wants to speak with you." The thug hastily raised both hands and stumbled backwards, signaling he meant no harm. Malik wanted to see him. Renato had no interest in gang affairs, but last time the man had paid generously. He'd hear him out. "What does Malik want with me?" "How should I know? He's waiting for you at the Iron Wheat Tavern, urgently. Come on, follow me." Lead the way. Inside the Iron Wheat Tavern, the atmosphere was uncharacteristically tense. Malik, rarely seen in full-plate armor, looked less like a crime lord and more like a seasoned mercenary. His enforcers stood around him, fully armed and visibly on edge. At Renato's entrance, Malik offered no pleasantries. His voice dropped low and grave. "We're in deep trouble. Benjamin already knows you were behind it, and the Wolf Gang won't let this go. The Iron Fist Gang will protect you, Renato. With your skill, why waste your life as a mere adventurer? Join us. Let's build something greater together. There must be a traitor among them. Otherwise, how could the Wolf Gang have learned so swiftly?" That was Renato's first thought. He prided himself on clean work, so clean that even the carriage driver he'd spared hadn't seen his face. Moreover, he was unknown in the city. The Wolf Gang were thugs, not detectives. How could they possibly identify him so quickly? Ignoring Malik's offer, Renato cut straight to the point. "Was it one of your men who talked? Blame is pointless now. The blade is already at our throats." Malik placed a wooden box on the table. "This is the Wolf Gang's gift. 2 of our brothers' ears and a declaration of war. Benjamin is a madman. He understands no rules. Sooner or later, he'll drag us all down." Malik stepped closer and clapped Renato hard on the shoulder. "He won't spare you. You and I are bound now, like insects on the same thread. Trust me, once he struck at my people, you became his next target. Those beasts will break you in the most savage ways imaginable, just for daring to get involved. Join me in building something great, friend. You're the fastest swordsman I've ever seen, yet no one's heard your name. This profession has buried your talent. Don't remain an anonymous shadow. Stand with me. Join the Iron Fist Gang, and I'll make your name echo across the realm." Malik's gaze burned with sincerity. "Become my brother, and wealth, women, everything worthy of your skill will be yours without limit. Join the Iron Fist Gang." A rabble scrabbling in the mud, willing to die over a few streets worth of protection fees. Renato had never considered pledging himself to any gang, and Malik's words struck him as little more than hot air. The Wolf Gang's fury was aimed squarely at the Iron Fist Gang. At Malik's territory, his authority. Renato was merely a hired blade, an adventurer paid to do a job. Even if the Wolf Gang were unhinged, they weren't fools. They'd focus every ounce of strength on crushing the Iron Fist gang first. Why waste resources hunting an unknown nobody? And even if reckoning came later, Renato knew he could vanish beyond the city walls, into open skies and endless horizons. How far could a local gang's reach truly extend? A laughable notion. He'd evaded Harpist Alliance spies for 3 months straight. Was he really supposed to fear some gutter warlord? Having weighed the stakes, Renato still couldn't refuse outright, not with so many watchful enforcers surrounding him. He feigned hesitation. Malik, my friend, this is momentous. I can't decide alone. I'll need to consult my party's mage. A flicker of strain crossed Malik's face. Renato added smoothly, of course. If you ever need capable hands, you know where to find me. A friend's request is never refused. You mean the Wolf Gang is hunting us? Calm yourself, Polly. Not hunting. At worst, perhaps a minor nuisance. Renato reached to smooth her tangled black hair, only for her to jerk away anxious. How can you be certain what those thugs intend? If Malik's men found you, they surely can too. She gnawed her finger, frustrated. You wander the streets all day instead of coming with me to the Grand Library. And now look, you've been spotted while window shopping. Damn it. What if they've already hired divination school mages? This place isn't safe anymore. We must leave. Now. Renato gripped her shoulders, cutting off her spiraling speculation. Think, Polly. This isn't a wizard's duel. It's a turf war between 2 street gangs. But, no buts. Renato tightened his grip, just enough to lift her chin, forcing her eyes to meet his. Where did that girl who dared set fire to a dragon's tail go? Polly looked away, her breathing gradually steadying. Only then did Renato soften his tone, speaking with quiet clarity. The Wolf Gang's target is the Iron Fist Gang, not us. As hired adventurers, we're merely tools. Even if they settle scores, we won't be first on their list. But what if they choose the weakest first? Listen, Polly, people act on self-interest. Gangs even more so. Renato drew her closer. To them, adventurers are instruments, not urgent enemies. So long as we stay out of their path, their priority remains one thing: shattering Malik's power completely. Not wasting manpower hunting 2 obscure figures across the city. He stroked the top of her head, like soothing a ruffled black cat. And Malik's story may not be entirely true. Perhaps the Wolf Gang hasn't identified the culprit at all, merely seizing this incident as a pretext to declare war on the Iron Fist Gang. And perhaps the Iron Fist Gang simply seeks extra blades to bolster their ranks, dragging us onto their battlefield by force. Under Renato's calm, methodical reasoning, Polly slowly regained composure, though doubt still lingered in her eyes. Then what do we do next? As usual, stay within the inner district, prepare defensive spells. Every dusk, I'll meet you at the city gate. And you, I'll gather intelligence from nearby districts. Though the Wolf Gang almost certainly won't come for us, madness can't be ruled out entirely. If things sour, we leave the city immediately. No, Polly shook her head fiercely. Even at your strongest, you wield only one sword. Too dangerous alone. I'm coming with you. My magic won't slow you down. You're too conspicuous, Polly. You're a mage. Renato smiled gently. You wouldn't hinder me, but your presence would terrify common folk into silence. And how then would I coax information from them? In the early morning, Renato walked cautiously through a filthy alley, careful to avoid stepping on any excrement. The ground was covered with layers of household waste, gradually crushed into a new surface under the countless feet that trampled it. A few pallid beggars passed by him, dressed only in patched burlap garments, shivering in the cold wind. These people were not the ones Renato was seeking. His target was not the urban poor struggling to make ends meet, as they knew nothing. After wandering around the neighborhood several times, Renato began to doubt whether he had chosen the wrong time. Perhaps the gang members were still recovering from their hangovers. Just as he was about to turn back, a slender figure at the end of the alley caught his eye. She wore a fitted leather armor, her light green hair standing out in the dim alley. It was none other than the front desk half-elf server from the Silver Deer, and who always kept her head down with a forced smile. At that moment, she had 2 finely crafted slender swords hung at her waist, her long hair tied back in a ponytail, and her sharp ears, usually hidden under bangs, were fully exposed, her gaze keen. Though she looked like a different person, Renato still recognized her. Layla's the server from the Silver Deer, and what was she doing here? The half-elf seemed to have noticed Renato, as well, pausing momentarily. He suppressed his confusion and approached her, putting on a perfectly timed smile. Good morning, Layla's. Aren't you working today? Her expression changed instantly, like an actor in a play, her lips curling into a business smile. I don't have a day shift today, only the night shift. It's my day off. Mr. Renato, what brings you here? A beautiful half-elf lady carrying 2 long swords in the early morning to rest in the slums? Is that really necessary? The alley was deserted, with a stinking ditch nearby. The distance between them had shrunk to within 3 meters, and Renato was confident he could draw his sword at any moment to behead her. He needed to confirm the identity of the half-elf before him. Although he was here to gather information about the Wolf Gang and did not want to complicate matters, Renato could not tolerate an enemy lurking while he ate or slept. He did not want to find out one day that the food he ate or the water he drank had been poisoned, nor did he want to die inexplicably in his sleep. If she truly was a member of the Wolf Gang, then he would have to apologize. He would send this Layla's lady back for a reincarnation. He wondered if the elven gods accepted half-elf souls. A subtle silence ensued. The half-elf also sensed the shift in atmosphere, her fingers unconsciously brushing against the sword hilt. There's no way for someone like me, a small fry, to ever settle down in the city on the meager salary of a server. I have to have some extra income just to make ends meet. Layla smiled shyly as if the two were still chatting casually at the inn's front desk rather than confronting each other in the slums. As a half-elf, I have a naturally sharper perception. So I occasionally take on private detective work helping concerned citizens find their missing relatives, as I've heard that some were last seen around here. A detective? Renato thought this excuse was not very clever, but the half-elf's demeanor and her gear indeed set her apart from ordinary thugs. Upon closer inspection, there were no gang tattoos on her neck, which further convinced him that she was definitely not a member of the city's underworld. That was good. As for why she was here, it was none of his business. I see things have been unsettled in the city lately. Aiding the citizens is a significant endeavor. He spoke sincerely, as if genuinely admiring her. Coincidentally, the guild issued a task for me to investigate the recent chaos in this slum area. I've heard that there have been frequent missing persons cases. That aligns with what you said. He brought up the prepared line to dispel Layla's suspicions. In that case, I won't delay your detective work any longer. Wait, Mr. Renato, since our goals align, why not share some information? Renato had no idea about any missing persons investigation, nor did he care for it, so he casually fabricated, I suspect it may be related to the recent gang conflicts, especially with the Wolf Gang in this area. The Wolf Gang. Layla's eyes flickered. I also suspect it's related to the local gang. Although I can only be considered a half-local, I have some knowledge of the Wolf Gang's recent movements. Since you just entered the city, you probably aren't very familiar with this gang, right? Renato stopped in his tracks. He did not find the joke about half-elves amusing, but he did need information about the Wolf Gang. Was it a coincidence? As Renato turned back, Layla's smile became more genuine, even carrying a touch of just the right amount of helplessness and appeal. Two pairs of eyes are better than one. Being alone in this chaotic slum is far too dangerous. Mr. Renato, would you be willing to investigate with me? Upon completion, I can share half the reward with you. Task: investigate the missing persons case in the slums with Layla's and uncover the perpetrator behind it. Reward: 2 silver coins. Task description: in the dark alleys, yet another beggar has gone missing after nightfall. This marks the 27th case this month, far exceeding the usual murder count in the slums. The truth lies within the drunken ramblings of the inebriated, hidden among the fabric gnawed by rats. But be careful, the darkness lurking in the shadows consumes not only light, but also souls. Task reward: 4,000 experience points. Could she really be a detective? The task description made Renato question his earlier judgment slightly. 4,000 experience points. What could possibly be in the slums involving whom that made investigating a missing persons case so dangerous? Though the reward was small, the experience was incredibly rich, and there was no penalty for not completing the task. The appearance of the adventurer's guide also increased Renato's trust in Layla's a bit. This place has ears on the walls. It is not suitable for conversation. Shall we talk somewhere else? After receiving Renato's agreement, the half-elf's smile grew wider. To Renato's surprise, Layla's did not lead him deeper into the slums, but rather took him through twists and turns towards the inner city. After passing through the gate that marked the separation from poverty, they finally arrived at a small, exquisite public garden. Renato did not even know such a place existed in the city. It was filled with lush trees and fragrant flowers, a stark contrast to the slums they had just left. Layla's skillfully led him to a secluded stone bench partially surrounded by rose bushes. Renato did not sit down, but stood by listening intently as Layla's narrated. The leader of the Wolf Gang is named Benjamin, nicknamed Gentleman Ben. He rarely acts personally. His whereabouts are a mystery. His enterprises are clean, but he is ruthless and decisive, reputed to have close ties with several council members in the inner city. Therefore, on the surface, the Wolf Gang's underground businesses are managed by 3 leaders. Sharp-Tooth Yuta, the muscle of the Wolf Gang, is responsible for collecting protection fees and smuggling, and he also led the recent conflicts with the Iron Fist Gang. This was precisely the information Renato needed. He maintained an air of curiosity and asked what caused the conflict between the 2 gangs. Layla shook her head and responded, I'm not clear on the real reason either. The Wolf Gang claims it's retaliation for provocations by the Iron Fist Gang, but based on my observations, it seems more like Sharp-Tooth Yuta is actively seizing territory. The Wolf Gang's desire for expansion has never ceased, nor has it ever failed. This is what's strange. The Wolf Gang was just a struggling little group in the slums 5 years ago, clinging together for warmth. Yet in recent years, it has expanded at an astonishing rate, swallowing surrounding powers, becoming the largest gang in the city today. Perhaps it has been secretly supported by some influential figures. Renato did not find this surprising. Who aren't gangs simply the black gloves of those in power? Layla's speculation was intriguing. Perhaps the Wolf Gang was simply using the smuggling to launch a war against the Iron Fist Gang under the pretense of being robbed. However, Renato was accustomed to preparing for the worst. He needed to investigate further to determine whether the Wolf Gang knew it was his stolen cart. Moreover, that 4,000 experience points was the highest reward the adventurer's guide had offered thus far, and he would never give it up easily. We should investigate the Wolf Gang now. Renato frowned, pretending to be troubled. But please forgive me for being blunt. For the sake of a private detective's commission, confronting the largest gang in the city seems unwise. Benjamin is the underground emperor of Fried City, and his men are ruthless criminals. Investigating them could lead to death. This reasoning was rational. Renato needed to play along to dispel her suspicions. A normal adventurer would not take on such a dangerous job for merely 2 silver coins. Layla's tone was gentle, tinged with a hint of self-deprecation. Mr. Renato, perhaps I do seem overconfident in your eyes, but the relatives of the missing persons have cried helplessly in front of me. They have lost their sons, daughters, and even fathers. I cannot bear to look them in the eye, nor can I bring myself to speak the words that would shatter their hopes. Those missing persons were simply struggling to survive in the quagmire of life, yet they vanished without a trace. The wolf gang acts without any moral compass, and if no one cares, even more will suffer misfortune. Layla stood up and walked in front of Renato, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. I cannot offer generous rewards, and my income is meager, and I cannot compare to you. Her expression revealed a trace of embarrassment. I shouldn't have involved others. If you want to back out, you are free to leave any time. I have no right to stop you. Sigh, Layla's, tell me your plan. Ooh, I cannot stand to see a woman cry. With that, Renato naturally conceded, as he had no real intention of backing out. He still wanted that 4,000 experience points. Layla's immediately wiped away the tears from her eyes and redirected the topic. The investigation must be conducted in secret. We cannot confront the wolf gang directly. Avoid Sharptooth Yuta. He has only been a leader for about a year and lacks experience. He knows little about the gang's core secrets. Moreover, he is currently in conflict with other gangs and is surrounded by loyal henchmen, making it difficult to approach. Therefore, my target is Golden Tooth Salas, the most senior leader of the wolf gang and Benjamin's trusted confidant, overseeing the casino, brothels, and most of the street businesses, as well as money laundering channels. I have marked a few locations on this small piece of parchment. She produced a small parchment with a few locations sketched out simply. The target I'm focused on is the Golden Dice Casino, a luxurious 3-story building that serves as an important money laundering site for the wolf gang. Although Golden Tooth Salas does not reside here often, according to my information, he has a private lounge on the 3rd floor of the casino used for handling some documents that cannot be made public. How could a part-time detective know such internal information? Renato found the half-elf woman increasingly mysterious. If all goes well through these documents, we can piece together the recent actions of the wolf gang and even find clues directly related to the missing persons cases. Renato stared at the parchment and asked, that sounds like a nice target, but how do we get in? Let me state in advance, I won't be picking locks or climbing over walls. Layla's appeared amused, covering her mouth as she laughed, and replied, of course, we wouldn't send you to sneak in. The sound of armor clanking would be heard from half a building away. You only need to blend into the casino. It's crowded and chaotic, providing the best cover. I hope you can play the role of a slightly eye-catching gambler. Renato immediately understood her intention. You want me to attract attention in the front hall, create a little ruckus, while you take the opportunity to sneak into the lounge on the 3rd floor. Layla's nodded. Exactly, you don't need to gamble much money. Just interact naturally with the casino staff and create some distraction to draw the guards' attention. I will use a disguise scroll to impersonate a human maid and infiltrate. You just need to buy me a quarter of an hour. Magic scrolls. How much would that cost? But he had to admit, the simpler the plan, the higher the success rate. I will come find you at midnight and take you to scout around the Golden Dice. I will disguise myself as an escort hired by adventurers. You need not be polite, act rougher to make it more convincing. I understand I'll act naturally, but I have one more question. Renato stepped closer, his gaze sweeping over the half-elf's leather armor, which fit her body, perfectly, obviously custom-made. Her skin was fair, indicating she also took good care of her skin. How could a server and part-time detective afford such finery? What about your night shift at work, Miss Detective? Layla's pursed her lips and reluctantly said, I will find a way to ask the manager for a day off. Layla still did not reveal her true identity to Renato, even though he had pointed out the flaws in her words quite bluntly. Renato, how can you readily trust the words of a stranger? That half-elf seems off to me. Ooh, I want to go with you. Since I learned of his plan, Polly has been arguing with Renato for nearly an hour. Renato sighed helplessly and said, Polly, I'm just scouting the place, not going to kill anyone. You are a mage. Appearing in a casino is too conspicuous and will attract unnecessary attention. What about her? Isn't that green hair glaring? Perhaps she is just bait set by the wolf gang. Indeed, she is just a waitress, so what skills does she have to be a detective? She must be a thug from the wolf gang, specifically here to lure you in. That won't happen, Polly. Renato shook his head. Today I spent half the day on the wolf gang's territory, and those henchmen merely issued a few casual warnings indicating they haven't grasped our intelligence, yet at least not informed the lower ranks. This is Renato's excuse to Polly, unrelated to the wolf gang. The real reason he dared to take the risk was the 4,000 experience points. The greatest confidence in trusting Layla's came from the adventurer's guide, which clearly stated that she would accompany Layla's, but this could not be explained to Polly. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks interrupted their conversation. Renato adjusted lady silence and approached the door. It's me, Layla's. Upon confirming the visitor, Renato opened the door to see the half-elf with a drastically changed appearance, so much so that it made his mouth twitch. Layla's wore an excessively tight red leather skirt with a neckline cut so low it nearly exposed half of her bosom. Her face was covered in cheap white powder, her lips painted with bright lipstick, and her eye makeup was exaggerated black eyeliner. She also wore a pair of torn fishnet stockings, and the copper coins hanging at her waist jingled with her movements. Polly stared in shock, her mouth agape, unable to utter a word. Shall we talk while walking? We have quite a distance to the gilded dice. Layla's ignored the astonished mage apprentice, and after Renato explained a few things to the still-dazed Polly, she led him away from the Silver Deer Inn. Your outfit truly surprises me. That shows my disguise is quite successful, Layla's replied flatly. You should drink a bit. The adventurers heading to the casino at this hour are rarely sober. Is being a waitress and a detective also part of your disguise, Layla's? Facing Renato's straightforward inquiry, Layla's remained calm. You are very clever and kind-hearted. Young people like you with a strong sense of justice I haven't encountered in this city for a long time. But sorry, I still can't reveal my identity. When the time is right, you'll understand. Your tone sounds like you're lecturing a child. Renato squinted. I've heard that half-elves can live over 180 years. How old are you this year, Layla's? I take back what I just said about you being clever. Layla's suddenly leaned closer, the pungent scent of cheap perfume wafting towards Renato. But one thing is certain, my age is probably enough to be your grandmother. Seeing Renato pout, Layla's couldn't help but laugh. All right, let's stop testing each other. I don't want to be a fool from a fable suspicious of one another. At least we are both good people with the same goal, so let's not dwell on each other's identities for now. Seeing Renato retreating from the overpowering scent, Layla's mischievously grabbed his arm. Don't shy away, kid, get a bit closer. What kind of adventurer stands so far from his companion? Act a bit more seriously. Layla's tossed a flirtatious glance at Renato, who was overwhelmed by the scent, and then burst into laughter. Renato's face darkened. He pulled Layla's in by the waist and whispered harshly in her ear, shut your little mouth, you filthy whore. The gilded dais was unremarkable, with rough stone walls and narrow windows consistent with the overall style of the slums. However, as one approached, the details became apparent. The heavy wooden door was well maintained, the iron bars nailed to it were free of rust, and two burly guards scrutinized the passers-by. Inside the casino, cheerful lute music filled the air, emanating from a bard performing on a small central stage. The front hall was furnished with over a dozen tables surrounded by a crowd, including guild apprentices, soldiers with a bit of spare change, and adventurers with varying equipment. Renato casually chose a table to sit at, and the people around shifted slightly to make space for him. The dealer glanced at the newly seated Renato, coughed, and stated the rules. The game is simple. It's called gold and silver dice. He lifted two dice, one gold and one silver, and said there are three types of bets: bet on gold, bet on silver, or a tie. Gold and silver pay 1-to-1, while a tie pays 4-to-1. The dealer vigorously shook the cup in his hand, the dice rattling inside, and then with a bang slammed it down on the table. Now everyone please place your bets. Renato, like those around him, tossed in 5 copper coins. Layla's leaned against Renato, her lips close to his neck. From the perspective of onlookers, it would appear that this half-elf was being flirtatious. Bet on gold. Layla's voice came, and Renato did not hesitate to push his coins to the gold die position. After everyone at the table placed their bets, the dealer abruptly flipped over the wooden cup, revealing the dice underneath. Silver die 4, gold die 6. Congratulations to those who bet on gold, you get double what you wagered. After playing 7 or 8 rounds, Renato stood up from the table. He embraced Layla's and, following her prompting, headed towards the second floor. The second floor has private gambling rooms of a higher class, a place for customers to entertain themselves. The ground was covered with carpet, and the gambling tables were not ordinary wooden ones. The black tabletops had various betting areas marked in white paint. The gamblers on this floor were dressed considerably more decently, including minor nobles, city merchants, and seasoned adventurers like himself. He did not join a table, as the minimum bet here was 1 silver crown, and the games were far more complicated. At the staircase leading to the third floor, a guard stood watch, indicating that only casino staff could go up. Renato spent 20 copper at the bar to order 2 amber dreams. The drink floated with orange slices, dried fruits, and cinnamon, a taste indescribable, causing Renato to frown. However, Layla's downed the amber liquid in one go and sat on his lap. Do you see those waitresses in revealing outfits? If it weren't for me, you'd be spending a fortune tonight. The girls here are frighteningly expensive. The half-elf seemed tipsy, her breath smelling of alcohol wafting towards Renato, her gaze hazy. Let's get a private room. In the private room on the second floor, Layla's supported her forehead with her left hand, continuously modifying the sketch on the parchment with a pen. So you made me spend 1 silver coin to book a room just to find a place to write. What else? What do you want to do? Don't get too deep into the role. Renato ignored her teasing and looked at the paper, asking, what are you revising? Layla's did not hide it, unfolding the blueprints, architectural floor plans. The layout has changed compared to last year. The Wolf Gang must have renovated. Silently noting the diagram and replaying it in his mind, Renato boredly laid down on the bed. What if it fails? We break out separately and meet at the old place, which is the inn. Renato turned onto his side, looking at the half-elf by the table. How did you know whether to bet on the gold or silver die? I said I guessed it. Do you believe me? Layla's rolled her eyes. These kinds of gambling games have their techniques controlled by the dealer. Otherwise how can the house not lose money? She lightly tapped the paper with her pen, her tone slightly sarcastic. If you ask me, these gamblers are all idiots because they don't even have a chance to gamble. They are merely giving the house money for free. In the deep of night, Renato walked side by side with Layla's on the deserted street. The half-elf's voice trembled as she muttered softly, this cursed weather, why did it suddenly get so cold? Is it possible that you're just not dressed warmly enough? Do you think I want this? Layla's rubbed her hands together, trying to retain some warmth. Isn't it all for bringing you here to scout? Renato pulled an old cotton jacket out of his dimensional bag and draped it over her shoulders. Tonight's expenses are quite hefty. I lost several rounds, and you need to reimburse me. No way I even let you win. Layla's wrapped the jacket tighter around herself and said, young people shouldn't be too greedy. Renato replied discontentedly, I paid for the drinks, and what about the silver coin for the private room? Isn't that just asking for a hug? Layla's awkwardly touched the tip of her nose. All right, I'll bring you a few dishes from the kitchen later, okay? I want double servings of roast suckling pig along with the feeding service. Don't push your luck. The night deepened. Renato said goodbye to Layla's and returned to the Silver Deer Inn. He quietly pushed open the door to his room. You're back. Polly was sitting on the bed staring at him intently. Still not asleep. Feeling uneasy under her gaze, Renato inexplicably felt a bit guilty. You don't need to wait for me. I told you I wouldn't run into trouble. I know you're fine. Come over and sleep, Renato. The little mage's tone was icy, making Renato feel a bit perplexed. She must have misunderstood something. Polly, if you have something to say, you can tell me directly. Don't keep it bottled up inside. What could I possibly say? Under Renato's gaze, Polly couldn't help but look away and whispered, Renato, if you want to go out to satisfy that kind of need, you can just go. I can understand, no need to make up a bunch of lies. Having said such a straightforward thing was clearly her limit. In the dark, Renato could see the flush on her cheeks. But right now, there's still the Wolfgang trouble. Can you hold off a bit? Renato could not listen any longer. To clear his name, he had to stop Polly's fanciful comments. Wait, Polly, what do you think I went out to do at night? Don't try to fool me, Polly said with an unhappy expression. I'm not a child. After explaining the whole situation, he opened his water bag and gulped down a mouthful of water. Having not drunk any water all night, along with the need to explain, made Renato parched. With the oil lamp lit, Polly sat at the head of the bed, her gaze drifting. Sorry, Renato, I just didn't expect Lady Layla's to be so professional. Collaboration benefits both parties. Layla's can fulfill her detective commission, and we can obtain intel on the Wolfgang. Renato didn't mention his doubts about the half-elf identity, as Polly couldn't help with that. There was no need to tell her. A feeling of hunger crept in, and he pulled out the remaining half-bag of nuts from his dimensional bag, slowly chewing. Recently, his appetite had noticeably increased, and Renato hoped this was just a normal occurrence. But the documents stored by the Wolfgang should all be old information. How could there possibly be intel on the carriage robbery we committed a few days ago? Polly tilted her head slightly. And you originally just wanted to test whether the Wolfgang noticed us. She crossed her arms, her gaze increasingly skeptical. But now to cover for that, half-elf, you're actively causing trouble on the Wolfgang's turf, exposing yourself. Isn't that contradictory? How did this girl suddenly become so sharp? Just as Renato was racking his brain to come up with a reasonable excuse, Polly let out a snort. All right, stop being stubborn, kind adventurer, Mr. Renato. Once you see citizens go missing, you can't help but want to uphold justice, right? There's no need to joke while I'm eating. What do you mean there's no connection? Half-elves have elven blood. At least one of their parents is an elf. Who told you that half-elves must have one elven parent? Layla's drank from her cup, leaning back against the chair. As far as I know, the vast majority of half-elves do not have elven parents. Looking at Renato's curious expression, she sighed. This is such a hassle. I have to explain half-elf social issues to a young person. You weren't bothered when you were sitting on the young man's lap last night. Don't be slick-tongued. Pay attention to what I'm saying. Half-elves do have elven blood, but the ratio can vary. There can be half-blood, quarter-blood, or eighth blood. Others don't care about the bloodline. As long as you have long ears, you'll be called a half-elf. And most half-elves don't have such pure elven blood. They are half-elves possibly just because one of their parents is a half-elf. We were born in human society, just like normal people, eating, drinking, sleeping. Even cursing, it's all in the human accent. Layla's pointed to her own face, saying helplessly, but people always see us as elves, as outsiders, forcing half-elves to band together to survive, which in turn deepens prejudice, making more people think half-elves are strange and untrustworthy. Renato, weren't you like that when you first arrived? Not talking to me, keeping your distance because of my half-elf identity? Renato denied seriously. Clearly you were the one who looked at me with strange eyes first, right? I have never been racist. That's because there are hardly any normal humans who would stay at the Silver Deer Inn. After all, this is half-elf territory. You were also accompanied by a little girl, so I thought you were one of those eccentric folks with strange preferences. Without waiting for Renato to react, Layla's continued. To get to the point, half-elves are essentially humans who live a bit longer and have longer ears. They are completely ignorant of how true elves live and what customs they have. Who understands those obscure elven languages and scripts? I don't even recognize a few elven words. By the way, I can speak Elvish. Renato corrected her, and don't project your own experience onto the entire half-elf community. According to some records, quite a few half-elves are accepted by elven settlements. The situation must be different from yours. So expert Renato, where are your pointy ears? Ignoring Layla's sarcasm, he only wanted to understand half-elf culture and satisfy his curiosity, not to argue. How did these roast suckling pig pieces come about? Renato changed the topic. You didn't buy them, did you? Layla's eyes sparkled mischievously as she proudly said, someone ordered a whole roast suckling pig for lunch today, and this one happened to be a bit too big. To prevent waste, I quietly saved a few pieces of pork ribs before serving. This is the wisdom of life, you know. It's something you can't learn no matter how much money you spend. When I ordered roast suckling pig last week, you didn't sneak a bite, did you? Renato squinted. I thought you were a decent person and even tipped you a little. Sudden questioning made Layla's freeze, and she awkwardly smiled. I just thought you were alone and might not finish it. In any case, I will compensate you by sending you a few more lunches, so don't be so petty. After eating and drinking to their fill, Renato lay back on the bed to rest while Layla sat cross-legged on the chair. Aren't you going back to work? Won't resting here lead to a pay cut? I told the supervisor that you ordered my room service, and it's normal to be delayed for an hour. No one cares. The front desk doesn't even have a chair. My calves are numb from standing. Hearing this, Renato sat up, his eyes brightened. Does a proper inn like the Silver Deer have such services? I know what you're thinking, and let me be clear, no. Layla said irritably. It has nothing to do with being proper. Establishments specializing in that kind of business have to pay extra taxes. However, providing services privately is fine. The supervisor will turn a blind eye to delays since most people need to earn some extra cash. What about my innocence? You're not a princess, do you still have your innocence? After some banter, Renato shifted to serious matters. About the golden dice, how is your plan coming along? When will you take action? Let's wait a few more days, but I'll notify you then. When the Wolf Gang and the Iron Fist Gang officially go to war, there will be fewer thugs in the casino, making it easier to act. Let's hope it doesn't get messed up. Ooh, I remember you have two nice swords. They shouldn't just be for show, right? Layla scoffed. When I wield my sword, you were still drinking milk. Don't think you're invincible just because you put on heavy armor. I could take you down with one hand. Oh, since you're so confident in your swordsmanship, why not have a little spar? Seeing Renato suddenly filled with fighting spirit, the half-elf panicked. Don't mess around. Ooh, I have a shift in the afternoon. Ew, I don't have time to duel with you. I'll go talk to your supervisor and get you some time off. The middle-aged supervisor frowned, his tone uncertain. So you want to go out with this guest, and you want to take the afternoon off, right? Renato wrapped his arm around Layla's shoulders and answered for her. I'd like to invite this beautiful half-elf lady out for some fun. Could you make an exception? Looking at the 10 copper coins pushed over, the supervisor's frown deepened as he shook his head and returned the money. You don't need to tip me. The supervisor looked back at Layla's, stressing his tone. Layla's, are you sure you want to go play with this guest? If there are any difficulties, you can tell me directly. No one can threaten you here. Layla swallowed hard, responding softly. I'm willing. In a secluded corner of the public garden in the inner city, the half-elf had changed into leather armor and tied her long hair into a ponytail. Layla's complained, Renato, what on earth is wrong with you? You suddenly pulled me out, and now I have to explain to the foreman when we go back. We need to test each other's swordsmanship. Knowing each other's strengths and weaknesses will make our actions more reliable. Stop with the excuses. Ew, I can see you're just itching for a fight. She stood up to stretch her limbs. You young ones always love to play with swords and weapons like a child with their beloved toys. To be honest, regardless of the weapon used, the purpose is ultimately for killing. I truly don't understand the joy of practicing swordsmanship just for the sake of it. Glancing at the long sword in Renato's hand, Layla's mouth twitched. Renato, do you want to kill me? Put the sword down. I will control my strength. Ooh, I won't hurt you. Layla's threw him a long wooden stick and said exasperatedly, I don't believe you. Look at your eager expression. You'll definitely go too hard on me. The half-elf picked up 2 short wooden sticks herself, lowered her stance, and set up her position. Let's use wooden sticks instead of real swords. Ooh, I want to see what your level is. She extended her right hand horizontally parallel to her line of sight, while the blade of her left stick was slightly bent back to guard her throat. The long wooden stick was not a real sword. Its center of gravity was too far forward, making it difficult to execute agile and precise thrusts. He had many techniques that he could not employ, but the opponent should have the same limitations. Watching the half-elf's elusive steps, Renato quickly entered a combat state. He raised the hilt of his sword to his ear, determined to overpower her with strength. He stepped forward, shortening the distance to Layla's, and struck her weak sword body with his strong sword body. However, the difference in strength of the wooden sticks was not apparent, and the speed was insufficient. Layla's lightly spun her right wrist, skillfully deflecting Renato's force while sliding to the side. From the beginning, Renato's steps had not been too deep. Suddenly withdrawing his sword, in the next moment, Layla's left hand thrust indeed pierced the spot where his throat had just been. A master of swordsmanship, he judged in his heart. Despite having mentally prepared himself, the half-elf's swordsmanship still amazed Renato and ignited his fighting spirit even more. With a flash of inspiration, taking advantage of Layla's missed attack, Renato executed an upward reverse slash, breaking through the defense formed by her crossed swords. Renato lunged forward, crashing into his opponent's inner circle. He dropped the wooden stick while tightly embracing her, locking the half-elf's arms. Layla's frantically struck Renato's back with the wooden stick, but due to the close distance and her arms being restrained, she couldn't exert any force. Hey, Renato, you. Noticing Layla's unstable footing, Renato growled and directly lifted her off the ground, then slammed her down heavily. Caught off guard, Layla's wooden stick slipped from her grasp, forcing her into a ground fight with Renato. But the half-elf was exceptionally agile and quick to react. She adjusted her posture in midair and freed her left arm. Renato maintained his superior position, but his body positioning was poor, making it difficult to apply joint lock techniques. The fallen wooden stick was flicked up by Layla's right foot, returning to her left hand as she attempted to stab Renato's unprotected neck. Renato immediately shifted his body sideways, using his shoulder armor to block the attack. In a moment of crisis, Renato disregarded any techniques and exerted all his strength, tightening his arm to strangle the half-elf's throat. Even though Layla's tightened her chin, avoiding being choked around the neck, Renato's hard plate armor still pressed against her, making it difficult for her to breathe. To avoid suffocation, the half-elf had no choice but to release the wooden stick, using her hands to pat Renato's back, signaling her surrender. "Oh, that hurts. Can't you be gentler?" "All right, I'm helping you massage your shoulders and neck gently. Is this strength acceptable? A bit lighter." "He'll let this slide, but this is the last time he'll practice with you. Don't even think about it next time." "Why? Our swordsmanship styles are different. We can learn from each other." "How can you even mention swordsmanship?" the half-elf exclaimed incredulously. "We practiced for an entire afternoon, and you didn't even use your sword several times, only relying on strength to wrestle with me. What does that have to do with swordsmanship?" "Martial arts are a part of swordsmanship. If you don't like it, then don't play." "So that's how it is, Mr. Renato. Does that mean magic is also part of swordsmanship?" No, for the next rounds I'm not listening to you. We won't use martial arts." Renato quickly jumped back. He had seen this spell before, but only on a bard who was chasing him. He asked curiously, "Can you cast spells? What kind of magic is that?" The breeze dissipated and Layla's rubbed her face, covering her eyes helplessly, and said, "Ugh, why do I feel like I'm talking to a child? I am a ranger capable of harnessing the primal magic of the wilderness, so I can perform some simple spells. Don't look at me like that. Rangers are not true spellcasters and cannot cast fireballs. Most of the spells I can cast are similar to tricks in a bard's repertoire. Forget it, come here, they'll let you experience it firsthand." Layla's beckoned Renato to come closer. "Get close, don't be shy, otherwise you won't feel anything." A gust of wind lifted Renato's body, making his armor feel much lighter, causing him to marvel. This spell has many names, but the most common one is West Wind Strike. You've experienced its effects. Usually it is used to channel magical energy into a weapon to deal damage far exceeding the weapon itself. While Layla's was casting the spell, Renato heard an elvish word meaning west wind. "Is the incantation just one word? And you can cast it without gestures?" He tried to mimic the half-elf's tone while reciting the word. Layla's chuckled and explained, "Rangers also have many profound casting techniques. This spell is just very simple. Those master hunters can cast magic comparable to that of great mages, turning the entire forest against you. Moreover, you are not a ranger. You have not traversed the wilderness, so nature will not respond to you." Renato was filled with a yearning to cast spells himself. What earthling child had not fantasized about possessing superpowers in their childhood? Although he lacked the talent of a mage, he might indeed have the talent of a ranger. "What must I do to become a ranger? I feel I've spent enough time in the wild, and don't you live in the city too?" "That's because I gained the wilderness recognition when I was young," Layla said gently, as if teaching a student. "Becoming a ranger is not an easy task. You need to integrate with nature, hunt the terrifying wild creatures, sharpen your will, and ultimately comprehend your own unique path in nature. What kind of monsters do I need to hunt? What rituals do I have to perform? This is not something that can be completed in a year or two, nor does it have anything to do with killing or rituals. This is not a sacrifice to an evil god." Layla shook her head. "Hunting beasts is just a part of the process. More importantly, you need to balance your inner self during this time and build a deep connection with nature." It was vague, without clear conditions, only providing a fuzzy concept. Renato disliked such things the most. Sensing his disappointment, Layla supported Renato's shoulder and pressed him down onto the stone bench. "Although I can't make you a ranger right now, I can start your ranger training. Trust me, even if you don't become a ranger, many skills will be tremendously useful in your future adventures." Layla deliberately coughed twice, implying, "But you must understand, I am a seasoned ranger, and theoretically, I want to teach others for free. He'll take you out to dinner tonight, and you will be satisfied." "That's more like it." Layla's expression turned serious as she looked at Renato. "No more jokes. If you want to become a ranger, you must truly respect nature first. Rangers can often track down creatures that harm nature for several days without sleep during their pursuit. Today I'm going to teach you a technique that will keep you alert while relieving fatigue: meditation." At night in the room of the inn, Renato received the first gift since his arrival in this world. Under Paul's eager gaze, he began to unwrap the package. A thick book, Voice of the Dragons, an Introduction to Draconic and Linguistics, which Renato had previously borrowed in Brika Town. "I noticed you often borrow books related to dragons, so I guessed you might be interested in learning Draconic, and I bought this book for you." Paula's voice was soft, as if she feared Renato would not like it. "Thank you. This Voice of the Dragons is the best gift I have ever received." After giving the shy girl a hug, Renato asked, "How is your spellcasting coming along? Is your money still enough?" Polly looked proud as she straightened her chest, saying, "Now your companion is a formal mage. I have learned a second-ring spell. Quickly draw your sword, and I'll demonstrate it for you. I wondered why you were so restless during dinner. It turns out it was because of this. Who knew you would bring that half-elf along?" Polly pouted. "Renato, she is definitely not just a part-time detective. She must have some other purpose. You need to be careful." Renato's Lady of Silence was placed on the table, and Polly closed her eyes, her hands touching the sword's blade. As she recited the incantation, a faint purple light flowed from Paula's hands into the longsword. She brought her fingers together and gently brushed over the blade. The light rapidly spread over the entire weapon, shimmering with magical brilliance. "This is weapon enchantment." Renato found it hard to believe. You turned it into a magical longsword. Although the casting time was short, it was Paula's first time casting, and she was already sweating profusely. How is that possible? I haven't read any books on runic magic, nor can I inscribe spell models. Polly wiped away the sweat. This spell is called Enchant Weapon. The principle is quite complex, but to put it simply, it transforms an ordinary weapon into a magical one through enchanting for a short period. A weapon enchanted by Enchant Weapon is far superior to those of inferior runic enchantments. Polly said proudly. The weapon will receive comprehensive enhancements. The blade will be sharper, the material will be tougher, and its resistance to various energies will be stronger, such as strong acids, flames, and dark erosion, etc. Moreover, this time I only applied the most basic part of this spell. In the future, I can also attempt fire enchantment and cold enchantment. How long can the spell last? Renato tightened his grip on the sword's hilt, feeling an energy surging within it. The mage's small face instantly fell, her gaze evasive as she said, "About an hour. It's not very long, but it should cover most of the battle time." That's a very practical spell. Congratulations, Polly, you are now a formal mage. This was Renato's heartfelt words, and he was genuinely happy for Polly. Renato, even though I am now a formal mage from the secondary spells onward, different magical theories and model constructions will diverge increasingly. Many formulas will no longer be universal, and for the sake of learning efficiency, it is time for me to choose a school of magic. Considering the current situation, the transmutation school is the most suitable. There are many direct damage spells in transmutation that can compensate for the shortcomings of long-range attacks. However, transmutation spells have poor functionality, and the spell list is monotonous. For the long term, the transformation and incantation schools would be better choices. Protective spells are also quite good. Survival in an adventurous life is certainly the most important. You don't need to be too concerned, Polly. Renato held the little mage in his arms. You don't need to think so much, nor do you have to worry about my needs. Just follow your heart, whichever spell you want to learn, and the direction you wish to develop, I will support you from behind. Saying that is like saying nothing, you just want to pass the problem to me. Polly struggled symbolically for a moment, then obediently leaned against Renato's embrace, allowing him to pet her head. Where did you get the book to learn Draconic? Renato did not look up, flipping through the pages. It's a gift from Polly. Layla's bent down, scanning the contents of the book. Can you really learn it? I thought only mages had that kind of interest. There's no harm in learning another language, and the dragon jokes in the book are quite interesting. The half-elf watched for a while before lazily lying down on the bed. Renato closed Voice of the Dragons and looked at Layla's. If you're free this afternoon, how about we go to our usual place to spar? No way, I've skipped work too many times this week. If I skip again, my pay will be deducted. You arrangers still care about this little bit of salary as a waitress. I know you're curious about my identity. Stop probing. Layla's changed her posture. But one thing I can tell you is that I am really poor, and this little salary is very important to me. Layla's patted the edge of the bed, motioning for Renato to sit down. Renato, you must come from a noble background, right? I can tell your handwriting is good and your knowledge is quite rich. Maybe I'm just pretending. Renato raised an eyebrow. Dressing up like a noble, don't the country girls fall for it? Little one, don't take me for a fool. I've seen many clumsy frauds spouting nonsense and boasting. You are not like them. Layla's, you always call me little one. How old are you anyway? It shouldn't be a problem to reveal that, right? How old do you think I am? Her skin was as fair and delicate as an elf's, but her face was soft like a human's. Her eyes were slightly elongated with the corners upturned, and with her light green hair, she appeared even more charming. Her hazel eyes were filled with laughter, causing Renato, who was gazing at her, to suddenly snap back to reality. Half-elves have long lifespans. Since you don't have wrinkles, it suggests your age should be less than halfway through. So I guess you should be around 90 years old now. Get lost. Look at my thick hair. How can I be 90? Then how about 60? After a playful banter, Layla's began to check Renato's progress in meditation. Calm the waves in your heart and perceive the rhythm of natural energy. Not with your ears. Readjust your breathing and feel with your heart. Following the half-elf's guidance, Renato closed his eyes, emptying himself and sensing the world around him. For a moment, Renato's perception seemed to break free from the constraints of his body, expanding outward. The pulse of the earth, the breath of the wind, everything was so tranquil. A slight movement beside him made Renato open his eyes instantly. You really have a talent, Renato. I spent 3 whole months with my mentor enduring countless hardships just to learn how to enter a meditative state. Layla stood up, exclaiming, I only taught you how to meditate yesterday, right? That's truly an impressive ability. Layla's, where are you going? Aren't you going to take a break? You've been meditating for an hour now, Renato. My lunch break is over. Layla stretched. All the young people are so talented. Old aunties like me can only continue to serve plates. In the morning, inside the Adventurers Guild, Renato was flipping through the newly released tasks. As his coin pouch steadily grew emptier and the cost of living remained high, he had to devise some financial plans. Originally, Renato had come to the guild merely to save some money by picking up some free white bread and enjoying a warm cup of tea. However, a new task on the parchment caught his attention. Task: eliminate the animated armors in the old mansion. Reward: 20 silver coins and a potion of unknown effects. Task description: at No. 7 Oak Street, behind the ancient door, silence heralds a tangible threat. Since the owner went missing, sounds of metal scraping against stone have echoed from deep within the mansion. Though the Guardians are long gone, the magically animated armors persist in their duty, guarding the empty corridors with unwavering resolve. The task rewards 1,000 experience points. Animated armors, a basic form of magical construct, are often mistaken for soldiers or terrifying specters. The signing date of this task is in the Withering month, indicating it has been available in the Adventurers Guild for at least a month. Although the reward of 20 silver coins isn't lavish, it corresponds to the difficulty of the task and shouldn't remain unclaimed. After checking the relevant records at the guild's front desk, Renato finally understood the reason. This task has been claimed 5 times in total, with the last attempt being 2 days ago. Because the door is enchanted, the first 3 level 1 adventurers who took on the task couldn't even open it and gave up after 2 days of futile effort. The subsequent client added 5 silver coins to the reward, which attracted a group of somewhat trained adventurers who forced the door open with brute strength. However, the client did not mention that there were constructs guarding the house. The adventurers, in their frantic search, triggered the defense mechanism and were caught off guard by several animated armors. 3 of them were injured, 1 severely, and the task failed. Due to the misleading information provided, they are still entangled in a lawsuit with the guild regarding compensation. 2 days ago, the client added another 10 silver coins. The taker was a seasoned lone wolf adventurer who successfully infiltrated the mansion and dismantled all the defensive mechanisms inside. Unlike the heavy impression of constructs, he found that these animated armors were quite perceptive, capable of accurately detecting his presence from 60 feet away. Crossbows and daggers struggled to pierce their armor, forcing him to ultimately retreat. This is also why I hadn't noticed this task before. Initially, the task's reward was too low, likely causing it to be frequently claimed from the task board in the guild hall. It wasn't until the client raised the reward multiple times that this task was singled out, catching the attention of us level 3 adventurers. A reward of 20 silver coins isn't insignificant, and 1,000 experience points is quite considerable. With the previous adventurers having paved the way and provided additional information, Renato believed the difficulty of this task should be manageable for him. As for the potion of unknown effects, Renato wasn't too concerned. What he was curious about was whether the guild couldn't identify the type of potion at all. After failing to get an answer from the front desk, Renato decided to accept the task, planning to discuss it with Polly when she returned from the Grand Library at noon. The guild would contact the client and arrange a detailed discussion tomorrow at the front door of No. 7 Oak Street. In the bustling commercial street at noon, Renato was discussing the newly accepted task with Polly. Polly had just emerged from the Grand Library. Upon hearing there was money involved, she immediately agreed to Renato's plan without asking any questions. What spells do we need to prepare? I need to go to the general store to buy the necessary spellcasting materials. She even left the choice of spells to Renato, clearly not wanting to think too much. Polly, you're the mage. Ooh, I don't know any magic. Renato couldn't help but facepalm. Fine, let's talk about what spells you think would be effective against the animated armors. Magical constructs generally have strong physical resistance and are immune to negative states like fear and poison. Polly stroked her chin in thought and said, I recommend direct damage spells like those from the evocation school, such as Burning Hands and Magic Missile. Burning Hands releases a cone of flame, but Renato didn't want to set fire in the inner city, so that option had to be ruled out. Polly's repertoire of damage spells at the first tier was quite limited, so they might have to settle for Magic Missile. Then let's go with Magic Missile. You'll also need to prepare mage armor. We aren't sure about the interior layout yet, so you need to protect yourself. How many spells can you memorize now? Still 3. I'm officially a mage now, and I've recently learned many universal techniques for spell models from books. My memory has surpassed that of my apprentice days. Quickly tell me. I can prepare 4 first-tier spells and 2 second-tier spells. But for second-tier spells, I've only learned Magic Weapon. The other second-tier spell books are too expensive. Then for first-tier spells, prepare 3 Magic Missiles and 1 Mage Armor, and for second-tier spells, prepare 2 Magic Weapons. Polly interrupted his arrangements and added, no need to prepare 2 Magic Weapons, Renato. I can employ heightened casting from Magic Missile. Heightened casting? What is that? Renato asked, puzzled. It's a special technique that substitutes a lower-tier spell model with a higher-tier formula, complicating its structure to seek greater spell power. In simpler terms, it's a second-tier version of Magic Missile that can produce 1 extra magic dart. Renato nodded in understanding. Currently, their ragtag adventurer team had too many shortcomings. With only 2 members, they lacked healing, and protective means their spell categories were singular, and their reconnaissance capabilities were nearly non-existent. Even a simple door lock might require him to smash it open personally to crack. Unlike Renato, the little mage seemed enthusiastic as she pulled him toward the Silver Deer Inn. In the afternoon, prepare spells, then go earn money tomorrow morning. I still have a piece of tan leather left from last time, which will save me some material costs for mage armor. This task can earn us 10 silver crowns. If we take a task every 3 days, we could earn 100 silver crowns in a month, and then I can learn a new spell from the transmutation school. No, we should first save up for 2 months, then we can buy a small house in a better area of the outer city. That way Renato and I won't have to stay in and allowing us to save even more money. Watching Polly count on her fingers, Renato couldn't help but start fantasizing about the future, only to be left speechless. Why bother thinking so far ahead? When wandering in Brika Town, he had no such troubles. His initial goal was merely to escape pursuit, hide well, and strive to fill his stomach. Now, however, he was as naive as Polly, even starting to ponder how to earn more money and how to form a reasonable adventuring party. Desire is never truly satisfied, perhaps that's just human nature. At No. 7. Oak Street stood a slightly dilapidated house, its yard littered with dry branches and fallen leaves. A musty smell mingled with damp earth and decaying which struck Renato's face, forcing him to instinctively cover his mouth and nose. The sensation was peculiar. The odor emanating from the unattended yard was indeed unpleasant, yet it was not enough to make him feel so nauseated. A balding middle-aged man stood a few steps away from the iron gate, occasionally wiping the sweat from his brow with a gray handkerchief. His wool coat was clean but somewhat faded, indicating it had been worn for quite some time. "Good day, esteemed mage." The man bowed to Polly first. "Gentlemen, I am Evan Hopwell, the legal heir of this property. It seems that my initial misjudgment of Polly's gender was not my fault," Renato thought to himself. "As you can see, this yard is rather neglected. Ever since my respected Aunt Nisha, may the gods bless her wherever she may be, went missing 7 years ago, no one has set foot here. Of course, these offensive animated armors were not my aunt's intention, as she was a noble-blooded spellcaster obsessed with research. I believe those animated armors were merely her secret practice creations." Evan rubbed his hands together, rambling on. Polly, growing impatient, interjected, "Your aunt was a mage of the school of enchantment." No, she was a noble-blooded sorceress hailing from a sorceress obsessed with research." Polly interrupted disdainfully. "Where did her spellcasting ability come from? Bloodline, or some other source?" Evan's sweat increased as he repeatedly wiped his forehead with his handkerchief. "My lady mage, I truly do not know in this regard. However, my aunt did indeed explore the source of her spellcasting abilities, though I suspect it had nothing to do with bloodline, since the other members of the family do not possess any spellcasting abilities." "Shut up if you are a layman. Your ability to cast spells has no correlation with whether your aunt possessed magical blood." Evan attempted to force a relaxed smile, but it appeared exceedingly stiff. "Are you certain this property belongs to you? According to guild regulations, I need to verify the relevant documents." Renato's question alleviated the awkwardness. Evan straightened his back and replied, "All legal documents are in order, I assure you." He hurriedly added while patting the sheepskin scroll he carried, "Once I clear out the obstacles inside, I can legally inherit this property. At that time, you may take anything my aunt left behind as you wish. She once co-owned a magical grocery store. Trust me, my lady mage, there are definitely many items inside that will interest you." After reviewing the relevant documents regarding the estate division, Renato concluded this brief conversation and entered the yard with Polly. The yard was a standard square with a stone path nearly overtaken by withered wild grass leading directly to the porch of the main house. There were some dried bloodstains beneath the corridors on both sides, and the wooden door of the main house was smashed to pieces. Renato surmised that these bloodstains were likely left by the batch of injured adventurers. According to Evan, this house was a 2-story building. The first floor mainly consisted of a hall, study, and kitchen. The study was located on the west wing, while the kitchen was at the back, accessible through a back door that led to an abandoned backyard where at least 3 animated armors wandered around the main house. The second floor could only be reached via the main staircase in the hall, which contained 3 bedrooms and a small living room with the master bedroom at the end of the corridor. The objective was to clear the animated armors, so Renato decided to start in the hall of the main house. He pushed open the damaged door, revealing a scene even more chaotic than the yard. Renato did not see any animated armors, only various debris strewn across the floor, collecting a thin layer of dust. Faint traces of relatively new footprints were visible on the floor, varying in size, unlike the movement patterns of animated armors. They were likely made by that group of adventurers. In the center of the hall stood a long dining table, its tablecloth already moldy. Renato approached and weighed the candlestick in his hands before shaking his head and setting it down. It was silver-plated and worthless. Most of the wine glasses on the table had been shattered in the fight. In one glass that remained intact, Renato observed a ring of dark red stains that had long since dried. This indicated that the homeowner had not prepared to leave or had left in a great hurry without even drinking the wine in the glass. But he was no detective and had no interest in deducing the truth. However, several knife-like marks on the wall suddenly caught Renato's attention. Simple scratches akin to a child's doodles, but having been hunted for months, he knew this was no mere scribbling, it was a mark of death. This was the signal of the Harpers and this group of madmen. Had they come after him again? The thought was more chilling than the winter wind, instantly freezing the sense of safety that Renato had painstakingly built up over the past 6 months. Fatigue, humiliation, fear, and anger surged through him as he began to uncontrollably recall every moment over the past few months that could have exposed him. The chaos lasted for a moment, but ultimately Renato's rationality prevailed. No, the general meaning of this signal was danger, not the gathering often seen when being pursued. The target of these Harper spies might not be himself. Who could it be? Paula's worried gaze forced Renato to cut off his meaningless thoughts. He was still in the midst of a dangerous quest. Let the damned Harpers go to hell. Renato heard an extremely faint metallic scraping sound from the left room, which should be the study. Polly, enchant the weapon. Drawing out the Lady of Silence from his back, Polly lightly touched the sword blade, reciting a spell softly. The air surrounding the sword became blurred and twisted, dust swirling, then instantly vaporized, disappearing without a trace. The hilt felt icy to the touch, yet waves of heat washed over the back of his hand. This was the flame enchantment granted by enchanted weapons which at Renato's instruction did not ignite a visible flame. Before the tightly shut study door, Renato hesitated not a moment and kicked it open. An animated armor stood behind the door, its body composed of rusted chainmail and leather plates clad in large worn bronze plates. Its helmet was a full-faced bronze mask with only a few observation holes facing outward. Faced with the intruder crashing through the door, the animated armor calmly raised its long axe and swung it down. The heavy bronze axe met the sword, holding for a moment before being pressed down by Renato. Heavy, rapid footsteps echoed from upstairs, while behind him Paulus' incantation rang out. He had to hurry. Renato stepped forward and elbowed the faceplate of the opponent, viscous pus splattering from the observation holes, leaving a stain on the wall. This was an unusual phenomenon. Well, how could a construct have blood? But Renato had no time to care. The elbow strike, powerful enough to knock a normal person's teeth out, had no effect on the animated armor. It swung its fist down towards the adventurer pressed against it. The heavy punch struck Renato's left ribs. Despite the cushioning of chainmail and padded armor, the pain still made him furrow his brow. Seizing the opportunity as the opponent swung its fist, Renato twisted his sword grip, disarming the animated armor that held the axe in one hand, forcing it to kneel on the ground. He did not give the opponent another chance to retrieve its weapon. The searing tip of the sword pierced the neck, which was only protected by leather armor. The blade cut through the leather, delivering the sensation of slicing flesh, while emitting a violent hissing sound, like a red-hot branding iron releasing a foul gas. The armor instantly stiffened, the outer layer bulging slightly under internal pressure, and then all movement ceased abruptly. As if its support had suddenly vanished, the entire suit of armor collapsed to the ground, a mass of disgusting amorphous flesh oozing out from the seams, flowing like sludge. Renato, they're coming down. Hearing the young mage's shout, Renato rushed out of the room. On the stairs of the hall, 3 animated armors identical to the previous ones were descending with an eerie gait. From magical missiles shot toward the foremost enemy, these gleaming darts piercing the seams of the rusted chainmail, momentarily halting its advance. Renato, these animated armors are not right. They are different from the descriptions in the books. Focus on casting spells. Renato kicked a chair away, knocking down the animated armor that had just come down the stairs. 2 animated armors flanked the long table, the axe blade grazing Renato's shoulder armor, leaving a distinct scratch. Renato leaped onto the long table to avoid the axe point coming from the other side. As the opponent retracted its axe, he swung his sword, severing half of its hand that gripped the axe. The decayed gauntlet cleanly broke apart, pus and blood gushing from the severed hand. The animated armor, using one hand to wield the long axe, attempted to continue attacking the intruder. But the heavy bronze axe could not be wielded with only one hand. In the midst of its flawed movements, Renato pierced the opponent's chest with his long sword, eliminating the second enemy. 3 magical missiles glowing brightly once again flew toward the animated armor, attempting to rise from the stairs. Corrupted blood seeped from the chainmail joints, forming a puddle on the ground. Across the long table, another animated armor repeatedly jabbed, with its axe point, the sharp tip skidding off Renato's plate armor. Renato did not withdraw the long sword from the corpse. Instead, he pressed down on the axe handle, forcefully tugging outward. After a brief struggle, the long axe slipped from the opponent's grasp, and the animated armor was also toppled over, crashing onto the long table. He raised the heavy bronze axe, driven by the fire of anger within, and struck down at the opponent's head. The axe blade shattered the helmet, caving in at several points, the limbs of the animated armor twitching before finally collapsing into a mass of flesh. The animated armor that had been knocked down by Renato with a bench could not stand up, while Paulus' magical missiles had riddled it with wounds resembling a deflated ball struggling on the ground. Renato stepped forward, gripping his sword, and finally ended the last enemy. From the start to the end of the battle, less than a minute had passed. Renato and Polly searched all the rooms on the first and second floors of the main house, as well as the outbuildings in the courtyard, but found no additional dangers. The 2 returned to the study where the battle had begun, inspecting the spoils. The rusty bronze axe was crudely crafted and exceedingly heavy. Even if taken out, it would only be worth the price of scrap metal. Renato picked up a piece of armor from the ground, its inner side covered in purplish veins and black thread-like nerves, as if it had symbiotically fused with the metal. What a desecration! Paula's voice trembled as she moved away from the writhing, amorphous mass of flesh on the ground. This is by no means a normal magical creation. Such a twisted form of life could only be birthed from the abyss. These ghastly things may well carry a demonic curse. Renato, stay away from those flesh chunks. Renato ignored Paula's warning. These animated armors had nothing to do with demons. This unique creation had already given him a rough idea, and now he just needed to verify it. There was a bookshelf in the study estimated to hold nearly 100 books. Renato casually pulled out a book and, flipping through a few pages, realized it was a tedious novel written by a minstrel. Let's see what this book is about. The Duke is actually my disguised lover. I knew all wizards were a bunch of oddballs. A group of uneducated fellows spending all day reading such books. Looking at Paula's slightly flushed ears, Renato felt speechless. If she wanted to read, then just read. What a girl who is not sincere in her words. There was nothing of value on the shelf, and Renato did not find the target he had hoped for. But the books themselves held a certain value. In this era, aside from magical imprints, most miscellaneous books still had to be copied by hand. These novels could likely fetch a good price, so the two packed all the books from the shelf into a dimensional bag. Most of the food in the kitchen had long since spoiled, and the miscellaneous items were worthless. Given the limited space, Renato only chose a roasting rack and 2 large iron spoons. After circling the hall, he guessed it had already been scavenged by the previous group of adventurers, as there were no valuable items. Looking up at the second floor, Renato had a feeling he would find answers there. Renato and Polly finished searching the 2 bedrooms and the living room, yielding a bountiful harvest. They found many everyday items: a silver cigarette case, a brass ink pen, and a small toolbox. Although these were small items, they were quite practical and could also be sold. At the bedside table in one of the bedrooms, Polly discovered a hidden compartment beneath the cabinet, which contained a velvet pouch holding 12 silver coins and 47 copper coins. The unexpected find excited the young mage. She was convinced there were other hidden compartments for money and wanted to search the other bedroom again. Seizing the opportunity, Renato headed to the end of the corridor, which was the bedroom of the owner, Nisha. The wizard's room was different from his imagination, lacking extravagant decorations and strange magic. The room was small, similar to a small guest room in an outer city inn. A single bed was placed against the wall, covered with yellowed linen sheets. On the bedside table hung a brass oil lamp, the lampshade covered in a layer of dust, and the lamp oil had long dried up. Next to it was a sturdy oak desk, unusually empty, with not even a candle on it. However, right in the center of the desk lay a book. Renato's gaze was immediately drawn to it. He reached out his fingertips, brushing against the gray-yellow leather cover, which was soft and supple, its texture unlike that of parchment or other leather products. This material was very familiar to him. It was the most coveted item from the remnants of the cult's memories, a book bound in human skin. Opening the front page, he found the text written in deep purple ink with characters twisted and grotesque, not resembling any known language on the continent. Interspersed among the strokes were some indescribable tiny symbols. Now he had a rough understanding of the reason behind the owner's disappearance. Renato intended to turn and leave, but the memories of his past self held his gaze captive. Countless dark and convoluted forbidden knowledge, even a small portion, was enough to grant unimaginable power to mortals. Rationality told Renato that he should immediately throw this book away and steer clear of any unknown dangers. But he needed power. If the Harpist spies were to track him down tomorrow, he would have to abandon everything he had gained in Fried City and flee once again. No, perhaps even worse, he might die, and Polly could also be implicated. Renato had witnessed the blasphemous spells recorded in the book bound in human skin. Even the scrawniest illiterate could read it, though the cost was often succumbing to madness. But he was different. Renato had systematically learned deep dive language and could understand these strange texts, also having warnings for various anomalies. To obtain a book bound in human skin, the original self had schemed for many years. Hesitating, Renato placed his hand between the pages, forcing a bitter smile. Clearly a decision had already been made. He thought it over merely to convince himself. With no other choice in this ignorant otherworld, he must possess power. The deep purple ink on the pages seemed to come alive, rearranging itself in Renato's mind, casting grotesque shadows. He felt dizzy, yet at the same time understood the meaning of these words. This was the name of the book, The Skin of the Nameless. He took a deep breath and put the book into the dimensional bag. The two ransacked the house, thoroughly stuffing even everyday items like tin teapots and candles into the dimensional bag and their pockets until they could hold no more. Amid Evan's endless thanks, Renato returned to the Adventurers Guild at noon to submit his quest at the front desk. Next came the tedious declaration process, filling out a multitude of repetitive forms and task briefs, submitting for approval only to be told that there was an extra space at the beginning and the format was incorrect, needing to redo everything. Eliminating 4 animated armors took Renato only a minute, yet the guild's task declaration process consumed him several hours. After wasting the entire afternoon in the guild hall, Renato finally received his reward just minutes before the front desk closed. 20 silver coins, 1,000 experience points, and a bottle of magical potion. Equipment: essence of the primordial broth. This potion is sealed in a glass container. Inside the liquid is a disturbing semi-transparent pitch-black substance, viscous, like thick slime, which constantly writhes slowly on its own. Drinking this potion gives you a 50 chance to gain 2d42 maximum hit points. If your hit point maximum exceeds 100 points, this effect is negated. You have a 20 chance to experience a minor lasting physiological mutation for 1 hour, such as skin becoming damp, cold, and sticky. You have a 30 chance to suffer 1d8 psychic damage. Usage requirements: Constitution 14, Perception 14. Rarity: rare. A bottle of rare quality potion, the highest quality Renato has seen so far. According to the guild, this potion was purchased by Evan from the last adventurer who infiltrated the estate. He originally thought this potion left by his aunt could fetch a high price, but the identification spell failed to reveal its effects, only confirming it was a magical potion. The guild's mage believed this potion was either a failed concoction or a mixture of several potions that could not produce specific effects, which was why it could not be identified by spells. But Renato knew otherwise. The reason it could not be identified was simple: it was a potion containing extraterrestrial substances and knowledge, its intrinsic nature far beyond the shallow magical knowledge of the guild's mages. It was an attempt by the faithful to transcend the mundane, to cross the boundaries of perception and glimpse the true world. During his time as a Dakul cultist, Renato had drunk many such potions only to hear the voice of Dakul and draw closer to this true god. Renato still remembered that he had once seen him, but not with his eyes nor with any physical senses. It was only because during that sacrificial ritual where the skull was opened and the brain laid bare, his gaze had gently brushed against Renato's existence. In that glance, Renato witnessed the eternal, self-devouring and self-replicating shadow that spanned the cosmos. No, that was not a form. Form was a vile prison. Rather, it was the terminus of all civilizations, the embers left after countless stars had cooled. The maddening thoughts nearly burned through his sanity, and Renato gasped for air like a drowning man pressed against the wall. His body forcibly halted, the memories, the instinct for human survival prevailing. In that moment, his heart raced violently, cold sweat soaking his back. He could not think any further otherwise. After sitting on the street for a while, Renato wiped the sweat from his face and, filled with dread, murmured, "Was that an illusion? This is too eerie. Sigh, it seems that reading the skin of the nameless must be planned carefully. I can't be too hasty." Locking the door and drawing the curtains, Renato immersed himself in the forbidden knowledge contained within the book of the nameless. The 10 silver coins he had given to Polly as a task reward yesterday had made the little mage financially comfortable. Early in the morning, she hurried out to the grand library to learn new spells. Before leaving, she pulled 2 novels from the stack on the table, claiming she wanted to inquire about their sale price at the grocery store. With nothing else to do, Renato could not resist the temptation in his heart and opened the human skin book. His original self had planned for years for this. What kind of power did this grimoire truly contain? As he turned the pages, nothing unusual occurred. The content of the book was chaotic, lacking a table of contents or paragraph breaks, making his scalp tingle. The entire book was written in deep speech, clearly authored by a being not of this world. Even disregarding those incomprehensible ramblings that Renato could not understand, the remaining sentences were filled with numerous perplexing analogies and metaphors. Renato found a few pages that were somewhat readable, seemingly explaining a defensive spell. Just as the amorphous primordial essence can withstand immense pressure in the deep sea, the principle is not resistance, but integration. The shell should neither be bone nor flesh. Looking like a philosophical contemplation or poorly crafted poetry rather than magic theory. With his basic knowledge of spells, how could he cast a spell without incantations or gestures? Renato furrowed his brow and glanced at the illustration below. At first glance, it appeared to be a complex geometric figure, but upon closer inspection, each angle was slightly misaligned. The originally unified geometric shape had now disintegrated into a series of paradoxical patterns that words could hardly describe. Prolonged reading had caused a stinging in Renato's eyes. He blinked, trying to relieve the dryness. Just like the formulas and models recorded in Polly's magic book, this figure might very well be the spell model, the core of the spellcasting. He attempted to remember, but the figure before him kept changing. How could a fixed memory keep pace with something so dynamic? He tried to sketch it out, but the figure twisted and contradicted itself. How could a human draw a square circle? The more Renato tried to understand, the more elusive the image in his mind became, and this sense of futility made it hard for him to conceal his irritation. A nameless anger surged within him, making it difficult to focus. His thoughts grew increasingly chaotic. Just as he was about to give up, the symbols he had just read began to uncontrollably surface in his mind, and a strong premonition surged within him. Perhaps not thinking, not understanding was the right approach. Just like insects cannot comprehend human behavior due to the limitations of their brain structure, how could he learn the truths that flow through all things? Indeed, he didn't need to understand it all. Renato realized he only needed to be able to use it, just as a newborn baby uses its limbs to command the omnipresent dormant energy. The distorted figure suddenly became clear, and the forbidden knowledge automatically arranged itself in his mind. As Renato's thoughts aligned, there were no incantations nor any rituals. In an instant, he felt the air around him grow, dense shadows converging to form a translucent dark membrane with a spherical contour around Renato. A protective spell. Although he did not understand the principle, there was no doubt he had successfully cast it. Renato had succeeded. He had grasped a true spell, and extraordinary power was now at his disposal. I did it. Renato clenched his fists, nearly bursting into laughter. Indeed, learning a spell is as easy as pie for someone like me from the 21st century. With a flick of his thought, the black spell shield dissipated. The Adventurer's Guide popped up, revealing a new chapter. Spell Shadow Shield, first circle protection, casting time reaction, casting range, self-spell components, none duration, concentration, up to 1 minute. A primal force from ancient amorphous entities flows through your body, and shadow energy is commanded by your will. During the spell's duration, your armor class and all saving throws gain a 3 bonus. Additionally, if you successfully use this spell to save against an attack while the shield is active, you can use your reaction to redirect the shield's reflection, dealing 1d4 necrotic damage to the area within a 3-foot radius. Upon reading the Book of the Nameless for the first time, Renato felt no abnormalities within himself, and his thoughts remained smooth and fluid. However, to be safe, he decided to pause reading for a week to see if this spell would have any negative effects on his body. He put away the human skin book, drew open the curtains, and the sun was already at its zenith. Was it already noon? In his perception, it had only been less than half an hour. Renato and Polly were at the grocery store in the inner city disposing of most of the useless junk they had collected yesterday. He only sold a few novels, but there was no rush to spend the money, so there was no need to sell them at a low price. His wallet had gained 20 silver coins, and combined with having mastered his first spell since crossing over in the morning, Renato was in great spirits today. With his wealth back to 150 silver coins, Renato decided to indulge a little and truly experience the joy of spending money. Reliable Enchantments, a magical shop that was often bustling with people on the commercial street. The sign was simple, depicting a shield engraved with a sword and a glowing potion. Pushing open the store door, the shop was quite spacious, divided by 4 tall shelves with several adventurers standing nearby, selecting items from above. For some reason, this scene reminded Renato of a supermarket. Welcome to Reliable Enchantments. Please feel free to check for what you need. The prices are all labeled, and please do not touch anything if you are not buying. The attendant at the entrance was a young human lad who looked to be no more than 15 years old, yawning as he spoke. Looking around, there were no other staff in the hall, and Renato turned back to inquire, "This is my first time at this store. Could you introduce what these shelves sell?" The leftmost shelf contains various potions categorized by effects, including healing potions, health potions, and disease-curing potions. They are all basic potions, mostly herbal brews, unrelated to magic. The middle 2 rows contain adventuring supplies such as compasses, ropes, sewing kits, and repair tools. The rightmost shelf contains weapons such as shields, spears, and crossbow bolts. The shopkeeper has instructed that they cannot be tested. If you find something suitable, please pay first. The attendant scrutinized Renato's attire and quickly changed his tone. My apologies, sir. If you wish to purchase genuine magical items, please head upstairs. The stairs are on your right, and the shopkeeper will provide you with a detailed introduction. Ascending the stairs, Renato saw items filled with magical luster displayed at the counter, and he knew he had come to the right place. Welcome to Reliable Enchantments. Oh, what kind of magical items do you need? A middle-aged man dressed in a well-tailored fitted shirt with neatly combed hair and a warm smile. I am the manager here, you can call me Dodge. His gaze naturally swept over Renato's entire body, and his smile became even warmer. Magical accessories, potion scrolls. I am interested in all as long as they are suitable. Renato caressed his fingers, planning to use the function of the adventurer's guide to identify items, hoping to find a bargain. Bring them all over and let me take a look. Dodge gestured for Renato to follow him to a corner where there was a high-backed chair and a small display table. Inside the glass display case was a row of colorful potions. Dodge put on white gloves and carefully took out a bottle. Tree skin potion. Once consumed, it is as if a druid personally casts tree skin on you, making your skin as tough as ancient trees. I know many warriors trust their armor and skills, but at times even the mightiest adventurers can suffer injuries, and this potion can block attacks that would otherwise leave you battered without affecting your agility. Renato picked up the elongated yellow-green potion. The liquid occasionally formed bark-like patterns, then liquefied again. Equipment: tree skin potion. This potion is contained in an ancient wooden bottle shaped like tree roots. The liquid inside is a murky yellow-green with a texture akin to the sap of young trees, continuously solidifying and liquefying. Upon drinking, a resilient natural energy flows throughout your body. For the next hour, your skin takes on the appearance of ancient bark, and during this time, if your armor class is below 16, it becomes 16. Usage requirement: Constitution 8 points. Rarity: uncommon. What is armor class? Adventurer's Guide does not provide an explanation, but based on the shield spell he just learned, Renato conjectured that it must be a measure of defensive level. He did not know if his armor class was above 16, but since this potion only lasted for 1 hour, which could harden his skin, Renato did not believe it was worth 5 gold coins. This bottle is the Flame Breath potion, allowing you to breathe fire like a young red dragon. Just imagine the terrifying scene of suddenly unleashing fiery breath before your enemies. However, when using it, please remember not to block your mouth. Equipment: Flame Breath potion. This potion is contained in a thick glass vial, and the bottle feels hot to the touch due to the high temperature inside. The liquid inside is bright orange-red, constantly swirling as if on the brink of boiling. Upon consumption, a searing power builds up in your chest. For the next minute, you can use an action to exhale a 15-foot cone of fiery breath. Every creature in this area must make a dexterity saving throw. On a failed save, they take 3d6 fire damage, and on a successful save, the damage is halved. Usage requirement: Constitution 11 points. Rarity: uncommon. Although it is a one-time damage spell that Renato needed, the potion only lasted for 1 minute and could not be consumed before combat. The 5-meter casting range was too short, making it somewhat impractical. Renato shook his head, setting down the potion priced at 10 gold coins, and continued to ask, "The casting range is too short, and there are too many usage restrictions. I do not need such a basic spell potion." "You certainly know your stuff." Dodge smiled broadly, pulling out another bottle of azure liquid. Rest assured, Reliable Enchantments is funded by a mage of the Transmutation School who is an expert in the crafting of magical potions. Stepping out of the door of Reliable Enchantments, Renato felt a pinch in his wallet as he held a bottle of silvery potion. Equipment: Heartstealer Brain Sap. This potion is sealed in a curved glass tube. The liquid inside is a translucent pearl white, thicker than water, with countless fine silver threads suspended within, resembling nerve fibers. Upon drinking, a cool and unfamiliar memory fragment becomes permanently integrated into your mind. The psychic damage you receive is permanently reduced by 1, and you have advantage on saving throws against being charmed or frightened. Usage requirement: Wisdom 14 points, Intelligence 14 points, Rarity rare. The prices at the magical shops in the inner city are indeed expensive. This potion, with obvious side effects, costs 10 gold coins, but he still bought it without hesitation. Only because the effect of this potion was too important for Renato. He read the Human Skin book to learn spells not to worship some extraterrestrial monstrosity. The illusions caused by the evil god were indeed terrifying, and Renato had personally experienced their horrors. He hoped that the mental resistance provided by this potion would be effective, preventing him from being driven mad. When purchasing this potion, he still remembered Dodge's dumbfounded gaze. The latter repeatedly emphasized that this potion came from a private spell group in the north and was not an official product of the Mage Association, potentially causing unknown harm. After repeatedly confirming that he would not seek compensation from the store, Renato was finally able to make the purchase. Stupid, how could I, with the Adventurer's Guide, be harmed by magical potions? If there were truly negative effects, wouldn't they have written it down? This was the conclusion Renato reached after handling various magical and non-magical potions in the store, comparing them with Dodge's descriptions. Though he thought this way when buying, when it came time to consume it, Renato still felt a twinge of anxiety. However, having already bought it, after a moment of hesitation, he uncorked the bottle and drank the potion in one go. The liquid was tasteless, but a tingling sensation spread through his tongue. Just as Renato was about to savor it, a violent headache struck, like countless cold needles, piercing his skull simultaneously. His vision exploded into a twisted phosphorescence. Thousands of tentacles danced and shrieked in the darkness. Renato instinctively tried to struggle, but found that he himself seemed to be part of it, lacking limbs and features. All noise and illusions faded away, and Renato immediately checked his body, finding his limbs intact and his thoughts clear. Everything seemed normal, so normal that it felt as if he had never consumed the potion. His heartbeat was steady, his emotions calm, and he didn't even break a sweat. Yet the strange feeling in his heart lingered as the ebb and flow of people on the street made Renato gradually realize what the issue was. The expressions on the faces of passers-by and the voices of vendors. The world seemed to have become orderly, as if he was perceiving things from a different perspective. Even recalling his near-death experience, the fear and dread in his heart diminished significantly. This slight sense of detachment made him realize that it was his emotional fluctuations that had lessened, becoming more composed. Fortunately, Renato did not know whether this counted as a side effect, but for now he could still accept it. After confirming that there were no other abnormalities in his mind, Renato headed to the small garden in the inner city. In a secluded area of the park, he sat on a stone bench, taking out the extract of the primordial soup and a healing potion. The worst consequence would be a slight mutation for 1 hour or 1d8 psychic damage, but with a 50 chance to enhance his health, Renato thought it was worth a gamble. He had scouted this place multiple times. It was sparsely populated, perfect for concealing any possible mutations. With several hours left before the little mage finished school, it should be enough for him to return to normal. After deliberation, Renato twisted open the bottle and drank the extract. In the past, I always hesitated for a long time, but this time I acted so decisively. Perhaps this is also a side effect of the brain sap. A pungent odor rushed into his nostrils as the black, gelatinous liquid felt almost alive, scraping against his esophagus as he swallowed. It seemed as if something was moving beneath the cortex, undulating unnaturally. Fat began to dissolve, muscles twitched, and there was no pain. It likely meant that the nerves attached to them were malfunctioning. The flesh and blood distortion continued for nearly 5 minutes. As the cracking sound of bones faded away, Renato was incredibly relieved that he had chosen a secluded place. His physique had not changed. Renato then opened the Adventurer's Guide. Character: Renato de Fernando. Race: Human. Class: Champion Warrior. Level 6, 500, 5000. Daker Divine. Favored: Level 130. Health: 78. Strength: 15. Constitution: 14. Dexterity: 14. Perception: 15. Intelligence: 11.3. Determination: 15. Special skills: Heavy armor proficiency, Military weapons proficiency, Swordsmanship mastery, Dark vision, Spiritual body control skills, Religion knowledge level 6, History knowledge level 4, a Linguistics level 4, a Group tactics level 3, Riding level 2. Health has increased by 6 points. It seems luck is on my side. Inside the Silver Deer, and Polly was fervently insisting on participating in the night's operation. The half-elf leaned against the wall, feigning indifference, but the upward curl of her lips betrayed her thoughts. Renato, if I don't wear a robe, no one will recognize me as a mage. This isn't about being a mage, Polly. It's a casino, and you're unfamiliar with the environment inside. It serves no purpose to go in. Moreover, there are many unsavory characters there. Renato pinched his brow helplessly, saying, in any case, it's inconvenient to take you along. Then I won't go in. It should be fine for me to assist outside. Polly pouted, her little face puffed up. Right outside the casino, I won't be a burden. And if something happens, I can still provide support with my spells. Polly, let her join Renato. Layla's walked over, saying, you have to give the young ones a chance to gain experience. You can't always keep her under your protection. Girl, you are called Polly, right? I am Mage Polly, the half-elf maid. Ignoring the other party's cold tone, Layla's asked, can you guarantee that you won't be noticed outside the golden dice? If so, we welcome your participation. I am discussing this with Renato. Oh, I do not need your permission. Polly bit her lip and looked at Renato. With a pitiful look in her eyes, Renato sighed. You can join. But Polly, you must promise me that your own safety is the highest priority. If you feel danger, immediately use your spells to protect yourself and return to the inn. Leave the rest to me. After receiving permission, the little mage dashed out, claiming she needed to buy the magical materials for the night's operation. Seeing her exuberant demeanor, Renato couldn't help but complain. This was a mission to infiltrate a gang's casino to steal documents, not a picnic in the park. Renato, in this city you are indeed quite the oddity. Maybe so, but hearing that word from Detective Layla's makes me feel even more pathetic. I didn't mean to offend you. Being an oddity is a compliment. The half-elf sat beside him. Perhaps from the perspective of this city, we are all oddities. What kind of philosophy is that? Renato shrugged. Stop speaking in riddles and tell me about tonight's operation plan. Layla's nodded and said, I have already investigated the specific address of a female casino attendant as she starts her shift after dinner, and I will replace her, so I won't be with you. Wait, stop right there. Don't skip the key points. Tell me the details. Renato interrupted. What will happen to the attendant you are replacing? She will be missing for a while. Layla's tone was uncertain. About a month. Don't tell me you have already taken care of her. No, trust me, I want kill innocence. Seeing Renato's doubtful gaze, the half-elf took a breath. At least I want casually kill innocence. Okay, I know my explanation sounds suspicious, but please trust me, it's not yet a point of no return. I want to arbitrarily decide someone's life or death. Although making someone disappear is easiest by silencing them, the half-elf's explanation was so clumsy that it didn't feel like a lie. Based on a week's interaction with Layla's, Renato could roughly confirm that she was backed by an organization, otherwise it wouldn't explain her contradictory state of being both poor and rich. Moreover, according to her earlier words, this organization should have the capability to kidnap a citizen for months without being discovered. Renato quietly noted this and continued, For now I will trust you. Tell me about the next steps. What should I do? I won't let you down. Layla's pulled out a piece of parchment. Renato, I need you to arrive at the casino before midnight. Have a drink, but don't get really drunk. In the golden dice, there was no real night. The crystal chandeliers on the second floor cast a golden halo throughout the hall, the strong scent of perfume mingling with the stench of smoke and coins making one dizzy. According to the plan, Renato played 7 or 8 rounds of gold and silver dice on the first floor. His luck was good, making a bit of money, but he still didn't understand how Layla's had previously judged the dice results. Ascending to the second floor during the second round of the game, he pretended to be slightly tipsy, pinching the female attendant's waist while deliberately grinning and taking a drink from the tray. He downed the drink in one gulp, his steps a bit unsteady, as if he couldn't balance himself, but Renato's eyes remained clear as he glanced into the distance. A scantily clad waitress stood in the corner, holding food with a red berry-shaped earring dangling from her pointed ears, swaying gently. It's time to act. Receiving the signal, Renato deliberately slurred his words, double it. He forcefully tossed several chips onto the table, ready to make a scene. The dealer was a stern-looking man who confidently caught the chips and proceeded to deal the cards in an orderly manner. Once the cards were dealt, Renato didn't even look, only slowly flipping up a corner when the dealer signaled him to reveal. Gasps of amazement erupted around him, and Renato laughed heartily, stuffing 2 silver chips into the chest of the waitress serving drinks and rubbing it. For you, sweetheart. He patted his thigh. Are you tired from standing? Come sit on Big Brother's lap. Sir, this isn't appropriate. The waitress stuck out her tongue, licking her lips, reluctantly taking the chips from her chest. Please finish this round first, and later I'll arrange a private room. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Ignoring the hints from the other party, Renato was there to cause trouble. He forcefully wrapped his arms around the waitress, disregarding her struggles and pressing her onto his lap. Finally, his actions attracted the attention of the guards. 2 burly gang thugs approached, but Renato's armor and longsword instinctively kept them at a distance. The casino guards exchanged glances. One stepped closer, speaking in a low voice, Sir, do you need assistance? Perhaps you should go to the lounge to sober up. The guard at the top of the 3rd floor stairs remained still, and he needed to turn up the heat. Assistance? Renato pushed the waitress off him and stood up. How do you plan to assist me? He deliberately sprayed his wine breath in the other person's face. I can play with women. It's none of your business. More eyes were drawn to them, and the guard on the 3rd floor stairs also looked down. Renato collided with the guard, and soon the actions escalated into shoving. Using the other party's force, he pretended to stumble, and his elbow accidentally knocked over a cocktail glass on the gambling table. Liquid spilled onto the velvet surface, causing the gamblers to shout in anger. Renato wore an exaggerated, apologetic expression, flailing about trying to wipe it off, but knocked over the chip tray instead. Clink, clink. The colorful round chips rolled all over the floor like fireworks. My chips. Hey, watch it. This guy is drunk. Complaints and exclamations rose one after another. In an instant, chaos erupted around Renato. Nearby gamblers also stood up, wanting to join in the commotion. The guards loudly maintained order, and the guard at the top of the 3rd floor stairs took a couple of steps down to see what was happening. Seizing this opportunity, a slender figure dressed in the same uniform as the other waitresses gracefully walked up the edge of the stairs. Her movements were natural and fluid, as if she were simply going up to deliver something. Without any pause, she drew no one's attention. Layla slipped around the corner of the stairs, disappearing into the shadows. Success. Renato felt certain, but the show had to continue. I am truly sorry, UI. I must have drunk too much. I will compensate for all my losses. As if suddenly woken up by the chaos, Renato's face showed an expression mixed with embarrassment and regret, apologizing for nothing. The guards revealed dissatisfaction in their eyes, but he was just a gambler and had not caused any substantial damage, so they could only threaten Renato with a few words before dispersing. The surrounding chaos gradually subsided. Renato sighed in relief, symbolically played a couple more rounds, lost a bit, and then, citing the surge of alcohol, exchanged his remaining chips. Pushing aside the waitress who came over again to promote herself, Renato, under the polite watch of a guard, staggered out of the golden dice doors. After turning the corner, he signaled the sneaky Polly in the distance to join him, leaving the slums streets behind. Next, it was just a matter of waiting. I hope the half-elf can find the information she seeks. In the Silver Deer Inn, 3 people sat at the table. Layla's furrowed her brow, tightly pulling out several pages of parchment and recounting the information she had recorded. Although it's quite fragmented, the direction is very clear. The Wolf Gang, specifically Goldtooth Salas, is indeed related to the disappearances in the slums. She drew out a list of supplies and continued, "Look here, in recent months there has been a frequent procurement of large quantities of basic food and shabby clothing. The Wolf Gang is not a charity organization, they have no need for such supplies. This seems more like maintaining a group of expendable population. Do you think the Wolf Gang has kidnapped the slum dwellers? But what would they do with them?" Renato expressed his skepticism. The slum dwellers in Fried City can barely read, many can't even spell their names, and they are malnourished. No one would hire them, they couldn't even work as miners. Polly softly questioned, "Maybe it's human trafficking, selling them into slavery. You should relearn history, little girl, and read fewer trashy novels." Layla's rebutted, though somewhat distracted. The southern states abolished slavery 700 years ago, and even the most backward kingdom of Frania has had a history of abolishing slavery for nearly 300 years. The north was a bit later. Renato recollected feeling somewhat awkward. The Beryllian Empire abolished slavery during the reign of Burrell XI, enacting a code that granted freedom to all serfs, except for debt slaves. In theory, the empire no longer has any slave territories. The situation in Frostforge might be different. That is a dwarven autonomous region, and they only owe allegiance to the emperor of the empire, not required to follow imperial law. Renato continued, "The Northmen beyond the Great Glacier are a different story. They not only enslave, but also practice cannibalism akin to monsters. Could it be a necromancer from the school of necromancy? Polly, is it possible that a necromancer commissioned the Wolf Gang to acquire corpses?" "Impossible." Polly shook her head, denying Renato's speculation. "Though I haven't studied necromancy, that's a matter of common knowledge. These poor people are too frail, summoning them has no value. Besides, even if performing ritualistic spells requires the life force of living beings, a necromancer wouldn't take such risks. A few gold coins can buy many livestock, and their life force is far stronger than that of emaciated slum dwellers. Let's not speculate aimlessly. How at least it can be confirmed that the Wolf Gang is indeed involved and plays a crucial role." Layla's handed 2 silver coins to Renato, saying, "Although the other party's intentions remain unclear, these records indicate that the situation is more complex and dangerous than we imagined. Goldtooth may not just be working for the Wolf Gang. Renato, this is likely just the tip of the iceberg. We must proceed with utmost caution from here on out. Given that things have progressed to this point, I am already quite grateful. You can withdraw at any time." Renato sensed the half-elf's veiled words. What had she seen? What else did she know? And the quest did not show as completed. They were rewarded, yet the quest was not finished. What was going on? "What's the matter with you? Why do you love being so cryptic?" "Layla's, we've come this far in the investigation. How can I give up halfway?" Ignoring Paula's frequent glances. "You're joking, that's 4,000 experience points. Am I going to let that slip away?" Looking at Renato's determined expression, Layla's took a deep breath, and after a moment of silence said, "I still need to gather more information. Before the next action, I will find you in advance." "Is that it? I'm risking my life to investigate with you, and you're not planning to share anything about yourself? Or do you still not trust us?" No, it's not that." The half-elf somewhat awkwardly covered her forehead. "Just wait a bit, Renato. In the future, I will tell you in person." Yesterday, having not received the expected quest experience, Renato sat on a bench in the guild hall pondering his next tasks. The potions he bought from Reliable Enchantment drained his wallet, costing him 100 silver coins. Although the remaining money was still enough for him to comfortably get through the winter, Renato still wanted to earn a bit more while the weather was still mild. The Adventurers Guild only had some garbage quests left. Some were long and tedious, while others were suicidal, making them impossible to take on. Recently, a group of mages had arrived in the city. Renato was certain they were not locals of Fried City. Their robes were embroidered with insignias marking them as members of the Mage Association. It was said they were sent from above to investigate the cause of the earthquakes in the Phantom Forest. Perhaps because Brika Town is truly unsuitable for the noble mages to reside, they were now staying at an inn in the city. "Renato, look, we've recently taken on a major job to exterminate the ghouls in the northern cemetery. The rewards are substantial." The one speaking was Jack, the captain of the sturdy Spira guy with a slightly crooked nose. He was persistent. This was already the 3rd time he tried to recruit Renato. "I believe that being rated as a tier 3 adventurer means you must be quite skilled. There are conservatively a dozen ghouls in the cemetery. No matter how strong you are, 2 fists can hardly match 4 hands. We Sturdy Spear are all tough guys, and we need someone like you to join us. I can assure you this task will let you take the lead with 5 silver crowns as your reward. There were 4 people in Sturdy Spear. Besides Jack, who wore a chainmail vest, the others were in leather armor. When in Brika Town, Renato might have thought they were decent teammates. But now he only felt that these young men were still lacking in experience. Renato stood up. He was already half a head taller than Jack, and in his armor, he looked even more imposing. Jack, you're a decent guy, but you're still inexperienced and need more practice. Renato intended to leave, but Jack grabbed his arm and continued, don't be so quick to refuse. You don't understand us, so why not give it a try? Are you afraid of the dead in the graves? Completing this task with us, you'll see firsthand. A dirty handprint appeared on Renato's plate armor, making him frown. Damn it, the little mage had just helped him clean that last night. Renato shook off the other's hand and interrupted with an unfriendly tone, don't test my patience, Jack. He looked down at him. You should better off being a farmer, don't try to venture into the world of adventurers. I think compared to corpses, ghouls might prefer to eat living people. The 4 members of Sturdy Spear cursed and were ushered out of the hall by the guild staff. Renato sat on the bench, quietly watching the farce he had instigated. Perhaps he had been too easy to talk to. This group of novice adventurers in the city seemed completely unafraid of Renato, even though the value of his armor could buy all the gear worn by the 4 members of Sturdy Spear. It wasn't like this in Brika Town. Newcomers would avoid him whenever possible if few dared to provoke a well-equipped veteran. Polly was an exception, and she was much smarter than this Jack, and quite cute. Saw the place has changed and the rules have changed too, it's really troublesome. In the following days, Renato, without any commissions to undertake, and wishing to avoid trouble, found himself alone in the inn studying the dragon language. Occasionally Layla's would bring over some dishes to rest, and teach him some survival tips for rangers. The long hours of language study left him feeling dizzy. There was still no news about the Harpist Alliance in the city, so it was time to put down the books and find something to do. Sitting at the bar of Iron Wheat, he awaited Malik's remarks. Despite maintaining a confident expression, Renato could detect the fatigue in Malik's eyes. Friend, I fear I have another matter to trouble you with this time. Malik sought him out once more, and Renato understood that work had arrived. Let me guess, it's related to the Wolf Gang, right? Exactly. I would like to ask you to take out someone. Don't worry, it's not Benjamin you have to deal with. Malik grinned. It's a fugitive recently recruited by the Wolf Gang, known for his vicious methods. If you take him out, you can also collect a bounty at the city hall. His name is Grizel, a notorious serial killer from Fried City 7 years ago, once dubbed the Whore Executioner, who caused quite a stir. The old citizens should have heard of him. Malik added. It is said that he was once a normal adventurer, but during an encounter with a prostitute, he accidentally strangled her, and from then on he spiraled out of control. Task: kill Grizel, reward 100 silver coins. Task description: this Whore Executioner, who once took pleasure in hunting down fallen women, now wears shackles granted by the gang, continuing his never-ending perverse habits. His escape from prison has given him the audacity to act without restraint, as the walls of the dark alleys once again bear the marks of his victims. However, unlike before, his noose now also targets informants, debtors, and anyone obstructing the Wolf Gang's path. Task: reward 1,000 experience points. Looking at the lewd face in the portrait, Renato asked, shouldn't this job be handed to the city guards? After all, he is an escaped convict. The guards won't care at all. Those hyenas only extort and collect protection fees. Malik spoke with resentment. If Grizel could escape from prison, they definitely had a part in it. They must have been paid off by the Wolf Gang. Does the city council not intervene? Such a malignant criminal, can they just let him go? Don't they fear accountability from the council members? Malik scoffed. Because this pervert is a coward, only daring to target the whores in the slums, he wouldn't dare touch the darlings of the inner city. Unless the situation becomes too severe and draws the ire of those above, the noble lords are too indifferent to the lives of the common folk. 100 silver coins, 1,000 experience points, and the goal is merely to kill someone with no worries about breaking the law. A perfect task, Renato mused. To someone like him who has dozens of lives on his hands, Grizel, who had strangled over 10 fallen women, seemed merely like a child. I'll take it, but I need specific information about him, such as his combat style, places he goes in and out, height, and build. Malik pulled out a scroll of parchment and smiled, already prepared. Don't worry, we're both outsiders. I can advance you 20 silver coins. He unfolded the paper. All the information is on here. When do you plan to take action? I suggest the sooner the better. His residence could change at any moment. The shanty town isn't easy to sneak into. There are too many people there. Polly tapped her forehead. I went there once before, and it was full of beggars. The shanty town, the slum of slums. Just as the name implies, it is filled with temporary shelters, with decent houses being the exception. There is no law to speak of. The only reason city guards enter is to demolish illegal structures. There are too many shanties occupying other streets. This is also the core territory of the Wolf Gang, the birthplace of Benjamin. It is teeming with Wolf Gang thugs. A brute force will not work here. However, the noise of Renato's armor could be heard from over 10 meters away, making it impossible to hide in a place like the shantytown. Should he remove his armor? The thought barely formed before Renato extinguished it. What a joke! Asking him to fight naked among a group of commoners would be no different from suicide. Renato, I know I may not be able to assist with this task, but I have a small spell that might help you sneak around. Polly scratched her face, uncertain. This isn't a complete spell, just a fragment I broke down from a general spell model of the illusion school. Based on its mechanism, perhaps. We won't know until we try. This spell shouldn't cause any harm, right? Of course not. Polly shook her head. The only issue might be the casting time. You stand still while I look up the spellbook. While the little mage flipped through the books, Renato reopened the scroll. Grizel, as a third-tier adventurer 7 years ago, had many notable achievements in his early years. It is rumored that he once protected a noble girl alone, carving a bloody path through a bandit ambush for which he received commendation from the city hall. As for why he later twisted into such a perverse state, the intelligence did not record, and Renato did not care. He is an ugly man, only 4 feet 8 inches tall, not even 1.6 meters, yet like Renato, he is skilled in using a two-handed sword. The Iron Fist Gang has already lost 3 capable fighters to his sword. Although Renato views the Iron Fist Gang's champions as swordplay novices, the ability to kill 3 men in a gang fight and escape unscathed demonstrates a certain level of skill. The opponent's swordsmanship may be formidable. This did not worry Renato, rather it heightened his anticipation for this task. In terms of swordplay, Renato was very confident his Lady of Silence would not lose to any opponent. Renato, while I cast the spell, if you feel any pain, remember to tell me. Polly extended her hands, lightly touching Renato's body, gliding over the interlocking chainmail. A white magical light seeped from her arms into his armor. Renato could feel a force coursing through his clothing, as if someone was shamelessly groping him. This shouldn't be considered pain. Renato did not call for a halt, enduring the strange sensation, patiently waiting for Polly to finish the spell. After nearly 10 minutes of being touched from head to toe, the light finally faded from the little mage's hands. She stepped back a few paces and nodded. Renato instinctively wanted to ask, "Is that it?" but suddenly realized no sound emerged. Not only that, but the familiar ambient sounds, the crackle of the candle, the shouts of drunken men in the streets, even the sound of his own breathing, had all vanished. He checked his body. Even the rustling sound of chainmail clashing against plate armor was absent. Renato could only feel the sensations, but heard no sound at all. Polly looked at Renato, who was gesturing around, and she was first taken aback, her lips moving, as if speaking, then suddenly remembered something. She slapped her forehead, her cheeks flushed. She hurriedly ran to the desk, grabbed a piece of parchment and a quill, and quickly began to write. After finishing, Polly walked briskly back to Renato, holding the parchment up to his eyes. "Don't panic. You just temporarily can't hear or make any sounds, including the noise from your armor. The effect will wear off after 30 minutes. I'm sorry I forgot to mention it first." At the end of the text, she awkwardly drew a small smiling face. "It seems it worked." This girl, Renato raised his hand, wanting to complain as usual, but then remembered he could not speak now, so he simply shut his mouth. Renato sighed silently, then extended his hand with a look of helplessness mixed with fondness. He gently patted Pola's head. On a frigid winter night, the flimsy structure of the shack groaned in the wind. A pauper clad only in tattered sackcloth huddled within, teeth chattering. Yet the biting cold had its advantages. At least it slowed the decay of refuse and excrement, dulling the stench to a bearable murmur. Grizzle indulged in this fleeting moment of quiet contemplation. Pulling up his trousers and tightening the leather belt, he glanced down at the masterpiece beneath him. His nerves, momentarily cooled, now flared anew. What was her name again? Mary. The memory blurred. It no longer mattered. She no longer needed a name. Her swollen tongue protruded from slack lips. Faint claw marks marred her jaw, self-inflicted by her own nails. He at least retained a modicum of gentlemanly restraint. The rope bit deep into her throat, rendering the skin strangely translucent. Beneath it, pale violet veins pulsed faintly. A woman emaciated to the bone. Grizzle relished this skeletal fragility, utter helplessness, breathless. Please, a body so brittle it seemed it might shatter at the slightest touch. He still recalled her final desperate cry, the raw, hollow sound of a soul abandoned to despair. But who would care in such a slum? No, enough. Grizzle drew a slow, steadying breath, suppressing the surge of primal agitation. He needed another lady to quell the fire. Just as he turned to leave, a suspicious figure in a coarse linen robe appeared at the alley's mouth, blocking his path. His muscles snapped taut. When had the man arrived? Grizzle trusted his senses implicitly. Even in prison, he could hear the guards' footsteps 3 floors above, and the muffled sounds of their entertainments with female inmates, clear as day from his subterranean cell. Either the man was a master assassin from one of the guilds, or he wielded magic. Neither possibility boded well for Grizzle. He unsheathed the long sword from his back, watching closely for the stranger's next move. His face remained hidden beneath the hood, unseen, unreadable. A comrade from past adventures. Durin. No, he stood far taller. Little Jimmy. Grizzle owed him 2 silver crowns, yes, but that debt was 7 years old. Surely not worth this. As he pondered, the figure lifted his hood and drew his sword. A youth impossibly young. Grizzle doubted he had yet seen 20 winters. Jet black hair framed sharp, handsome features. Obsidian eyes gleamed beneath a silver elven circlet, its moonstone inlay shimmering softly in the nocturnal light. Most arresting was the sword itself. Unremarkable in shape, yet its blade drank the moonlight, radiating a deep, unnatural cerulean hue. Its material was no common steel. Light warped subtly around its edge. Grizzle's gut tightened. He knew precisely what that meant. This was a magical blade. The young swordsman's bearing and attire left little doubt. He was nobility. No, far too young, wielding so costly a weapon. Perhaps the pampered youngest son of some city councilor. Why would such a man seek him? Something had gone terribly awry. Grizzle chose his words with care, my lord. What brings you here? I merely happened to pass this way. Before the last syllable faded, the noble swordsman moved, silent as shadow, and his blade descended toward Grizzle's skull. No footfall, no whisper of air parted. For an instant Grizzle thought it illusion. Yet decades of swordsmanship surged forth instinctively. He raised his blade, parrying the strike by a hair's breadth. No time to marvel. The noble's onslaught fell like gale and tempest, relentless, precise. Grizzle retreated step by step, every muscle straining to deflect blow after blow. After dozens of strikes, he seized a fleeting lull in the assault and wrenched himself free, pressing his back hard against the alley's grimy rear wall, fingers trembling, lungs heaving ragged gasps. Though less than 20 seconds had passed, Grizzle knew with certainty this was no counselor's spoiled air. Raw power, flawless technique. Not the rigid choreography of a fencing master, but the lethal fluency of lived violence. This was a veteran blade, a killer who had tasted blood countless times. And he had come solely for him. There was no retreat. Grizzle braced the battered long sword across his shoulder, its edge notched and jagged. Wolfgang's cheap trash, he cursed inwardly. With a vicious flick of his wrist, he launched himself forward, determined to seize the initiative and force his opponent back. He did not need to kill the man. Grizzle knew that well. Only 2 steps backward would suffice. Then he dropped the sword and vanished into the labyrinthine alley, swift and sure as smoke. He knew these slums like the lines on his palm. A few deft turns, and even this noble madman would lose his trail. Since his escape from prison, Grizzle had stayed strictly within the warrens, never so much as brushed a citizen of the inner city. He considered himself law-abiding. Who in blazes had he angered? Bad luck, pure and simple. His blade sliced the air, thrusting straight at the noble's chest, yet the youth neither dodged nor flinched. Instead, he shifted his weight, offering his shoulder to the steel. Was he insane? A grating shriek of metal on metal tore through the silence. Grizzle's sword tore through the linen robe, then skidded violently off something unyielding, gleaming plate armor beneath. What? Agony exploded up his right arm, shattering his thoughts. His studded leather vambrace offered no resistance. His forearm was severed cleanly at the elbow, blood fountained in hot pulsing arcs. The sword clattered onto the filthy mud. Grizzle collapsed, clutching the stump, writhing and howling. My hand. Oh, no, don't kill me. My lord, I can. He scrambled backward on hands and knees, voice tearing raw. Help! Someone! Murder! Help! The noble remained silent. Moonlight glinted off his polished pauldron, reflecting Grizzle's own grotesque, terror-stricken face. Without hesitation, without mercy, the swordsman brought his blade down. Renato heard none of the small, craven man's final cries. Likely begging, though Renato paid it no mind. He severed the head, wrapped it tightly in a scrap of linen, then resumed his practiced trade, looting the corpse. Risking discovery, he searched the headless body for several minutes, reaping only a handful of copper coins and a rusted, worthless longsword. Wretched luck, an utter pauper. Tucking the meager spoils into his dimensioned pouch, Renato strode from the alley toward Grizzle's dwelling. He could not afford a wasted journey. The silent spell cast by Perry still held for a few minutes. Renato sprinted, guided by the marker inked on the parchment in his hand. Perry's silence enchantment was extraordinary, rendering every motion utterly soundless. Though the young mage herself remained modest, insisting it was merely a simple incantation unworthy of true arcane distinction. To Renato, however, its utility was undeniable. True fighting without sound posed certain challenges, but the image of a fully plated heavy warrior closing in utterly silent was enough to freeze any foe's blood. Renato's armor lacked only its final pieces, the breastplate and gauntlets. This job, he calculated, would likely complete them. Not far now. He halted before a dilapidated wooden hut. According to the address, this was Grizzle's residence. A crude lock secured the door. Renato withdrew the key he'd taken from the corpse and slid it into the keyhole. The lock mechanism was badly corroded. With a sharp, brittle click, it yielded, just before the key snapped. The silence spell ended sooner than Renato had anticipated. Perhaps the violence had disrupted its duration. Alert and vigilant, he eased the door open. Darkness held no sway over his sight. The interior lay exposed, stark and clear beneath his gaze. The room was filled with the stench of cheap alcohol. Cobwebs were gathered in the corner, and a blanket lay on the cold floor, presumably Grizel's bed. On the overturned wooden box beside it, there was a half piece of hard black bread and a section of sausage. Lifting the blanket on the ground revealed nothing. Kicking the clay pot in the corner also yielded nothing. Renato refused to believe that a former Tier 3 adventurer skilled in swordsmanship would have nothing of value at home. Finally, while moving the wooden box that served as a table, he discovered Grizel's hidden treasures. Renato pulled out 4 money pouches, each embroidered with different patterns, some still smelling faintly of cheap perfume. They felt quite heavy, mostly filled with copper coins, adding up to about 100 or 200. At the bottom of the wooden box, a faded red cloth wrapped several pieces of jewelry, a pair of silver-plated earrings, a cheap brooch inlaid with quartz, and a copper bracelet engraved with the name Lisa. There were also some sewing kits, small toolboxes, and bundles of twine. None of it was particularly valuable, but even a mosquito's leg is meat. Renato packed all these assorted items into his dimensional bag. Suddenly, a light footstep was heard outside the door, approaching this way. Renato slowly straightened up, gripping the longsword in his hand. The magical effect cast by Polly would last for about 20 more minutes. He had to deal with the visitor quickly. The footsteps were so light that Renato almost misjudged the distance. The person stopped in front of the door, neither knocking nor making a sound. What was the person doing? The faint sound of dirt falling startled Renato awake. No, he realized he has discovered me. Renato kicked open the door, and a slender figure was climbing over the wall, attempting to get to the other side. A crossbow bolt whizzed past his arm guard and embedded itself in the ground. The Lady of Silence then swung out, tearing a foot-long crack in the earthen wall. The thief in night gear rolled down from the wall narrowly, avoiding a sword strike that could have severed her legs. Wait, it was a female thief. Renato frowned, not letting the words distract him. He saw every little movement at her waist clearly. With a flick of his sword, he knocked the short sword she had just drawn out of her hand. Stepping on the hand crossbow on the ground with the sword tip pointed at her throat, Renato said softly, "I ask you answer, don't shout or move around." Yes, the other party desperately nodded, indicating that she understood. "What is your name, and what are you doing here?" "My name is Kira. My mother is gravely ill, and my brother needs money for school. I had no choice but to steal. Don't treat me like a fool. Oh, no one comes to steal from a slum." Renato pushed the sword tip closer, causing Kira to shake her head frantically. "I can tell you came straight for this room. Your skills are not ordinary, and your weapon is good. You are not just any thief. I hope your brain is just as sharp. It'll give you another chance to speak the truth. I am a member of the Thieves Guild." There was no stubbornness. Kira plainly revealed everything, saying, "I came to find Grizel." The tongue said, "He is skilled with a sword and would likely need money after just being released from prison. There is a killing job, and we want to recruit him." Renato's armor stained with bright red blood made Kira gulp, and she added, "Since he is already dead, then it has nothing to do with me. Sir, please believe me, I absolutely have nothing to do with that freak Grizel. I'm not even 20 yet, I've never seen him. You killed him to rid the world of a menace. It's a great service." "I am Grizel. What is the task?" "What did you just say?" "I am Grizel." Renato repeated in a calm tone, "Tell me about the Thieves Guild and this task." In the room, Kira sat awkwardly on the blanket, while Renato stood with his sword before her. So the Thieves Guild is actually an intelligence organization. One hand played with Kira's short sword as he continued to ask, "What is the name of the master thief you mentioned?" "The guild primarily steals things. Intelligence is a side business because everyone needs to eat." Kira removed her mask, revealing her short brown hair, laughing dryly. "As for the master's name, I truly don't know. I don't qualify to know at my level. I only know his code name, which is generally Echo Master." "Does the Thieves Guild have ranks?" "Not strictly, no." Kira wanted to scratch her head, but noticed the sword blade beside her and withdrew her hand. "I am a craftsman of the guild. In simple terms, I am a worker. There are also tongues who are responsible for finding jobs, gathering intelligence, assigning tasks, and relaying messages for the master. They hold the most power. The foremen recruit people and teach newcomers some skills. They are all older folks. Now tell me about the task Echo assigned to you." Renato noticed she was avoiding the topic. "Didn't you come specifically to find me for this?" The sword moved an inch closer, and Kira bitterly said, "Brother, can we not talk about it? I can pay, and since you're not involved hearing, it offers you no benefit and could instead bring trouble. If the master knows, he will flay my skin." Renato ignored Kira's pitiful expression and coldly said, "I can flay your skin right now. I repeat, I am Grizel. As long as the reward is right, I can take any job." Hearing what he meant, Kira looked at Renato's attire and hesitated. "Brother, this is not a glorious matter. This is theft, robbery, and even killing." She quietly observed Renato's expression and found that he showed no signs of disturbance. The sword tip pressed against her neck. Kira sighed and gave in. "The master wants us to recruit some skilled hands to cover the guild members entering the residence of the Leasingen family in the inner city." "Leasingen? Why does that surname sound so familiar?" "That's right, it's that Leasingen. It's too late to regret now." The expression on the man's face finally changed, and Kira said with a hint of mockery, "The old Baron Casper, Leasingen, chairman of the Fried City Council, the perpetual chairman. Task: enter the Leasingen family residence, cover the Thieves Guild members as they take out the potion, reward of 30 gold coins." Task description: 60 years ago, Casper Leasingen seized Fried City from the hands of King Frania with an iron fist, establishing this famous free city. A week ago, nobody knew what kind of deal the old chairman made with the master assassin, but deep in the residence, a legendary potion capable of altering the fate of mortals had just been stored in the secret vault, waiting for the assassin master to retrieve it. Countless magical traps, constructs, and elemental beings vow to guard the Leasingen family's wealth. Task reward: 3,000 experience points. Casper Leasingen, the founder of Fried City, legendary potion, master assassin. Compared to this information, 30 gold coins and 3,000 experience points seem insignificant. "Sai, I told you definitely can't afford to mess with such big names." Kira stood up, fixing her hair. "Let's pretend this never happened." "You don't say. I won't say. No one will know." Kira only mentioned that they were going to steal something from the Leasingen family, not even revealing the reward amount. It seemed she knew even less than Renato had read from the adventurer's guide. The female thief before him was young, with slightly dark skin, fuller lips, and short brown hair. "I will take it. Oh, when do we act?" "Huh." Kira's eyes widened in surprise. "What did you just say?" The fire of ambition burned in Renato's heart. Legendary: how many heroes sung by bards could not match that title? A legend represents the peak of mortals, the beginning of myths, the strongest existence in the material plane. In legend, the founding emperor of the Northern Empire, the giant slayer dragon slayer invincible. The legendary warrior bearing many titles, Boreal II, killed a white dragon that ravaged the Great Glacier with a single strike. If he possessed such power, what bard or Dakul cult could pose a challenge? Renato threw the short sword back, crossed his arms, and repeated, I said, I will take this task. You just need to tell me where and when to start. Delivering the head of Grizel to Malik, the latter agreed to exchange it for a bounty at the town hall. After receiving the final payment of 80 silver coins and 1,000 experience points, Renato once again declined Malik's invitation to join the Iron Fist gang and walked out of the Iron Wheat Tavern. Polly followed behind him. Normally at this time a small mage who had received so much money would be overjoyed. Yet at this moment she seemed distracted and did not utter a word. Polly, there's no need to worry about the commission. Don't you know how strong I am? Renato's jest snapped the dazed Polly back to reality, her face filled with worry as she muttered, But that is. I know who I am going after and what that entails. Renato paused. It's akin to assassinating an imperial envoy or challenging a tower master in Spacia, isn't it? This is Renato exaggerating to frighten the little mage. This task only offered 3,000 experience points, which is even less than Layla's detective commission. Based on past experiences, it certainly wasn't a suicide mission. Moreover, the task description clearly stated that the old chairman and the master assassin had reached some sort of tacit agreement, intentionally allowing entry into the mansion. However, the uncertainty remained high. Constructs, elemental beings. It was bound to be a chaotic battle. Renato did not have the confidence to protect Polly well in a confined space, and besides he had other considerations. That bottle of legendary potion. Renato suppressed the fiery notion in his heart. Such things cannot be forced. Greed that far exceeds one's capabilities will only lead to death. With that thought, Renato continued, Polly, I know what happens if you expose yourself while taking on such a shady job. You are already a formal mage settled comfortably in the city. There's no need for you to take risks with me. I will definitely participate. Polly exclaimed angrily, don't think you can leave me behind. After all, Renato, why do you insist on taking such dangerous side jobs? Don't we already have money? If you're short on cash, just tell me, and I'll lend you some. Polly's complaints were reasonable, leaving Renato momentarily speechless. He was a fugitive occultist marked by an evil god, unable to be seen in public and being pursued by the Harpist Alliance. Now that the pursuers were closing in, he urgently needed to level up to increase his strength. How could he express such thoughts to a little mage? Furthermore, compared to the north, the southern states were filled with the eyes of the Harpists, and in certain regions they were even a legitimate organization with seats in the parliament. Even if he confessed, perhaps in Polly's eyes he, a fugitive from a cult, would be the one deserving of death. This world truly was upside down. Renato sighed, inwardly thankful that Fried City was still relatively normal. At least the city council regarded the Harpists as terrorists. Faced with the little mage's inquiries, Renato could only use ambiguous terms like to make a fortune to deflect. This left Polly quite dissatisfied. She sulked, angrily kicking a stone by the roadside. Despite having gone on multiple adventures together, Renato still could not entrust his life to the understanding of others. Perhaps he could not truly trust anyone in this world. His regret towards Polly reminded him of Layla's. Maybe that half-elf like him had unspoken burdens. Kira and Renato agreed to meet today in a hidden alley on Old Lane. As dusk fell, a noise came from the wall, and Renato knew the female thief had arrived. Your sense of time seems quite different from others, Kira, Renato remarked bluntly as he watched the female thief patting the dirt off her pants. Do you think afternoon means after the sun has set? Oh, I just want to pick something up and got delayed a bit. Here, the gear you wanted, I brought it for you. Renato took the package and opened it on the spot. 2 metal masks, a large and a small black cloak, and a small jar of paint. The uniform of the guild's auxiliary personnel, free of charge. Paula's hands lit up with magical light enveloping the items. A moment later she shook her head at Renato, signaling that there was no problem. Who is this mage lady? Kira winked at Renato, seemingly wanting him to introduce her. You can call me Renata, the female thief. This was a pseudonym Polly came up with in frustration, a feminine version of Renato's name. He twitched the corner of his mouth and could only introduce, this is my companion, a real mage. She will be joining me in the action. After spending an entire day, Renato ultimately failed to convince Polly to back out. Then let's go together. Having her provide magical support from the rear would be good. Renato felt helpless, needing to be cautious not to use Shadow Shield in front of her. He was unwilling to display the forbidden knowledge he had learned in front of Polly, even though he knew that sooner or later there would be a day of exposure. Tomorrow the tongue wants to meet you first to test your worth. Kira handed over a piece of parchment marked with a location. Brother, I'll treat you as Grizel. After last night's back and forth, we can be considered acquainted. I'll give you a little inside scoop. Kira stood against the wall, her expression hesitant. Usually to become a cleaner for the guild, like you, an outsourced one must go through layers of trials and establish a blood oath. I thought you would surely get stuck at this point, but this time the tongue seemed to have gone mad taking anyone. I heard it's because there's pressure from above. Kira lowered her voice. It is said that this job is personally pushed by Master Echo. He is very anxious. This is too strange. You may not understand, but I have been in the guild for nearly 10 years. Aside from punishing traitors, I have never seen a master issue a commission. Strange indicates something off, and if something is off, it means danger. Fortunately, Renato learned from the adventurer's guide about the existence of legendary potions and trades, otherwise he would also be at a loss. Brother, I am risking my head to share this with you. Kira shifted the topic. All the crafty hands must participate in this job. If I run into trouble, remember to pull the girl out for me. I will, Kira, Renato promised casually. If you get into trouble, I will get you out. I will let your corpse come out to realize its remaining value. Renato was calculating in his heart that the Adventurers Guild just happened to have a task to eliminate the Thieves Guild, and at that time collecting a few heads would complete the task. Brother, I trust you. Kira smiled brightly and continued, when you meet the tongue tomorrow, make sure to remember not to mention the Thieves Guild. After listening to the lengthy talk for a while, Polly couldn't help but ask why. Having come this far, is there still a need for secrecy? Kira looked at the mage in surprise, saying, what secrecy are you talking about? The tongues and master really hate the term thief because that is the outsider's name for them. The guild's original name was actually the Assassin's Guild. Especially don't call him the Thief Master in front of Master Echo. He will really kill someone if he hears that term. Polly stared at the parchment, her expression turning doubtful. Why does this location seem so familiar? Wait, isn't this a grocery store in the outer district? A cold light emerged from her fingertips, pointing at the female thief. Are you trying to trick us? Wait. I didn't lie to you. Kira quickly raised her hands in a surrender gesture. That's the store of Tongue Petro. You might even know him. Seeing the mage put her hands down, Kira let out a sigh of relief and put her hands on her hips, saying, so you really don't understand the guild at all. You dare take on the guild's job with this. The tongues are involved in intelligence. They don't operate on the front lines. Their hands are clean, and they engage in legitimate business, nothing to be ashamed of. What are you thinking? The Old Barrel Grocery, named for its owner who is often found inebriated and has placed several large wooden barrels at the entrance. Recently, the shop has been tightly closed for a week, leading regular customers to speculate whether the owner has drunk himself to death inside. The shop is empty with shelves pushed to the corners, creating a wide open space. Petro, the tongue of the Assassin Guild, has a simple appearance and a sturdy build, looking nothing like an information broker in the underground world. Grizel, I acknowledge your swordsmanship. You can participate in the operation 3 days from now. The other person is a strong swordsman, possibly even more powerful than Renato, but lacking in technique. This is the victory of swordsmanship. Renato felt a surge of satisfaction as he reached down to pull Petro up from the ground. The young mage's interview was completed more swiftly than Renato's. Upon entering, as soon as Petro saw the shimmering mage armor on Polly, he nodded in agreement. Though he had just been knocked down by Renato, Petro sat in a chair, as if nothing had happened, and said, regarding remuneration, the guild will not shortchange you. After the job is done, each person will receive 30 gold coins. Now tell us the specifics of the task. What are we supposed to do? You are the third group. In addition to you, there are 7 others. Your responsibility is to secure the perimeter of the estate, eliminate the guards in the courtyard, and intercept any reinforcements that may arrive from the Rising family. Because you are the last group to join, Petro seemed to discern Renato's confusion and explained, the guild has already trained 2 batches of personnel to breach the internal defenses of the estate. They will cooperate seamlessly, responsible for storming the interior of the estate and opening the Rising family's warehouse. The outsourced personnel would indeed remain on the periphery, never allowed to participate in the core project. Although you need to storm the estate, your task is not light either. Petro spread out a map of the inner city on the table. The target location is at No. 1 Crown Street in the heart of the city. Within a radius of 300 meters, there are 2 mage towers, 3 guard stations, and 4 noble mercenary groups. The task of the third group is to hold for 15 minutes and assist the second group in retreating. According to the intel among the 2 mage towers, the Motalis Tower is currently unguarded. You only need to be wary of the mage caster. Petro stood up and pulled a small booklet from the shelf. This is caster's information. It must be read on the spot and cannot be taken away. While the association's intervention is unlikely, one must still be cautious. After all, mages are full of strange ideas and rarely abide by common sense. Caster is a mage of the Conjuration and Protection schools and one of the representatives of the Mage Association stationed in Fright City. He once taught at the Ethereum Academy, but was expelled here after losing in a classroom struggle in Flania. A fivering mage and a dual school fivering mage, this is. Paula's voice trembled, her hands gripping the page tightly. Lady Renata, there is no need to be overly anxious. Assessing all risks is merely the guild's customary practice. Petro spoke rapidly, as if afraid the young mage would back out. In fact, guild mages rarely involve themselves in city affairs. Even 25 years ago, when the followers of the god of murder stormed the city hall, extracting the vertebrae of counselors as sacrifices, unleashing a bloody chaos across the city. Motalis, the great mage, never stepped out of his tower. The noble mercenaries are what you need to focus on. 4 noble mercenary groups correspond to the 4 prominent families that govern the city. The Hearn family is a newly risen power from the far south, reportedly from the nobility of Constantius. They have few mercenaries, but are extremely loyal, most being bodyguards raised since childhood. The Hearn family has just lost a descendant, and the mercenaries are busy protecting the heir, so you need not concern yourselves with them. The Novak and Atwood families are established local nobility, with a family history spanning over a century, their influence deeply entrenched. When facing Flania, they allied with the Rising and family. However, on council matters, they often oppose the speaker, shifting alliances as needed. The interests among the city's nobility are complex and convoluted, and no one can grasp their specific intentions. Thus, you must be wary of the mercenaries from these two families. They are traditional noble troops following the ancient infantry tactics of Flania. The front line forms a shield wall covering the long pikes, hooks, and heavy crossbows in the rear, gradually pushing forward the battle line. The tactics are simple and practical, proven on the battlefield. As for the mercenaries of the Rising and family, they will surely rush to support their employer. You will confront them heated, and there is no avoiding it. Petro took a piece of parchment from the bookshelf and spread it next to the map for reference. The Three Swords Pact mercenary group has signed a long-term contract with the Rising and family for 15 years. There are 7 formal members and 11 non-staff members. A typical group of mercenaries lacking any formation, valuing individual combat prowess. The leader is the sword master Maximilian, skilled in the use of massive swords, wielding a renowned golden magical sword known as Steel Slayer. In the portrait, a tall, elderly man with white hair and beard wears a deep blue robe with a gold-embroidered cloak. He holds a massive sword taller than himself with one hand, as if it weighs nothing. Aroskar Gerhardt, an exceptional swordsman, but his archery skills are unmatched. It is said he once shot 2 arrows in quick succession, hitting a giant's eyes from 100 yards away. Red-haired Baston, a young swordsman and the direct disciple of the swordmaster. The Free Mercenary Group is the final destination for ordinary adventurer teams. If an adventurer group can survive various threats from monsters, traps, and maniacal killers, while also overcoming trust crises such as uneven loot distribution and betrayal, they can gain enough reputation to accept long-term employment from a great mage or a high noble leading a stable life. Renato silently noted the information. While he has absolute confidence in his swordsmanship, he is not a foolish egomaniac. He is well aware of the gap between himself and Maximilian. He cannot wield a sword as tall as himself with one hand. What about the guard stations? There are so many city guards in the inner city. Polly unconsciously bit her fingers. Renato could see her growing anxious. Lady Renata, what is there to fear from these guards? Petro burst into laughter, unconcerned, saying, a bunch of useless fools only fit to extort common vendors. I believe Mr. Grizel alone could send them fleeing in panic. Including you all, the third group consists of 9 people, each capable of handling 10 foes. Even the knights of the Flania kingdom would struggle to match you in unknown combat. Moreover, it is not necessary to hold for the full 15 minutes. If all goes well, the second group's artisans will be able to evacuate from the estate within 6 minutes and meet up with you. It seems they only need to hold for a moment, which is why the guild believes the rabble of the third group will suffice. Renato understood and immediately posed a question. With so many people, how do we enter the inner city? And if it really escalates, the gates to the inner city will surely close. How do we retreat? Petro revealed a mysterious smile and said, the guild has several secret passages leading to the inner city, as well as dozens of safe houses corresponding to them. Trust in the professional standards of the Assassin Guild. By the day of the gathering, you will naturally understand. He took out a brass pocket watch and handed it to Renato. Remember, the gathering time is 1 a.m. 3 days from now at the meeting point on Widow Street, No. 38 in the outer city. This morning, Polly did not go to the Grand Library to study spells. Instead, she followed Renato to the Brotherhood of War. She simply could not imagine how Renato could run and jump so nimbly while wearing such heavy armor. With the help of the blacksmith apprentice, Renato, now properly wearing a horned layered neck guard, finally donned the full plate armor he had longed for. The breastplate was forged from a solid piece of steel secured by hinges and chains that entered from the sides. Its raised spine structure could deflect strikes to the sides, effectively dispersing the impact. The skirt armor was riveted to the bottom edge of the breastplate with arc-shaped overlapping plates extending to the leg armor, covering the mid-thigh while allowing the wearer to bend, turn, and ride freely. Renato drew his sword, the tip pointing to the ground, striking a classic pose from a knight's tale. He stood there, his jet black hair and eyes contrasting sharply with his fair skin. How do I look, Polly? He seemed to have stepped out from a poem with his shining armor and mysterious aura complemented by that elven crown. Polly had so many compliments on the tip of her tongue, yet she found it impossible to voice them, feeling too embarrassed. I'm all right, I guess. As soon as she said it, she regretted it. Oh no, Renato wouldn't think I meant he looks bad, would he? Stealing a glance, she saw Renato's expression unchanged. He was still haggling with the blacksmith beside him, engaged in conversation since they entered the shop. Old AI, come on, we are friends, right? How many times have I bought armor from you? This time I'm paying full price for stock, helping you clear your inventory. Shouldn't you give me a little something in return? Polly couldn't read him. Throughout the long journey from Spatia to Fried City, she thought she had seen many people, but he was still a mystery to her. Sometimes he was a shrewd merchant, making connections, chatting amiably, and haggling with enthusiasm, all just to earn a few more coins. At other times, he was a cold-blooded killer, severing limbs and cutting throats, showing no remorse for the dead, as if slaughtering chickens or pigs. And sometimes he was a selfless nobleman, speaking elegantly, possessing noble character, helping others without expecting anything in return. He was like an Asmo descended to the mortal realm, saving her life from the jaws of a dragon. No, he was far better than any offspring of the heavens. Polly shook her head. Even a true angel could not compare to him. the neck guard breastplate skirt armor, and an extra pair of thickened shoulder plates. Don't say I'm not fair, Edgar. I don't earn a single copper from this deal aside from the trading credits. I'm giving you a discount of 2 silver crowns, charging you only 70 silver crowns in total. Renato recently took on a dangerous commission, and his employer was the Assassin's Guild. Judging from Paula's previous rational perspective, this task was far too risky, with the investment not matching the returns. She was confused. Renato didn't seem like the type to seek thrills and reject stability. Yet from investigating Red Iron ambushing the Wolfgang's convoy to assassinating the third-tier adventurer Grizel, Renato always preferred those tasks that seemed exceedingly perilous at first glance. The remnants of her rationality warned her to withdraw. Taking on such a dangerous commission was akin to gambling. One might win once or twice, but no one could win forever. Without a contingency plan or escape route, a single failure could lead to a bottomless abyss, resulting in utter ruin. She was now a formal mage, and her adventurous life had already taken shape. As long as she followed the proper steps, Polly believed that one day she would join academic organizations like the Mage Association to fulfill her ideals. However, if she relied solely on rationality, she should never have left that dilapidated home. She should have become a maid serving mages, like her mother getting pregnant by her employer a few years later, receiving a small sum of money, and then giving birth to another little maid, thus repeating the cycle. Yet she despised such a fate, so she resolutely escaped the maid school, left her home in Spacia, and embarked on a perilous journey to prove that she was not born to be lowly. She wanted to become a grand mage. In some ways she and he were quite alike. So she followed him just as she had trembled and run behind the dragon to cast burning hands back in the misty path. Renato often said she was brave, but Polly knew she was very timid. Every time she recalled that day, she felt terrified. Lost in thought, Renato had finished paying and led her out of the shop. Polly silently followed behind him, naturally extending her hand for him to hold. When did this habit start? Polly could remember the details of every spell, but could not recall why she allowed Renato to hold her hand. It had been less than 2 months since they began traveling together, yet it felt as though time had pressed the pause button, making her unwilling to recall how her past life had been. This is just fine, Polly thought, gripping his hand tightly. 5 lead-headed darts, 2 javelins, a bundle of hemp rope, and 4 healing potions. Renato organized the items in the dimensional bag for easy access. Polly stood beside him, using a small brush to apply black paint to his armor. The brush tip traced smooth curves along the edges of the breastplate, drawing intricate scale-like patterns in the center. Have you studied painting? Renato only wanted to paint it black simply to obscure his identity. Just a quick coat of black is fine. There's no need to make it complicated, Polly. Art is something only nobles can learn. Moreover, in my hometown, painting is not highly regarded. It's just some casual doodling, and it doesn't take much effort. At least it will look better this way. Polly carefully hung the breastplate to dry, continuing to brush the shoulder armor. The lines she drew resembled the heraldic emblem, and it seemed Renato had seen similar patterns in the magic shop. Is this a protective rune? Renato asked uncertainly. Are you drawing runes? Renato's question made Polly chuckle softly, her wrist steady as she replied, while painting, drawing runes is not that easy. I'm merely copying the illustrations from the book, just imitating the form. Then when you become a grand mage, you can personally enchant me. Every grand mage is a person of extraordinary talent and wisdom. No one just becomes one, and don't say such things. Paula's cheeks flushed slightly, reproaching. Never say that outside, it would make you a laughingstock. She depicted wings, symbolizing speed on the greaves, carefully examining to ensure perfect symmetry on both sides, before finally putting down the brush. Renato, are you sure you don't want to wear a helmet? Many adventurers say that sometimes a helmet can save a life. Wearing a helmet would affect my perception and judgment of the situation. Renato donned a metal mask designed to obscure his face. It fit perfectly with the features aligned just right, indicating that Kira the thief had sharper eyes than he initially thought. He tightened the strap behind his head. The mask was a half mask that left the mouth exposed, only covering up to the forehead, not obstructing the crown of intelligence atop his head. But you, Polly, you really should listen to me and get a set of leather armor custom made. It's very flexible and absolutely won't hinder your spellcasting. I have the protection of mage armor. There's no point in wearing an extra layer of leather armor. Polly picked up the black cloak, frowning. There are no sewn pockets. Where will I put my spellcasting materials? I forgot to tell Kira that you are a mage. Should I go to the tailor now and buy one? Never mind, my own robe is already black. There's no need to go through the trouble again. Number 38, Widow Street, precisely at 1 o'clock in the morning. Renato put away his pocket watch. He was not someone who liked to arrive early. He knocked on the door, and a burly man opened it. Renato recognized him as Petro, who was also wearing a metal mask. Petro looked around to ensure no one was following before stepping aside to let the two in. The anticipated crowd did not appear, only an empty room. In the center of the room, a rough carpet had been carelessly lifted, revealing a dark hole beneath with stone steps leading downwards. Following Petro's lead, they entered the tunnel, dust swirling in the light of the lantern. A few minutes later, the narrow passage opened up and Renato arrived at a hidden chamber. 7 cleaners were seated around a table, turning to look at the 3, who entered, shouting, "A knight in armor." Petro, you managed to recruit such people. What does the guild have on them? A knight and a witch, truly ominous. The group murmured among themselves for a moment before gradually falling silent under Petro's gaze. The most striking figure was a bald man with a face full of flesh, the only one not wearing a mask, dressed in a fur coat adorned with bones, his scalp etched with vibrant blue tattoos extending down to his chin. The armor he wore was made of rusty bronze plates and leather crudely riveted together, offering limited protection while being exceedingly heavy. It resembled torture devices, making it hard for Renato to consider it armor. A typical Nord barbarian. Yet this savage had a vacant stare lacking the fervor often seen in Nords. Renato felt the other's gaze seemed to pierce through the mask. Gorlog. The common tongue was heavily accented, likely this barbarian introducing himself. Grizel swordsman. Gorlog stepped closer, staring into Renato's eyes, saying, "Southerner, you should take off your mask, so the gods can see your face during battle." Then he should keep his mask on. Renato didn't want to attract the attention of any deity. One Daker was enough trouble for him. As an Imperial, he had some understanding of the Great Glacier culture. For the Nord barbarians, not stating a surname meant either they were minors or outcasts abandoned by their clans. This one was undoubtedly the latter. The other 6 wore masks and remained silent, indicating they did not intend to get acquainted with Renato. Everyone, the third group, is fully assembled. Now follow me, don't fall behind or wander off. Some side paths lead to traps. The tunnel was longer and more complex than expected. The lantern in Petro's hand was the only source of light, and everyone followed closely behind. Aside from the sound of footsteps and the occasional muffled noise from above, the passage was eerily silent. Renato could feel the agitation and impatience emanating from the cleaners beside him, especially Gorlog, whose heavy breathing echoed prominently in the tunnel. Polly was close beside Renato, her pale fingers tightly clenched, revealing her tension. Renato discreetly adjusted the position of his sword's hilt, ensuring he was ready for any sudden situations. After about 20 minutes, they came upon a wooden trapdoor leading upwards. Petro stopped, signaled for silence, and then gently knocked rhythmically a few times. A faint response came from above, and the trapdoor opened to reveal a face wearing a similar mask, cautiously scanning below. Petro climbed up first, followed quickly by Renato and the others as they exited the tunnel. The exit was hidden in the dining room of an ordinary house in the inner city, where 3 fully armed members of the Assassin's Guild stood guard, all wearing black studded leather armor equipped with crossbows. One of them spoke softly to Petro for a moment before retreating silently to a corner. "Everyone, please remember the time." Petro took out his pocket watch to check the time and said to the 9 members of the third group, "It is now 1:25 in the morning. You have 10 minutes to reach the gate at number 1 Crown Street. The first and second groups will commence action at exactly 1:35. At that time you can kill freely, set fires, and rob without concern. As long as you ensure that no living being enters the mansion before 1:50. If you flee early or abandon your post, even if you escape to the ends of the earth, Master Echo will personally take action and flay you. However, if you complete the task seriously, not only will you earn a pile of shining gold coins, but you will also gain the guild's friendship, and various commissions will be prioritized in the future." A classic carrot and stick approach, nothing new. After his brief speech, Petro pointed to an inconspicuous small door. "Go out there, walk straight for 2 intersections, and turn right. You have memorized the map, right? I will wait here. Remember to return before 2 o'clock. I will take you out of the inner city." Without further ado, the 9 silently slipped out of the room, merging into the night of the inner city. Unlike the outer city, where there was no curfew, Crown Street was devoid of drunken men and noise, and Renato quickly advanced along the smooth stone-paved road. At the corner, the group unexpectedly ran into 2 patrolling guards. The foremost cleaner acted swiftly, taking them out before they could make a sound, resolving the trouble effortlessly. No one cared about the warm body lying on the ground. The mansion was located in the heart of the inner city, and the closer they got, the more magnificent the surrounding buildings became. 2 towering mage towers pierced the night sky, prompting everyone to involuntarily quicken their pace. Everything seemed to be going according to plan. The imposing gilded walls of the Rising family were now in view, and Renato could even see well-trimmed flowers and plants through the wrought iron gate. Boom! A deafening explosion suddenly erupted from the direction of the mansion. A blazing firelight instantly pierced through the night, illuminating Crown Street as if it were daytime. Even Renato and the others in the distance could feel the shockwave and the slight tremor of the ground beneath their feet. "What happened?" Gorlog growled in surprise, his Nord language slipping out. "Wasn't it supposed to be 1:35? The time isn't up yet." Another masked cleaner exclaimed in disbelief. Had the guild acted prematurely? Or had something gone wrong? Renato did not know what had just happened, but he was clear about what was about to unfold. The massive fireball would attract the attention of everyone in the city, and the battle was about to begin. Without words, Polly silently recited a spell, flames rising from the Lady of Silence. A large hole was blown open in the mansion's wall, and several animated armors surged out from the breach, executing their guard orders, searching for intruders in the courtyard. These animated armors were different from the cheap versions Renato had seen before. They were composed of ornate full-plate armor with eerie blue magical light burning in their eyes. They wielded exquisite weapons such as greatswords, halberds, and warhammers, attacking every living thing nearby indiscriminately, including Renato and his companions. The battle erupted in an instant. Renato faced an animated armor wielding a halberd. The wide range of the halberd's sweep forced him to try to sidestep, but was pushed back by the halberd's blade. Stepping back 2 paces, Renato drew a spear from his dimensional pouch. Against the ranged attack, the sluggish construct showed no intent to evade. The spear pierced through the faceplate and lodged into the helmet. The animated armor did not fall, though its core was not located in its head. However, the spear lodged in its head severely hampered its movements. These constructs were skilled in combat and had strong armor, yet they lacked adaptability. A fiery longsword swept down, knocking down the opponent whose attack had become severely distorted. On the other side, Polly chanted a spell, and a cold ray shot from her fingertips, striking an animated armor, trying to surround Renato from behind. Frost quickly spread across the metal surface, and although it did not freeze it greatly slowed its movements. The barbarian's battle roar was deafening, and his rough battle axe adorned with bones cleaved towards the greatsword, producing bright sparks from the metal clash. Several other cleaners also showcased their skills, some dancing with nimble curved blades, while others used shields to block, simultaneously spinning their flails. The sounds of explosions and fighting stirred the surrounding districts. The first to arrive was a squad of drunken city guards. Shocked, they were soon caught in the chaotic battle, quickly being surrounded by the animated armors and the cleaners. A guard nervously commanded Renato to surrender, wildly swinging his longsword as if trying to bolster his courage. What kind of swordsmanship was this, daring not to guard the center line? Renato stepped forward, instantly closing the distance. His fiery longsword gave the guard no chance to regret avoiding the protected chest and directly severing the sword-wielding right arm. With a twist of the blade, he silenced the guard's screams from his throat. The headless corpse erupted with blood, staining Renato's black cloak. Whoosh! The sound of breaking air came, and Renato instinctively turned his body, facing the enemy to reduce the area exposed to attack. Bang! The crossbow bolt ricocheted off his shoulder armor and flew towards another guard trying to flank him. The shattered arrow shaft embedded itself in the guard's face, and he screamed as he dropped his weapon and covered his bleeding face, loudly cursing his comrades. A conical flame struck, turning his curses into screams. Several guards' woolen coats ignited under the effect of burning hand. They dropped their weapons, rolling on the ground, crying for help. "There's a mage. Where are the crossbowmen?" The guard captain shouted in frustration from behind, pointing at Polly, not far away. "Aim for her, kill that witch first, hurry." A lead-headed dart accurately pierced his eye socket, shattering brain tissue. Watching the guards collapse in morale and scatter in fear, Renato satisfiedly retracted the remaining darts. It seemed his skills had not dulled, his aim remained true. The animated armors were indeed troublesome, but under the assault of the city guards rushing in and the experienced cleaners, they quickly fell apart into smoking fragments. A Nord barbarian smashed the last animated armor with an exaggeratedly large two-handed axe. He suddenly froze, looking into the distance and murmuring surly. Renato had not specifically studied the language of the Nords and did not know what the prefix meant, but he was aware of what the latter word referred to in Nord culture. The barbarian warband, commonly referred to as the Nord war gang in imperial texts. A neat formation approached from the end of the street. Over 50 soldiers donned matching emblem cloaks, equipped with fan-shaped shields, armed swords, hooked sickles, and winch crossbows. A standard-bearer lifted a noble battle flag and blew a horn. The column formation instantly transformed into a horizontal line across the street. The first row consisted of swords and shields, while the second and third rows were various polearm users and crossbowmen. On the flanks were a team of two-handed swordsmen. Under their cloaks, fine chainmail could be seen. The walking knight, adorned with decorative relics and wielding a poleaxe, held the rear. His heavy three-layer armor was etched with glowing runes. The walking knight raised a divine emblem depicting a burning flame-shaped longsword, and beneath the helmet he called out the name of the war god Tampus. Searing divine power descended, and the weapons of every soldier around were imbued with crimson magical energy, radiating magical brilliance. They were the noble mercenaries of the Atwood family. A heavy crossbow bolt shot over, thudding into the side of a stranger companion beside Renato. "Damn, the guild didn't pay me to do this. What do we do now, Renato? We're still short on time." "Forget about the time." Renato disregarded Paula's slip of the tongue, throwing her over his shoulder and running. No one intended to continue with the assassin guild's commission. After all, robbing armed guards and killing them was one thing, but facing off against a noble army was entirely another. For merely 30 gold coins, what was the point of risking their lives? Crossbow bolts whizzed by. Renato remained calm, moving according to his planned escape route. A couple of days prior, he had familiarized himself with the roads of Crown Street, deciding to take a detour to shake off his pursuers before heading to the guild's assembly point. The noble army did not pursue, but instead formed up in front of the mansion. With one hand wielding his sword, Renato used the flames on it to scare off a patrolling guard attempting to block him, pondering where had the assassin guild members gone. Surely they couldn't all have been blown to bits. How could there be not a single corpse? In the early hours from the moment the explosion occurred to their arrival on the scene, it had been less than 10 minutes. How could such a well-formed noble army be assembled so quickly? Even with Paula's assistance, it usually took Renato 5 minutes to don a full suit of plate armor by himself, not to mention gathering and forming ranks. And why was it the Atwood family's troops? What happened to the Three Swords Agreement? The air was thick with conspiracy. Renato tightened his grip on the little mage on his shoulder and sped up. Renato pushed the door open with the tip of his sword, cautiously observing the room. Petro was absent, and the assassins from the guild were nowhere to be found. What was once a crowded room now appeared exceptionally empty. Renato frowned as he moved aside the wooden trapdoor covered by furniture only to find it equally deserted. The chaotic footprints on the ground and some bloodstains remaining on the tunnel walls suggested that someone had been there and had injured their fingers. They had agreed to wait until 2 o'clock, yet the guild members had left first. The tunnel was filled with traps and branching paths. How could they escape without a guide? Were they going to hide in the inner city for a night and leave tomorrow? In the midst of deep contemplation, the little mage leaned against the wall and said, "Renato, I remember the way we came. Polly was jostled quite a bit on the way, nearly throwing up, and next time don't carry me. I told you I can run by myself. You really remember. Don't push yourself." The guild dared to leave without hiding what means there are indeed traps in the tunnel, not just a bluff. If it comes down to it, let's go next door to Oak Street and hide for the night. There are a few empty rooms there. I said I remember, and I do remember. Polly glared at Renato, stepping down into the tunnel. I am a mage. Don't doubt a mage's memory. And stop treating me like a child. In the underground passage, Renato walked ahead, the burning magical flames of the Lady of Silence illuminating the path ahead. Turn right, the exit is just ahead. Perry's memory once again exceeded Renato's expectations. Although he knew the young mage had an exceptional memory, he was surprised that she could remember the way after just one walk. A heavy smell of blood wafted from the cave entrance. Renato's expression grew serious. The amount of blood did not seem like it was from an injury. Could someone have lured the guards here? Renato raised his hand to signal the young mage to wait in place to secure their escape route while he went to see what had happened on the ground. Instead of walking down the stone steps one by one, Renato chose to take 2 steps back for a running leap, vaulting out of the cave entrance. Whoosh! 2 crossbow bolts came flying from both directions. One bolt was dodged by Renato's roll and lodged into the wall, while the other struck his back, deflected by his plate armor. An assassin rushed forward with a short sword, but Renato ignored him. The sound of breaking air was already upon him. A slender sword stabbed from behind, and with his back turned, Renato blocked the attack, while using the momentum to swing his sword toward the incoming assassin. Such a fierce counterattack seemed to have ambushed the opponent instead. The assassin before him had no time to react as the flame sword swept across his face, the searing tip ripping through the thin metal mask. Crushed teeth embedded in his tongue, the assassin's entire upper jaw was nearly shattered as he fell to the ground. In the shadows, Renato turned to see the other person who had attacked from behind. Petro, is this the reputation of the guild? Resorting to blackmail over a few gold coins. To hell with the guild. Petro removed his mask, revealing a bloodied face. Renato frowned, scanning the room with his peripheral vision, only to discover that more than 10 corpses lay scattered about. From their attire, they were all members of the Assassin's Guild. An internal conflict within the Assassin's Guild. That old bastard Echo has taken away 80% of the spoils from the guild, leaving only 20% for us to fight over, and yet there are still people grateful to him. A bunch of idiots. Petro spat blood. Grizel, I know that's not your name, but let's just call you that for now. Renato squinted. Petro was heavily injured. He was missing an ear, and there was a hole in his forehead revealing bone. That old bastard wanted to steal a legendary potion from Rexingen. It's in my hands now. Petro lowered his voice. I have connections. This thing can sell for 10,000 gold coins. Protect me as we leave, and we can share the riches. Your swordsmanship is decent, but staying in Fried City will only bury your talents. You'd be better off in the Berelia Empire to the north. I have brothers there. We can accomplish great things together. Unlike the decayed south, in the Empire's strength is the only passport. There are no qualifications. As long as you are ruthless and wealthy, you can always rise. As the other spoke, Renato focused intently. Apart from Petro's voice and the young mage's stealthy movements behind him, there was no other sound. A fierce flame reignited within his chest. The ambition that had long been extinguished blazed up once more. Is that so? Then why don't I just kill you first? Then all the riches would belong to me, wouldn't they? True enough. Petro grinned. Without further words, both drew their swords. The clashing of metal echoed incessantly. Petro had the advantage in strength, while Renato's armor was sturdy. The blade grazed Renato's breastplate, leaving a distinct scratch. The opponent's swordsmanship was not lacking, but seemed Petro had been hiding his skills during their previous duel. Their blades met and locked, both straining against each other. You can't win against me. Petro's eyes were bloodshot, filled with madness. You have no idea what I've sacrificed. I endured for 10 years, and now the goddess of fate has smiled upon me. After so much hardship, I've finally waited for this opportunity. That's right, the gods have chosen me. They cannot bear to see my talents buried and my contributions stolen. His voice suddenly cut off. He stared wide-eyed as if in disbelief. The long sword slipped from his grasp and fell while Renato took a step back, allowing Petro to lunge forward and crash to the ground. For glowing magical missiles pierced through his back, ending all his ambitions. Huff huff, Renato, my timing was perfect, wasn't it? This is my newly learned silent incantation technique. How was it? Surprised, weren't you? Just takes a bit longer to cast. Renato had already heard Perry casting in the tunnel, which was why he had deliberately chosen to engage Petro in combat. Ignoring the young mage's words, Renato crouched down to explore Petro's dimensional bag at his waist. Let's grab it all first, we can talk later. Perry picked up the slender sword on the ground. I knew these thieves were untrustworthy. Sure enough, their own people had started fighting, and what was the point of the guild? Renato retrieved a vial glowing with multicolored light from the bag, interrupting her mumbling. Equipment Youth's mandate. This potion is sealed in an ampoule made from a solid crystal. The liquid inside displayed a flowing liquid aura, with the upper layer being golden, the middle layer orange-red, and the bottom layer representing the essence of life in vibrant green. Countless particles like stars floated within the liquid, continuously pulsating in a rhythm akin to a heartbeat. Drinking this potion would envelop you in a warm power stemming from the essence of life. Your physiological age will regress by 2 complete age stages, for example, from very old back to young adult, and all physical attribute reductions caused by aging will be removed. Legendary effect: life weaving. Within 24 hours after drinking the potion, the drinker will gain partial effects of greater restoration, becoming immune to charm or petrification, immune to reductions in certain attribute values, and immune to decreases in maximum health. Usage requirements: Constitution 11 points. Grade: Legendary. A powerful restorative elixir that can rejuvenate one to youth. If it were on Earth, Renato believed this potion would trigger bloodshed and even regional conflicts. However, as a legendary potion, its effects were not as legendary as he had imagined. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Renato felt somewhat disheartened and handed the potion to the dazed Perry. This potion held no value for him. It lacked earth-shattering power and offered no immediate attribute boosts. Regressing just 2 age stages. That would only turn him into an infant. Even if it were worth a fortune, Renato had no substantial means to sell it. With his ambition extinguished, he had completely calmed down. For him, the Youth's mandate was not a life-saving potion, but rather a deadly poison. Once exposed, it would likely lead to endless pursuits. However, having another batch of assassins didn't seem to matter. After all, he had been pursued by the harpist for quite some time and was already accustomed to it. Renato could only entertain himself with such thoughts. Renato, this. Perry stuttered, her expression on the verge of tears. This kind of magic is a legendary potion, Renato. I didn't prepare any identification spells today. You please keep it safe for now. She trembled as she handed back the potion. Tomorrow. No need for tomorrow. An old male voice resonated. The potion flew from Perry's hand, suspended in the air above the beam. It flew. The potion can talk. Step back. Perry. Renato raised his sword to shield the bewildered young mage, realizing that the potion wasn't flying away on its own, but was being taken by someone. On the beam, he could see clearly that the legendary potion was held by a transparent silhouette. Renato felt frustrated. It was an invisibility spell, yet how could he not notice at such close range? The figure emerged from the darkness. They were compact, wearing a full-face metal mask with neatly trimmed silver hair. The pitch-black leather armor seemed like a second skin, with no visible seams, rivets, or buckles. The edges appeared to subtly twist and shift, making it difficult to see clearly. If the opponent could take the potion from the young mage, didn't that mean they could also attack then? Just as Renato pondered, a shadow flickered past, and a flying knife was embedded in Petro's corpse. The traitor has been punished by the guild. You did well, nameless swordsman. Go to the traitor's corpse and collect your reward. As Renato pondered his words, considering how to respond, a corpse in the corner of the room suddenly rose, shouting, Master Echo. I am Clever Hands, Kira, save me. The familiar voice belonged to the thief Kira, if she was somehow still alive. The Master Echo on the beam did not pay attention to this pretending guild member. Under Renato's gaze, his figure gradually blurred until it disappeared. I am loyal to the guild. Master. Perry, keep an eye on that thief. If she dares to move, freeze her hands. Don't kill me. I won't move. Ouch, it hurts so much. I've been stabbed in the chest and bleeding a lot. I'm dying. I can't take it anymore. Help. The blood oozing from Kira's chest was not much, and she even had the energy to roll on the ground while shouting. Renato felt speechless as he approached Petro's corpse again. The pitch-black dagger stuck in the corpse vaporized before him, leaving only a talisman. He carefully picked it up. The talisman was shaped like a teardrop and felt icy to the touch. Equipment Adaptation Talisman. This unassuming black iron talisman was personally crafted by the assassin Master Echo as a reward for Petro. Shadow runes were engraved on the inner side of the talisman, concealing the inherent aura of the magical item, while allowing the assassin to resist or escape physiological troubles that would hinder tasks or expose their whereabouts. While equipped with this talisman, there is an advantage on saving throws against poisoning or unconsciousness. Wearing requirements: Determination 12 points, Constitution 8 points. Grade Uncommon. Quest display completed, 3,000 experience points awarded. But where was the 30 gold coin reward? Was it possibly offset by this talisman? Renato was increasingly confused by the workings of the adventurer's guide. Suppressing his doubts with his armor tightly secured, he had no extra space around his neck, so he could only temporarily wrap the adaptation talisman around his wrist. Unlike wearing the crown of intelligence, he felt no change. Tying Petro's dimensional bag to the other side of his waist, Renato called the extremely nervous young mage to loot the spoils. If the master assassin really wanted to attack, Perry would have been dead by now. Moreover, the opponent had already taken the legendary potion and should not linger. Renato took out a healing potion and tossed it to the incessantly shouting thief. Stop yelling, Master Echo is gone. Quickly drink it. You need to guide us through the less crowded routes. Hey, you two, stop searching and come with me. If we're caught in jail now, it won't matter how much we have, it will all be taken away, leaving only the gallows. Kira's lockpicking skills were exquisite as she effortlessly pried open the side door of the general store. The old Barrel General Store looked just as it did 3 days ago when Renato had visited, with shelves piled in the corner and clutter scattered all over the floor. In the central open area, Renato removed the leather breastplate of the female thief, tore open the linen lining, and examined the location of the wound. The assassin who stabbed Kira was highly skilled. The inch-long wound was precisely located near her heart, and a normal person would have already succumbed to death. You are quite lucky, Kira. Your heart is naturally positioned to the right. Now bear with it. He took out a small bottle of alcohol he had found in Petro's dimensional bag and began to wash the wound, clearing away the blood and any potential embedded impurities. Blood mixed with alcohol gushed out, flowing towards the ground. Although the heart and lungs were unharmed, the tip of the sword had severed multiple blood vessels. The healing potion couldn't save her, could only delay her death. Ugh, it hurt so much. Renato tightly gripped a scroll made of sheepskin. It was his first time using a magic scroll. This first-string version of the healing spell scroll was also one of Petro's relics. He wondered why the other party hadn't used it. Perhaps the situation was too urgent to treat her. Renato, do you remember how I just explained the usage of the scroll? Do you need me to go over it again? Seeing Pori's concerned gaze, Renato took a deep breath and untied the ribbon that secured the scroll. The sheepskin parchment trembled slightly, its runes shimmering with light. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that the rhythm of each rune's illumination was orderly, almost like breathing. In the midst of this flickering, Renato seemed to glimpse the cyclical nature of the rising and setting sun, the revival of withered trees. Brother, he'll double your scroll fee. Please hurry. Kira's urging forced Renato to abandon his admiration of the runes. He glanced at the small line of incantations printed in the lower right corner of the scroll and murmured them softly. As he recited the incantation, the scroll's radiance grew ever brighter. Tiny glimmers of light were drawn towards the female thief's wound, gradually halting the flow of blood. At the moment he uttered the final syllable, the sheepskin parchment turned to ash in Renato's hands. All the points of light surged towards Kira's chest, causing the torn flesh to visibly knit back together. The new skin glowed with a pink hue, leaving only a faint scar. Kira, a healing spell scroll costs 5 gold coins for reliable enchantment. Got it, brother. I'll find a way to repay you 10 coins, but let me catch my breath first. Looking at the brown-haired thief lying on the ground, pale as death, Renato found the situation quite amusing. Even his mood, which had fluctuated greatly due to the legendary potion, had improved considerably. I won't take advantage of you for more money. Since the scroll is worth 5 coins, that's what you should pay, so rest assured. Renato extended his hand. Let me reintroduce myself, Renato, a third-tier adventurer. Taking Renato's hand, the thief stood up and, feeling a bit of fear, said, Just call me Kira, that's my true name, a thief who nearly died. The young mage, unsure of what Renato was up to, introduced herself, saying, Pori, a mage. Renato's thoughts were simple. Kira had seen his true face, and since they would have to mingle in the city in the future, merely adopting a fake name made no sense. Moreover, he had a premonition that last night's explosion and chaos were just the beginning. The real struggle was about to surface, and Fried City would likely plunge into turmoil. The trade between Speaker Casper Resingen and Master Echo, the mansion explosion, the prematurely arrived Atwood family forces, and the infighting within the Assassin's Guild. Even someone like Renato, an outsider, could sense the storm brewing in the political arena of the city. The conflicts between local noble families rooted for hundreds of years, just the Atwood family could quickly muster an elite army overnight, and there were bound to be more soldiers in their fief. Such a level of conflict, once escalated, would be unbearable for ordinary citizens, let alone being directly involved. If he were a servant of the Resingen family, he might have been blown to bits in his sleep last night. No one targeted him specifically, it would merely be collateral damage. To prevent such situations from occurring, Renato decided to build a good relationship with Kira. After all, she was a member of the Assassin's Guild and undoubtedly had many information channels he was unaware of. On the streets outside, guards were conducting searches everywhere. Since they couldn't return to the Silver Deer Inn for the time being, this was the perfect opportunity to gather some intelligence. The female thief was a member of the second team. The appearance of the legendary potion indicated that they had succeeded. Kira, what exactly happened in the mansion? How did it suddenly explode? Ugh, my mind is a jumbled mess right now, let me think. The female thief scratched her head, pondering for a moment before saying, It was 1:30 a.m. at the time. The third team hadn't yet positioned themselves. We couldn't delay any longer. According to the plan, we had to charge in ourselves. The first team was supposed to escort us into the mansion, but because the third team responsible for dealing with the animated armor in the courtyard was not present, they were forced to split into 2 groups. One team stayed outside the mansion to provide cover, while the other team entered the underground storeroom with us. The path was filled with magical traps, toxic gas, and swinging axes falling from above. Time was tight, and we had no time to disable them all. We had to charge through. In her memories, Kira's eyes reflected fear. Old Car was less than 2 steps away from me and got sprayed in the face by a strong acid trap on the wall. I wanted to pull him up, but the mask melted along with his features. He lost his nose. There were 4 gargoyle statues outside the treasury door. They were impervious to blades and arrows. I shot them in the head several times, but apart from knocking off some rock fragments, it had no effect. Gargoyles are essentially earth elementals, with their heads being mere decorations. Their physical defenses are incredibly strong, and non-magical weapons struggle to inflict damage. Pori interjected, I recommend using force field damage such as magic missiles or arcane explosions. Thank you for your explanation, mage. Kira rolled her eyes. Too bad, I don't have a mage father, I can't cast spells. Magic has nothing to do with lineage, it's all about talent. We cast spells relying on. Alright, scholar, stop lecturing, can I continue? Pori pressed her lips together, her expression turning cold. Renato knew that the female thief had offended the young mage. What was I saying? Never mind. In short, after several people died with the universal magic key given by the master, we finally opened the secret vault. But the Resenjen family's treasury was completely empty, not a single gold coin, just a bright, dazzling potion sitting on a pedestal in the center. I didn't even get a good look before it was taken by the foreman. You should have seen it more clearly than I did since you held that potion. The female thief pointed at Renato. That's the treasure that Master Echo specifically wanted. It must be brought back, or else my whole family will suffer. You have family. I always thought people in your line of work were desperate. Renato's surprised expression irritated her, and she snapped, don't curse me. I have a younger brother, 6 sisters, and my parents farm in the countryside. They're all doing well. And what's wrong with stealing? I steal based on skill, I don't rob the poor. Last year, due to a poor harvest, my whole family depended on me to support them. Calm down, Kira, I didn't mean to mock you. Renato sighed inwardly. He hadn't said anything offensive, so why were these people from Iriel so sensitive? Adventuring is also a life on the edge, it's not much better. So you don't know how the explosion in the mansion happened, right? It seems that when the foreman took the potion from the pedestal, he triggered some mechanism. The entire underground storeroom shook, and then the upper levels exploded. The old speaker's transaction with the assassin master, the empty storeroom, and the triggering of the explosion when they took the youth's edict. Renato stroked his chin. Could it be that the Resenjen family orchestrated this themselves? But for what purpose? With too little information known, he could only change the subject. Petro requested the third team to arrive by 1:35 a.m. Damn, that bastard Petro had long planned to betray the guild. I thought he was just greedy for money and acted on impulse. The original plan was to act at 1:20 a.m. right when the city guards were changing shifts, providing a 15-minute window. This timing was much more reasonable, allowing for some error in execution. Renato continued to inquire. We arrived just as the explosion occurred. Where did you come out from? I didn't see any guild members at the front, nor did anyone inform me that the mission was complete. We withdrew through a small gap in the backyard. Kira said a bit awkwardly. In the plan, if something unexpected happened, guild members would use this small path to ensure the cargo was safely evacuated. As for the third team, there should have been others to come to their aid. It turned out that from the very beginning the guild had treated them as the rear guard. It seemed that regardless of where auxiliary personnel were mere pawns. To avoid exposing too many people, we split into 2 groups heading to different hideouts. The evacuation went relatively smoothly, and we encountered no obstacles on the way. Using the tunnels from the hideouts, we reached the outer city. Kira gritted her teeth. As you saw, we were betrayed by that beast Petro. Who would have thought that the tongue would also betray us? He was a trusted confidant of the master, handling so much money and wielding considerable power. Even the skillful hand had to listen to him. In the end, this traitor falsely claimed that the master had ordered him to guard the potion. When the foreman refused, he directly attacked with his subordinates. We were ambushed, several people were instantly killed by crossbow bolts. The female thief appeared dazed, then chaos ensued. Some bastard bumped into me, causing me to not dodge in time. My hands were covered in blood before I realized I had been stabbed. My legs went weak. It must have been that the sword was smeared with a paralyzing toxin. I collapsed to the ground and lost consciousness. Polly was still sound asleep on the bed, her posture quite proper with her hands clenched tightly, unaware of the dreams she was having. Renato awakened from his meditation, still clad in full plate armor, the weight of which pressed heavily on his shoulders, causing them to ache. The rest effect of meditation was far from satisfactory. Renato felt that perhaps his skills were still insufficient. He cautiously opened his dimensional bag and retrieved the greatest harvest from the previous night. Equipment: Petro's sword, a finely crafted slender sword, the weapon of choice used by the assassin Petro in his lifetime. At 1.2 meters in length, it is suitable for one-handed grip, but can also be wielded with 2 hands. The blade was forged by a master from the blacksmith guild, infused with mountain copper, and underwent multiple high-temperature folding and forging processes. Reinforcement runes were engraved at the crossguard, subtly glowing with a blue-white shimmer during battle. Enchanting effect: reinforcement runes. The magical power permeates the entire blade, greatly increasing its hardness and resilience beyond that of the material itself, enhancing damage by 1d3 and significantly slowing the wear of the blade. Magical weapon: this weapon is classified as a magical weapon capable of overcoming damage resistances and immunities that require magical weapons to penetrate. Wearing requirements: strength 13, 11 when wielded with 2 hands. Great uncommon. This was Renato's first magical longsword since his arrival in this world. He never expected to acquire it in such a peculiar manner. The sword was perfectly balanced, its enchanting effect practical, and its design unpretentious. Renato appreciated Petro's aesthetic. Unfortunately, the length was slightly short for him, and it was a bit too slender. The 1.2 m length was equivalent to that of his original sword, making it less suitable for use as a 2-handed sword. Logically, he should switch to this Petros sword after all. It was a magical longsword with reinforcement runes, and its hardness should surpass that of his Lady Silence. However, its material was merely steel and mountain copper, fundamentally inferior to the mithril fine gold and steel alloy of Lady Silence. Moreover, the enchanting effect was too basic. Having an enchantment instead became a disadvantage. The little mage Paulus magical weapon could only function on ordinary weapons and did not affect magical weapons. Magical weapon has various enchanting effects capable of enhancing sharpness and adding various energy damage like fire, cold, and force field, depending on the context. After a moment of indecision, Renato decided to put Petros' sword back into the dimensional bag for now and consider it later. Last night, he found the reward mentioned by the master assassin in Petros' dimensional bag. 155 gold coins, 34 silver coins, plus several copper coins. A substantial sum. With such wealth, why would Petros still need to retaliate? Renato could not comprehend the other's thoughts, but being gifted gold coins was certainly a positive gesture. The clinking of coins awakened Polly, who rubbed her drowsy eyes and mumbled, Renato, is it already morning? It's almost noon, you should get up. Renato put away the gold coins and took out a pile of packaged miscellaneous items. Are you ready for the identification spell? I feel like there are quite a few good things in here. Aside from daily necessities, Renato had categorized all suspicious items from the dimensional bag last night. He had been eager to have Polly identify them overnight, but the little mage was unprepared and could only wait until daytime. In the morning, seeing her sleeping soundly, Renato could not bear to wake her and chose to meditate beside her, waiting for Polly to wake up naturally. Don't worry, I've prepared the identification spell for my first tier of spells today. Polly rummaged through the pile of miscellaneous items, saying, let's look at this one first. It contains quite a bit of magical power. It was a small statue made of bone, feeling icy to the touch. Renato had played with it, but the adventurer's guide did not pop up with any prompts. The pearl-like aura dissipated as Polly, with her eyes closed, said, a statue made from dragon bone originating from a young white dragon, thus containing slight magical power. Other than that, it is nothing special. Just a craft piece, that's all. Renato then took out a gold brooch adorned with turquoise engraved with several runes. This is a failed enchanted item with errors in rune drawing. It is no longer usable and can only serve as ordinary jewelry. A piece of blood agate, a type of semi-precious stone, is magical material. It can be used to create life or protection type magical accessories or equipment, but they are all quite basic. Most of the time, it serves merely as treasure or crafting material. Polly returned some obviously cheap items and sifted out the last worthy item for identification. A coppered metal ingot. Renato scratched it with a small knife and found its hardness exceeded that of steel. A mountain copper ingot, slightly harder than mithril, but lower than fine gold. Its most notable feature is its strong magical conductivity, often used in the fields of armor and weapon enchantment. After identifying all the miscellaneous items, it was time to distribute the spoils. The cash was split evenly between the two. Renato took the magical longsword and the mountain copper ingot, while the remaining miscellaneous items belonged entirely to Polly. Based on his estimates, Petros' sword could be worth at least 30 gold coins, while the rare magical metal like mountain copper ingots was monopolized by the blacksmith guild and had no market value. Polly was very pleased with the distribution. She fiddled with the newly acquired dimensional bag, which was filled with weapons, leather, armor, jewelry, semi-precious stones, and other valuable items. The 3,000 experience points from the task were credited, adding to the previously stored 2,000 points. Renato had accumulated 5,000 experience points in the guide. That night, he chose to level up and gained a new special skill. Champion Warrior level 6, 500, 5000. Champion Warrior level 7, 5001000. Character Renato da Fernando. Race Human. Profession Champion Warrior level 7, 5001000. Dakers Favored level 130. Health 88. Strength 15. Constitution 15. Dexterity 14. Perception 15. Intelligence 11. 3. Well, 15 special skills: heavy armor proficiency, military weapon proficiency, swordsmanship, specialization, dark vision, spiritual body, control, titan grip. Skills: religious knowledge level 6, historical knowledge level 4, a linguistics level 4, a group tactics level 3, writing level 2. Besides the usual increase of 1 point in constitution, Renato also unlocked a new special skill, titan grip. Titan grip, the grip of giants, surges through your fingertips, sufficient to command any oversized weapon. With a strength of 12, there is no longer an attack check penalty when wielding a two-handed weapon with one hand. With a strength of 15, when wielding a compliant two-handed weapon, you gain an additional 1d strength adjustment value in damage. With a strength of 18, the heavy weapon you wield will be treated as light and can make an additional attack as a bonus action. Renato looked at his more robust forearms. This was the first visible physical change brought about by the special skill. He clenched his fist. Among the originally well-proportioned muscles in his forearm, several new bundles of tendons suddenly bulged, completely defying normal human physiological structure. Renato had previously conducted experiments with copper pipes from the grocery store. Now, relying solely on his grip, he could crush the copper pipe flat. Even though last night's attempt had left his fingers still experiencing a faint pain, this superhuman grip still pleased him greatly. You two stop sleeping in, but it's already past noon with the sun high in the sky. Time to get up. Kira, dressed in her everyday wool sweater, pushed the door open, and upon seeing Renato still in armor, raised an eyebrow and said, "Are you all awake? Then let's get something to eat. I didn't have dinner last night, and am starving." The female thief had gone out to gather information in the morning. If she didn't return soon, Renato was preparing to change hiding places. "What's the situation in the city now?" "Very bad." Kira replied seriously. "All the city gates are closed. It is said that Councillor Albert, namely Baron Atwood, has now taken over the city's guard department, issuing a citywide martial law. The gates are guarded by Atwood's private soldiers. They are vassals of the Baron's fief, with their entire families relying on the Lord to survive, and bribing their way out of the city is definitely not feasible. No one is allowed to enter or leave. The guards on the streets are hunting criminals, which actually means looting and vandalizing, checking to see who has valuable items, a bunch of beasts. However, those thugs probably wouldn't dare to come to Old Tom's grocery store. It is close to the inner city and has been closed for quite a while. It seemed that returning within these 2 days was not possible. They would have to lay low in the grocery store for now." Renato peeled a turnip, then cut it into irregular chunks and dropped them into the pot. He had purchased this cast iron pot in Brecca Town, and today at last it found its true purpose. Yet this was not the desolate wilderness he had imagined, but rather a densely populated city. "How many garlic cloves should I peel?" "Peel the whole head." Watching Polly pry each clove with her fingernails made him frown. "Don't strain yourself. Give them here. He'll show you." Renato flattened the cloves with the heel of his hand, stripped off the papery skins, and tossed them into the pot. Kyra clutched a bundle of firewood, set it down on the floor, brushed dust from her hands, and said, "I dismantled 2 stools. Will this be enough fuel?" Renato hefted 1 stool. It was solidly built, typical of the general stores, whereas weighing nearly 10 pounds. "Cut the legs in half, they'll burn better that way, and split the seat into finer pieces." "Got it." The cured meat was tough, resisting the dagger's edge. Renato borrowed the thief's short sword, sliced the slab into manageable portions, then carved them into uniformly thin slices. The shop contained a small kitchen, but thick dust coated every surface. The utensil rack stood empty, and no provisions remained. Clearly Petros never cooked for himself. Polly soaked the kindling in lamp oil, drew flint and steel from her pocket, struck them together, and coaxed forth a cascade of sparks, igniting the dry wood with ease. He placed the pot atop the stone hearth. The salted meat was too leathery, so he added half a block of butter. Fat would lend richness, and only then might the broth become truly palatable. "Renato, I found 4 purple-skinned onions. Shall I add them?" 2 will suffice, Polly. Seeing the young mage about to toss them whole into the pot, Renato quickly added, "First peel them, then mince finely." Kyra stretched languidly. Wounded the night before, up since dawn, gathering intelligence, she had scarcely rested. Now hunger gnawed, and exhaustion weighed heavy. Yawning wide, she murmured, "Ugh, I'm starving to death." "Renato, how long must this simmer?" The flames roared fiercely. Renato fed another log into the hearth and replied, "At least half an hour. Water hasn't even boiled yet. Here, take a piece of bread to tide you over." Watching her devour the coarse black loaf, Renato could no longer suppress the question that had been forming in his mind. "Kyra, do you lack coin?" "Lack coin? I've never had any." She washed down a mouthful with water, voice edged with irritation. "What sort of question is that? Do I look like some wealthy noble?" "Don't worry, I won't default on my debt. You saved my life. Even a beast wouldn't betray its savior. Once the guild pays for this job, it'll repay you part of it immediately." "That's not what I meant, Kyra. I'm simply curious. You don't strike me as reckless with your spending. Shouldn't your line of work yield swift returns?" "It's certainly better than hauling stones, but nothing compared to high-tier adventurers like yourselves. Just your full-plate armor must cost over 100 silver crowns. Enough to buy my life outright." Renato's complete suit, plate over padded gambeson, had cost well over 150 silver coins, even after omitting helm and gauntlets. "Where's the high tier in that? We merely serve the Adventurers Guild and earn little for it. What little I've amassed came from dangerous private contracts. Adventurers may take side jobs, but fingers dare not steal outside guild sanction, or face fines, lashes, or worse." "Worse," Kyra sighed. "Don't think it's idle threat. Among my cohort of fingers, one unlucky soul suffered precisely that, flayed alive by the master himself. Once open, the floodgates were unbarred. The thief vented her grievances freely. Which house to enter, what to steal, we hold no say whatsoever. Intelligence, terrain, escape routes, even the hour of operation, all dictated by the tongues. Upon success, every scrap goes to the guild. We receive mere pittances. So the Assassins Guild was merely freed city's sanctioned thieves' guild. Yet if guilds sustained themselves through legal fines, how could such illicit trade possibly be regulated?" Renato asked directly. "If you concealed stolen goods, how would the tongues know? Are they watching you every moment?" "It's not so simple," Kyra continued aggrieved. "Though the tongues lounge in comfort at home, every finger in our cell works shoulder to shoulder. Betrayal brings reward, and who dares gamble against that? Withdrawal routes are assigned by the guild, your gear, your target, your rendezvous, all known in advance. Concealment, impossible to hide." The broth surged into a vigorous boil. Renato poured in all the sliced meat and scattered coarse salt across the surface. "The guild pays well. No need to feign hardship before Renato, thief." The young mage interjected, voice glacial. "Your leather armor fits flawlessly, tailored to your frame. Custom fitted by a freed city tailor, at least 10 silver crowns." Not to mention your short sword and hand crossbow. This proves your income is substantial. A pauper could never afford such gear. Hey, this is a Nekantha-block profession. Is it unreasonable to earn more than bricklayers? Leather repair, weapon maintenance. Every expense cuts deep. I stretch every copper just to survive. Humph. So even choosing clothing draws scorn from a magelord. Must we commoners parade naked in the streets? Her tone hardened. Shed clearly held ill will toward Polly from the start. Seeing tempers flare, Renato deftly changed course. Polly, keep watch on the pot. Skim the brown scum from the surface once it boils. At his instruction, Polly turned away from Kyra and bent over the cauldron, stirring slowly with her spoon. Is this brown foam blood? Roughly speaking, though I couldn't swear to it. Renato took the ladle, tasted the broth. Salty, gamey, still inferior to old Gaines' ragout at Brecca's last cup. Too much salted meat, too little water, and adding more salt had been a grave error. Renato had believed Gaines' stew unbearable, yet his own surpassed it in mediocrity. Kyra leaned and licking her lips. Well, is it edible yet? The meat's certainly cooked, Renato replied uncertainly. But the flavor? I'd advise bracing yourself. With so much meat and vegetables, how dreadful could it possibly be? She seized the ladle defiant. Scraping 2 burnt turnip chunks from the pot's bottom, Kyra patted her belly, belched contentedly, and declared, Truly excellent, Renato. You're quite the cook. At least far better than my mother. Remarkably fine. Polly murmured, nibbling daintily at her white bread bowl. Their praise left Renato wondering whether they had tasted the same broth, or some entirely different concoction. Once fully boiling, the butter melted, releasing a faint dairy aroma that barely tempered the cured meat's gaminess. Overly salty, the broth paired best with plain white bread. It was edible, yes, but delicious. Renato could not bring himself to utter the word, yet their rounded bellies admitted no deception. He chalked it up to Irelite culinary sensibilities differing profoundly from those of Earth. Polly set a warding alarm at the front door later. Not until afternoon. This morning I prepared only first-level divination spells. You'll need to rememorize. Having instructed the young mage, Renato turned to Kyra, who was picking her teeth. Kyra, can you reach the Assassin's Guild? We used to meet at the old Barrel General Store. Now that you've slain Petros, contacting them means traveling to the southernmost district. In the backyard of the grocery store, Renato discovered a peculiar facility. Though it was called a backyard, its size was quite small. He estimated it to be less than 20 square meters. After putting down the kettlebell, Renato wiped the sweat from his forehead with a linen cloth, sat on a bench, and rested for 3 minutes. The yard was equipped with various training equipment such as a barbell rack, wooden mallet, sandbags, and a wooden sword target. It seemed that Petros' strength was gained through such arduous training. Fortunately, he had the adventurer's guide, otherwise it would have taken an immense amount of time and energy to reach his current level of muscle development. After a moment of reflection, and once his arm muscles relaxed, he picked up a pair of kettlebells again and continued his workout. Although he knew that this little exercise was hardly effective, the gains from months of fitness could not compare to leveling up from completing tasks. Yet for some reason, this slow method of gaining strength gave Renato a grounded sense of stability. He gritted his teeth and completed the final set. With a heavy thud, the metal kettlebells hit the ground as Kira pushed open the back door and said, I'm done as well. There isn't much water left in the tub, so I added a couple of logs to heat it up. It's quite hot, you can wash now. Kira's brown short hair was wet against her scalp. She walked over to the kettlebells Renato had just set down, wanting to test their weight. Kira grasped the handle with one hand and exerted her wrist, but she couldn't lift it. Persistently, she used both hands, her forearms trembling slightly, and barely managed to lift it. With a clang, she dropped it back to the ground, shaking her wrist in shock. Wow, this is so heavy. How do you lift it with one hand? You're so strong. She reached out to feel Renato's well-defined bicep and exclaimed, I didn't realize your arms were this thick. Renato tied his dimensional bag back to his waist, feeling speechless. I usually wear plate armor. My limbs are covered in iron. What do you expect me to show? Kira chuckled mischievously, poking her finger at his chest. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about your handsome face. It doesn't quite match your burly physique. But I like this strong look. It has a masculine charm. Ouch. Why are you using so much force? That hurts. Renato brushed off her wandering hands with an expressionless face. Sorry, I just finished training and didn't gauge my strength well. Renato removed his clothes and placed them in a wooden basket. He poured all the water from the tub into a wooden basin and added a pot of hot water. The water temperature was pleasantly warm, just right for a soak. He stepped into the large wooden basin, curled up his legs, and gradually submerged his entire body until the warm water flowed over his shoulders. In the storage room of the grocery store, the three of them unearthed quite a bit of wooden furniture. Renato didn't know who discovered the oak bathtub, but the idea of bathing was his suggestion. The suggestion was unanimously approved by the three. To boil water, they chopped a few pieces of furniture, hoping that the carpenter who made them wouldn't be too upset. Since crossing over, Renato had rarely had the chance to take a bath. Most of the time, he could only wipe down quickly before bed, managing to maintain some cleanliness. Now he had grown accustomed to this method of cleanliness. Back in college, he would shower almost every night, otherwise he would itch so much he couldn't sleep. As his thoughts drifted, his body relaxed, and his pores opened. He savored this rare bathing time. Creak. The sound of the door hinge turning made Renato's muscles tense up suddenly, but upon seeing the visitor he relaxed again, and helplessly said, "Polly, I'm still bathing, could you step outside?" Polly pursed her lips and said nothing, turning to close the door. The little mage was not wearing her usual oversized robe, just a simple white linen shirt. Her black short hair that was once even with her ears had now grown to chin length. "Renato, I came to help you with a massage. You've fought so many battles recently, your shoulders must be sore." Renato covered the Dakul mark on his chest and forced a smile. "No need, Polly, men and women shouldn't have close physical contact." "What strange words are you saying? Is that an imperial proverb?" Polly's fingers landed on his shoulder, gently kneading. She noticed the tightness under her fingers and frowned. "Relax, Renato, a look at how rigid your muscles are." With her thumb pressing precisely into the junction of his neck and shoulder, she slowly worked on his tendons. "I'll wait, Polly, you don't have to. Hurry and lie down. I've already seen that strange tattoo on your chest. Don't hide it, it's not something shameful." Thankfully, she didn't know the meaning of that mark. Renato's pounding heart gradually calmed down, and the embarrassment of being exposed diminished significantly. Polly's fingers continued to apply pressure along the muscles of his shoulder with just the right amount of force. Renato lay back against the edge of the wooden tub, fully enjoying the little mage's massage service. Feeling her professional technique, the knots in Renato's muscles seemed to be kneaded away, both painful and pleasurable. He couldn't help but ask, "Polly, your massage technique is really good. Oh, where did you learn it?" Polly paused momentarily in her movements, continuing to press his back, while quietly replying, "My mother wanted me to become a maid. This was a compulsory course at the servant school." Seeing she was reluctant to elaborate, Renato refrained from pressing further. They both had things they preferred to keep private. This was good, it allowed them to have some space. The two fell into silence. Renato's breathing became deeper, harmonizing quietly with her kneading rhythm. The warm water swayed with her movements, gently splashing against his skin. He closed his eyes, surrendering his entire weight to the warm water and to the hands that were dispelling his fatigue. "Renato, read this quickly. What does it say?" The person outside struggled to articulate, and Kira hurried back, clutching a crumpled notice in her hand. Unfolding the paper, the first line boldly proclaimed notice. Renato read aloud word by word, "To all citizens, last night our city suffered a shameful betrayal and attack. A criminal organization hiding in the corners of the city brazenly attacked the mansion of Speaker Casper. As of now, the esteemed speaker remains missing, and we pray for the gods to protect his safety." Polly leaned closer, looking at the bottom right corner of the paper, puzzled. "Acting Speaker Baron Albert Atwood signed this notice." There's also a small line below stating other council members are unable to sign due to urgent matters. What does this mean? It seemed that the city council had fallen under the control of the Atwood family. Renato pondered in his heart, wondering what this missing old speaker was plotting. "Don't interrupt, let him finish reading." The female thief complained, "It's already stated that the lockdown will be lifted tomorrow. Hurry and see if it mentions anything else." After an urgent investigation by the city council, it has been determined that certain personnel within the city guard collaborated with the criminal organization attempting to undermine the city's order. Thanks to the decisive command of acting Speaker Baron Atwood, all 27 conspirators have been captured. These traitors will be publicly executed by hanging in the city square tomorrow morning. Renato skipped over the formalities, his gaze fixed on the end of the notice. Baron Atwood understands the impact of martial law on the lives of citizens. He has weighed the situation with foresight and mercy and decided to lift the city's martial law, starting tomorrow, restoring market access and daily passage. "We can leave the city tomorrow." "That's great. Don't celebrate too soon, Kira." Renato pointed to the last paragraph. "To strengthen city management, each city gate will establish inspection points to scrutinize suspicious individuals entering and exiting. And most importantly, you still owe me 5 gold coins. Don't think about slipping away. First, you need to contact the Assassin Guild." The female thief's expression fell, and she said, "I'll definitely repay you. Don't rush me. The guild has caused such a big mess. Now everyone is treating them like rats crossing the street. Why poke at that hornet's nest? Are the assassins really being hunted?" Renato didn't think so. In fact, aside from the city guards seizing the opportunity to loot and destroy Baron Atwood, hadn't made any substantial efforts to hunt down the Assassin Guild. At least on tomorrow's lengthy execution list, all names are from the guard and the watch. Not a single assassin from the guild is mentioned. Moreover, Widow Street No. 38 hasn't been sealed off for investigation. Kira sneaked a look and found that the tunnel was blocked by debris and the bodies had been cleared away, or it must have been the Assassin Guild that sent someone to clean up. Such obvious evidence the city council couldn't possibly have missed. After contemplating, the only explanation was that Baron Atwood did not wish to strike against the Assassin Guild. Renato didn't know the reason behind it, but he needed the Assassin Guild as a channel, whether for taking commissions, disposing of stolen goods, or gathering intelligence. He needed to paint a bright future for the female thief to keep her steady. "Kira, don't you think this is a great opportunity for upward mobility?" "What upward mobility?" "Me." Seeing the confusion on her face, he gently guided her. "Think about it. The guild has lost many members due to Petro's betrayal, and with the city in a state of lockdown, everyone is on edge. It's a critical moment. This means many positions will become vacant and many jobs will be halted. If you go against the tide and stay in the city showing loyalty to the masters, you might just gain their trust and wield more power. Do you think you can be a skilled hand forever? As you said, frontline work is exhausting and dangerous, pays little, and you're always being called here and there. Ultimately, it leads to a noose. Think about the tongue Petro. He was so wealthy with a clean identity, simply resting at the base could earn him thousands of silver coins. So many assassins listened to his commands. Don't you want to be in that position? Kira tugged at her collar, her expression awkward. But, can I really do it? I'm just a village girl, I barely know how to read. Absolutely, you can do it easily. Renato placed a hand on the shoulder of the female thief, smiling brightly. Sister, don't underestimate yourself. From the first moment I saw you, I recognized that you have courage, wisdom, and the ability to assess situations. You're undoubtedly a rare talent. We've shared life and death bonds, and whenever you face difficulties in the future, I will fully support you. Learning to write and read isn't hard, I can teach you. But I still owe you money. Why are you helping me so much? Kira stared at Renato's face. It can't be that you like me, right? I know I'm not good looking, I'm aware of that. Because this is an investment. Oh, I believe you will accomplish great things in the future. Once you stand on solid ground, won't you be able to help us? The female thief glanced at Polly, who was silent beside her, hesitated for a moment, and said softly, just to be clear, I really don't know where the master is. I can only first return to the guild's contact point and ask around from familiar faces. The streets were sparsely populated. The public execution in the morning had attracted many citizens. In this era of scarce entertainment, watching someone being hanged was considered a rare form of leisure. Renato and Polly returned to the Silver Deer Inn. Inside the room, Layla's furrowed her brow and said, I've kept the room safe for you, not allowing any guards in. I'm going to be away for a few days, possibly weeks. Let's put the investigation of the missing persons case on hold until I return. The half-elf leaned against the door, her fingers fidgeting. Renato could clearly feel her absent-mindedness. Where are you going? No longer working at the Silver Deer Inn. Just to the inner city. It's complicated, don't ask, it's not good for you. Once again she was being cryptic. Could it be related to the explosion in the inner city? Renato jokingly guessed. You aren't a mercenary for the city's nobility, are you? Could it be that you are working for Baron Atwood? Is that your secret identity? Layla seemed to hold her breath, but ultimately self-deprecatingly replied, no. But now you could understand it that way. We voted and accepted a noble's commission, becoming mercenaries working for someone else. How so? Do you have a commission? I was considering coming along to earn a bit. No way. Layla suddenly became a bit agitated, interrupting Renato's jest. She paused for a moment and said, what I mean is this job won't earn money and brings no honor. It is absolutely not suitable for a promising young person like you. Renato's brow furrowed slightly. Could she really be one of the nobility? If so, she should be an undercover agent. But what could possibly be worth the nobility's effort to set up surveillance in the outer district? Layla's calmed her tone and continued, in any case, this matter is none of your concern. Although it shouldn't affect you, still it would be best to avoid the inner city as much as possible. What do you think about what Layla said, Polly? The little mage who had been flipping through pages stopped her movement and turned to look at Renato. That half-elf is nothing but a con artist, Renato. Perhaps she is a thief from a non-thief guild, just trying to be mysterious, tricking you into helping her for free. How could it be for free? Didn't she give me 2 silver coins? Under Paula's gaze, Renato put away his smile and explained seriously, she is a ranger who can cast spells and is also skilled in swordsmanship. People like her are called con artists just to trick an adventurer like me into stealing from the gang. Do you think this reasoning is reasonable? Who says having magical abilities means one can't steal? Polly retorted, even singers and dancers like clowns can cast spells. Being good at swordsmanship doesn't prove anything, perhaps. The little mage's voice gradually lowered as she turned her head away, avoiding Renato's gaze. I understand you are always right, but I still find Layla's very strange. I would say that even that female thief is more normal than her, at least she knows what her purpose is. Indeed, this was also a point of confusion for Renato. After weeks of interaction, he found that the half-elf was neither money-driven nor fame-seeking. As a ranger working as a waitress in an inn, clearly wasn't in pursuit of power. However, the task was still ongoing. No matter what the half-elf intended to do, as long as the task was not a failure, it was of no concern to Renato. Polly, now that we have money, are you ready to learn new spells? For example, third circle spells. The little mage shook her head and said, it's still too early. My understanding of second circle spells is still shallow. I haven't mastered many formulas. I need to learn at least 4 different second circle spells before I can attempt to understand the spell model of third circle spells. Moreover, the Great Library does not lend out spellbooks for third circle spells. Only members of the Mage Association can access them. Then how can one join the association? Pay money? Of course not. Unless you can sponsor over 1,000 gold coins for free, then perhaps the association will grant you an honorary membership. Polly closed the book, feeling the need to explain some basic knowledge about the Southern Mage organization to Renato. Renato, mages do not rely on bloodlines, but they do value their backgrounds. Where you study, which grand mage you follow for further studies, and even which school you learn from will influence how your peers perceive you. The Mage Association is also part of the Academy. To join the association, you must first be a graduate of the Academy. A wild mage with no papers or achievements cannot join the association halfway through. After all, this is an academic organization primarily focused on academic standards rather than who is stronger. Each academy has its strengths and weaknesses. Where you graduate from, who your mentor is, will affect whether you can join the association in the future. Take the Ethereum Academy, which has the highest academic standards here, as an example. It is located in Franion, which is also the headquarters of the association. Almost all its graduates can enter the association. Polly dipped her finger in water and drew a pattern of a staff crossed with books on the table, the emblem of Ethereum Academy. As far as I know, to apply to this academy, you first need to pass 11 exams, including written tests, practical exercises, and interviews, to comprehensively assess the applicant's intelligence, hand-eye coordination, pronunciation accuracy, and other skills. Do you want to attend this school, Polly? Renato raised an eyebrow. You know so much about it. Have you applied before? I left Spatia and came here because I heard the academic atmosphere in the North is free and the Mage Association doesn't care about backgrounds. But the result is the same. The little mage looked somewhat disappointed. As for applying to the academy, Renato, do you know how embarrassed I felt at that time? Poor people cannot attend school whether to learn magic or letters. Forget it, let's not talk about that. Do you want to hear about the learning process in the academy? Paula's eager eyes made Renato nod helplessly. The little mage still hadn't given up and wanted to rekindle Renato's interest and teach him spells. After passing the entrance test and paying 10 years worth of tuition in one go, you become a formal student of Ethereum Academy. At this time, you need to choose a classroom. This is the most crucial step. Each classroom has at least one Grand Mage as a professor, and the specialties and influence of each classroom are different. You need to consider all factors such as accidental death rates and experimental accident rates. A high-level classroom can significantly increase your graduation probability. Then you need to serve as a 10-year apprentice to your mentor, usually a mage lecturer, in that classroom. The academy will teach you all the foundational knowledge, history, logic, rhetoric, mathematics, as well as various languages, Elvish, Giant, Dwarvish, Draconic. But in terms of spells, even the most basic first circle spells won't be taught to you. You can only learn them from your mentor on your own. You have to please your mentor, and even the professors above working for them, hoping for a sliver of knowledge to slip through their fingers. Paula's face showed disgust, and this was the first time Renato saw such an emotion on the little mage's face. Before graduation, you just need to learn one second circle spell to become a formal mage. Then publish a cliché regurgitated garbage paper. That way you can graduate smoothly and join the Mage Association. Renato pulled the dejected Polly into an embrace and laughed. Our Polly is much better than those high-end academy graduates, as she has already exceeded the age of adulthood. I am of age. All right, in any case, you are already a formal mage, and your wealth exceeds 1,000 silver crowns now. Academy students will have to respectfully call you mentor. I don't have that much money, and being a mentor isn't as simple as you think. Oh, I still have a long way to go. Paula's face turned red, but she didn't resist. Instead, she leaned against Renato's chest and gently rubbed against him. 2 days after the public execution, the entire city seemed to have returned to calm. Except for the dozens of corpses hanging in the square, everything was as usual. The commercial street in the inner city was bustling with people as the festival of the moon feast honoring ancestors and the deceased would be held in 3 days. People were busy purchasing food, wine, and spices to prepare for the celebration. Renato knew that spices were expensive, but for the sake of his palate, he still purchased a pound of rosemary, half a pound of ginger powder, and 5 ounces of black pepper, spending a total of 10 silver coins. He originally wanted to buy more spices commonly used in earth cooking such as cinnamon and cardamom, but he was shocked to find that each ounce was priced in gold coins. Polly insisted on studying spells in the library, so Renato accompanied her to read and learn there for the past 2 days. However, he ultimately could not adapt to the little mage's pace of study. She could immerse herself in books for an entire day, while Renato felt mentally exhausted after only 2 hours of studying dragon language. Thus, he decided to leave early this morning, stroll around the commercial street to relax, and later check the Adventurers Guild for any suitable commissions. Despite having jingling gold coins in his pocket, Renato still needed to continue taking on tasks. After all, leveling up now required a full 100 experience points. At a roadside snack stall, sausages sizzled on the iron plate. They were 2 copper coins, each filled with pork mixed with juniper seasoning. The sausage had a peculiar berry flavor bursting with meaty aroma when bitten into, which Renato really enjoyed. He turned into Reliable Enchantment, passed through the crowded first floor, and headed straight up to the second floor. The second floor was still sparsely populated. Dachi, dressed appropriately, reached out to guide him with a smile. Mr. Renato, a mage has already responded regarding the enchantment you inquired about. Allow me to pull out a bench for you, he said, setting down a cup of fruit tea on the table. After Renato sat down, Dachi took his seat. Since Paula's magic weapon could apply energy enchantments to ordinary weapons, Renato decided to continue using the more suitable Lady Silence and sell Petro's sword. Yesterday, he inquired about prices at various shops, and the one with the most reasonable offer was Reliable Enchantment. Reliable Enchantment offered a direct purchase price of only 31 gold coins, but shop owner Dachi changed his sales strategy, targeting Renato's pain points. In exchange for goods, Petro's sword could be deducted as 40 gold coins when consuming at Reliable Enchantment. Meanwhile, Dachi recommended the magic shop's flagship service, Armor Enchantment. Permanent energy infusion was extremely expensive and required strict material quality, making it a poor cost-performance ratio for Renato with Paula's assistance. In contrast, Armor Enchantment was different. Even the most basic reinforcement rune could significantly enhance overall defense, cushioning ability, and lifespan. The only issue was that armor enchantment required a large area, consuming more materials and effort. Unless multiple mages collaborated, there were few willing mages and prices remained high. Coincidentally, in the past week, the Mage Association dispatched a large number of investigators to Fried City due to frequent earthquakes in the Phantom Forest. These mages were far from their mage towers, unable to conduct academic research, and they were relatively close to this area. Thus, enchantment orders that usually took months could now be completed in just 2 days. Armor enchantment was at an unprecedented low price period. This was yesterday's exact pitch from Dachi. First, let me see the price list. Renato was not easily convinced. He insisted on getting a list of all services and prices before making a decision. As you wish. Reliable Enchantment offers various services related to armor enchantment. If you have any questions about the contents of the price list, please feel free to ask me. A piece of parchment decorated with silver patterns was presented to Renato, listing items in ornate script and simple diagrams, the ink fresh. The available enchantments were divided into 2 categories. The first was spell enchantments, which directly inscribed magic permanently onto the armor. For example, Blade Ward would automatically activate a force field when the armor was subjected to physical attacks, providing a degree of resistance to both melee and arrow magic. Unfortunately, the daily stored magical energy was only enough to trigger 3 times, after which it would need to wait for magic to draw energy from the magic web to recharge. Moreover, the enchantments listed only included lower-tier protection spells from the first and second rings, which were costly, yet limited in effect, unable to enhance the protective capabilities of the armor itself. Additionally, if the armor sustained local damage, the spells could potentially become completely ineffective and irreparable. The second category comprised various protective runes. Renato promptly dismissed all types of energy resistance runes. He could not afford the average cost of 10 copper coins per square centimeter with the full set of armor, totaling over 2,000 silver crowns. Furthermore, resistance enchantments had single-use scenarios and were completely unnecessary in recent times. Functional runes included agility runes and stability runes, which simply made the armor lighter or heavier. The former made sense as it could enhance the wearer's agility and reduce stamina consumption. The latter, however, was entirely nonsensical. Who would intentionally make their armor heavier? Renato possessed the mental mastery specialty and had ample stamina, not needing agility runes to lighten his load. He decided to engrave the most basic reinforcement rune to enhance the metal's hardness and toughness. Practical and moderately priced, the full set of runes would only cost 48 gold coins. With the remaining budget, Renato prepared to invest in additional services, material enhancement using magic to infuse higher-grade metals into the armor for qualitative improvements. Renato chose to infuse fine gold and mountain copper to enhance the original hardness and rune efficiency. The specific methods included coating, infusion, and complete recasting. His set of armor weighed about 80 pounds. If he chose to recast entirely with mountain copper and fine gold, he would not even be able to afford it by selling all his possessions and could only opt for infusion. Renato was well aware of the hardness of fine gold from frequently using Lady Silence. Despite seeing the price of fine gold ingots at 147 silver crowns per pound, including processing fees and a recommended amount of 5 pounds, he resolutely checked this option on the price list. Dachi, I have a piece of mountain copper. Can it be mixed in during the infusion of fine gold? Please show it to me first, as magical infusion requires high purity of the metal. Dachi took the mountain copper ingot from Renato with both hands, a white light flashing from the ring on his finger. After a moment, he nodded and replied, the purity is as high as 99, weighing about 34 pounds, meeting the infusion standards. In theory, even if you provide the materials, you still need to pay the mage an additional processing fee. But since this is your second visit to our shop and the order amount is substantial, I have taken the liberty to waive this fee for you. Dachi smiled, sincerely devoid of any merchant's shrewdness. Even though Renato knew this was merely a sales pitch, he felt an immense comfort in his heart. Among the remaining additional services, Renato chose to optimize the armor structure and wearing system. To reshape the streamlined exterior of the armor, enhancing the strength of its dome structure, while incorporating a magical floating padding system for mechanical restructuring, allowing the armor to automatically conform to the bodice contours, making weight distribution more even and reducing the need for belts. After settling the entire service, deducting the 40 gold coins from Petro's sword, Renato still needed to pay 865 silver crowns. Fortunately, the money in his dimensional bag was sufficient. Had there been a few more gold coins, Renato truly would not have been able to afford it. Reliable Enchantment did not accept the usual deposit and balance payment method requiring full payment up front. After signing the contract, Renato slumped onto the bench, watching helplessly as the shiny silver coins disappeared from his pocket, causing his heart to ache. He weakly asked, when can I pick it up? The day after tomorrow. Dachi shook his head, still maintaining that unchanged smile, and mysteriously replied, no, Reliable Enchantment will not delay for so long. The customer's time is the most precious. Today, 3 mages from the Transmutation Association are in the shop. They will complete your armor enchantment on the 3rd floor's enchantment table. All you need to do is wait in the lounge for about 3 hours and 46 minutes. Lunch has been prepared for you on the table. If you have any dietary restrictions, please let us know, and we will promptly replace it. Renato donned his armor, which gleamed with a deep, gray metallic luster, with runes of energy flowing faintly on the surface. The overall lines were smooth, and under the effect of magic it slightly conformed to his shape. Due to the reduction of belts and straps, he could don and doff it alone within 5 minutes. Equipment: standard plate armor, a set that was originally a conventional design produced by a blacksmith shop, but has undergone a transformation through magical enchantment. The armor alloy had infused fine gold and mountain copper, exhibiting a unique dark metallic sheen etched with continuous reinforcement runes, which would momentarily glow with blue-white light upon impact. Enchantment effect: reinforcement runes magical energy permeates the entire armor, greatly enhancing its hardness and toughness, reducing all damage taken by 2, and significantly slowing down the armor's wear. Magical plate armor: this armor is magical, capable of resisting attacks and checks that require magical armor for defense. Renato stood at the narrow entrance of the slum as the sun gradually set. The light began to dim. He had taken a task from the Adventurers Guild issued by the acting chairman of the town hall, which involved maintaining public order and combating criminal organizations. It sounded grand, yet the task was quite simple, just standing guard outside the slums. Renato speculated that it must be because Baron Atwood had hanged too many city watch captains, leading to a severe manpower shortage. Thus, they could only hire adventurers to outsource this task. The reward was merely 1 silver coin and 200 experience points. Since Polly had to study and couldn't participate in the task, and there were no suitable commissions on the task board, Renato had no choice but to select this task. He had taken tasks worth dozens of experience points back in Brika Town, yet now he was becoming picky. Renato sighed internally as he stored the voice of the dragon back into his dimensional bag, gripping the hilt of his sword and looking towards the newcomer. "Renato, what are you doing in this godforsaken place?" It was the thief Kira. She wore a thin wool coat, her nose red from the cold, with her hands tucked into her sleeves. Renato released the grip on his sword and replied, "It's a task from the Adventurers Guild, otherwise who would want to stay in a place like this? Thankfully it's winter. If it were summer in the slums with that stench of decay and filth, staying a day would surely knock you out." The distant sound of a bell told, announcing the arrival of night and marking the end of Renato's task. "So adventurers also have guard duties? I thought this was the job of the city watch." Kira approached, touched Renato's breastplate, and exclaimed, "Did you enchant your armor? Heavens, how much did that cost?" Why was she so familiar? Renato frowned, subtly stepping back to distance her hand from his polished breastplate, and countered, "Kira, what are you doing here?" "Hee, I came to bring you money." The thief grinned, pulling out a small burlap sack from her chest and stuffing it into Renato's palm. A handful of coins, easily recognizable as gold. "The goods you asked me to handle, the guild took a portion directly. This is the money. Things are tight in the city now, the rest will have to be sold off slowly." This was the money from the spoils sold after the Assassin Civil War. Although those weapons and leather armor had been given to Polly, the current tense situation made this batch of equipment hot to handle, and the little mage couldn't manage it alone. Thus Renato inquired through Kira if the guild was willing to return the items to their rightful owner. "With so much money on hand, aren't you going to buy me a meal?" Kira nudged Renato's waist with her elbow, saying, "I bargained for you for half the day. My throat is hoarse." Some of that leather armor was in terrible shape. The guild wouldn't accept it. "This is Paula's money, not mine," Renato corrected as he packed away the coins. "I will convey your assistance to her. She will be very grateful to you." "Then forget it. A mage's gratitude is like the horror stories I heard when I was young." Kira pouted. "Unlike you, she looks down on someone like me. Ooh, I don't want to speak in front of others' noses. You have a misunderstanding about Polly, as she is not the kind of person you think she is." "Enough. She isn't here, so there's no need to speak well of her." Kira waved her hand. "Let's go to Old Barrel. I bought some fresh beef and vegetables. We can cook in the kitchen ourselves, and you won't have to spend any money. How about that?" Recently, Kira had been spirited and generous. The reason was simple. The Assassin's Guild had allowed her to temporarily manage the Old Barrel General Store as a base. Even without a single subordinate and no money in the account, just the fact that it had once been Pietro's territory was enough to make her jubilant. That was the tongue. Kira had never thought that one day she could sit in this position. "I have to go to the guild to report my task first." Renato continued, thinking about how to prepare the beef. "You go back to the inn to prepare some firewood. Oh, I still need to go to the inner city to pick up Polly, and he'll bring her along later." "She's coming too. And how old is she? Does she still need you to pick her up?" Kira stared at Renato's face, puzzled. "Are you siblings? Or some kind of relatives?" "Why do you think that?" "Because you both have black hair, which is rare." The thief gazed at Renato. "Your eyes are black too. How is that possible?" Renato was too lazy to answer such foolish questions and turned to leave. "Hey, wait for me. Renato, have you heard Chairman Albert's speech at the citizens' meeting?" Paula's question made him put down the Lady of Silence. He was oiling and recall what he had heard earlier in the morning. He had heard some idle chatter from passers-by that it seemed the acting chairman had quarreled with someone. However, his attention had been entirely on the new armor, so he hadn't paid much attention to the content. "I've heard a little. Did Baron Atwood have an argument with someone?" The little mage's expression turned serious as he spoke. "It's not that simple. Baron Atwood publicly accused Lord Orton, criticizing his moral character and claiming that the other was colluding with the city guard, undermining the city's safety. This is a serious public accusation. After all, the city guard is currently believed to be involved in the mansion explosion case, which is a grave crime. If substantiated, Lord Orton would also face the gallows. Paula's tone was strange, completely different from usual. Who told you this? Can it be my own thought? Under Renato's half-smiling expression, Polly pouted. I heard it from the front desk administrator of the Grand Library. I thought his analysis was correct, so I told you. Lord Orton, a member of the city council. Renato had not been paying much attention to the city's politics and had never heard of this person before. Seeing his confusion, Polly took the initiative to explain. Lord Orton is the honorary president of the Fried City Chamber of Commerce, with industries spread across various regions reportedly worth tens of thousands of gold coins. Most of the city laws regarding taxes and trade have been promoted by him. He was a poor man promoted by Caspar Raising, who was just a pimp in his youth, but gained the old chairman's favor due to his abilities and has held his position as a councillor for nearly 20 years. The city council has 6 seats, traditionally 3 from the nobility and 3 from commoners, with the old chairman balancing them out. The little mage looked around quietly and said, but now the old chairman has suddenly disappeared, losing the mediator, and the conflict between the two factions has intensified. Baron Atwood's attack is viewed as a political signal from the outside. The noble faction is dissatisfied with their 3 seats and wants to attack the commoner faction, forcing them to step down. In the inn room, watching Paula's gravely adorable expression, Renato couldn't help but pinch her cheek. What does this have to do with us? The councillors come and go, and they won't give a single coin to the commoners. Let them fight it out. The world doesn't care about anyone. A life goes on, and the earth keeps turning. Polly pushed away Renato's hand that was messing with her hair, pretending to be angry. You're such a bore. Stop ruffling my hair. You've messed it up again. Your hair grows so fast, it's quite troublesome. You should go get a trim. Renato hugged the little mage, smoothing her hair as he said, Don't cut it. I think long hair suits you well. It's nice to keep it. You think long hair looks good? After receiving a positive response, Polly twirled the ends of her hair with her fingers, shyly saying, Then I'll keep it. Getting a haircut is quite a hassle, and there's hair everywhere. Renato never imagined he would have any intersection with a noble family like the Atwoods. After all, he was just an ordinary adventurer lacking both power and assets in this city. Last night, he had been passionately discussing the futility of politics with Polly. Today, politics came knocking at his door. Renato sat in the Adventurers Guild tea room, browsing through the single-person commission in his hand while sipping flower tea. Mission: protect Tax Commissioner Lawrence Sterling and complete a 3-day investigation of Lord Orton's properties with a reward of 30 silver coins. Task description: often the ledger is more dangerous than swords. Acting Chairman Baron Atwood has just appointed 4 special tax commissioners for the city, and they are about to step into Lord Orton's shops, warehouses, and trading firms. When Commissioner Lawrence enters Lord Orton's warehouse and accounting office, be sure to beware of those hands clutching daggers in the shadows. A deceased tax collector makes the best tax collector. Task reward: 2,000 experience points. Although the experience points are substantial, they are not Renato's primary concern. What truly attracts him is a reward beyond the adventurer's guide. By accepting this task and passing the interview, there is a chance to become a probationary city constable. If he passes the subsequent assessment, he can formally enter the city guard and take on the public office of constable. Originally, positions like city constable, which are lifelong appointments, rarely become vacant, especially not for adventurers like them. Perhaps because Chairman Albert had hanged too many members of the guard department at once to fill the vacancies and strengthen security, they had to massively recruit. Although public office in the city does not come with a salary, constables serve not only as high-ranking bodyguards for the city council, but also command the city guards in neighborhoods, possessing law enforcement power to directly arrest dangerous individuals or release innocent citizens from prison. Power is one aspect. For Renato, the most important thing is the identity of holding public office. Even the lowest level public position signifies being a part of the city's bureaucratic class. At that time, it is likely that criminal organizations like the Harpist Alliance will think twice before attempting to act against him. Mr. Renato, please follow me. However, because of this additional reward, the competition for the task is exceptionally fierce. The Adventurers Guild had to arrange a selection test with only the victors allowed to accept the commission. Following the guidance of the female receptionist, Renato arrived at the testing room inside the guild. Contrary to his expectation of a combat arena, the room contained no other adventurers, only a gel dummy standing in the center. A mage from the guild was bent over reading a book and said without looking up, there will be 3 attacks for the target test. After each / wait for me to record the readings. Do not apply continuous force or the results will be invalid, and the cost of repairing the golem will be fully borne by the destroyer. A straightforward testing method very much in line with the guild's usual style. Renato drew his sword. Lady Silence aimed at the dummy's neck, twisted his hips, and struck down with all his might. The blade tore through the frozen gel, slicing through the simulated bones, ultimately getting lodged in the metal spine. Half of the dummy's shoulder was nearly severed, and due to the damage to the support, its head drooped helplessly to one side. Just as Renato worried about whether he had damaged the target and pondered how to avoid compensation, the mage began recording the readings and simultaneously gestured with his left hand. The internal magic of the dummy surged, restoring it to its original state in just a few seconds. Continue. The final score will be the average of the 3 attacks. After the 3 attacks were completed, the mage signaled Renato to stand on a circular platform. Stand still on it. This is the comprehensive assessment device for protection. Please wait patiently for 3 minutes to see the results. The mage squatted down at Renato's feet, placed his hand on the surface of the machine, and a bright blue magical light flickered in his eyes, clearly synchronizing with the instrument. Protection level is 19. 31, not bad. Are you wearing enchanted armor? No wonder. After completing both tests, Renato returned to the tea room, waiting for the guild's final notification. Before long, the female receptionist respectfully presented 2 pieces of parchment for him to sign. Renato was not surprised by his victory. Most of the adventurers signing up for this mission were first or second-tier adventurers, so it was only natural that he surpassed these novices. He put one of the commission forms into his dimensional bag as a token for reporting to the city guard the day after tomorrow. At night, in the Silver Deer Inn. This time Polly did not express dissatisfaction with Renato's unilateral acceptance of the task, as she usually did. On the contrary, upon learning that he was seeking a public office, she was particularly supportive. Does this mission have to be done by you alone? Can't we discuss it with the guild? I can forego the reward. Renato crushed the walnut in his hand, peeled the kernel, and stuffed it into the little mage's mouth, shaking his head. With a smile, no, I asked. According to the guild's receptionist, this commission is essentially a trial recruitment. Protecting the tax collector is the guard department's method of assessing individual comprehensive abilities. If multiple people are allowed to participate, the assessment would lose its significance. Then I can secretly help you from outside. No one will notice. Trust me, Polly. Looking at her worried expression, Renato felt a warmth in his heart. Moreover, I won't be the only one. The guard department will send a foreman squad. You can focus on studying at the Grand Library and aim to master a few more spells. What can those guards do to help? Polly pouted, then became excited, saying, I recently learned a second-tier spell that I haven't tried yet. Renato, come here, I want to cast it on you. What spell can you use on me? This second-tier spell is called Enhance Attribute, which, as the name suggests, enhances a specific attribute of the target. The little mage took out a small piece of cat fur from her chest pocket and explained, this time I'm using a variant of the spell, Cat's Grace, which enhances your agility and reduces your body weight. As Polly softly chanted, Renato felt a gentle energy surge from her palm, gradually seeping into his body. He felt remarkably lighter, difficult to describe, like a buoyancy from intoxication, yet his steps were steady and his mind was clear. According to the effects described in the spellbook, this spell can also enhance balance and jumping ability. Polly looked up at the low ceiling, but it can't be tested in the inn. No problem, I can feel the changes in my body. Renato stood on one leg and effortlessly stabilized his center of gravity. How long will the effect last? About an hour. In addition to Cat's Grace, this spell has 5 other variants: Bear's Tenacity, Bull's Strength, Fox's Cunning, Owl's Wisdom, and Eagle's Majesty, corresponding to attributes like Constitution, Strength, Wisdom, Perception, and Determination. Only one variant can exist at a time, and overlapping casting will automatically override and negate. Renato tried to jump lightly and almost hit the ceiling. Feeling apprehensive, he said, Polly, let's go to the backyard of Old Bucket's general store tomorrow. There's more space and training equipment. I need to adapt to the changes brought on by the spell in advance. No problem, tomorrow is the Moon Feast Festival and the Grand Library will be closed. I bought a lot of food and candles this afternoon so we can celebrate there. The little mage showed him the chunks of raw meat in her dimensional bag, covered in frost, likely frozen by an ice ray. In my hometown, families gather together on this day. During the day, they visit the cemetery to honor their ancestors and prepare fresh meat as offerings. By nightfall, everyone sits around the bonfire eating roasted meat while sharing stories from the past until midnight. People believe that at that moment the souls of the departed return to the world and reunite with the living. Polly shook her head and laughed. Of course, that's just superstition. Devout believers return to the realm of their gods upon death, while general followers are reincarnated through the Lord of the Dead, Kyranver. How could they remain in this world? Family reunion. These words stirred a peculiar emotion within Renato's heart. Even though he had forgotten his name and his memories were fragmented, his soul instinctively longed for home. Polly's expression was filled with nostalgia as she looked at the silent Renato and asked, Renato, you come from the north. Are there any different customs for the Moon Feast Festival in your hometown? He was reluctant to delve into memories. The once beautiful past now only brought sorrow. Renato suppressed his emotions and said perfunctorily, it's about the same with eating and family gatherings. There's not much difference. The sky was a dull gray shrouded in dark clouds, and even at noon the sun did not appear. The recent martial law and public executions did not affect the festive atmosphere of today. Outside every shop along the street, candles or windproof oil lamps were arranged, waiting to be lit when the moon rose, guiding the souls of loved ones home. Polly and Renato sat on a bench by the inner city street, sharing a small bag of freshly bought dried apples. The brown dried fruit shriveled, yet had a hint of rare sweetness. When I was young, every autumn my family would dry apples. Polly chewed on the dried fruit, mumbling. I would pick apples and my mother would slice them into even rounds and lay them out on straw mats to dry. In winter, there were only pea porridge or wheat gruel, always smelling of earth, extremely unpleasant to drink. Sometimes my mother would add a piece of dried fruit to the porridge. Back then I felt truly happy. Today the young mage was not wearing his usual black robe, but instead a thick, deep blue woolen dress covered with a white cotton shawl. Renato leaned back against the bench and said, "Your mother must love you very much, Polly. Maybe, but I think she loves money more." In the distance, the sound of chaotic footsteps approached. The parade of the celebration was coming this way. The crowd began to gather on both sides of the street, and Renato and Polly also stood up to watch. The parade gradually approached. They wore retro-patched militia uniforms and carried crude weapons, mostly short spears, logging axes, and hunting bows. At the front of the line was an elderly man with a hunched back, clad in a blood-stained tattered cloak, holding high a severely damaged flag, the original emblem of Fried City. Most of the surrounding citizens were silent, placing their hands over their hearts as a sign of respect. Polly stood on tiptoe, gazing at the slowly advancing procession, and exclaimed, "They represent the heroes who built the city 60 years ago." At that time, the impoverished citizens of the city used rudimentary weapons to end the tyranny of King Fernania, reclaiming the city from the oppressors. It's hard to imagine how these ragged commoners defeated the noble knights of Fernania. The young mage's words drew discontented glances from those around, but under Renato's calm gaze they quickly averted their eyes. Renato did not know how the citizens of that time achieved victory, but he was certain that the citizens of Fried City today could never replicate such a feat. Even a single armored adventurer would be enough to silence them, let alone the noble knights charging on warhorses. The first group moved past, followed closely by the second formation. Composed entirely of young people dressed in finely crafted chainmail and scale armor, holding colorful banners embroidered with the symbols of the gods. Renato recognized some of them, such as the god of guardians Heim, the god of poetry Mili. Why was Lady Shuni of the Fire Hair also among them? Standing in the center of the procession was a priest of Karanwo in a black robe with a censer hanging from his waist, raising a large and ugly reptilian head with both hands. The crowd erupted in enthusiastic cheers. The priests in the procession raised holy emblems, scattering specks of light dust. This is in memory of the heroes who thwarted the assassination god Baal's plot 25 years ago. At that time, the warriors of the gods gathered together to defeat Baal's son, who attempted to sacrifice the city to the father god. Polly stared at the damaged head in the hands of the Karanwo priest and added, "This is Baal's son, who did not even leave behind a name." It seems that even after bathing in divine blood and transforming into a slayer, he could not escape the fate of death at the hands of united heroes. The slayer was ultimately slain, and his head was preserved for public display, which is truly ironic. Seeing the fate of the offspring of the evil god, Renato felt a strange disdain. Although he bore the mark of Dakul, making him a kind of chosen one of an evil god in a sense. As of now, he had not exhibited any physiological mutations, gained any powers, nor received any divine revelations. This was quite normal. After all, Dakul was different from these false gods. He did not require faith and had no demands of the mortal realm. The so-called believers were merely one-sided worship and imitation of him. Because he did not ascend from mortal beings, but has existed eternally since the beginning of the universe. Although every religious text likes to depict their gods as the creators of the universe and the ones who open the heavens. Among them, the followers of Saloon and Shar are particularly enthusiastic about this notion. Perhaps their goddess herself is ancient enough, but historical records indicate that the worship of the two goddesses of light and darkness only began to spread in Iriel 3,000 years ago. Renato's knowledge of religion told him that these so-called local deities were actually interlopers. Most of the existing faiths in Iriel are not ancient. Even dragons once lived in an era before the gods revealed themselves. In the tens of thousands of years with written records, gods have not only fallen more than once, but have also been replaced. It is no wonder that Dakur's followers often refer to other deities as false gods. After all, if a god can be killed and replaced, can it still be considered a god? The young people on both sides of the road enthusiastically joined the parade, and the entire street suddenly became noisy and chaotic. "Let's go, Polly." Watching the priests serving different gods fervently preach to the young people, Renato felt a wave of discomfort. Although he knew that openly preaching in this world was perfectly normal, the remnants of his earthly perspective instinctively rejected this scene. The young mage also felt bored. She hated crowds, so she took the initiative to grab Renato's hand and said, "Since the meat fork has already been bought, let's head back. And let's see if Kira has prepared the firewood." Renato brushed the sauce over the surface of the meat, and the dripping fat occasionally ignited with a flame. A large piece of beef belly that Polly bought, rich in fat. To ensure it was cooked through, Renato made many cuts in the meat with a dagger and stuffed in a few cloves of peeled garlic. "Renato, when can we eat? I had a few bites of bread at noon, and I'm starving now." Kira opened the pocket watch hanging nearby and urged, "It's been roasting for an hour, it must be done." "Not so fast, wait a bit longer, it's still raw inside." Renato turned the meat fork so that the other side would heat up and brush more sauce on it. "It's still your fault for not preparing the charcoal in advance." Polly stirred the vegetable soup in the pot with a ladle beside her. "We could have started roasting in the afternoon, but it got delayed to evening because of the charcoal." The female thief tugged at her hair and said helplessly, "I've never roasted meat before. How was I supposed to know I had to turn the wood into charcoal? Why not just use firewood? Then you shouldn't eat later. By the way, how much did you spend on this piece of meat?" Kira looked at the sizzling roast, the sauce already forming a layer of charred crust. Such fatty beef must be expensive. Polly put down the ladle and said, £1 for 20 copper. I bought more than 5 pounds in total. But compared to the spices Renato used, this is nothing. Looking at the various jars and bottles on the table, Kira sighed. Yet when will I ever use so many condiments for my meals? This is better than what the nobles eat, right? The sauce that Renato prepared was learned from the halfling tavern hearth home. After he expressed his desire to learn to roast meat, the halfling chef eagerly shared the recipe. It's embarrassing that I don't even know the name of the person I got it from. This thick sauce is made from sour red wine, white breadcrumbs, ginger powder, coarse salt, black pepper, mustard seeds, and rosemary. Renato hoped it would make the roast meat taste better, not wasting the silver coins he spent. After brushing the sauce and setting the meat fork, Renato sat back on the bench and casually asked, Kira, isn't your hometown just outside the city? Why didn't you go back for the festival this time? It takes half a day to go back, and I would have to trouble my family to make my meals. The female thief joked, there are too many chores in the village, and I would have to help out. It's better to stay here and mooch off food and drink. After all, there's a handsome chef cooking for me, haha. In the countryside, to reduce the burden on their families, girls often marry early to engage in agricultural production. Those who miss the marriageable age and remain unmarried often attract gossip. Renato could easily imagine how much criticism a woman like Kira in her 20s working alone in the city and often sending money home would face in the village. The brown-haired thief with freckles forced a smile, glanced at Polly, who was drinking soup, and then asked, what about you, mage? Where are you from? You don't look like someone from around here. Are you from the north? Polly handed the vegetable soup to Renato, and just as Kira thought she didn't want to talk to her, the young mage finally spoke. I'm from Spatia? For me, this is already the north, Kira. Really? I think this place is quite southern. The river doesn't freeze in winter. In Spatia, it doesn't snow in winter. Polly interrupted the thief, sipping the steaming soup. Even during the coldest midwinter festival, there are still plenty of people who go to the river to bathe. Bathed in the river during the midwinter festival, Kira exclaimed, her mouth wide open. Oh my, that's nothing. After the sun comes out at noon, the river water is quite warm. It's just that the Rhea River experiences low water levels during winter, making the flow in the middle section turbulent, and every year several fishing boats go missing. Polly lowered her voice, suddenly becoming mysterious. But there is another saying that those missing fishing boats were not capsized by the current, but dragged to the river's depths by monsters. Huh? What kind of monster in the Rhea River could sink fishing boats? The water isn't deep. Kira chuckled. I went there once 2 years ago. No, Kira, it's different from the north. The southern Rhea River has a large water volume, and in the deepest parts it can be over 10 meters. The young mage interrupted her again. More importantly, the Rhea River extends all the way to the Storm Sea. It is said that someone has witnessed. The young mage's voice dropped even lower. On a full moon night, silvery figures resembling neither human nor fish appear in the Rhea River's currents, their fingertips connected by membranes, and behind them, they have fish tails. Fishermen call them sea offspring. Legends say they are innocent sailors who drowned in the storm sea, transformed by terrifying beings from the deep sea, losing their memories and minds, and seeking revenge on the land dwellers who have never felt the pain of drowning. Candlelight elongated Paula's figure as she reached out and gently pressed her hand against Kira's heart. They love to confuse with their songs or disguise themselves as drowning people to lure boats close, then puncture the hull to drag victims into the deep sea, transforming them into their kind. However, the sea offspring especially favor young girls, using their claws to rip open their chests and take their hearts alive. The thief's face turned pale and her throat tightened as she said, Isn't anyone going to deal with these monsters? So many people have died. There should be commissions posted at the Adventurers Guild. With a snort, Polly couldn't hold back her laughter. Hey, why are you making up these fake stories to scare me? Ha ha ha. I'm sorry. The young mage chuckled, her shoulders trembling. I didn't completely lie to you, but your expression just now was too funny. She took a breath, looking at the still frightened and fuming thief. The sea offspring of the storm sea is real, and the fishermen of the Rhea River often spread such tales. But if you think about it carefully, you'll know that it's probably just the fantasies of fools. The river mouth is so far from Spatia, and there are waterfalls and dams in between. Why would the sea offspring travel thousands of miles just to catch a few poor fishermen? Kira still frowned, uncertain. But how to explain those missing fishing boats? What if there really are monsters in the river? Impossible. This is an inland river, and there are so many port cities along the coast. Polly, now seated, sipped her soup. Well, even crocodiles have been wiped out. What monsters could possibly exist in the river? It's perfectly normal for fishing boats to sink. I've seen those old little skiffs. It's strange if they don't sink. Polly turned to Renato, who had been silent, and said, Renato, telling stories is a tradition of the Southern Moon Festival. You should tell one too. The young mage was enthusiastic, and Renato didn't want to dampen her spirits, so he silently searched his memories. What should he tell? It should ideally have some northern characteristics to satisfy Paula's curiosity. Then he'll tell a legend of the Norsemen from 800 years ago. The protagonist of the story was a brutal warlord who was simultaneously a chosen one of 4 evil gods. He slaughtered and conquered countless cities and settlements, and was the strongest opponent encountered by Emperor Boreal II during his lifetime. To this day, the Norsemen of the Great Glacier still revere him, calling him the Unifier. Renato leaned by the window, attempting to breathe in some fresh air. After spending an entire day in a room filled with dust and the scent of ink, there had been neither attacks nor disputes. After presenting official documents and identification, the manager politely led them to the storeroom on the 3rd floor. From then on, it was only the tax officer and the warehouse supervisor who verified the accounts, occasionally calling the accountant to inquire about the details of goods entering and leaving the inventory. Renato had nothing to do. The 4 guards who had come with him sat on the floor exchanging crude jokes and laughing boisterously. Their weapons and helmets were carelessly piled on the table, showing no signs of caution. Renato dared to say that if someone were to hire him as an assassin, it would take merely 10 seconds for this group of thugs to regret not having their weapons at hand before they breathed their last. Renato had nothing to discuss with them, not even having introduced himself. He adjusted the blue shoulder insignia on his left shoulder, a single-shoulder short cape embroidered with the emblem of Fried City. This was the identification mark of a trainee peace officer, and if he were to be promoted, the cape would be adorned with a silver lace trim. Renato recalled the encouragement from the newly appointed chief of security, Perez Atwood. His superior was quite satisfied with his demeanor and had passed him in the interview. In fact, the Sherbao Hall of the city's security department was rather desolate, with many service windows unoccupied. Even the receptionist he was interfacing with had only just started her job yesterday. Please look here. According to the general ledger you provided from last fiscal year, on November 15th, your store purchased a batch of spices worth 100 gold coins from Cardamom Rose, and this amount has been entered into the inventory account. The tax officer flipped open another bound booklet and read aloud, but this does not match the bank transaction records. Take a look at this entry on November 21st. There was an expenditure of 115 gold coins, with the payee also being Cardamom Rose. The excess amount. The speaker was none other than his protection target, Lawrence Sterling, a middle-aged man, wearing glasses, impeccably dressed, and with a stern demeanor. Renato had exchanged a few pleasantries with him on the way, but the tax officer seemed disinterested in small talk and did not require his assistance in recording or organizing reports. It was said that Lawrence had been hired at a high price by the city hall from a neighboring city and was currently residing at the Fragrant Words Inn in the inner city. For the past 3 days, Renato had also been compelled to stay at Fragrant Words. While the city guards could clock out and head home, he, as a trainee peace officer, had no free time. By commission, he was obliged to protect the officer's personal safety at all times. Fortunately, the accommodation costs could be reimbursed, otherwise at 1 silver crown per night, he would be at a significant loss. When sending Polly off, Renato reminded her remember to lock the doors and windows and set up the alarm spell before sleeping. I know I've been staying at the Silver Deer Inn for so long, you still keep reminding me. You should be careful, Renato. Although I didn't find any magical traps in the room, you still need to stay vigilant. The little mage had carefully inspected the 2 guest rooms and the surrounding corridor of Fragrant Words. Renato did not let her stay as the commission clearly required a solo execution. He did not want to leave others any opportunity to criticize him later. Turning back to the inn, the waiting doorman proactively opened the door for him, shutting out the cold air. The rich floral fragrance wafted toward him once again. Renato sniffed, finding it so natural, unlike the scent of chemical perfumes. The female receptionist bowed to him and smiled. Lord Renato, has the security check been completed? He had conducted an inspection of the inn with Polly in the name of the city security department. According to regulations, without a search warrant, peace officers were not permitted to carry out searches of establishments, especially since he was still only a trainee. But isn't power meant to transcend the rules? If everyone strictly adhered to the rules, what would he even be doing as a peace officer? Renato smoothed out the cape on his left shoulder and responded, well, there are no issues for now. I'll be going to my room to rest. Keep an eye out for any suspicious individuals entering and report to me immediately if there are any. Would you like me to introduce you to the entertainment options available at our inn? The receptionist's words made Renato pause, turning back toward the front desk. He was merely a bit curious, absolutely no ulterior motives. Such as, the top floor has a public bath, the east wing is a game room and salon which you are free to use. She smiled, revealing a knowing grin. Understood by men, of course. If you wish to enjoy some music, our inn happens to have 3 musicians who just graduated from the music academy, skilled in lyrical poetry from various regions, who can accompany you for drinking and poetry together, savoring the beauty of music. Renato suddenly felt a bit warm and wanted to loosen his collar, but the plate armor's neck guard obstructed him. Never mind, the task is what matters. We can discuss it later. No need. Please make sure to keep the guest registration list from the past week, as the security department may conduct checks at any time. Renato did not order the expensive meals from the inn, but chose to eat the food he had brought in his dimensional bag. This way he could save money and also avoid the 10 copper coins meal allowance. The enchanted armor had caused a significant drain on his wallet. Spending over 1,000 silver coins had brought Renato's savings back down to a historically low level. Although he still had over 60 silver coins on hand, which was more than enough to enjoy life, Renato decided to continue earning money. Besides magical equipment and his own strength, accumulating wealth was also a crucial source of his sense of security. Walking along the carpeted corridor, the crystal chandelier overhead gave Renato a new understanding of the luxury of Fragrant Words. He did not head straight back to his room, but first knocked on the door of the adjacent room. Mr. Lawrence, it's me, trainee peace officer Renato. The door opened. The tax officer had not changed out of his formal attire. Through the gap in the door, Renato could see a pile of documents on the desk, with a steel pen resting haphazardly beside the parchment, indicating that Lawrence was still at work. Upon closer inspection, Renato noticed the deep wrinkles on the man's forehead and the gray hairs mixed in with his hair. He distinctly remembered that Lawrence was not yet 40, Could the information on the documents be incorrect? Mr. Renato, I am currently working. May I ask what the matter is? I will be donning my armor and standing guard in the adjacent room tonight. If you feel any unease or sense danger, please call for me immediately, whether by breaking a cup, shouting loudly. Any means will do, and I will come at once. The displeasure on Lawrence's face at being interrupted dissipated, and he nodded in response. Thank you for your diligence. Also, please remember to rest. There will be tax work to complete tomorrow. Of course. Renato returned to his own room, where the four-post bed was draped with a canopy, and the silver-plated candelabra cast a warm glow on the table. It was still early. He sat idly on the soft edge of the bed, quietly reviewing his current situation. Given the current manpower at the security department, it seemed certain that he would be made a peace officer. The head of the security department was named Atwood. Rounding off, Renato could now be considered to be working under Baron Atwood, akin to a half-elf. He just wondered how things were on the Layla's side, whether the mission of earning 4,000 experience points could still be completed. Since the task on Oak Street No. 7, Renato had not heard any news related to the harpist. It seemed that his suspicions were correct. That group of madmen was not after him. However, the mere fact that a harpist was active in the city was frightening enough. He did not understand how this organization operated, capable of sending a group of magic-wielding spies to relentlessly pursue their target. Yet Renato did not want to be chased like a stray dog hiding everywhere. He had finally familiarized himself with this city, had finally risen to a Tier 3 adventurer, and had finally found so many ways to earn money and met so many people. He wanted to settle down here with Polly, to sleep under velvet blankets, to eat meat spiced with rich flavors, and to earn the respect of these backward Irelians. Renato desired extraordinary power to live a human life rather than merely surviving like a medieval beggar. If anyone tried to stop him then. Suppressing the rising killing intent in his heart, Renato's perception connected with all things, entering a meditative state. In the financial office of the coin corridor, Renato stood guard at the door. The deep red velvet curtains were tightly closed, allowing no sunlight to enter, and the room was illuminated solely by amber-hued magical wall lamps. The casino's financial director was seated alongside the tax officer at a mahogany desk, meticulously checking the accounts page by page. The 4 city guards accompanying them could only endure their post for an hour before they eagerly slipped downstairs to enjoy the staff's warm hospitality. On the last day of the 3-day period, this group of guards couldn't even manage the simple task of staying by the officer's side. This could no longer be explained merely as a desire for laziness. Renato even suspected that they might have some sort of physiological defect that prevented them from concentrating on one task for too long. I heard you are a 3rd-tier adventurer. You must be from out of town. A swordsman of your caliber, if from Fried City, would never be unknown. The mercenary who initiated the conversation was named Brandon, seemingly the bodyguard of the financial director. He was clad in plate armor with stubble on his face, carrying a kite-shaped shield, and had been trying to strike up a conversation. My caliber? How do you know what level I am without having crossblades? How I can tell just by your eyes that you are definitely a tough nut. Eyes. Perhaps he was judging by the equipment. Renato found himself speechless, too lazy to engage with the other man's unnutritious comments. It would be fine if a young girl were to flatter him, but what was the point of praise from an older man? Let's not just stand here. Shall we head downstairs for a drink? Ignored again, Brandon touched his nose, his expression slightly awkward. In the room, the voices of Lawrence, Sterling, and the financial director could be faintly heard. Mr. Lawrence, these account details cannot be sorted out quickly. Lunchtime is approaching. The financial director's voice carried a hint of laughter. Our house's charcoal, roasted loaf beast rib eye is famous throughout the city. Why don't we move downstairs and discuss while we eat? Work is important, but we cannot neglect our stomachs. Based on Renato's observations over the past 2 days, this tax officer was a workaholic. A lunch was usually just a simple sandwich quickly resolved before the ledger. He would certainly refuse. Alas, he too would have to nibble on bread. Sounds good. Lawrence's voice rang out, then I shall oblige. What? Renato turned to look, and Lawrence had already closed the ledger and stood up, chatting amiably with the financial director. The tax officer, who had been stern and unyielding just days before, actually agreed to go out for drinks during work hours. Brandon, go find 2 female attendants to keep Mr. Renato company. The financial director called to the bodyguard at the door, his gaze landing on Renato. Your Excellency, the constable has worked hard. Why not take a break and have a meal? You need not consider me. My duty is to be the personal guard for Mr. Lawrence. The smile on the financial director's face faltered slightly, but he quickly became more enthusiastic. Rest assured, within the coin corridor, safety is absolutely guaranteed. I get along well with Mr. Lawrence. After a few drinks, I'll have Brandon accompany you. If there is anything, just let him know. No need. Duty is paramount. The director can disregard me. Renato stepped forward, standing beside Sterling. Something felt off. These people wanted to distract him. Recalling the description in the mission description and the 2,000 experience points, Renato's right hand unconsciously hovered near the hilt of his sword. Indeed, this mission was not so simple. Even if they uncovered some tax evasion, it shouldn't lead to lethal measures. Could the conflict between Lord Auden and Baron Atwood have escalated? What means would the other side employ? Poison, or would they strike directly? Watching the unusual smile on Lawrence's face, Renato's heart sank even further. Perhaps the tax officer had already been charmed. Damn. The group descended the stairs and arrived at a relatively quiet semi-open alcove beside the luxurious main hall. Renato declined the director's invitation to sit. He had no intention of eating anything, insisting on guarding the door of the alcove. In the other party's territory, facing multiple enemies alone, there might also be unknown charm magic. Renato's primary objective had shifted from protecting Lawrence to protecting himself. He had already decided that if the situation turned bad, he would withdraw immediately. A constable's position, 2,000 experience points, was not worth risking his life for. Exquisite dishes and fine wines were brought in one after another by beautiful attendants. The financial director and Lawrence were engaged in lively conversation, discussing everything from fashionable dramas to the market for northern furs, not mentioning taxes at all. It was not a shared dining arrangement, suggesting that poisoning was unlikely. Could it be that this financial director was a spellcaster charming Lawrence while I wasn't paying attention? Renato preferred that. He hoped the other party was a reasonable person as long as it didn't lead to loss of life. Meanwhile, Brandon stood nearby chattering away. The hall just got a new magical slot machine. Luck has been great lately. Why not go try your luck? The noble sweet wine, just brought from the kitchen, is said to be 20 silver crowns a bottle. Shall we go try it, just the two of us? Brother, don't look down on the ladies in this casino. They are all quite stunning. You'll see once you give it a try, the figure and skills. Brandon, get out of here. The first to lose composure was the financial director. He approached Renato looking apologetic. My apologies for the disturbance. As the other party drew near, Renato's muscles tensed slightly, his vigilance at its peak. A small token of apology, nothing more. Several coins fell into his palm, leaving Renato momentarily stunned. 5 gold coins. This is unexpected. Lawrence Sterling, who had been savoring his wine, wiped his mouth with a napkin and casually said to Renato, Sir Renato, the director has some private documents that need my review. Could you please fetch me a pen from upstairs? Private documents. Renato was taken aback, then noticed the financial director's ingratiating smile and the heavy pouch in his sleeve, and suddenly understood. So that's how it is. The tension in his nerves relaxed, instantly replaced by a sense of absurdity. It was just a bribe. Why make it so mysterious, scaring him half to death? Renato silently scoffed, pocketing the 5 gold coins, and replied, My pleasure, Mr. Lawrence. Without hesitation, he turned and left, catching up to Brandon ahead. Brandon, where's that bottle of noble sweet wine? Oh. Looking at Renato's sudden change in attitude, Brandon scratched his head. There are 2 bottles. They are on that table over there. Then let's go. You wouldn't go back on your word, would you? Not wanting to treat a brother to a drink now, right? Of course not, I'm just a bit. The mercenary said, looking confused. Aren't you supposed to be keeping an eye on the tax officer? Hey, this is within the coin corridor, and with the director accompanying, what's there to worry about in terms of safety? The glass wine bottles were adorned with labels indicating their origin and the representing winery, with gilded text denoting the vintage. 2 bottles of wine from 4 years ago sealed at the winery. The wine's hue resembled honey with a strong cling to the glass. It was the first time Renato had seen such a color of wine. He did not uncork it, but turned to ask, Can I drink both of these bottles? Of course, these are approved by the director. Drink freely. You have a good capacity for alcohol. I guess this wine isn't very high in alcohol content, but I haven't tried it either. In front of Brandon's eyes, Renato confidently stuffed the 2 bottles into his dimensional pouch. Ignoring the mercenary's gaping mouth, he continued, In a bit you go upstairs and fetch a pen to send to the officer. He'll go check out that magical slot machine in the hall. Without any other disturbances, Renato successfully completed his mission after the tax officer submitted the report to the city council. After a brief induction ceremony by the security department, he became a probationary constable. In addition to the blue single-shoulder cloak, he also received a constable badge, which was now affixed to his chest armor, symbolizing the authority granted by the city council. This silver-plated badge was supposed to be awarded upon his formal appointment, but due to the current shortage of personnel, Minister Perez granted it to him ahead of time to encourage Renato to work hard. As he brushed his fingers over the cool texture of the constable badge, a faint sense of belonging rose from the depths of his heart. After wandering in this other world for more than 9 months, he finally had a formal job. Congratulations, Renato, you've successfully become a constable. Paula's congratulations pulled him back to reality from his days. Renato ruffled her hair and smiled. Let's go celebrate at the Hearth House. You can order whatever you want, it's on me. On you. Don't eat out. The little mage pouted. That enchanted armor must have emptied your coin pouch, right? Seriously, spending such a large sum without consulting me. What if you got cheated? Renato admitted that the expense of the enchanted armor was indeed a bit impulsive, but it wasn't entirely his fault. Magical items in this world were so astonishing that he, as someone raised in a consumerist culture on Earth, had no resistance at all. Faced with Paula's complaints, he could only respond with an awkward smile. Besides, what tavern would be open at this hour? I already bought the ingredients, we can cook ourselves. Polly opened her dimensional bag to show him. Look, I bought a chicken, a leg of lamb, and 7 onions. Wait, why is one missing? Watching Polly rummage through the vegetables, Renato suddenly realized that the little mage before him had changed from their first meeting. Not only had she grown taller, but her chest was no longer flat. Even through the thick wool sweater, he could see a slight curve. How dare they shortchange me? I will never buy groceries from that vendor again. Her angry expression was still so cute. Renato comforted her. It's just 1 onion, it's not even worth a copper coin. There's no need to get upset over it. Moreover, the market stalls are not fixed. Tomorrow he could be in a different spot, and you might not recognize him. There's no way I wouldn't recognize him. The little mage, still fuming, said fiercely, I remember that face. I will never buy a pound of anything from him, absolutely not. Renato still remembered how silent, shy, and frail Polly had looked when he first met her, like a stray black cat. Now the girl was so lively, positive, and healthy. Renato felt a deep sense of gratification. This was the first time he had left a mark in this barbaric other world other than through killing. The faces of those deceased in his memory seemed to blur a little because of it. Constable, if I ever get caught and thrown in jail, you must remember to bail me out. In the backyard, Renato dropped the barbell, causing the lever and support to emit a heavy clanging sound. Feeling the expansion in his muscles, he replied, "Don't say such things, Kira. You're not even a frontline artisan anymore. How could the tongue get caught? I'm just temporarily managing Old Barrel's general store. The guild wouldn't let someone like me be a tongue." Although the thief lacked confidence, Renato had great faith in her. So many days had passed, and the Assassin's Guild had not sent anyone to take over, which in itself indicated their attitude. Has the Assassin's Guild not assigned you any new tasks? Who would dare? Kira sighed. The guild is under scrutiny. Oh, everyone wishes to lay low. Who wants to be the one to stick their neck out? This implied that there were indeed tasks available. Renato asked with interest, "What task? Tell me, there are no outsiders here." "It's nothing major, and the pay isn't much," Kira frowned, "but I feel something's off. The guild never used to issue this kind of task." Listening to the thief's account while comparing it with the task description in the Adventurer's Guide, Renato summarized the guild's task. So the guild wants you to investigate the wolf gang in the slums and ascertain their gang leader's movements, right? Isn't it strange? Why would they want to find out the whereabouts of the wolf gang's leader? Judging by Kira's expression, such tasks seemed uncommon. What's so strange about it? Maybe the guild is looking for a target to assassinate and is scouting in advance. Renato, you didn't understand the guild before. You might have some misconceptions about them. The little thief explained while resting her forehead. It's not like it was decades ago. A purely murderous organization would eventually face the iron fist of the city hall. So the guild transformed over 20 years ago. Now its main business is theft followed by smuggling. This is why outsiders refer to us as the Thieves Guild. And even when we steal, we don't take everything. Oh, we only keep part of it. According to Kira, the Assassin's Guild is actually a regular organization focused on profit. It seems that pure fanatic groups like the Harpist Alliance are indeed rare in this world. This task offers 1000 experience points with simple conditions. Providing information is sufficient. Most importantly, he could use his position as a constable to conduct the investigation openly. He'll take this task, Kira. The reward isn't much. They only approved 10 silver crowns in total. The little thief bit her lip and pulled out the coins from her pocket. Here, take it for now. The reward displayed in the task was indeed 10 silver coins, and Kira hadn't shortchanged him. Fair is fair, Kira. Renato pushed the coins back. I am an adventurer. I must adhere to the spirit of the contract. He'll collect the payment once the task is completed. What spirit of the contract? You're so formal. Kira replied. Fine, I'll give it to you later. You're such a weirdo. I'll go see if Polly needs help. No, don't go yet. The little thief grabbed Renato's arm. The mage girl specifically asked me to tell you to rest here until it's mealtime. She wants to give you a surprise. A surprise? Maybe she cooked you a pot of soup. Realizing she had let something slip, Kira sighed again. Just promise you won't say I told you early. Ugh, it's really exhausting to have to do all this just to make a dish. No wonder the little mage kept urging him to exercise and not let him start a fire to cook. Remembering Paula's confident expression made Renato chuckle. Anyway, since you're done training, how about we play a little game? Kira took out a silver coin, flicked it into the air, and then quickly covered it with the back of her hand. Like this, guess heads or tails. It's very simple, right? Tails, Renato replied, exasperated. What's the point? The coin falls too slowly. There's no need to guess. Don't rush. The silver coin flowed smoothly between the little thief's knuckles, spinning like a dazzling acrobat, then suddenly flew up, and before Renato could react, she covered the coin with her hand. Now what? This was one of my training exercises before I became an artisan. The foreman designed it to improve finger agility and reaction speed. During my apprenticeship, I was the only one in my cohort who had never been whipped. Kira said confidently, in terms of this game, no artisan can win against me. Renato tried to replicate Kira's finger movements, but he simply couldn't achieve such smoothness and ease. Guessing heads or tails is too boring. Why don't we add some stakes? If someone guesses wrong, they have to take off an article of clothing. Then I won't play. No, let's not add any stakes. Just play with me. In the chilly morning breeze, Renato began his first day as a constable. After the morning meeting at the security department, the minister emphasized several key areas that required heightened security, demanding an increase in police presence to ensure the safety of the citizens. However, these areas were all located in the core of the inner city, filled with private guards. What difference would sending a few more city guards make? Yet since it was a request from his superior, Renato dispatched all of his guards, while simultaneously denying all leave requests. During this time, several guards attempted to slip him money, suggesting whether they could stay behind in the department. Renato sternly refused. What a joke. Who could be bribed with a few copper coins? Unlike the outer districts, patrolling and standing guard in the inner city was a thankless task for the guards. If they performed poorly and caught the ire of some noble, they would face reprimands, or worse, unpaid leave. Renato flipped through the duty reports left by the night patrol, closing it helplessly after just a few pages. For nearly a month, the reports were filled with the same old tavern brawls and fire alarms with the names of the complainants unchanged. The forgeries were far too sloppy. The equipment requisition forms were even more chaotic, with records for the next year appearing, causing him to double-check several times, thinking he had misremembered the dates. Although he faced nothing but a mess that needed sorting, being a constable was not without its benefits. After some internal grumbling, Renato raised his hand, contentedly admiring the ring, emitting a faint glow between his fingers. Equipment. Protective ring. This ring is made of a smooth mithril band seamlessly inlaid with a purple crystal and is almost weightless. The ring is permanently imbued with a minor protective magic. While wearing it, it generates an invisible deflection field, granting you a 1 bonus to armor class and all saving throws. Wearing requirements: Perception 12, Intelligence 11. Rarity: rare. This magical item is typically reserved for formally appointed constables, but with special permission from Minister Perez, Renato, as an intern, was also able to claim it. In theory, he was required to return it daily, as ownership of this equipment still belonged to the security department. However, in practice, as long as Renato remained on duty, he could continuously apply for it without interruption. This Lightasair ring, imbued with a complete spell, was Renato's first magical item requiring attunement. The attunement process was not complicated. When first worn, it felt unremarkable, but as he concentrated, he could sense a gentle energy flowing from the ring into his body. The feeling of foreignness gradually faded, as if the ring had become a part of his bodily awareness. An invisible magical field enveloped him, ready to be activated or deactivated at his will. The protective effect had no duration or usage limit. Renato sipped hot tea, leaning back in a comfortable leather chair, enjoying the sensation of being constantly surrounded by the magical field. Moreover, during his internship, he was not required to go on field duty. He merely needed to memorize city laws and complete training on regulations. Renato, you are in charge of the murder case at 41 Crown Street. The case file is in the archives. Understood. I will attend to it immediately. Minister Perez was quite satisfied with his attitude and reminded him, the victim is from the Hearn family. Remember to be respectful in your tone, do not wander around, and be careful not to offend anyone. Holding the security department's official documents, Renato listened quietly as the detective before him spoke eloquently. I can assure you the murderer must come from within, someone familiar to the deceased. The man before him was named Aldo, a private investigator hired by the Hearn family. It seemed the Hearn family had completely lost faith in the inefficient and easily bribed city security department and instead opted to hire a professional. A wise choice. Reflecting on the pile of broken people and issues within the department, Renato couldn't help but feel the nobility could afford to hire someone to solve cases, while commoners could only accept their misfortunes. Based on the minister's instructions and the information in the case file, Renato quickly understood his role. As a constable, he was more to accompany Detective Aldo rather than lead the investigation. In simpler terms, this private investigation lay in a legal gray area, and it would not look good if the higher-ups were involved. The participation of the security department made the whole process appear much more legitimate. Where's the evidence, Mr. Aldo? All the servants have been questioned, and the family even hired a priest from Heim to perform divine magic. No one has lied, and there were absolutely no issues. The speaker was Karl Hearn, the eldest son of the Hearn family, wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, his tone restrained. The detective lifted a white cloth, revealing the body lying on an ice bed. Elliot was healthy before his death, but succumbed to sudden cardiac arrest, which is a typical symptom of poisoning. The corpse's skin was a bluish-gray, showing no signs of decay. Renato speculated that the Hearn family must have preserved the body through magic. Aldo pried open the deceased's lips, revealing. After 2 days of thorough examination, the coroner found no open wounds on the body, indicating that the toxin did not enter through an external injury. Considering that the deceased was poisoned before sleep, I deduced that the toxin was very likely ingested with food. No need to repeat, Mr. Aldo. Karl furrowed his brow, interrupting the other. I have already heard your previous deductions many times. The problem is, according to what you said, the family has already checked all the servants, including the butler, and found no one. This indicates that the murderer is not one of the servants, Mr. Karl. Are you implying? The detective cleared his throat and said solemnly, the murderer is among your family members, Mr. Karl, within the Hearn surname. What? Do you know what you were saying? Be cautious with your words, Mr. Aldo. Renato intervened promptly. You are accusing the nobility. Without evidence, it would violate city law. The detective's expression remained calm as he produced a scroll of parchment for the two to see. This is the appraisal report I sent to the Mage Association's laboratory. Please take a look. Officially for both of them to see, but in reality, only Karl clutched the scroll tightly to read. Renato caught a glimpse of Mage Cast's signature at the corner of the scroll. The sample showed no traces of curses, illusions, or necromantic spells. Its harmfulness purely stemmed from its physical properties. In the plant residue, a greasy substance was isolated through standard alchemical procedures. This toxin is commonly found in the Nerium family of plants. Aldo then explained his reasoning. After the incident, the leftover food from the deceased's dinner was distributed to the servants, thus my initial primary suspects were the household servants. After all, aside from the deceased, the servants were all safe. If an outsider had poisoned the food, the servants eating the leftovers would also have been poisoned. However, upon further reflection, this line of thinking is completely untenable. The food was shared among so many servants, the poisoner could not replace it without leaving a trace. Therefore, I suspect that the deceased might not have been poisoned through the food. The detective stroked his chin. To avoid alarming the snake, I intentionally released misleading information about the poisoner being among the servants, secretly sending all daily necessities from the room for testing. Hard work pays off. The victim's teacup tested positive for components of nerium. That doesn't prove anything, it only confirms the type of toxin. Please do not interrupt me repeatedly, Mr. Carl. The detective looked at Renato, signaling him to take notes. Yesterday, your younger sister Maria Hearn dug up several plants in the garden greenhouse and ordered the gardener to dispose of them. According to my investigation, these plants were indeed nerium, and they were personally transplanted into the garden by Miss Maria a year ago. Carl's eyes twitched, disbelief written across his face. Are you saying it was little Maria who? This is currently just my personal speculation. Will you please ask the Earl to find a divination mage or a priest who possesses the zone of truth, and the truth will become clear. In the Earl Hearn's study, the atmosphere was very tense. The old Earl sat behind a large oak desk, his face ashen, and Renato could even sense the palpable aura of murderous intent. The other party was adorned with various magical accessories, and different hues of magical auras flickered, dazzling to behold. Renato and Detective Aldo stood to one side while Carl and the summoned Maria Hearn stood on the other. The young noblewoman wore a simple black gown, her figure slender, yet her expression was unusually calm. Detective Aldo calmly recounted his findings from the source of the toxin to the nerium that Miss Maria had personally transplanted and hurriedly disposed of to the residue found in the teacup. The evidence chain clearly pointed to this seemingly powerless noblewoman. Do you have anything to say in your defense, Maria? The old Earl's voice trembled with anger. You poisoned your brother, didn't you? Yes, Father. Maria's voice was soft as she directly admitted her crime. I killed Elliot. The room fell silent, and Renato could clearly hear his own breathing. The old Earl did not explode with rage as expected. Instead, he asked in confusion, why? Tell me, Maria, why did you kill your brother? Why? That bastard never treated me as a sister. Her voice rose. Elliot only pretended to be virtuous and reversed right and wrong in front of you. Many things were done by brother Carl, yet he stood up to claim the credit. He even wanted to marry me off to that old fat man of the Orton family, that vulgar, crude upstart. Elliot indeed suggested to me multiple times, after all, you are getting older and should consider marriage. The Earl Hearn unsheathed the sword at his waist, a flash of lightning glinting along the blade, but Elliot was also advising me for the good of the family. If that were the only reason, you would not commit such a fratricidal act. Although the law in Fried City prohibited vigilantism, Renato did not want to offend the enraged Earl. Like the detective beside him, he pretended not to notice. At this moment, however, Carl suddenly stepped forward and knelt before the Earl. Father, it is not like that. I forced Maria to do it. It was I. Yes, I was jealous of Elliot and feared losing my position as the heir, so I committed this heinous act. Let me bear all the blame alone. Stand up. Carl, the noble blood flows through you. How can you kneel so easily? The Earl's sword tip pressed into Carl's shoulder, forcing the silent young man to rise. Maria hurriedly stood in front of Carl, stepping toward the sword point with determination in her voice. Father, kill me. You know Carl's character. He is too gentle to have killed Elliot. He only wants to take the blame for me. Stop this farce. You two have brought shame upon the Hearn family. The Earl threw a vial of potion and shouted angrily. Now I only want the truth. Under the influence of the truth potion, Renato learned of this absurd truth. A secret and twisted romance surfaced. In a cold and calculating noble family, Maria, the second daughter, was often overlooked, with only her older brother Carl truly caring for her. Naturally, this dependence quietly warped into something else amidst loneliness and desire, and the young naive Maria fell in love with her brother. And Carl, perhaps out of pity for his sister, perhaps moved by this completely dependent affection, or perhaps in rebellion against family pressure, ultimately fell into this immoral vortex after some resistance. The fervent and forbidden love did not cool with time, but grew stronger instead. Elliot. He not only wanted to take away Carl's inheritance, but also wanted to push me away to marry someone else, completely separating us. Maria sobbed, her features contorted, and Renato could see that she was struggling against the influence of the truth potion. I can't stand it. I really can't stand it. Without Carl, what meaning would my life hold? So I. No need for further words. Maria is the true murderer. The fratricide is solely her crime, and Carl was not involved. In theory, as the city constable, Renato should immediately arrest the suspect and bring Maria to face trial in the city court. Yet he silently watched as two noble attendants took Carl and Maria away, taking no action. Only Detective Aldo and Renato remained in the study, and the Earl Hearn seemed to age 10 years in an instant, stumbling back into his chair. Gentlemen, this is a tremendous scandal. You have also seen that it is my failure in education. But I do not wish for the reputation of the Hearn family to be tarnished. Detective Aldo was the first to respond. Your Excellency, please rest assured, I will keep my mouth shut. Today's events I will treat as if they never happened. Renato added. 2 bags of gold coins were handed to the two, and the Earl sighed. Thank you for your trouble. In the dead of night, after archiving the completed case report, Renato finally finished work and left the security department. The reason for closing the case was rather flimsy, and he couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. He shouldn't have rushed to leave at that time. He should have discussed it thoroughly with Detective Aldo and come up with a more prudent explanation. Elliot's cause of death was ultimately attributed to food poisoning from ingesting a toxic plant. Renato still remembered the wonderful expression on Minister Perez's face while reviewing the report. Despite being pressed for details repeatedly, he could only grit his teeth and uphold the case closure. There was no way around it. After all, he had accepted those 30 gold coins. The heavy weight of the coin pouch made it imperative to resolve this matter no matter what. The first case of his career as a sheriff was indeed a farce. He felt more mentally drained than physically exhausted from a whole day of work. Renato, you finally finished work. At the entrance of the security department, Polly was standing by the roadside, lightly stamping her feet. Polly, didn't I tell you to go back first? Why are you still waiting here? He hurriedly took out a newly issued long coat from his dimensional bag and wrapped it around the slightly shivering shoulders of the little mage. What if you catch a cold on such a chilly day? If you're going to wait, at least you should wait inside. Did the gatekeeper not let you in? Polly stopped Renato, who was about to turn back to inquire with the gatekeeper, and shook her head with a silly grin. It's not cold at all, really not cold. Besides, there's nothing for me to do if I go back alone. It's not the gatekeeper's fault. I'm just afraid of disturbing your work, so I didn't want to go in. You can't do this in the future. Just come in when you arrive and wait in my office. Covering her reddened ear tips, the little mage pouted. I got it, stop complaining about me. How are we getting back to the Silver Deer Inn now? The inner city gate must be closed at this late hour. Should we find a nearby inn to stay the night? No need to fuss. If the gate is closed, it can be opened again. Renato pulled out a cotton coat again, saying, just wearing an outer coat isn't warm enough. You should wear this too. No, you're wrapping me up like a ball. Walking along the clean yet deserted streets of the inner city, Polly looked at the houses on both sides and softly said, Renato, should we buy a house on Oak Street? What's wrong? Why did you suddenly think of buying a house? I've mentioned this before, it's just, look, we have some savings now, we can't keep living in inns forever, can we? Moreover, you've already been working in the security department, and it's inevitable that visitors will come. How can we manage without a decent place to live? Besides, I've looked into it. The housing prices on Oak Street are relatively cheap, and we can buy a house for about 400 silver crowns. We can pay a 30 down payment first, and then take a loan from the bank. You are now a public servant, so your credit rating must be quite high. Buying a house and taking on a mortgage. This familiar yet unfamiliar process seems to be the same in any world. Listening to the little mage ramble on about her plans, Renato couldn't help but smile wryly. He truly lacked a sense of realism regarding long-term living like this. For him, acquiring property in this world was far less tangible than acquiring magical equipment. Let's talk about it later. The mortgage interest rates are not low right now, and there's no rush. There's no need to waste money. We can think about it when we can pay in full. Upon reaching the inner city gate, the on-duty guard saw the cloak on his shoulders and quickly pushed open the heavy door bolt. Good work. Take care, boss. Oh, just let us know if you need anything. After completing the daily paperwork in the department, Renato began his field duty in the evening. According to regulations, sheriffs are required to solve 20 cases each week and complete 21 hours of on-site patrol. Renato hadn't forgotten the commission from the Assassin's Guild. He weaved through the narrow, trash-laden paths between the shanties, stepping on a surface mixed with mud and rotting garbage. According to intelligence from the security department, due to the citywide lockdown 10 days ago, all gangs in the city had temporarily gone into hiding, fearing the iron fist of the municipal government would fall upon them. The skirmishes between the Wolf Gang and Iron Fist Gang had naturally paused as well. The gang leader, Sharp-Tooth Yuta, had returned to the slums for some unknown reason, the place where he was born. The two guards behind him kept complaining, clearly unhappy about being assigned to patrol the dirtiest slum. Chief, why choose a place like this? The stench is giving me a headache. You could just relax in the office while the brothers cover for you, and later write a report to get by right. The one speaking seemed to be named George, and he was a bit talkative, Renato noted him. Protecting the city and maintaining public order is our duty. The sheriff should lead by example and delve into the front line. Don't say such things again. The ragged, poor people retreated to the side of the road as they saw the three approach, lowering their heads and not daring to meet their gaze, fearful of inciting the guard's anger. However, an old woman curled up against the wall did not leave. Instead, she pushed herself up with her hands and slowly moved toward the center of the road. Hey, are you blind? Old hag, get out of the way. Stop. Renato halted George, who was about to kick, as he noticed the woman's lips moving as if she had something to say. The woman was covered with a few torn rags, her hair matted, and her legs twisted in unnatural positions with skin ulcers emitting a heavy stench. Furrowing his brow, Renato asked, "Why are you blocking the way?" The old woman, missing half a tooth, spoke in a hoarse, weak voice that Renato could barely hear. Just as he leaned in closer to hear what she was saying, George interjected impatiently. According to the regulations, those who block the road without cause can be detained. If you have something to say, go report it at the station. I'm asking her, Renato coldly replied, not you. If you talk again, just go back to the security department. George clenched his teeth, seemingly wanting to say something more, but a nearby guard pulled him back. In the end, he took half a step back, bowed his head, and fell silent. Turning back to the old woman, Renato softened his tone. Speak, I'm listening. Sir, my son was killed, sob sob. When, where? A year ago. Right at that corner over there, my child. He was still small. It was my fault for not earning enough money and not keeping an eye on him. He was not even 10 years old, too young to withstand hunger, and went to steal a black loaf of bread from the Wolfgang's stall. When I rushed over my son, The woman trembled violently from fear and sorrow. Only then did Renato realize that her face wasn't old at all. She was just too thin, her skin dirty and cracked, which led him to misjudge her age. Those beasts. They beat my son to death on the spot. He was still so small, so well-behaved, he couldn't have stolen much. But the Wolfgang members broke all his ribs. He couldn't breathe in my arms, sob. The norm of the slums. A loaf of black bread worth a copper coin cost a human life. Renato suppressed the discomfort rising in his heart and continued to ask, "Did you report it to the security office?" "I did, but the guards at the station said that the theft was indeed true and the Wolfgang is maintaining market order, so they wouldn't pursue it." She moved her crippled legs and reached out with a hand like a chicken's claw, trying to grab Renato's boot. "I refuse to accept this. I go every day to plead." Later, the Wolfgang members broke my legs, saying they wanted me to learn my lesson. "I beg you, sir, I hate." Renato listened intently, signaling the accompanying old guard Burton to record the woman's statement on paper. "Chief, this matter is definitely not as you think. That old hag is just playing the victim. I dare say that kid must have been a habitual thief, and that's why he was accidentally killed by the public's anger." Renato stopped in his tracks, casting a sidelong glance at him. "George, have you handled this case?" "Not at all. Since I joined, I've been in the department and never went to the station below." "Then shut up. Or do you need me to arrange a month of administrative leave for you?" Hearing the mention of leave, George hurriedly nodded and apologized. "Guards are city employees. Their salaries funded by the city treasury, and sheriffs have no authority to dismiss them." But Renato could find various excuses to give them time off. In Fried City, there's no salary during leave. Lame Dog Tavern, the only tavern in the slums, and also the core stronghold of the Wolfgang. A crowd of poor people had originally gathered outside the tavern, but when they saw Renato and the others approaching, they scattered instantly. The door was tightly shut. It seemed the Wolfgang had received wind of the trouble and knew someone was coming for them. Two gangsters blocked the entrance, trying to obstruct the way with their bodies. They weren't holding any weapons. Renato couldn't be bothered to waste time with these low-level thugs and charged straight ahead. The two guards clearly overestimated their strength and underestimated the sheriff's speed. Before they could react, they were knocked down the steps by sheer force. "Excuse me. The security department is enforcing the law. Bystanders, step aside." The bar hallways and wooden tables were filled with armed individuals gripping various weapons, such as wolf-tooth clubs, machetes, and axes. There were a total of 13 people. Renato silently counted in his mind, slowly moving his right hand towards the Lady of Silence on his back. Most of the individuals opposite him were wearing leather armor and padded armor. No spears or crossbows were in sight. Moreover, he only needed to take a step back to exit the room, where he could fully utilize the length advantage of his sword. Running his fingers over the protective ring between his fingers, Renato quickly made a judgment. In his heart, he could win. "Put down your weapons. Do you want to die? Dare to attack the city sheriff." George was the first to break the deadlock. Although his shout was somewhat lacking in strength, the title of sheriff indeed held a deterrent effect. The gangsters began to whisper among themselves, and most hesitated to lower their weapons. After a brief commotion, a burly man with a scar on his face stepped out from the back of the crowd. He wore chainmail reinforced with metal plates, and had a steel short axe strapped to his waist. "Oh, the new sheriff is so young." The man leaned in very close, almost nose-to-nose with Renato, saying, "I am Sharp-Tooth Yuta. What's your name, young master?" "Renato." Yuta laughed boisterously, his tone sinister. "Ha, I suggest you find out clearly before trying to take a cut. Ask your superior if this is a place to casually take advantage of." The gang members also began to slowly encircle Renato along with Yuta. "Impudent." George waved his sword wildly, exclaiming, "We are from the city security department. You lowlifes, how dare you speak with the sheriff like that?" Yuta grinned, revealing his signature uneven yellow teeth, and provocatively said, "Or is it that you led two useless dogs into my territory just for some fun?" Renato did not retreat. The spit from Yuta was blocked by the invisible force field generated by the ring, slightly easing his displeasure. "I suspect that the weapons you possess are related to a smuggling case. In the name of the sheriff, I request that you immediately surrender them for evidence verification." "What did you say?" The gang leader's words were cut off. Because Renato's right hand had already clamped down on Yuta's wrist, which was pressing against the axe handle like a vice. Yuta instinctively tried to grab Renato's hand back, wanting to teach this ignorant kid a lesson. But the next moment, a crisp cracking sound echoed. All the unspoken threats were forced back down their throats, turning into a sharp scream. Renato pulled the short axe away and confidently tucked it at his waist. In an instant, the sound of weapons being drawn resonated throughout the tavern. Just as Renato prepared to draw his sword and retreat, a furious roar interrupted the situation again. "Everyone put down your weapons." Yuta's palm was indented and deformed, causing him to break out in a cold sweat from the pain, yet he still forced himself to stand and gasped, "You're something else. You're not like those useless sheriffs from before. I misjudged you. But this won't just end here. The Wolf Gang repays its debts. You're called Renato, right? You will regret this." "Who allowed you to leave?" Renato called out to Yuta, who was turning to leave after making his threat. "Besides the smuggling case, I also suspect you are involved in a murder case from a year ago." Yuta didn't look back, but signaled to a subordinate beside him. The man nodded and walked up to Renato, saying unabashedly, "I killed that person." Seeing this scene, Renato frowned and replied, "Don't think about taking the blame for someone else. You need to come back to the security department with me to give a full account of the incident. After sentencing, what awaits you is execution by hanging." The indifference on the other's face made Renato clench his fists in silence. "Burton, what's wrong with that guy, Renato? Why does he have to provoke the Wolf Gang and drag us along? It's really bad luck. Just say less, George." The old guard took off his helmet, warning, "That's our chief. Be more respectful in your tone." "Stop sucking up, he can't hear you here." George reclined puzzled and asked, "Burton, you've been in the service 10 more years than me. What do you think he's thinking? Becoming a sheriff at such a young age, coming from an adventurer background, and being capable. If I were him, I'd definitely want to accomplish something." Thinking of that disabled woman crying and pleading at Renato's feet, Burton sighed, with a sense of justice. "Alas, that's just youth. Is that worth offending the Wolf Gang? It won't last long." Burton shook his head. "In a few days he will see the reality. There are so many gentlemen and ladies in the city who need the assistance of the security department. You could go protect them to vent your sense of justice rather than diving into those filthy alleys to stand up for prostitutes, thieves, and lazy bums." Perez's words made Renato understand. The Wolf Gang had a significant backing, far from being an ordinary wealthy merchant. To be described in such a manner by a noble from the Atwood family, Renato couldn't help but begin to speculate about who the true master behind the Wolf Gang was. Upon leaving the office, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. Not because of the minister's reprimand. Compared to the company executives back on Earth who would curse loudly and personally name their targets, Perez, with his noble background, was much more refined in his wording. What he regretted was his pacing of action. According to the original plan, he should have created a bit of trouble in the slums to lure out a small leader of the Wolf Gang to discreetly probe the movements of the three heads instead of confronting them directly, as he had done. But that disabled woman huddled in the street corner with her tragic past made Renato instinctively rush into the Lame Dog Tavern and even injure Sharp Fong. Damn it, after all this time since my arrival, why am I still so impulsive? Clearly I should mind my own business. I am merely a soul from another world, not a local of Iriel. However, since the matter had already occurred, it was futile to dwell on it. Renato gathered his thoughts and considered his next arrangements. Now that he had grasped the exact whereabouts of the Wolf Gang's head, Sharp Fong Yuta, the Assassin Guild's mission could be considered accomplished. With the 1,000 experience points, Renato's total experience reached 3,200. But leveling up to the next stage required 9,500 points. He had barely achieved 1/3, and still had a long way to go. Currently, with a public office, there were weekly work quotas. Although he could delegate cases to his guards, the time available for completing Adventurer Guild tasks was running low. Moreover, there weren't many suitable tasks for Renato in the city. He couldn't solely rely on his adventurer status to gain experience. He had to broaden his channels. Tasks like information gathering for the Assassin Guild were quite suitable, as they could conveniently utilize his position as a constable. It seemed necessary to appropriately guide Keela to take on more of these kinds of commissions. As for Sharp Fang's verbal threats and potential retaliation, Renato was not concerned. Yuta was not as insane as the rumors suggested. Even when publicly humiliated by having his fingers broken, he still restrained his subordinates and maintained composure, which instead prevented Renato from finding an opportunity to strike. A rational person like him should not resort to the madness of attacking a constable. Yet Renato was always accustomed to preparing for the worst. He decided to move his residence from the remote Silver Deer Inn in the outer city to the inner city. The inner city not only housed the main headquarters of the security department, but each district also had subordinate security posts, ample guards, and enforced curfews at night. Just the guards on duty at the inner city gate were enough to stop the vast majority of impoverished thugs from the slums. Moving into the inner city would not only ensure greater safety, but also provide a cleaner street environment, significantly shortening his commute time with Polly. Since he had already determined to be at odds with the Wolf Gang, he could consider engaging more with Malik. The Iron Fist Gang would certainly be willing to cause some trouble for their rivals. "Constable Renato, the minister has arranged for you to represent the security department at the swordsmanship tournament the day after tomorrow. The specific location and registration materials are all here. Please submit the registration form at the headquarters of the Blacksmith Guild at 11 Candlelight Street before dusk today." Taking a stack of documents from the secretary, Renato asked, "How long will this competition last?" "It used to last 3 days, but this time the competition format seems to have changed. I am not too sure. Please check the notice or consult the front desk staff of the guild for specifics." "All right then, my work this week. The minister will send someone to take your place. You can fill in the case and fieldwork records after you return from the competition." Such a quick maneuver without any attempt to conceal it. Renato felt helpless in his heart. "Master Wolfram, do you remember me? I am the adventurer who investigated the red iron smuggling case 2 months ago." "Renato. Oh, of course I remember. I thought you were quite impressive at that time. You are indeed extraordinary. Are you now working in the security department?" Under the guidance of the front desk, Renato entered an office to submit his registration materials, only to unexpectedly encounter a familiar face from their previous meeting. "I am still in the probationary period, so I do not count as officially employed." He handed over the completed form. "Master, is there any information missing?" "No problem, everything is in order." Wolfram glanced at it, and then put the documents into a drawer, smiling. "What, master? I am just an old blacksmith, unworthy of such a title." Please do not be so modest, otherwise what will the other blacksmiths in the city do? After a few pleasantries, Renato steered the conversation towards the swordsmanship tournament. Master Wolfram, could you tell me more about this tournament? I am not a local of Fried City and have been sent on short notice to participate. I truly know nothing about the competition. I just saw a swordsman waiting outside the office who also seems to be here to register. I just hope I am not wasting your time. Why be so formal? Come sit down and let's discuss. Wolfram warmly pulled out a chair, signaling Renato to take a seat. This swordsmanship tournament has lasted nearly 25 years. It can be considered a tradition in Fried City. Initially, it was just a friendly match within the Blacksmith Guild to showcase and test newly crafted weapons. Later, it grew in scale with the City Hall and various business associations joining in. Now, it not only promotes the Guild's products, but also provides a public platform for skilled individuals in the city to showcase their abilities and gain fame. You are participating in the elite group usually recommended by city agencies or major guilds, ensuring a certain level of skill. Thus, you need not participate in the preliminary rounds and can directly enter the main event the day after tomorrow. The preliminary rounds will be held tomorrow. If you are free, you can also go to the city square to take a look. What about the rules? Renato inquired. At that moment, the swordsman from outside walked in. As seeing the two still conversing, he seated himself on the sofa without a care. The format of this tournament has changed. It used to be a single elimination format. Our new speaker suggested extending the competition duration in order to promote the revival of the Fried people's martial traditions during the city council meeting next week. The guild has thus expanded the preliminary rounds, and the first few rounds have been changed to a double elimination format. So each contestant has 2 chances. Exactly. Wolfram explained. In the first 4 rounds, each contestant can lose twice. If you lose the first match, you enter the loser's bracket. If you lose again in the loser's bracket, you are completely eliminated. This means that even if you slip up once, you still have a chance to win the championship. For those who face tough opponents early on, it is much fairer. Ultimately, after 7 rounds of competition, the champion will be determined. Suddenly, the swordsman sitting on the sofa interjected, "If you don't even know these basic facts, what are you doing entering the competition?" He threw the registration form onto the table, speaking impatiently, "Are you done chatting? I am here to submit my form." Wolfram picked up the form, squinted at it for a moment, and said coldly, "The registration for the preliminary group has already closed today. You are late. Moreover, you have filled out this form incorrectly. Please take it back and redo it." "What did you say?" The swordsman shot up. "I walked for 3 whole days to reach Fried City. You better not." "Guard." The master blacksmith pressed the bell on the table and shouted angrily, "Get this person out of here." 2 fully armed mercenaries rushed in and rudely restrained the swordsman. The curses faded as he was dragged out of the office. "A bunch of useless fools letting anyone in here." The office returned to calm. Wolfram rubbed his forehead and gave Renato a helpless smile. There are always those who are unaware of their own limitations coming to the guild to cause trouble. It seems there are indeed many people who hope to make a name for themselves through the tournament. Renato skipped over the earlier disruption and continued the conversation. Indeed, how many naive youths dream of winning the championship and rising to the pinnacle of their lives? The master blacksmith chuckled coldly. Such wishful thinking. The champion can receive a prize of 200 silver crowns, and the city hall will also reward a rare magical item, a self-healing wristband worth less than 20 gold coins, which would have to be waited for half a year to claim. Adding up to 400 silver coins, it was indeed a substantial sum for commoners, sufficient even to become a small landlord in a remote village. If it were Renato 3 months ago, perhaps he would have been tempted by this amount of money. But now he felt the prize was just acceptable, not particularly generous. Because the enchanted armor he wore cost nearly 1,500 silver crowns. The tournament attracts so many swordsmen not because of this prize. Are there any other rewards? Renato raised an eyebrow. If there was another magical item, that would indeed be nice. It's not a material reward. What truly draws ambitious swordsmen is an unwritten rule. Wolfram's tone carried a hint of sadness. The champion of the tournament will gain the right to challenge. A right to challenge a master swordsman. Challenge a master swordsman. As a swordsman, you should know that master swordsman is not just a title, it represents the highest achievement in the field of swordsmanship. The rules for the challenge are quite simple. In front of all the witnesses of the tournament, you can initiate a life-and-death duel against an existing master swordsman. The winner lives, the loser dies. The one who survives can inherit the title of master swordsman, establish a school, and their swordsmanship style will gain widespread recognition across the southern city-states. This is an ancient and brutal rule, yet it is recognized by all the southern city-states. How ironic. Renato had never heard of such a saying. He had always thought that master swordsmen were merely a collective term for the top swordsmen. This must be a custom unique to the South. He continued with curiosity, have champions ever challenged master swordsmen? Yes, and quite a few. Wolfram's voice lowered. The one who came closest to success was 7 years ago. Lion, the swordsmanship champion of that year, was the most diligent swordsman I have ever seen, and he was my dear friend. I truly apologize for bringing up your sad memories. There is nothing to apologize for, Renato. It was his own choice. The master blacksmith paused for a moment. Lion had informed me of his arrangements in advance. From the moment he decided to participate, he had no intention of coming back alive. Amidst the cheers of the audience, I tried to persuade him to wait a few more years, but Lion said there was no time. He was already 45, and this moment was the peak of his swordsmanship career. At that time I did not understand why he was so determined, but later I gradually comprehended. Wolfram looked at his hands, shaking his head. Some things, if not accomplished in youth, can never be completed in a lifetime. In the brief recounting from the other party, Renato could still feel the resolve and dedication of the swordsman named Lion from the long ago tale. Who did he challenge? Maximilian, the leader of the three-sword pact, a swordsman who has held the title of Master Swordsman in Fried City for nearly 30 years. He presides over the award ceremony of every swordsmanship tournament, and every challenger has died by his sword. At the reception of Fragrant Words, Renato paid a monthly rent of 20 silver coins. Watching the enthusiastic staff introduce various facilities and services, he couldn't help but recall the indifferent half-elf from back then. As for the service attitude, it truly reflects the saying that you get what you pay for. The experience at a high-end hotel is indeed different. Why did you pay so quickly? Aren't we supposed to check a few places before deciding? Police handed him 10 silver coins and murmured, I just feel this place doesn't seem like a proper hotel. The staff seems too young. What are you talking about? The reason I chose this place is that it's close to the Grand Library and the security department, making commuting convenient. Renato opened the door with the key. Moreover, a monthly fee of just 20 silver crowns is quite a bargain. I stayed here before. The experience was good. Police replied, I never thought I would one day use this term to describe accommodation at this price. The young mage took off his oversized robe, revealing a deep blue wool sweater. I still remember when I took my first commission in the city, I borrowed 10 silver crowns from you to learn the trap technique. At that time I thought it was quite a hefty sum. Why is it so warm in the room? I don't see a fireplace. This hotel uses central heating with a central furnace installed underground, providing warmth to all rooms through flues. Renato explained while touching the warm wall. The walls have flues inside, which not only heats the entire structure, but also avoids smoke and dust. Police removed another layer, leaving only a white linen shirt and cotton leggings. Renato, what are your plans for the tournament the day after tomorrow? What else can I do? Of course I aim to win the championship. That's 200 silver coins. It's not that simple. Do you even understand the value of a swordsmanship championship? The young mage sat cross-legged on the bed, unable to hold back his complaints. At least 100 swordsmen have come to the city. Oh, when I went to the library today, the entire square was packed with people training. Is there a training ground in the square? Of course, all citizens can practice sword fighting there for free. Several competitors have been training there for days. I heard that some people have been preparing for this competition for half a year. How can someone who registers at the last minute expect to win the championship? Come on, haven't you been in Fried City for almost half a year? Why are you still acting like a tourist? Renato indeed seldom paid attention to the activities in the city. He usually didn't enjoy idle chatter and had little interest in the local customs and culture. But when it comes to swordsmanship, he had absolute confidence. I will win the championship, police. Renato's calm tone made the young mage a bit flustered. She hurriedly explained, I'm not questioning your abilities. Your swordsmanship is so impressive. You've saved me countless times. How could I not know? It's just that this kind of competition is different from real combat. You haven't trained specifically for it, so you might not be able to perform at your best. Don't worry, I've participated in many sword competitions up north, so I'm well aware. Moreover, standing out in such a highly publicized event makes it easier to catch the attention of those in power. Perhaps there'll be members of the Mage Association among them. If you ask him to write a recommendation letter, won't you be able to join the association? Hearing Renato's teasing tone, the young mage turned her head shyly and said what mage would come to watch a sword competition. Besides, getting into the association with just a recommendation letter would require quite a powerful mage. Police stared into Renato's eyes. Promise me, don't be reckless. It turns out she was worried about me, this little one. Renato smiled and his heart reached out to gently stroke her black hair and replied, I promise you. Here, this is the drink I bought for you. Leaning against the railing at the training ground, Renato took the water bag. The liquid entered his mouth, first sour like fruit vinegar, then slightly salty, and finally left a hint of sweetness. The taste was quite peculiar, and he frowned slightly. Kira, you bought this drink yourself, right? I won't pay for it. Am I such a stingy person? The female thief rolled her eyes and smiled. It's only 2 copper coins. Are you hungry? If you are, I can go get you something to eat. Throughout the morning, Kira was bustling around him, and this enthusiasm made Renato feel quite unaccustomed. Go take care of your own business. Why are you always following me? Police asked me to take good care of you. Besides, having someone to help during sword practice is always more convenient. The young mage bought a library subscription service, and Renato didn't let her come along, unwilling to waste her time and money. Moreover, there were already 3 logistics personnel from the security department on site, so Kira was actually not needed. In the end, Renato still didn't express his true thoughts, simply shaking his head and saying, I can take care of myself. This is just a simple warm-up before the competition. Don't say that, brother. You've already forgiven me for 5 gold coins of debt. Kira must take good care of you. So I should have chosen a different approach. Renato sighed inwardly. He originally just wanted to ease the female thief's financial burden so she could quickly operate her base, the Old Bucket General Store, and take on more intelligence-gathering commissions. Who knew that after a bit of encouragement, Kira started acting oddly, wanting to stick to him all the time. Another swordsman climbed over the railing and entered the training ground. He stared at Renato and said, Officer Renato, I advise you to admit defeat early. The code won't help you in the sword fight. Who I am. Renato raised his hand to interrupt the self-introduction and put on his training helmet. Let's fight a round first. If you don't pass out, you can tell me your name afterward. A heavy blow struck the helmet, quickly ending the duel. In less than half a sandglass, this overly confident swordsman lay on the sandy ground, escorted away by 2 accompanying security department personnel. This was the 14th challenger he had knocked down that morning. 3 of them lasted a round, while only 1 managed to last until the 3rd sandglass flipped before falling. Renato initially came to watch the preliminary rounds, wanting to familiarize himself with his opponent's swordsmanship styles. However, most of the matches were so poor that it felt like watching people bludgeoning each other with sticks, making him feel as if he had swallowed a fly. So he simply went to the training ground beside the arena, treating it as a warm-up exercise. The rule of the training ground was that the loser had to leave. Since Renato took the stage, this area hadn't seen anyone else. Because he had used too much force earlier, the sword had bent slightly. Kira took the deformed training sword and replaced it with a new one for Renato. As his winning streak continued, the number of spectators gathering around the training ground increased, matching that of the nearby preliminary arena. Sir, don't blame me for being nosy, but don't you think what you're doing is a bit inappropriate? The speaker was the old guard Burton, whom Renato had a good impression of. He was quiet and hardworking. What's inappropriate? Am I going to offend someone? To practice against a master like you, they would be thrilled. After flattering him, Burton hesitated before saying, your swordsmanship is exceptional. You must understand better than I do. I just feel that practicing in front of such a large crowd might lead to your techniques being figured out by your opponents. It doesn't matter. My goal is the championship. I need to win 7 rounds. Regardless, my swordsmanship style will be studied. It's only a matter of time. Renato's gaze swept over the crowd, passing over excited, tense, or disdainful expressions, and he calmly stated, swordsmanship training is inherently a process of continuous competition and innovation. To learn powerful sword techniques, how can one achieve it? By merely isolating oneself. One must continuously engage with various opponents, study their techniques, and integrate the strengths. At the same time, one must also be analyzed by opponents to improve weaknesses. Only then can one truly achieve improvement in swordsmanship. Another challenger leaped into the arena. Renato lowered his visor, shifted his weight down, and assumed a stance. There were still some things Renato didn't say nor needed to explain to others. The opponent's stance became conservative, holding the sword low, seemingly wanting to counter his fierce attacks with defense. Finally, a worthy opponent had arrived, and Renato felt satisfied in his heart. Language, food, living habits, and even his own emotions. Since crossing over, Renato had made too many compromises to survive in this strange world. Clang. The swords clashed violently, the force transmitting from the sword grip to his forearm, the familiar, slightly painful tingling stimulating Renato's nerves. This was the feeling. Only this sword in his hand, only the love of sword fighting was not a compromise forced by anyone but Renato's own choice. Boom. The sword swung with full force, rudely knocking the opponent's longsword aside. Under the sunlight, Renato could clearly see the panic in the eyes peering through the gap in the opponent's helmet. Yes, there's no need for any reason. He loved sword fighting. For Renato, the act of sword fighting itself held meaning. The swordsmanship tournament officially commenced amidst the lengthy opening speech of Baron Atwood. The hastily erected wooden viewing platform was filled with affluent citizens. They cheered and shouted for every move of the swordsman in the arena, their excitement palpable. The morning chill did not dampen the enthusiasm of these spectators. Of course, this fervor was not born out of a love for the sport of swordsmanship itself, but rather from an official betting activity. With just a small wager, the emotions of the audience could be fully engaged. Renato sat on a bench in the resting area with Kira helping him don his armor while he observed the match taking place. A priest from the Tom sect acted as the referee, loudly announcing the rules of the match. The competition will proceed with the timing of 1 hourglass per round, totaling 3 hourglass durations. The one with the higher score within the allotted time shall be declared the winner. Each valid hit counts as 1 point. The valid areas include the head, chest, abdomen, and shoulders. A hit to the head counts for 2 points, while knocking down an opponent counts for 1 point. Hits to other areas, such as the legs or hips, are considered invalid. The priest raised the holy emblem and emphasized all foul plays will be recorded. A second violation will result in a warning, and subsequent violations will incur a deduction of 1 point. Any malicious attacks, such as deliberately striking the throat or using magic, will lead to immediate disqualification from the match. Now let the 2 swordsmen swear an oath in the presence of the hand of justice, pledging to the gods of Heaven's mountain that they shall not have murder as their intent. The holy emblem depicted a white right hand, and Renato could not discern its exact material. A golden light appeared above the arena, slowly dissipating only after the 2 contestants completed their oath. He suspected that this light was merely a magical effect created by the priest. During the previous match, Renato had not felt any substantial magical effects in the arena. Renato's opponent was a swordsman from the city court. He had some foundational skills. His sword techniques and stance were commendable, clearly having been trained by a master. Unfortunately, his movements were too rigid and lacked adaptability in real combat. Under Renato's relentless strikes, the opponent's form gradually broke down, and he was knocked unconscious before even completing 1 round. Finally done. Kira wiped the sweat from her forehead, saying, "Why are there so many belts and buckles? Renato, is it always this troublesome to wear armor?" After moving my arms a bit to confirm that the armor is secured, Renato replied speechlessly, "This has been simplified a lot. Many parts can even be attached using magic, and I can don and doff it in just 5 minutes. Originally, Renato intended to do it himself, but Kira insisted on helping, which led to nearly half an hour of fussing about. This thief was clumsy and far less efficient than Polly. Even during the most complex times of putting on and taking off armor, the little mage could help him complete his gear in 5 minutes. Seeing Renato stand up, Kira asked curiously, Renato, aren't you going to watch the match? I've already finished my match. What's the point in watching others duel? Renato took out a protective ring from his dimensional bag and put it on, saying it's better to come back this afternoon to practice and spar with those advancing swordsmen. Then where are you going now? To Iron Wheat. He glanced at the thief and said deliberately, to meet the boss of the Iron Fist gang. Are you daring enough to come? In the private room of Iron Wheat, Malik was chatting merrily with Renato. My friend, congratulations on your promotion. I'll drink to this toast. You do as you wish. Malik acted like Renato's own brother, downing the crimson drink in one gulp. Renato took a sip from his cup, not the red wine Malik had, but the sweet beer he brought himself, which had a fruity flavor and a clear appearance. Why do you all prefer to drink this clear liquid instead of trying the dwarven brews? The red-haired dwarf complained, pouring himself a large cup and gesturing to the thief beside him. Hey, want a drink? The strong smell of alcohol hit Kira, causing her to shake her head repeatedly. The dwarf snorted and continued drinking by himself. Malik poured Kira a glass of red wine and casually said, that's just how Katara is, don't take it to heart. Seeing Kira's awkward demeanor, Malik smirked as he turned to Renato, his face beaming with a bright smile. My friend, I've heard about your just law enforcement in the slums. The Wolf Gang is utterly lawless, especially that sharp Fong who dares to allow his subordinates to kill in the city. Old Chisel, stop with the nonsense, it's embarrassing. Katara's blunt words contrasted with Renato's calm expression, leading Malik to fall silent for a moment. Just when Kira thought he would get angry, the leader of the Iron Fist Gang burst into laughter. You two always speak so directly. While being straightforward is good, it saves effort. He pulled out a bag of coins and placed it in front of Renato. Renato weighed it in one hand. The clinking sound of coins indicated there were at least 100 silver coins inside. This is the bounty for taking down Grizel. The city hall offered 20 silver crowns, and I've added 80 more to make it an even amount as a congratulatory gift for your new position. The city hall would never actually give out 20 silver coins. After working in the security department, Renato learned just how corrupt these so-called city bounties could be. For a bounty of 20 silver coins, the government would take at least 40 in taxes when collecting the payment. Malik was a principled man, and he hadn't included that 8 silver coins in the bribe. Take it. That blow you dealt to Sharp Fong was quite impressive. Now everyone in the underworld says a tough new sheriff has arrived. The dwarf chimed in with a mouth full of alcohol. Haha, what Sharp Fong? Since you crushed his palm, everyone now calls him one-handed. Renato ignored the flattery and instead brought up his purpose for coming. My friend, are there any tasks for me? Malik raised an eyebrow and asked, oh, Renato, do you still need work? No one ever complains of having too much money. Don't you have any work? Of course, but they are all trivial matters that don't require your help, my friend. Malik opened another bottle of wine. At that moment, a henchman entered the room and leaned down to whisper a few words in his ear. The leader of the Iron Fist Gang paused for a moment, and after the henchman left, refilled his wine glass. Miss, this next conversation is for men only. Would you mind stepping outside for a break? Kira remained silent for a few seconds before realizing he was referring to her. She swallowed hard, uncertainly saying, sure. Bariko, please take this lady out to the lounge and make her comfortable. A bodyguard escorted Kira out. Renato ignored her pleading gaze and turned his curiosity back to Malik, wondering what kind of commission was so secretive. My friend, the Wolf Gang has been making too many moves lately, disrupting quite a few businesses, and many have been looking at them unfavorably. Coincidentally, I want to introduce you to a big boss. I think he might have some work you need. Malik emphasized his words. The other party was a smart person and seemed to understand Renato's intentions. Before long, the door swung open, and a plump man dressed in a dark brown satin coat and wearing a soft felt hat walked in. He was extremely overweight, adorned with various jewelry, and his beard was meticulously groomed. Mr. Fear, you arrived just in time. Let me introduce you. This is the new sheriff of the security department, Mr. Renato. From the moment he entered, this chubby man's gaze was locked onto Renato. Clearly this was not a coincidence, but rather something Malik had intentionally arranged. It seemed the other party had business to discuss with the sheriff. With that thought, Renato nodded respectfully, saying, a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Fair. Fair took off his hat and greeted Renato, saying, I've heard of your youthful handsomeness. Seeing you today, your demeanor is indeed extraordinary. He directly sat down at the table and pulled out a silk handkerchief to wipe his forehead. Mr. Renato, I heard from Malik and Katara that you prefer not to beat around the bush, so I won't go into any fluff. I fear I'm a straightforward man. I heard your conversation outside the door just now. I happen to have a commission. I just don't know if you, your excellency, the sheriff, would be willing to take it. Had he been waiting for him all along? Renato's interest was piqued. Oh, what kind of matter could make this portly merchant so eager? The Wolf Gang thugs burned half of my furniture store 2 months ago. Not only did I lose my goods, but they also injured 2 of my employees. This matter cannot just be let go. Task: investigate the illegal tobacco being sold in golden dice, seal the other party's store, and the reward is 50 gold coins. Task description: when the dice spin on the green velvet table, another more dangerous addictive product is flowing underground into the city. The golden dice not only squeezes the pockets of gamblers, but has now begun to corrode their minds. Those tobacco strands laced with hallucinogenic plants can plunge a sober person into a vivid nightmare and also fill the Wolfgang's coffers with bloody coins. According to anonymous reports, a batch of freshly delivered raw materials is hoarded in the basement. The time to act has come. It is time to sever this poisonous vine's roots. Task reward 2,000 experience points. The golden dice is an important industry for the Wolfgang and a den of iniquity in the outer city. Fair pointed at his pipe and exhaled a puff of smoke, saying loan sharking, extortion, prostitution. None of these are a big deal, but recently they've crossed the line. The Wolfgang has started processing dream grass and selling it mixed with tobacco leaves. Not only are they spreading it in the casino, but they've also begun supplying several taverns in the eastern part of the city. Seemingly feeling the effects weren't enough, Fair added more powder to his pipe. The more you smoke, the weaker the effect becomes. Damn it. The fat man cursed a few times and continued, since the founding of Fried City, we have never allowed such poisonous plants to flow in it, otherwise the streets would be filled with addicts, and what would that say about us? But since the former lord went missing, these beasts have become more and more brazen. They used to only collect protection fees, but now they even dare to sell dream grass openly. Hearing this, Renato pieced together the context and spoke. You want me to investigate in my capacity as sheriff? Exactly. Fair took out a folded sheepskin paper from his pocket and slid it across the table. This is an anonymous tip-off letter detailed enough for you to apply for a search warrant. Renato took the letter and read it carefully. The time, place, and names of the parties involved were all included, even specifying the exact location and amount of the dream grass raw materials. The content was detailed to the point of being excessive. It was undoubtedly the work of an insider. Recalling the Iron Fist Gang's habit of placing spies, Renato understood, but he still confirmed, is the evidence reliable? Absolutely reliable. Malik interjected. This batch of goods is currently hidden in the cellar of the golden dice. A while back, the city was under martial law, and the city guards smashed many poor people's homes. The Wolfgang was also affected and had to move the dream grass to a relatively safe location. If the goods change location later, they'll have someone contact you. No need, my friend. Renato placed the letter into his dimensional bag. I'm heading back to the security department now to apply for a search warrant. Malik looked puzzled, saying, isn't it unnecessary to rush like this? Huh. Good. Refreshing. Fair laughed heartily, slapping a handful of coins on the table. I'm counting on you, my friend, to take this 20 gold coins for now. They'll be waiting here at Iron Wheat for your good news. Renato, what on earth is wrong with you? How many times must I repeat it? Your focus must remain on the inner district. The Chancellor is placing extraordinary emphasis on this tournament. Any lapse in security would be catastrophic. A velvet pouch of coin was thrust before Perez, cutting short his tirade. Minister, I fully comprehend your profound concern for the tournament's security arrangements. I shall strictly adhere to your directives and launch a comprehensive security review immediately. Yet this matter is gravely sinister. This noxious weed, a corrosive blight upon civic morale, has been outlawed for 60 years since the city's founding. And now, precisely as Baron Athwood champions the revival of Fradian martial valor, it resurfaces with chilling deliberation. It is difficult to dismiss the possibility of deliberate sabotage. Should Dreamshade grass spread unchecked, the consequences may prove dire. Officer Renato, your insight is impeccable. I wholeheartedly concur. The Watch Department maintains zero tolerance toward such criminals. To safeguard the mental well-being of our citizens, and to uphold the Chancellor's noble initiative, I hereby order you to lead an immediate raid on the gilded dice, seizing all contraband without exception. Clutching the search warrant and deployment orders, Renato stepped out of the minister's office and curled his lip. All that lofty rhetoric dissolved in 30 gold coins. To ensure success, he not only deployed the 20 gold coins prepaid by Fair, but also contributed 10 more from his own purse, effectively surrendering most of his mission fee. This was no waste. Though he might indeed have overpaid, Renato knew well bribery, like poison, is most effective when administered in one decisive dose. Too little, and the deed remains undone. Worse still, you risk offending the very man you sought to influence. These 30 gold coins secured swift approval of the warrant and restored his superior's goodwill, ensuring smoother operations ahead. Moreover, viewed another way, this transaction netted him 2,000 experience points and 20 gold coins, an eminently worthwhile exchange. After all, wealth can always be replenished, though at present he lacked for neither coin nor time. Burton assembled a 10-man squad. Handing the deployment order to the veteran guard, Renato added, full armor. Assemble downstairs within 15 minutes. This directive comes directly from the minister. Night favors the cautious, but the watch department leaks like a sieve. Renato intended to grant the Wolfgang no time to react. He had never been one to wait passively for doom. Having already drawn the Wolfgang's enmity, he saw no reason to soften the blow, only deepen it. He would not cower in anticipation of retribution. Instead, he would seek opportunity and strike first relentlessly until that wolf learned true pain and dared no longer bear its fangs. Watching Burton vanish down the corridor, Renato murmured softly, at bottom, they are merely a gang, no more than dogs bred by powerful men. And dogs, however fierce, cannot bite their masters. Before the heavy oak door of the gilded dice city, guards swung axes against the groaning door latch. Renato had once studied this building's floor plan in meticulous detail, and conducted 2 reconnaissance visits to verify its layout. He stationed 4 guards at the concealed rear entrance and 3 more watching upper floor windows, ensuring no cargo could flee. 2 guards hacked at the door for nearly 3 minutes, yet it held firm. Fools, Renato thought bitterly. Snatching the axe, he swung with full force. The latch shattered instantly. A single kick sent the door crashing inward, hurling several thugs backward into the gloom. Watch Department enforcement. Surrender immediately. Resistance will be met with lethal force. 2 guards pummeled the fallen thugs, venting fury even as they clapped iron cuffs onto their wrists. Renato paid no heed to these underlings. Scanning the room, he strode straight toward the cellar stairs, darker than anticipated, lit only by a single oil lamp flickering far below. The air hung thick with mildew and sweat. 4 hulking figures barred the passage, cleavers and cudgels gripped tight. Watch Department enforcement, stand aside. Ignoring Burton's warning, the 4 remained motionless. This is private property, sir, growled one brute, holding aloft an oil lamp, his voice low and venomous. We conduct lawful trade. Consider carefully before proceeding. Renato drew the silent lady. Without reply, he advanced steadily toward them. His blade darted forward, extinguishing the sole light. Taken utterly by surprise, the Wolfgang enforcers shrieked and flailed wildly, striking empty air, or worse, each other, in utter darkness. In the pitch-black void, Renato stood poised and serene, observing these blinded men tear themselves apart. Within his vision, clarity remained absolute, though the world now rendered only in stark monochrome. 2 thugs fell, the remaining pair gradually stilled their frantic swings. Seizing the lull, Renato moved. He kicked one assailant backward, then slammed the pommel of his sword into another's skull. With ruthless efficiency, he subdued them both, then signaled for Burton, still frozen on the stairs, to descend and bind the captives. Pushing open the cellar door, a cloying herbal scent flooded forth, so potent Renato instinctively covered his nose. Long tables were strewn with mortars, sieves, brass scales, and countless glass vials and jars. Sacks filled the corner, mouths gaping to reveal desiccated dark green leaves, the source of the aroma. Their distinctive scent and shape confirmed it beyond doubt, dreamshade grass. Also present were finely ground powders and bundles of tobacco laced with crushed leaf. The sheer volume exceeded even Renato's grim expectations. Document everything thoroughly, seal and preserve as evidence. Having issued the order to the guards rushing down, Renato left the cellar and ascended to the Gilded Dice's 2nd floor. With guilt irrefutably established, he felt no compunction about claiming the casino's assets. Better they enriched him than fattened the corrupt parasites within the watch department. Having just spent 30 gold coins, Renato was eager to recoup his losses. The casino remained closed that afternoon. No patrons lingered, and the few attendants upstairs had already been herded into the main hall under guard. Renato moved confidently behind the bar, sweeping every coin from the drawer into his satchel, scant reward barely a handful of silver pieces. After all casinos reconciled cash daily, little remained on site. Behind him, shelves brimmed with bottles of wine and spirits. Yet lacking connoisseurship, he selected only those whose ornate labels suggested high value. Having swiftly cleared the 2nd floor, Renato climbed to the 3rd, the domain he'd never before entered. According to Lyra's, the golden-toothed Salas kept his private chamber at the end of the corridor to the right. Once a place requiring elven cunning and stealth, now accessible to him openly and unchallenged. He did not rush forward. Instead, he first opened the nearest private gaming room. Spacious and elegant, its centerpiece was a large gambling table draped in deep blue velvet, surrounded by leather armchairs. A liquor cabinet stood against one wall, though conspicuously empty. Nothing else merited taking, save a small velvet pouch resting atop the table containing 4 gold coins. Renato pocketed the pouch intact and proceeded to inspect the adjacent chambers. Their layouts mirrored the first, yet decor grew increasingly opulent. One room even displayed a garish yet undeniably expensive oil painting. Renato hesitated, then declined to take it. Artworks posed complications, difficult to liquidate, volatile in valuation. Beyond loose coin, he claimed a set of crystal goblets, a gold ring, a lavishly bound anatomical sketchbook, and 2 sumptuous velvet cloaks. At last he reached the final wooden door at the corridor's end, unmarked by keyhole, adorned only with an ornate brass handle. He knew not how Lyra's had once gained entry, but he possessed a more direct method. Stepping back 2 paces, Renato drew a deep breath and delivered a thunderous kick near the door's hinge. With a splintering shriek, the entire door collapsed inward. Faint arcs of electricity flickered across the handle, then died. A magical lock, as suspected. Fortunate indeed he'd avoided touching it. Inside lay an exceptionally spacious suite. The living area featured a seamless rug of tanned beast hide. Velvet sofas lined the left wall, while 2 elaborately decorated long swords hung above them. An inner door stood slightly ajar, revealing glimpses of a massive 4-poster bed. Upon the writing desk lay scattered documents, ledgers, and an open jewelry box. Most compartments lay empty. Only a few modest gold and silver trinkets remained. Golden-toothed Salas had taken the choicest pieces, likely his everyday wear. A stroke of luck, he was absent today. Renato flipped rapidly through the ledger. It detailed the Gilded Dice's income and expenditures in exhaustive detail. Unversed in accounting, he gleaned nothing meaningful. Let the evidence division grapple with it. Just as he prepared to bundle the ledgers for official submission, several yellowed sheets slipped free, catching his eye. Rougher paper ink of a different hue, clearly inserted later. These were receipts from bakeries across the city, all dated within the past 3 months. Each receipt recorded bulk purchases of black bread, hundreds of pounds at a time, with astonishing frequency, nearly every few days. Renato frowned. Black bread was the cheapest sustenance available. Procuring it wholesale from city bakers was both exorbitantly costly and laborious, while profit margins from selling it to the poor remained negligible. Judging by purchase prices listed, perhaps 30 pounds sold would yield a single copper coin. Recalling Lyra's mention of missing persons, Renato abandoned the ledger, searching drawers, file racks, even beneath sofa cushions, with renewed intensity. This concerned his 4,000 experience points. Perhaps the half-elf, pressed for time, had simply overlooked vital clues. Soon buried beneath a clutter of irrelevant vouchers in a drawer, he uncovered another thick stack of procurement records. Not just bread, but vast quantities of dried peas, coarse salt, bales of rough hemp cloth, and hundreds of candles. Spanning nearly a year, purchases originated from sundry shops and market stalls across the outer district, all fundamental, inexpensive staples of daily life. Even the entire serf population of an imperial agrarian estate could not consume such volumes. A vast, highly concealed group, indifferent to comfort or refinement. That defied logic entirely. As he pondered, an old letter caught his eye, pale yellow, supple to the touch, human skin parchment. Renato unfolded it with care. Dated 2 years prior, its script was hasty, its meaning obscure. Written in a cipher he could not decipher. He could only discern that the sender demanded something from the Wolfgang. His gaze drifted to the lower right corner. No signature. Only a simple symbol, a black circle, identical to the mark branded upon his own chest. Dacre's sigil. Renato's breath caught. So, that explained the disappearances. As a former core acolyte, he knew these fanatics intimately, especially their deranged obsession with live sacrifice, which they hailed as supreme redemption. Yet something was amiss. If victims served solely as offerings, why procure such staggering quantities of food? Dacre's cultists harbored no tradition of feeding their sacrifices. Without a rational leader, these zealots would slaughter indiscriminately, first strangers, then each other, and finally themselves, when no others remained to offer. The original owner of this body had aspired to become a scholar versed in forbidden lore, secretly commanding these deluded followers. Alas, he failed, becoming sacrifice instead of sovereign. Shutting down that memory, Renato wrapped the letter carefully in cloth and sealed it deep within his dimensional satchel. Who commanded this cult? What role did the Wolfgang play? Were the missing truly destined for the altar? Too many unknowns remained. Even the link to Dacre's cult remained unconfirmed. Regardless, this matter could not be made public, neither now nor ever. Renato himself was a god-touched, a revelation that would invite scrutiny from City Hall. He had only just shed his past. He refused to plunge back into the shadows so soon. Thus, reluctantly, he resolved to conceal this evidence, for now. Time wasted, he turned toward the inner bedroom. Heavy drapes veiled the great bed. On the nightstand sat half a bottle of strong brandy and a crystal tumbler. Inside the drawer rested a silver wire-hilted dagger, a gilded pocket watch, and a dozen silver coins. From the adjacent wardrobe, he retrieved several costly furs, filling the remaining space in his dimensional satchel. "Sir, how is it upstairs?" A guard shout rose from below. Renato paused mid-motion. He had taken enough. He owed his subordinates fair share, for he would need their loyalty and their blades again soon. "Burton, bring your men up. Assess which items require formal seizure as evidence." Working late into the night, once again, Minister Perez accepted payment and promptly arranged for the city court to urgently hear the case, while simultaneously archiving all case files and evidence, assuring Renato that the verdict would be ironclad. In the top-floor bathroom of the fragrant word, Renato reclined into an oval-shaped soaking tub, luxuriating beneath Perry's skilled hands. "You've got a match tomorrow, yet you're still working this late. How can your body possibly bear it?" "There's no helping it. I had work," Renato replied helplessly. "An impromptu investigation this afternoon over at the Gilded Die. We've now thoroughly alienated the Wolfgang. Perry, stay vigilant on your way home. If you sense danger, cast immediately. Don't hesitate over collateral damage, or I'll handle the aftermath. If you spot anyone suspicious tailing you, come straight to the precinct." "Got it." Perry pressed her fingers slightly deeper, cutting him off. "I'm a transmutation mage. Those thugs should be the ones trembling, not me. Don't always worry about me, Renato. I won't be a burden." Her fingers traced the taut, defined contours of his back as she murmured softly, "Just take care of yourself, officer. Renato, I may need to leave the city for a week. I've accepted a commission from the Mages Guild through the Adventurers Guild to investigate the cause of recent tremors in Brika Town. No need to enter the Phantom Woods, just geological surveys along the periphery conducted with a group of fellow mages. The reward is generous. I'll learn a second-level transmutation spell unavailable even in the Grand Library." Submerged in steaming water, his body surrendered utterly to Perry's practiced touch. Every pore seemed to bloom open in relief. "Renato, ever since arriving in the city, you've rushed from one commission to the next, now pushing yourself relentlessly at work and in matches." Water streamed between Perry's fingers as she hesitated, voice softening. "If there's something you can't say aloud, you may tell me. Whether you're drowning in debt, or have committed some grave misdeed. Her dark eyes blurred behind rising steam, making them difficult for Renato to read. Whatever hardship you face, I'll help. I've saved some coin. Perry wore only a thin white linen blouse. Splashes of water had soaked its front, and only then did Renato realize how much the young mage had grown. Noticing his gaze, Perry glanced down bewildered, then flushed crimson to the roots of her hair. I'll go to my room now. Watching her flee in flustered disarray, Renato rested his arms behind his head, sinking deeper into the warm water. What a delightfully peculiar girl. Recalling the tender, unformed curves he'd just glimpsed, a faint smile lifted his lips. What's there to blush about? Renato held no fascination for such flatness. She'd have to wait until she matured a few years more. Here, young Malik's 30 gold coins. Count them yourself. Kyra crossed her arms and smirked. Renato, let me warn you, the Iron Fist gang has a wretched reputation. Malik built his fortune on usury. Many families shattered under his debts. Every coin was accounted for, then sealed away into his dimension pouch. Renato hoisted the kettlebell once more and resumed his training. Hey, were you even listening? This is genuine advice, you know. Lenders like him are deceptively vicious. Don't mistake his brotherly charm and easy generosity during lending for kindness. He'll demand every fraction of interest when repayment comes due. He'll reclaim every coin and double it from you without mercy. I didn't borrow from him, Kyra. This is mission compensation. Kyra's expression turned puzzled, and Renato explained calmly. Malik and I have known each other for months. We've collaborated on numerous commissions. His credit is sound. Besides, he's the one who hired me to eliminate Grizel. I see, Kyra chuckled awkwardly. So even crime lords outsource to adventurers. I'd assumed they always delegated to their underlings. You really do accept any job, don't you? No wonder you dared confront me outright that day. I thought you'd come to stir trouble at the guild. Renato felt the controlled contraction of his biceps, silently calculating his next set. By the way, you fought this morning, then came straight here to the old barrel for training. Kyra handed him a water skin. Aren't you exhausted? Its contents held neither salt nor alcohol, merely cool plain water. Renato was surprised by Kyra's perceptiveness. Lately he'd begun boiling his own water, a luxury he couldn't afford in Brika town, where even fuel cost more than he could spare. Now at last he could drink freely the most ordinary beverage of his former world. This morning's bout barely taxed me. The opponent was an amateur. It ended in a single round. Then you've another match tomorrow. With such a grueling schedule, pushing yourself to muscle fatigue now will jeopardize later matches. Besides, strength training isn't urgent. These weights won't vanish. Time remains plentiful. Renato possessed the ability mind over body, rendering exhaustion nearly imperceptible. Mere hours of rest restored him fully. Yet the existence of the adventurer's guide remained unspeakable, so he offered only a vague reassurance. Rest easy. I know my limits. This regimen won't compromise my performance. Setting the kettlebell aside, Renato met Kyra's chattering gaze and withdrew his dimension pouch. Kyra, I've brought goods requiring your expertise. What kind of goods? Weapons. Leave it to me. I'll inflate the price at the guild. You won't lose a copper. 2 ornate ceremonial swords, a silver wire-handled dagger, 2 velvet cloaks, and a heap of fine furs lay scattered across the floor. Staring at the chaotic array, Kyra blinked in disbelief. Renato, are you switching professions? Did you rob some noble's estate? Don't jump to conclusions. Check with the Assassin's Guild first. If they'll buy you, keep 10% of the proceeds. You won't labor for nothing. Done. You're the best big brother a girl could ask for, even better than blood. He gently pushed aside Kyra, who leaned in too close, sweat slicked and exasperated. Enough jesting. Go to the guild now. If they accept, I'll hand over the goods. In the bedroom of the Old Barrel General Store, Renato studied the skin of the Nameless with quiet intensity. He'd resolved to gradually distance himself from such forbidden lore now that his life as an officer had stabilized. Yet the sudden appearance of the Dakul sigil served as a grim reminder. Everything he'd built remained fragile, and his past relentless continued to pursue him. The Harpers. Dakul. Why must he, the Transmigrator, clean up the mess left by the original's reckless deeds? It wasn't his fault. Closing the book, Renato drew a slow, steadying breath to quell his rising agitation. This was a side effect of reading the skin of the Nameless. Attempting to decipher its text ignited an inexplicable fury within him, an urge to cleave something, anything, in raw release. Renato was mastering a newly discovered spell. Drawing upon his prior experience with Shadow Shield, he quickly identified a passage structured similarly amid the chaotic script. Yet this incantation proved vastly more intricate. Shadow Shield required only a single diagram. This one spanned 2 pages of geometric schematics accompanied by dense, abstruse commentary that strained comprehension. After 2 hours, dark, impulsive thoughts swirled relentlessly in his mind, forcing him to pause. Uncanny. Could the book itself be enchanted to warp emotion? Lying idly on the bed, fragmented thoughts flickered through his mind. The vanished owner of Oak Street No. 7, the Harper's cryptic warning, the unknown ties between the Wolf Gang and the Dakul cult. The more he dwelled on them, the sharper his unease grew, like standing at the vortex's heart, where one misstep meant utter annihilation. No, he needed an escape route. Though he wore the badge of an officer now resplendent, an authoritative exposure would invert that power into a weapon wielded against him. But then, how could he persuade Perry to flee with him? Ugh, troublesome. Resolutely dispatching his opponent in the third round, Renato encountered an unexpected person at the exit of the square. The half-elf still wore her fitted leather armor, but had draped a woolen coat over it intricately patterned with the Atwood family crest. "Officer Renato, please come with me." As soon as the accompanying guard saw that the newcomer was a servant of the Atwood family, they tactfully took their leave, leaving only Renato and Laylas. "Why pretend not to know me? Now we are both working for the speaker, so we can consider ourselves colleagues, right? You young people never listen to the advice of your elders. How old are you, Laylas? You can't be in your 70s or 80s, can you? Shut up, don't change the subject." The tips of the half-elf's ears twitched slightly, her tone a bit annoyed. "Didn't I tell you before not to worry about the wolf gang? You just wouldn't listen. The case hasn't been made public, yet how do you know about it? You made such a fuss at the Golden Dice that half the city knows." Laylas brought him back to their old spot in the public garden, where it was quiet and deserted. Renato, unsure why the half-elf was so angry, joked, "What are they saying about me? The new officer Renato is fair and handsome. Now they all say a greenhorn has come and his head must have been kicked by a donkey." Laylas grabbed his metal neck guard, gritting her teeth. "Do you know who is behind the wolf gang?" It's Lord Orton. He is currently the most senior city councilor. Do you think a mere officer like you can handle that? The funder of the wolf gang is Lord Orton. No wonder they are so audacious. The influence is indeed significant beyond Renato's expectations. Laylas, why didn't you tell me this before? I only found out recently." The half-elf ran her fingers through her somewhat disheveled green hair. "But you don't need to worry, for now the wolf gang won't only not cause you trouble, they will come to apologize to you, bowing their heads for the time being." "Is it their backing that is applying pressure?" Renato frowned. "Baron Orton is a trusted aide of the old speaker and has political conflicts with Baron Atwood. I believe the new speaker won't miss this opportunity." Layla scoffed, interrupting him. "You really don't understand anything, Renato." Her hazel eyes fixed intently on him. "You're just groping in the dark, judging the big picture from surface-level information. You have no idea about the complexities of the city's politics." "Listen well, Renato. Baron Atwood may not be a political ally of that fat man, but he is certainly not an enemy." Layla's decisive statement made Renato stroke his chin as he calmly asked, "What's your reasoning?" "Laylas, what have you learned recently?" The half-elf sat on a stone bench, organizing her thoughts before slowly saying, "I'm helping Baron Atwood trace the whereabouts of Caspar Resenjan. That tyrant who ruled Fried City for nearly 60 years will not simply come to a muddled end." Renato sat beside her. Though her expression was somewhat extreme, he could see Layla's concern for him. "At first I thought the old speaker was just injured, hiding somewhere safe to recuperate. Our primary investigation target is his trusted aides. After all, they are deeply trusted by Caspar and could step up to control the city in the old speaker's place. So when investigating Orton, who is the #1 aide, I expected to encounter significant resistance and possibly trigger a bloodbath. However, aside from routine obstruction, Orton's subordinates seem to be inadvertently cooperating with our investigation. Perhaps he also wants to know the whereabouts of Caspar." Renato speculated, "By the time you find the clues, Orton will intervene to protect the old speaker." The half-elf lightly bit her finger and shook her head no, because Baron Atwood's attitude is also very strange. "You should know this well now that you're in the guard department. Whether it's making accusations, auditing taxes, or rejecting proposals, all attacks on Lord Orton are just thunder with little rain, and none of them have been effectively executed. All are just hollow gestures." Indeed, reflecting on the previous mansion explosion case, the sense of dissonance in Renato's heart grew stronger. The early arrival of the Atwood family mercenaries, the unchecked assassin guild, the temporary martial law, and the hanging of the former head of the guard department. This is clearly a coup. If Baron Atwood, who controls the defense of the city through martial law, truly wanted to take down Orton, he should have acted during the martial law. But now such a political attack seems to be aimed at removing civilian faction councilors and Caspar's trusted aides. Could it be that the two sides are colluding in a play, wanting to pressure the old speaker to appear through such a ploy? Renato recalled the transaction between the master assassin described in the mission and the old speaker. He believed in the adventurer's guide. This explosion case was clearly orchestrated behind the scenes by Caspar Resenjan, the founder of Fried City. The more he thought about it, the more reasonable it seemed. Both Baron Atwood and Lord Orton, who thought they were outsmarting each other, were actually part of the old speaker's scheme. But what does Caspar intend to do? Is he willing to hand over the entire city? If the old speaker returns, Renato, being one promoted by the Atwood family, would surely be implicated in any future reckoning. Since you have become an officer, I won't say anything to dissuade you from participating in politics. I will keep an eye on Orton's movements for you, and if the Atwood family takes any actions, I will inform you." Seeing Renato lost in thought, Laylas stood up, preparing to leave. "Laylas, where are you going now?" Hearing the question, the half-elf sighed and turned to reply, "I live on Widow Street, and am going back to rest now." "What's up?" "Come to my place first." Renato pressed down on an old envelope in his dimensional bag. "I have something to talk to you about." In the room of fragrant words, the half-elf rested her chin on her hand, leaning against the table. "Are you saying that during the operation to seal the Golden Dice, more receipts related to the procurement of basic supplies were discovered?" "That's right, the quantity is enormous enough to support thousands of people." Renato paused before continuing. "The earliest record was from 2 years ago." 2 years ago. So the population disappearance started that early. Looking at Layla's thoughtful expression, Renato pressed his lips together. After careful consideration, he still did not disclose the information related to the Dakul cult. Though the 4,000 experience points were tempting, he was more concerned about his safety. Even if it was highly unlikely anyone would connect it to him, he still didn't dare take the risk. After all, he bore the mark of Dakul. What would happen if a high-ranking priest came to interrogate him, the first discoverer? This is crucial intelligence, Renato. Layla's mused, tapping her fingers on the table. Investigating from the events that occurred 2 years ago in the city may uncover some information. Renato nodded, and then asked Layla's, now that you are helping the Baron trace the old speaker, can you access many personnel or documents? You want me to use my current identity to continue the investigation upward? Layla shook her head. It's useless. No one up there cares about the lives of the poor, and the Baron is currently more focused on the whereabouts of the old Casper and political balance, so he won't support the investigation into the disappearance case. Let's not think about the disappearance case for now. I can't help you. Renato didn't really want to investigate the disappearance case. He just wanted to confirm whether the half-elf could access higher-level information. Since Layla's could access upper echelons, if he could exchange intelligence with her daily, it would undoubtedly reduce Renato's misjudgments caused by insufficient information. Just like sealing the golden dice and injuring Fong Yuda, if he had known the background of the Wolf Gang earlier, he would have acted more cautiously. Renato got up from the bedside and supported the half-elf's chair back. I can investigate alone, that's fine. But more importantly, Layla's, you have to travel from Widow Street in the outer city to the inner city every day, then run to the speaker's residence or elsewhere, right? The distance is not short, which wastes time and is unsafe. The half-elf raised an eyebrow and said, what do you think, I'm too slow at delivering messages? I never said you were old. Renato chuckled, massaging her shoulders. I just think it's unnecessary. Moving to the inner city can save an hour of commuting time. That time can be used for resting and analyzing intelligence. And to supervise me, this impulsive young man up close, how about that? You want me to move over? Live here? She looked around the luxurious guest room. I can't afford to live in such a fancy place. What money? You're being too formal. Renato waved his hand. Now that Polly is out of town, she won't be back for a week. You coming to stay over is not a waste of resources. But, besides, think about it, I'm now half a target. The Wolf Gang may retreat on the surface, but who knows what they will do behind the scenes. If I want to find you at night, and you're in the outer city, the inner city gate will be closed, and I won't be able to get out. She fell silent for a moment, seemingly weighing her options. Seeing her wavering, Renato seized the opportunity and said, Layla's, you've taught me so many skills, well, I consider you half my ranger teacher. You slick-tongued brat, I never agreed to be your teacher. However, if it's to protect you temporarily, moving over isn't out of the question. Feeling the pressure on her shoulders, the half-elf lightly bit her lip. Ouch, be gentle. But you have to promise that before you do anything major, let me know first, don't act recklessly. I'll go back now to pack. I'll come over later. Remember, while ogres are exceedingly dull-witted creatures, even with both hands held before their eyes, few can count to 10. Their legs are their weakness, as they are for all giants. Layla sketched the outline of an ogre on parchment, her quill tip pointing toward its thick, muscular thighs. Yet ogres themselves know this well. Thus they often wrap their legs in pelts or bones. The illustration was vivid and lifelike. Evidently, the half-elf possessed intimate familiarity with the ogre's anatomy. In the chamber of the Fragrant Word Tavern, Renato had originally intended only to gather intelligence about Baron Atwood, but the conversation had gradually transformed unawares into an impromptu lecture on wilderness monsters. So you recommend striking the head? Precisely, the eyes. Noting Renato's casual demeanor, Layla's tapped her quill against the tabletop. Never underestimate an ogre. I've seen many overconfident warriors, armored head to toe, certain they could withstand anything, only to be pulped beneath a stone maul. Aren't you aspiring to become a ranger? Hunting such beasts is foundational training for any ranger. Ogres in the Northern Empire, the last known specimen was slain 2 centuries ago by an imperial hunting family. In the south, their extinction occurred somewhat later, but today they are nearly extinct everywhere. Renato sighed inwardly. But where, pray tell, do ogres still dwell? They vanished from the south 30 years ago. Even the latest edition of the Bestiary of the Arcane no longer includes them. Isn't it rumored that a tribe still lingers on the western wastes? Perhaps one day they'll return with renewed fury. Clearly the half-elf did not believe her own words. Setting down her quill, she rubbed her temples and said, Enough, enter meditation now. Let me assess your current mastery. I've mastered meditation entirely. Can we proceed directly to ranger spells? Patience, Renato. Impatience is the mother of failure. Layla's guided him firmly onto the edge of the bed. Sit properly. Look at you. Do you truly believe drifting blankly for hours constitutes mastery? True rangers replace sleep with meditation. Master trackers need only a brief session each day to restore full vitality. Moreover, meditation itself deepens one's understanding of nature. Only by grasping the harmony inherent in all things, the balance within oneself and the world, can you channel magic and wield the arts of the ranger. Layla's extended her hand. A shimmering emerald orb of natural magic danced above her palm. Now place your hand upon mine, and meditate deeply, attuning yourself to this primal force. Renato obeyed, resting his hand atop hers. As his meditation deepened, warmth spread from his fingertips, a gentle golden radiance like dawn's first light. He sensed delicate emerald filaments reaching toward him, Yet the moment they made contact, the natural energy recoiled violently, as though seared by white-hot iron. Renato jolted awake, snatching his hand back. How was it? Layla's asked, concern softening her voice, her palms still glowing faintly green. Did you feel resonance with nature? Initial resistance is common. Many even report mild burning sensations. No, it wasn't resistance, Renato replied hesitantly. It pushed me away. Is that normal? Pushed you away? Impossible. The wild never rejects its children. From spirit-born essence, whether elf, dwarf, or human, we are all offspring of the natural world. Layla shook her head with a gentle smile. You're simply too tense, Renato. She tightened her grip on his hand. The way of nature demands total openness. Not passive acceptance, but the surrender of every shield and barrier. You rush too eagerly, your mind is cluttered. No wonder the energies refuse to harmonize. That stark absolute rejection was no mere symptom of anxiety or haste. Though he'd never truly expected acceptance from this world's so-called wild nature, being after all a soul transplanted from another realm, he still exhaled a quiet, weary sigh at the failure. Sensing his disappointment, Layla's leaned forward, her doe-like eyes offering quiet encouragement. Don't despair, Renato. You are the most exceptional young man I've ever met. Yet, even excellence requires time to mature. Do you imagine my first encounter with natural energy went smoothly? The half-elf settled beside him, voice light and easy. Back then I screamed outright. I thought the wild magic would devour me whole. Compared to that, your composure is already remarkable. The fact you grasped meditation so swiftly speaks volumes about your innate ranger's gift. Renato knew this was no issue of talent, but explaining transmigration was impossible. He shifted the subject instead. Laylas, how did you decide to become a ranger? Decide? The half-elf offered a wry smile, lost momentarily in memory. I had no such clarity in my youth, not like you do now. I was born in the alleyways of Freed City, though back then there were neither slums nor outer walls. You might find it hard to believe, but I once ran with a street gang, though truthfully, it was little more than a band of idle youths. She chose her words carefully, clearly reluctant to dwell on this shadowed chapter. Half-elves faced harsher prejudice then. Frania was after all a kingdom that placed humanity above all else. Frania ruled Freed City. Wasn't that 60 years ago? Wait, Renato blurted, you said Fran. I need no reminder of my age, boy. Layla shot him a sharp, exasperated glance. Pay attention, where was I at? Running with the gang. She cleared her throat, steering the tail back on course. In short, those days held little joy. Though hunger rarely gnawed, unprovoked beatings and scornful glances were daily fare. Later, due to certain conflicts, I left Freed City to seek my fortune. Layla spoke with self-deprecating irony. Fortune eluded me. Instead, I nearly became wolf meat. Alone on a forest path, I stumbled upon a pack of starving timber wolves. Panic seized me. I bolted blindly into the thicket, wolves snapping at my heels. I was certain I'd become their supper. And then, then I awoke, lying in a small hut woven from living trees and vines wrapped in a blanket of moss. The half-elf's voice softened, her gaze grew tender. An elder dwelled deep in those woods. Elena, a druid who found and saved me. She was stern, sparing with words, yet possessed profound wisdom. Seeing I had nowhere to go, she silently permitted me to stay. Was it she who trained you to become a ranger? She taught me to know nature, not from texts but through eyes, ears, nose, and skin. She made me distinguish the scent of every herb, track the subtlest trail left by the craftiest fox, and decipher the meaning behind each bird call. She told me true knowing is not domination or exploitation, but as natural as a stream comprehending the contours of its riverbed. Those days were pure. Learning, failing, learning again. I was clumsy, my missteps filled volumes of absurdity. Like attempting to approach a porcupine with friendly intent, and ending up pierced head to toe with quills, or losing a trail mid-pursuit, then stumbling into brambles stung by insects. See, Renato. She turned to him, unwavering and earnest. My beginnings were far more awkward, and far more uncertain, than yours. It took me a very long time, longer than I care to admit, before I even glimpsed the threshold of wielding wild magic as a ranger. Relax. You have time. Your path is long, and rich with possibility. Many around him had said just that. Renato knew. He had been growing increasingly impatient. Yet thoughts of the city's treacherous politics, the harpist spies, the cultists of Dakul, would rise unbidden, cloaking him in relentless urgency. His agency felt painfully narrow, often no greater than a fish laid bare upon the cutting board, helpless against the blade. Facing Layla's gentle counsel, Renato could only offer a soft, grateful sigh. Thank you, Laylas. My heart feels lighter. Renato, I know you have your own swordsmanship style, so I'll only share some personal observations. Whether they hold true is for you to judge. The half-elf removed her metal helm, strands of emerald hair damp with sweat clung to her cheeks. Your footwork lacks agility, and your feints are too few. Often I can read your attack intent at a glance. Two-handed swords are inherently inflexible in mid-combat adjustment. Lysis. Renato handed the half-elf a water skin. Which of my techniques do you find most threatening? That sliding diagonal cut just now, and the reverse grip thrust. Still, Renato, I believe your highline attacks carry the greatest aggression. After all, you're tall and powerfully built. Keeping the blade elevated maximizes that advantage. Renato had arranged private sword training with Lelisis in the public gardens. The half-elf was at present the most skilled bladeswoman he could find. Coincidentally, his opponent in tomorrow's fifth-round match was also a dual wielder, some name like Valet, though Renato couldn't quite recall it. Renato, are you certain this is wise? Her steel blade was slightly bent. Lelisis tried straightening it with her hands. Damaging municipal equipment. Do we truly owe no compensation? These reinforced cotton armors and training steel blades belong to the City Watch's standard issue, intended solely for routine drills by urban sentinels and technically not permitted for external use. Yet the city constable had personally vouched for them, as these were hardly critical supplies. The quartermaster gladly obliged, currying favor with a gesture. Don't worry, Lelisis. He withdrew a pair of fresh training swords from his dimensional pouch. Take these. If I win the swordsmanship championship, it won't be mere steel blades that earn praise. It'll be the speaker himself offering commendation. As long as you're certain. The half-elf resettled her helm, her voice muffled by metal acquired a faint metallic resonance. I'm only available to train with you this afternoon. I've an assignment outside the city tomorrow. I may not return before nightfall. What kind of assignment? Can I accompany you? Renato flexed his wrists. Lelisis excelled at disarming strikes, and they stung fiercely. Hiring a city constable costs only 2 silver coins, quite the bargain. Unexpectedly, Lelisis did not dismiss his half-teasing inquiry outright. After a brief pause, she replied, this time there isn't even that much, and danger is very real. Think carefully. Tomorrow's fifth-round match would be followed by a 3-day recess, allowing time to prepare for the semifinals and finals. Renato arched a brow, teasing, do tell. If it wins Lady Lelisis's favor, I might even pay you to take me along. Win my favor. I suspect a mere flick of your fingers draws crowds of young women already. Lelisis pointed her left blade at Renato while holding her right across her brow, shifting into a low sideways stance. Enough banter. Defeat me first, then we'll discuss assignments. Renato rested his sword across his shoulder, stepped forward with his left foot, and assumed a formal guard position. Gladly. Quest: investigate the hidden refuge of the Resingen family north of Freed City alongside Lelisis. Reward: 1 arcane scroll. Quest description: the foundations of power are crumbling. Since Elder Speaker Caspar Resingen vanished, his arrogant descendants have descended upon the family legacy like vultures, tearing through courtrooms and counting houses alike. Yet Baron Atwood, who now holds provisional authority, lies sleepless each night. A lion who ruled for 60 years does not rot silently in obscurity. Tread with utmost caution. You probe not merely a family's secrets, but perhaps the very nexus upon which this city truly turns. Reward: 1000 experience points. 1000 experience points, likely comparable in difficulty to slaying Grizzle, and with Lelisis at my side, success seems assured. Their hideout lies within a woodland north of the city, a hunting lodge abandoned by the Resingens over a decade ago. A former Resingen servant revealed that Caspar visited that lodge 5 years ago, for reasons unknown. Renato stroked his chin, studying the map in Lelisis's hands. It's only an hour's walk from the North Gate. Were I Caspar Resingen, gravely wounded, desperate for rest, I'd never conceal myself here. As a seasoned fugitive, Renato considered himself reasonably adept at evasion. Either you vanish deep within the city, leveraging remaining influence, or you flee far north, biding your time for a resurgence. To linger in such an ambiguous, half-isolated place, neither near nor remote, is profoundly unwise. Precisely. I too doubt Caspar would choose this location. Lelisis nodded. But Caspar Resingen is no ordinary man. He forged Freed City's independence from Fernania through sheer iron while ruling autocratically for nearly 6 decades. He is cunning beyond measure. No possibility may be overlooked. Though I cannot offer silver upon completing this investigation, I'll have Reggie craft you an arcane scroll as reward. Who is Reggie? A bard. Seeing Renato's skeptical expression, the half-elf sighed. A true bard, one who channels magic, not a street performer peddling tunes. Reggie is our ally. Unreliable perhaps, but trustworthy. Lelisis's allies. Was she attempting to recruit him into her circle? Perhaps his appointment as constable, making him in effect half-aligned with House Atwood, had earned her confidence. In a flash of intuition, Renato nodded. Understood. When shall we depart? Tomorrow. Renato, here is the plate gauntlet you commissioned. Edgar gazed at him awestruck. Never imagined it would happen so soon. You've gone from adventurer to city constable in mere days. This pair alone costs more than your entire kit did back then. Try them on. Renato lifted the gleaming silver gauntlets from their Safarevel Vetland box and slid them onto his hands. Exquisitely wrought from mithril, the ornate gauntlets felt weightless upon his skin. The fingers comprised overlapping curved plates. The back of the hand and wrist were shielded by a single seamless arc of plate armor, articulated to the forearm vambraces via embedded ball joints and finely engineered hinges, preserving full dexterity. They fit perfectly. Old Ed, you remain peerless in craftsmanship. Bathed in sunlight, the gauntlets shimmered with mithril's signature cool, silvery radiance. Forging these took me half a month, 30 design drafts alone. Especially the mithril you requested, precisely 1 pound, was required. I filed nearly 10 requisition forms before the guild finally approved it. That coterie of ancient curmudgeons. The proprietor of Comradis in Arms vented his grievances openly. Renato understood his unspoken meaning. I know the effort you poured into this old Ed. This debt is noted and honored. We're friends. No debts, no obligations, just friendship. Ah well. Edgar scratched his head awkwardly. You know me. I'm tongue-tied terrible with words. Here's what I'll do of the 21 gold pieces owed, just give me 15. I won't profit from a friend, only cover material costs. The lengthy oath-taking ceremony finally came to an end. The two stood at opposite corners of the arena awaiting the referee's signal. Ever since entering the arena, the swordsman named Walter had been glaring at him with a fierce intensity, leaving Renato feeling inexplicably puzzled by the hostility in his gaze. Could he be a hired thug from the Wolf Gang? Renato silently heightened his vigilance. You must be quite lucky, Sheriff. Every match ends in just one round, and you've come this far without breaking a sweat right. Ignoring the other's sarcasm, Renato asked straightforwardly, do I know you? Walter's expression suddenly froze, his grip on the sword tightening as he gritted his teeth. You truly have a poor memory, Sheriff. Just a week ago at the registration desk of the Blacksmith Guild, you were chatting leisurely there while I was unceremoniously invited to leave. Walter can clearly remember your face. So this person's name is Walter. Renato recalled that he was the swordsman who had caused a scene in front of Master Wolfram and was subsequently kicked out. Simple-minded. This was Renato's internal assessment of him. Not wanting to explain, he directly set aside his helmet and gestured to the referee, signaling to start the match. With the sound of the hourglass being turned over, the duel commenced. Watching his opponent's tightly clenched twin swords driven by anger, Renato could not help but feel even more disappointed. Amateur. He added another note to his assessment of Walter. Although Renato knocked Walter down within a single round, the match's scheduling had placed him in a later slot, and by the end it was already close to noon. The little mage had gone to Brika Town on a mission, and Kira had headed to the Assassin's Guild to help sell stolen goods. Without the greetings from the two, only the insincere congratulations from the security department made Renato slightly uncomfortable. After briefly dealing with the congratulations from his colleagues, Renato walked toward the square. As a third-tier adventurer, he had already prepared his adventuring tools before the match. After informing the old guard Burton that he needed to leave the city today and would handle matters tomorrow, he headed straight to the assembly point in the outer city. Renato disliked being late. After nearly an hour of travel, he arrived in 30 minutes. In front of the Widow's Street Gate No. 11, a man wrapped in a red woolen cloak with blue patches was sitting on the threshold. He wore a somewhat comical wide-brimmed hat and smiled at Renato, cradling a lute in his arms. The lute's surface was chipped, but the fingerboard was smooth and shiny. Good afternoon, Sheriff. Generous alms can earn you a personal ballad, or perhaps you'd like to hear a legendary story. The lute began to play a lively tune, but Renato interrupted. You're Reggie, right? Of course, Reggie, the famous tavern music expert. Are you my fan? Haha, I had no idea I had fans in Fried City. Where have you seen me? After all, I haven't performed in the city yet, nor have I gotten into trouble. Tavern music? Can those two words even go together? Renato thought to himself, continuing to explain, I'm not here to cause trouble, Reggie, Alayla's sent me. Seeing the other party's expression grow more guarded, he added, once she arrives, you'll understand. Does the noble spy organization need to be this cautious? Moreover, the appearance of the bard clearly indicated he was not a local of Fried City. He probably wasn't even from the outer city. Just as the two were sizing each other up and harboring mutual suspicion, the weathered half-elf arrived half an hour late to the assembly point. She first nodded slightly to Renato as an apology for being late, then turned to the bard. Reggie, this is Renato, my companion for this operation. Companion? Reggie's smile faltered, his tone incredulous. Layla's, is it a bit much to bring along a maintainer of city order? He traced circles in the air with his right index finger, carefully choosing his words. You know, this city isn't very welcoming to artists like us. Playing certain melodies is actually illegal. The implications in the bard's words were rather peculiar. Was the security department really just an auxiliary organization of the Atwood family requiring such caution? Reggie, Renato is the newly appointed sheriff, not the kind of person you think he is. The half-elf paused. Before this, he was an enthusiastic adventurer who had proactively helped us without asking for a dime in return. I know his character and trust him. He is the young man you mentioned before. Reggie exclaimed in surprise, so young to have caught Layla's eye, that's impressive. I salute your selflessness, Sir Renato. I am Reggie Quickword, as you can see, a bard. The bard bowed deeply, but Renato stopped him with a hand, opting for a handshake instead. I am not a noble, Reggie, no need for formalities. Just call me Renato. After a brief introduction, Layla's crossed her arms and spoke. Although Renato has not requested compensation this time, we cannot allow good-hearted people to suffer losses for nothing. Reggie, could you please help him create a magic scroll when we return? I will cover the material costs. No need to wait until we return. I happen to have a ready-made scroll here. The bard pulled out a narrow strip of paper from his woolen cloak with spells inscribed in ink. Unlike the healing spell scroll Renato had used, this scroll seemed overly narrow, only an inch wide. Noticing his confusion, Reggie explained voluntarily. This records the Featherfall spell, which can slow your descent. This spell once saved my life when I fell off a cliff. It's definitely practical. He continued, moreover, this shape I designed not only makes it easy to carry, but also compensates for the difficulty of using scrolls in battle. This is my unique invention, so you must help me promote it. Here, let me attach it for you. The bard held the paper upright and stuck it to the left side of Renato's armor, then took out a red wax seal. A small flame flickered at his fingertips, slightly melting the wax and fixing it above the paper. What do you think? Isn't it clever? The scroll remains in an open state, and you only need to recite the spell to activate it, eliminating the need to retrieve the scroll. Renato gently tugged at the paper strip. The wax seal had solidified, securing it firmly, without worry of it falling off due to movement. Reggie, when will you stop promoting this invention? Layla's took a deep breath, her tone slightly reproachful. Can't you make Renato a more useful scroll? How is this not useful? This is a revolutionary invention. The half-elf's tone was sharp, leaving no room for sentiment. The Featherfall scroll could originally be cast on up to 5 targets, but your version can only affect oneself. It's fine, Layla's. Renato looked at the bard and sincerely praised, the scroll is quite practical. This form of spellcasting opens up many possibilities for me. You are a true inventor, Reggie. This was not mere flattery. From Reggie's description, Renato could envision numerous application scenarios, such as leaping from city walls or high buildings to evade pursuers, or standing at an elevated position to launch a surprise attack, using psychological blind spots. To be able to activate it with just a single incantation without needing to hold the scroll at all was equivalent to granting him a disposable spell ability. Facing such straightforward praise, the bard clearly felt pleased. He pulled out several more Featherfall scrolls from his cloak and smiled. I have a few more Featherfall scrolls here. If you need them, I can sell them to you at half the market price. First, tell me the specific usage of this scroll. Does it require any specific spellcasting gestures? Not at all. My invention has simplified the spellcasting process. You only need to say the elvish word Wilwarin. It means butterfly. In some high elven poems, this word is also transformed into a descriptor to depict a light and graceful flight posture. Wait. As Renato softly repeated the word before he could finish, a wave of magical energy enveloped him. He felt as though he was submerged in water, buoyed by the air. Seeing Renato's confusion and Reggie's attempt to stop the activation, the half-elf could only facepalm in exasperation. The duration of the Featherfall technique is only 1 minute, and its effects are not very significant, so fortunately it did not cause any trouble. At Laylace's strong insistence, the bard prepared another scroll for Renato, repeatedly reminding him not to recite spells carelessly. The three of them walked along the woodland path, continuing their discussion about the scrolls. I didn't expect these kinds of scrolls to be so sensitive. Renato recalled the moment he used the healing spell scroll, saying, I thought that reciting the incantation required focus and following a specific rhythm to activate the spell on the scroll. Typically that is indeed the case, otherwise there is a risk of failure in casting. Renji excitedly explained his concept, saying, this rapid activation method is a special modification I made by simplifying certain incantations and using ink mixed with agate powder to maintain the normal activation of the runes. Unfortunately, only the Featherfall technique has been relatively successful so far. The other spells always encounter minor issues, but if you want to try. The half-elf, who had been keeping an eye on their surroundings, suddenly turned and glared at the bard. Renji, you are not allowed to sell those defective products to Renato. Seeing the other party wanting to argue, Laylace intensified her tone, saying, do I need to remind you of the results of the last great restoration experiment? Looking at Renji, who was scratching his nose with an awkward expression, Renato grew curious and turned to the half-elf to ask, what experiment? Just Renji's wild fantasies. He is not a mage. What experiments can he conduct? Laylace shook her head slightly. He failed many times and finally produced a batch of restoration scrolls. At that time, he swore that the modified scrolls could quickly repair weapons and armor in battle, and when combined with healing incantations could sustain long-term combat. I stopped him and insisted on testing first. We found a finely crafted steel longsword that had broken in half for him to experiment on. She paused slightly as if recalling that moment. Once the scroll was activated, the magical light was indeed very bright. The two halves of the broken sword did indeed stick together, but the sword body was twisted as if it had been roughly twisted by an ogre, with the edge and spine completely misaligned. It could be said that it was utterly scrapped. The most critical part is Laylace's gaze sharpened, forcing Renji to turn his face away. Our bard was still planning to take this batch of scrolls directly to let frontline warriors try them. Did you think about it, Renji? If this were not a sword, but rather a young warrior's chest armor split open or a damaged shoulder guard, your unstable restoration technique could potentially drive the deformed metal into flesh or haphazardly weld different pieces of armor together, trapping a person in their own armor and rendering them immobile. I know, didn't I listen to you later? Stop dwelling on the failures. Therefore, Laylace turned back to Renato, her tone softening. Renato, I do not oppose young people's exploration and innovation, but magic is a precise force, and a slight misstep can lead to tragedy. History has shown too many arrogant mages have proven this point. The half-elf's warning made the atmosphere somewhat subdued. A small bird gently landed on her shoulder, chirping away. Let's end the small talk here. Laylace wrapped up the topic, taking down her short bow from her back, her gaze directed towards the increasingly dense woods. Something feels off. My animal friends tell me there's movement at the hunting lodge. There are living people, and there are dead people. The hunting lodge was in a worse state than expected, with walls askew and a corner of the roof collapsed. Renato, using the cover of the bushes, slowly approached the wooden cabin. Beside the main house was a wood shed with a fresh deerskin secured on the boards. A man was tied inside the wood shed, slumped on the ground. A subtle smell of blood and decay wafted from him. There was no one on guard outside. Renato tried to suppress the sound of his armor rubbing against itself and crept closer. Listening intently, he could vaguely catch snippets of conversation from inside the cabin aided by the wind in the woods. Damn, played dead so quickly, all my hard work wasted. A lewd laugh echoed from inside the cabin. Hee boss, that kid's tender and delicate, almost like a woman, a softie. It's normal for him to die, let's just get another one. Suddenly an arrow entwined with flames flew in through the collapsed corner of the roof, exploding in the cabin with a mix of screams and curses. The arrow had come from the treetops. It was Lilesi launching the attack. Renato drew his long sword and rushed towards the door of the cabin. A strange metallic humming filled the room as he kicked open the wooden door, revealing a horrifying scene. A swarm of illusory daggers formed by magical force ravaged the room like an enraged hive of bees. It was the bard's cloud of daggers. While not lethal, it inflicted tremendous pain on the opponents as the magical blades cut through clothing, shredding flesh bit by bit. A blood-soaked brute charged at Renato. His flesh was torn, his nose was gone, swinging a lumberjack's axe wildly, his throat emitting a hoarse roar. With one swift strike, Renato severed his head, halting the struggle. Inside the cabin were 3 others, but they lay quietly on the ground. Arrows protruding from their chests, flames scorching their skin, emitting the smell of burning protein. Surveying the inside of the cabin, it was littered with gnawed bones, moldy food remnants, and human waste. The walls were blackened by smoke, and in the corners were piles of obviously poached pelts and horns. Looking at the rough fur garments on these corpses, Renato frowned. This group of people was certainly not the secret guardians of the Rising family, but merely a gang of poaching bandits. Lilesi leapt down from the tree, walking towards the curled-up male corpse in the woodshed. Renato followed closely behind. It was a boy with pale skin, his clothes torn apart, and his exposed skin covered in bruises and scratches with horrific signs of abuse on his back. The half-elf clenched her fingers, regretting, "Damn, if only we had come a little earlier." The bard also stepped out of the woods, looking at the scene before him, his tone suppressing anger. These beasts deserve to be shot dead, without mercy. They should have suffered more in the cloud of daggers. It seems we came for nothing. Baron Casper is clearly not here. Renato touched the deerskin on the shed's roof, which was unprocessed with the dark red remnants of the deer meat clearly visible. This is just a group of poachers occupying someone else's territory. Glancing at the corpses on the ground, he added, or rather a bunch of despicable bandits. It is truly a pity that his life song has not yet begun. Renji unchained the corpse, disregarding the filth as he lifted it, saying, I will ensure he rests in peace. If this innocent soul is left to rot in the wilderness, the god of poetry might never bestow me with inspiration again. Renato, you don't have to go with him. Renji can handle it alone. The half-elf reached out to stop Renato. Come with me now, let's see if there are any remaining clues in the cabin. And let's take anything valuable with us. Lailasis' eyes burned with a cold fire. Afterward, I will personally turn this place of evil to ashes. Renato, so you can enter and exit the inner city gate at will. The half-elf leaned against the bed frame, her eyes glinting with playful teasing. Then what was the purpose of your earlier deception? In the chamber of the fragrant word, Renato flushed with mild embarrassment and offered a hesitant explanation. I merely happened to meet the guard on duty today. Nothing more than a courtesy among acquaintances. One cannot simply stroll in and out as one pleases. They could have returned home after confirming that the hunting lodge in the woods was not Casper's hiding place. But Lyra insisted on conducting a thorough sweep of the surrounding area, lest any clue be overlooked. Given how long the bandits had occupied the lodge, it was hardly likely to yield anything of value. As Renato had anticipated, they found nothing but mud-stained floors. The bard departed early on urgent business, while Renato and Lyra did not return to Freed City until dusk. The half-elf had just finished bathing, her long damp hair cascaded loosely over her shoulders as she lay upon the bed. Gazing at her slender pale fingers, Renato struggled to reconcile this serene figure with the swift lethal ranger who had felled 3 men in the blink of an eye that very day. Lyra, those explosive arrows, are they a spell or specially crafted ammunition? They are blazing arrows, a ranger's spell. She sat wrapped only in a towel, her gaze distant and unfocused. Renato grew increasingly perplexed. At first he had assumed she was merely a mercenary with unusual motives, competent enough with dual blades. Yet as they investigated, the wolf gang together practiced ranger techniques, exchanged swordplay, and refined their skills side by side, he gradually realized she was far more than a hired blade content to fulfill a contract and depart. When he assumed the office of city constable, that dissonance sharpened further. Her affiliated organization held standing partnerships with the Athwood family, and she herself had been born before Freed City even existed. Even the bard, whose mastery of arcane arts clearly surpassed that of Polly, regarded Lyra with quiet, unmistakable reverence. Moreover, the half-elf's ranger magic was no mere trifle. Today she had even demonstrated the rare ability to commune with beasts before his very eyes. Yet such a person chose to serve as an inn attendant. What then was her true purpose? Mastery of the blade, precision with the bow, command over diverse natural magics. For long weeks confusion had coiled tightly within Renato's heart, until at last he could remain silent no longer. Lyra, you are a formidable ranger. After all you've given, what is it you truly seek? The sudden question startled her faintly. She patted the edge of the bed, inviting him to sit beside her. Renato, I sense you've traveled widely. Tell me, how do you find Freed City today? What kind of question was this? Though puzzled, Renato paused thoughtfully before replying. Compared to other city-states or kingdoms, Freed City thrives commercially, boasts dense population, and levies moderate taxes, truly a jewel of the southern trade routes. Yet industry remains rigidly segmented behind impenetrable guild barriers. To practice any craft, one must first join its guild, resulting in grotesque mismatches between wages and the cost of living. Lyra listened in silence. After a moment, her doe-like eyes drifted toward the window. A jewel. Yes, that is how most see Freed City today. But Renato, you see only its present form. As for me, I remember how it looked 60 years ago. Through the window, the inner district lay pristine, and still beneath the midnight sky, patrolled only by sentinels of the city watch. Back then, Freed City had no outer wall, not even an outer district. Its population numbered only in the thousands. What you now call the inner district was the entire city. Beyond the walls stretched endless fields, wheat, peas, hops, reaching all the way to the forest's edge. You've never tilled soil, have you? I recall how as a child the night wind carried the sharp, rich scent of damp earth. Streets were broader, then paved with crushed stone and packed earth. There was no municipal authority. Livestock roamed freely, and sometimes a herd of pigs would gather right in the center of the road, blocking passage for everyone. Sitting beside Lyra, Renato could not discern in her the woman who had lived over half a century. Watching her distant, wistful expression, he asked softly, "Do you long for the freed city of fewer people?" "Surely not. Do you yearn for streets reeking of animal dung?" Lyra smiled faintly, then settled into quiet solemnity. At that time, Freed was a royal domain under direct rule of the Franian monarchy. Royal stewards and tax collectors clung like leeches, draining every drop of sweat and blood from its citizens. Land tax, head tax, hearth tax, window tax, livestock tax, even warblood tax. An endless litany of oppressive levies. In truth, these categories mattered little. Whatever the crown's coffers lacked, Freed paid in full. Common folk barely scraped by, numb, laboring ceaselessly like dairy cows. Then Caspar Rezingen rose to speak. He was young then, not yet the elder speaker, but merely a respected cadet branch scion of the Rezingen family. He stood in the square and declared the land we bled and toiled to nourish must be governed by the people of Freed. And I, a small, unformed half-elven child, I thought them mad. Surely the knights would hang every citizen from the gallows. So I fled the city. As I told you before, I was taken in by a druid, and after years of tutelage became a ranger. Her voice lowered, growing somber. Later I chose exile, wandering beyond the horizon. There I heard word of Freed City's formal independence under Caspar's leadership. I believed that under his guidance my homeland would blossom into the prosperous haven I dreamed of. And indeed it did. I heard year after year of Freed's rising prosperity. 7 years ago, weary at last, I returned home. I wished to see what shape my childhood home had taken. Though humble and harsh, it had once burned with hope in its people's eyes. The half-elf turned her gaze fully upon Renato. Her face bore no expression, only profound weariness etched deep within her brow. I expected paradise. Instead I found hell. The destitute crammed into squalid hovels, peasants stripped of their fields forced into the city, seeking work only to drown in guild exploitation and soaring prices. 60 years ago, Freed City had no slums, because beyond its walls lay fertile fields that bore grain. Even the poorest had bread to eat. Begging was permitted on street corners. No one was jailed for offending some absurd notion of urban aesthetics. Today, even the city watch are no longer the volunteer defenders of old, but uniformed thugs exploiting legal pretexts to extort and harass. Lyra's voice rose slightly, her body leaning gently forward toward Renato. "Renato, you asked me what I seek after all I have given." She held his gaze steadily. "I simply cannot accept it. Cannot accept that those who toppled tyrants should themselves become tyrants, cannot accept that freedom, purchased with sweat, blood, and lives, should harden into identical chains. I cannot accept that this city destined to rise higher instead repeats the same brutal cycle of predation, only beneath new rules. So I returned. I remain, working as an attendant, serving as a ranger, operating as one who moves unseen. One who moves unseen. Renato weighed the phrase carefully in his mind. Was this then her true identity? Lyra. Renato, I had already lost faith in this city. But you have rekindled my hope. She reached out and brushed his cheek, her tone tender with quiet awe, kindness, courage, selflessness. And such extraordinary talent, for one so young. Even in swordsmanship you have already surpassed this old veteran who trained day and night for decades. Renato felt no resonance with Lyra's confession or praise. He knew it stemmed from asymmetrical understanding, and besides he cared little for Freed City's future. He was but a soul transplanted from another world, intent only on living his own life. Let the people of Irel solve Irel's problems. Moreover, fragments of earthborn knowledge whispered that utopian ideals, when thrust too far ahead of their time, invariably crumble into ruin. They sat close, so close that Lyra, clad only in a towel, breathed warmly against his skin, stirring a flush of heat through his body. Her uniquely elven beauty, the cascade of emerald hair, the delicate taper of pointed ears, these subtle non-human graces stirred something deep within Renato, the man from Earth. He shifted subtly, attempting to conceal his body's instinctive response. Lyra sensed his discomfort. A faint knowing arch lifted her brow and her lips curved into a smile both gentle and enigmatic. No need to feel shy. Youth brings such impulses, it is only natural. She swept her hair behind one ear and leaned closer still. His arm brushed against her soft warmth. It means this aging auntie retains a measure of allure, does she not? Renato exhaled sharply, his throat tightening. Lyra, say nothing, she murmured, cutting him off with quiet authority. It must be agonizing to hold back. Sit still. She retrieved a hair tie and bound her long locks. Then, kneeling gracefully on the floor before the bed, she placed her palms lightly upon his knees. Her hazel brown eyes shimmered like sunlit autumn pools. She traced her tongue slowly across her lower lip. Do not restrain yourself. Leave everything to me, and savor it fully. Sitting in the office chair, Renato couldn't help but reminisce about last night's experience. Those doe-like eyes, enticing red lips, and that alluring tongue were simply irresistible. Although he hadn't gone all the way, the service from the half-elf was enough to refresh his spirit. The incident had been somewhat abrupt, and Layla's performance left Renato with a strange feeling of being taken advantage of. The guard beside him lacked any awareness, incessantly chattering and interrupting Renato's reverie. Commander, your swordsmanship is truly extraordinary. That Walter the country bumpkin swordsman who boasted before the match couldn't even last a round against you. George, you've already repeated that 3 times. If you're so free right now, go to the duty room and prepare next week's schedule. Bring it to me in the afternoon. George left with a somewhat disgruntled expression. Renato picked up the teacup on the table and slowly blew on the steam. Although the next 3 days were a break from the matches, Renato still had his duties as a constable, needing to assign tasks in the morning, or else his lazy subordinates would surely do nothing. After all, he was technically still in his probation period, and he had to put on a show to avoid criticism. A knock on the door interrupted him, and before Renato could respond, Minister Perez pushed the door open and entered. Seeing this, Renato immediately stood up and saluted with his right fist over his chest. Don't be so formal, Renato. Perez smiled broadly and motioned for him to sit back down. You truly shone during the swordsmanship tournament, bringing glory to the security department. Prepare well for the semifinals. Don't put any psychological pressure on yourself. Oh, by the way, Perez casually remarked, you don't need to worry about this month's field duty hours. The department understands your difficulties after such a grueling competition. I've already distributed your fieldwork. It seemed that the power of 30 gold coins was substantial. Without fieldwork, he could save over 100 hours this month. Whether it was taking on tasks from the Adventurers Guild or contacting the Assassins Guild and Iron Fist Gang for side jobs, Renato was confident he could earn that money back. He had already accumulated 6,200 experience points, and within a month Renato would be able to upgrade the Champion Warrior to level 8 in the Adventurer's Guide. Minister Perez sat across from him with a cheerful expression. Renato knew that he wouldn't come personally just to exempt him from field duties. The case of the golden dice, after investigation, is actually a misunderstanding. It was the people below the casino acting on their own, and the boss was unaware. Of course, there are definitely some regulatory loopholes, and the managers cannot escape their responsibility. Renato, I know you are upright, and it's good for young people to have ambition. But the legal spirit established when the city's laws were first enacted was meant to protect, not punish. Listening to Perez's serious nonsense, Renato thought to himself, it seems that just as Layla's said, the Wolf Gang has come to reconcile. Had Perez just pocketed 30 gold coins from him, and now was he receiving money from the Wolf Gang, planning to play both sides? Renato despised those who took money without doing their jobs. After mentally noting this about Perez, he forced a smile and said, what the minister says is true. Then let's hand this case over to the city court for legal proceedings. Good, very good. Renato, I knew I didn't misjudge you. Perez patted his arm and stood up. How about this? At noon today at the Poet and the Nightingale's corridor, the owner of the Golden Dice, Salas, has invited you to dinner. I have a lot to do and cannot spare the time. Renato, you go and have a good talk with him. We are all decent people, and once the matter is clarified, there will be no problem. Without waiting for Renato's response, Perez waved his hand, leaving an invitation letter before leaving the office. Glancing at the content of the invitation, Renato leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes, and contemplated. An invitation from the Wolf Gang. Was this a veiled threat or a genuine request for peace? At noon, following the address on the invitation, Renato arrived at the Poet and the Nightingale's corridor. The restaurant was located within a white stone building with vine-like carvings adorning the arched entrance. The waiter silently pulled open the large door, and warm air enveloped him, dispelling the chill from outside. There weren't many guests in the hall, and large oil paintings depicting myths adorned the walls, exuding luxury without being ostentatious. Guided by a courteous head waiter, Renato passed through the main hall and arrived at a heavy private room door. The private room was even more secluded with more exquisite furnishings. A long table capable of seating 8 was set in the center with a pot of flowers blooming in winter, a clear result of magic. At the head of the table sat a stout man wearing a stylish blue velvet coat. The man greeted Renato's entrance with a radiant smile. The glimmer of several gold teeth confirmed Renato's suspicions. This man was indeed Salas, the ostensible owner of Golden Dice, and one of the heads of the Wolf Gang known as Gold Tooth. Flanking him were 2 strong men clad in finely woven chainmail and armed with sheathed swords. They were clearly not the usual thugs of the Wolf Gang, who just by their posture Renato knew they were battle-hardened warriors. Constable Renato, it's an honor to finally meet you. Salas didn't stand up, but merely raised his hand in a gesture inviting him to sit. Heroes emerge in youth. I have heard of your remarkable performance in the tournament, truly impressive. No wonder Yudo would suffer losses at your hands. Mr. Salas is too kind. It's my duty to do my best. Renato took a seat across from Salas, his tone balanced. But it seems Mr. Salas' business is thriving. I've heard Golden Dice is making a fortune. Haha, it's just a small operation, making a living really. I only make a few dozen coins a day. Then I can rest easy. Renato crossed his arms on the table. After all, I closed down the casino for several days. If it caused you significant losses, I would feel quite embarrassed. Fortunately, we only lost a few dozen copper coins. I can still afford that. As the copper coins were pushed forward, Salas' smile stiffened. Without accepting the humiliating money, he gritted his teeth and said, haha, the constable really knows how to joke. How could I earn so much money in a day? However, in business there are profits and losses. It's quite common. Closing for a few days is just giving the staff a little break. He picked up a silver-rimmed goblet in front of him, took a sip of wine, and feigned indifference. Brother Renato, let's speak frankly. Fried City is so large, and the waters run deep. Some people and some matters exist for a reason. Forcing a disturbance will only cause oneself to choke. This veiled warning was not unexpected for Renato. He replied calmly, adopting an official tone. It is our duty as frontline constables to uphold the laws enacted by the city council. As they tested each other, the waiter began to serve the dishes. Pan-seared foie gras drizzled with amber sauce, roasted fish garnished with herbs, and caviar. Each dish was quite expensive. Renato estimated that this table was worth at least a dozen silver crowns. It must have been prepared for Perez. Goldtooth had overestimated himself. A noble from the Atwood family would not agree to a little thug's invitation. A short-skirted, glamorous waitress approached to refill Renato's drink. Renato subtly pushed the wine glass away and raised his hand to politely decline. I'm sorry, Mr. Salas, I've had too much water before coming. Please excuse me. He stood up, leaving the table and moving toward the restroom. Passing through a short carpeted corridor, Renato turned into a hidden corner. He took out a small glass vial from his dimensional bag. This was a universal poison diluent he hurriedly purchased from the reliable enchantment store before coming. This potion essentially belonged to an alchemical reagent. Taking it in advance could neutralize or alleviate most common poisons. Just as he prepared to tilt his head back and drink it, a strange female server suddenly appeared, seizing his wrist that held the vial. Renato's muscles tensed instantly, almost reflexively subduing her. But the familiar hazel eyes revealed the identity of the person despite being embedded in the face of a completely unfamiliar human woman. Don't drink it, there's no poison in the food or the wine. I've checked. The disguised Layla spoke quickly, her voice low and in her natural tone. The kitchen has been monitored the whole time, and I've roughly inspected the seasonings and ingredients. The Wolf Gang had no intention of using such low-level tactics today. Realizing Layla's had been secretly watching over him, Renato's taut nerves relaxed slightly. But he still couldn't entrust his life to others, whispering, just in case, I think he'll drink it anyway. A bitter taste exploded in Renato's mouth, causing his stomach to spasm. He fought against the nausea and put the empty vial away. Layla's looked at him disapprovingly, but said nothing more. However, Renato had a sudden idea and wrapped his arm around her waist. Since you're here, help me out. I don't trust anyone else here. He unceremoniously embraced her and turned back toward the private room. Layla's body stiffened for a moment, but quickly understood Renato's intention and did not struggle. She adjusted her posture cooperatively, lowering her eyelids, as if she were a real waitress. Upon returning to the private room, Salas saw Renato coming back with a waitress and revealed a somewhat lewd smile. Brother, do you like this kind of style? Still too young, not understanding how to enjoy it. He beckoned a nearby waitress pouring wine to approach, reached out to touch her, and teased, look at this, how lively. They are all professional, straightforward, and generous, much better than your kind of hesitant amateur girls, right? The atmosphere suddenly relaxed. Indeed, in any world, women were always the easiest topic to open up between men. Renato smiled and had Layla sit sideways on his lap. Renato casually wrapped one hand around her waist, raising his cup to gesture at Salas. Amateurs have their own interests, Mr. Salas. Renato took a sip of wine, his gaze sweeping over Salas and his two bodyguards behind him, coldly thinking, amateurs. This amateur companion of mine is a killer who wouldn't blink an eye. You better not make any other moves, Goldtooth. Salas, or those bodyguards behind you won't be able to protect you.